In the aftermath of returning to a state of normalcy, Wolf finds himself transported to the world of Naruto, where he becomes the student of Minato Namikaze and the elder brother of Naruto Uzumaki. In this narrative, he seeks to alter the fates of certain individuals, preventing tragic events from unfolding. What if Jiraiya had not perished? What if Naruto's childhood had not been so sorrowful? What if Itachi Uchiha had survived? Chapter 1. Return to normalcy. After countless deaths, Wolf finally triumphed over the man kneeling before him, the legendary swordsman Isshin Ashina. Isshin bellowed, "Strike!" with a heavy heart. Wolf slowly raised the immortal blade, a flicker of reluctance crossing his face as memories surged forth. Yet, he resolved to honor Isshin's choice, swiftly bringing the blade down upon the man's neck. "Good job, Wolf," Isshin murmured as his body crumpled to the ground. Observing the fallen figure, Wolf's emotions swirled in turmoil. He recalled their first encounter when Isshin had taken the form of a Tengu, hunting mice alongside him, ultimately imparting the Ashina sword techniques under the pretense of reward. Thus, the legend of the Ashina clan, along with his teacher and friend, had truly met its demise. Gazing at Isshin, Wolf felt a complex array of emotions, whispering to himself, "Forgive me, Master Isshin. I must do this. I have my own destiny to fulfill." His resolve solidified, a look of determination gracing his features that he approached the divine heir, kneeling beside him. "Young master, I have come to take you with me." The divine heir met Wolf's gaze, understanding that it was time for him to achieve his own destiny. He chose to sever the cycle of immortality through his own demise. As Wolf offered the cherry blossom and dragon's tear for the divine heir to consume, the young man closed his eyes, resolute in his fatal decision, though tears betrayed his inner turmoil. Wolf raised the immortal blade once more, yet in its descent, it was his own essence that was extinguished. "Live on as a human, my lord," he implored. "Allow me to end the last vestiges of immortality." The divine heir gazed vacantly as Wolf's figure gradually dissipated into cherry blossoms. Confusion and sorrow etched upon his face. He finally comprehended that Wolf had not slain him. Rather, he had sacrificed himself to extinguish the power of the dragon's lineage. Tears streamed down the divine heir's cheeks as he lamented, "Why must it be me who survives?" Days later, the usually tranquil reeds welcomed the warm sun, beneath which lay Wolf's grave, marked by 2 burning incense sticks, a testament to the longing of the divine heir and Yojin for their fallen comrade. This moment, Koru had shed the burden of the dragon's lineage, becoming an ordinary man as he gazed upon the grave of one who had devoted his life to him. "I too shall live as a human, strive to exist, and ultimately perish, just as my ninja once did for me." With that, the divine heir departed, not once looking back until his silhouette vanished among the reeds. Yojin, however, remained, silently contemplating Wolf's resting place. "Farewell, Wolf," she whispered. "May you find glory in your pursuits." Her voice, imbued with profound sorrow and affection, bore no expression upon her face. As the sun ascended higher, its rays intensified, elongating Yojin's shadow across the vast reeds, stretching further into the distance. Ultimately, when the sun reached its zenith, her figure faded into the distant horizon, leaving behind a profound silence. Thus, this unremarkable reed field became the final resting place of the 3 mightiest souls of the Ashina clan. Yet, in an unforeseen turn of events, the wedge blade, Wolf's cherished weapon, mysteriously vanished from his grave. This abrupt occurrence seemed to signal the influence of some arcane force. However, no one noticed this anomaly, not even Yojin, who had long since departed. Wolf slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, surveying his surroundings. "Where am I?" After a cursory examination, he discerned that he was in a village, yet the circumstances were dire. Corpses littered the ground, dismembered limbs scattered about, while wild dogs gnawed at the remains. Stunned by the scene, Wolf extended his hand, only to be shocked to discover that his form had reverted to that of a child. "What is happening?" he gasped, bewildered. Before he could investigate further, darkness enveloped him once again. As he succumbed to slumber, a group arrived at this grim location, led by a golden-haired youth whose handsome visage bore a fierce countenance. "Damn it! How dare they slaughter innocents?" Though hope had waned, he commanded, "Everyone, search for any survivors." "Yes, Captain," replied a nearby ninja. After a thorough search, a report came in. "Captain, it appears there is a boy still alive. The golden-haired youth rushed to examine the child, discovering him gravely injured. Without prompt medical attention, the boy's fate would be sealed. He immediately ordered, "We must pursue the enemy. However, if we do not catch them, we risk falling into their traps. I propose we return to Konoha." Upon hearing this decision, the others acquiesced, exhausted from days of relentless travel. Nearby ninjas gathered the corpses of the villagers, stacking them into a small mound before incinerating them with fire jutsu. Having completed this grim task, they followed the golden-haired youth back to Konoha. Just as they departed, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. The flora of the village began to wither at an alarming rate, turning black before finally turning to ash. Unbeknownst to Wolf, he had crossed into another realm, slipping into an endless slumber. Meanwhile, the youth had arrived at Konoha, reporting to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Lord Hokage, by the time we reached the border, the Iwagakure ninjas had fled," he recounted. "Most grievously, they slaughtered the villagers of the nearby hamlet," Minato Namikaze added, his voice trembling. "This is the nature of war, Minato. However, I will ensure they learn that Konoha is not to be trifled with," the third Hokage replied, his tone imbued with determination. "We must strike hard against these wolves. Otherwise, they will continue to gnaw at our flesh." At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the pinnacle of his power, still the renowned hero of the ninja world. "However, we saved one child from that village, who is currently in the Konoha hospital," Minato informed him. "Very well. Once he awakens, let us interrogate him. If all is well, we shall keep him in Konoha," the third Hokage concluded. After reporting the situation, Minato took his leave. "Is he still unconscious? What is his condition?" Minato inquired of a nurse. "His injuries have been treated, and he should awaken soon," she replied. Minato gazed at the child lying in the hospital bed, murmuring, "Poor boy, I hope you find the strength to survive." With that, he exited the infirmary. In the recesses of his mind, Wolf's life replayed like a vivid tapestry. He recalled his adoptive father, Owl, and the code of the ninja. First, parents are paramount. Second, the master is supreme. Third, fear reigns supreme. Can you truly seek revenge against me? This was what he uttered to the wolf during their fateful confrontation. From the moment the wolf, imbued with the power of the dragon's blood, chose to defy the sacred tenets, the fate of the cunning yet despicable country ninja was sealed. He was destined to perish. Thus, he resolved to impart one final lesson to the wolf, perhaps meeting his demise at the hands of his own adopted son. Such an end would surely bring him a perverse sense of satisfaction. The wolf reminisced about Yongjin, the kind-hearted physician and gentlewoman. She had crafted medicinal concoctions for him, and after countless battles, she would tend to his wounds, leaving him with an inexplicable affection for her. He recalled her parting words, "My Lord Wolf, I am truly grateful. I wish you great fortune in your martial endeavors." Chapter 2: Arrival at Konoha. Just as the wolf was on the verge of being completely engulfed by the vortex of memory, an extraordinarily familiar voice resonated. "Wolf, live on with my blood." It was the voice of Lady Shinko. In an instant, the wolf awakened from his slumber. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a sharp pain pierced through his mind. The wolf grasped his head tightly, his eyes rolling back as his muscles convulsed uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt as though thousands of insects were gnawing at his brain. Such pain was unbearable, even for a ninja with a formidable will like the wolf. His distress quickly drew the attention of the nurse. "Hurry, inform Lord Minato. The surviving child has awakened." The medical ninja urgently called to the nearby Umbu. After delivering her message, the medical ninja hastened to the wolf's side. "Child, how do you feel now?" Seeing the wolf's contorted face, which bore the marks of immense suffering, she was taken aback and promptly conducted a thorough examination of his head. After her examination, she found no significant injuries. Observing the tears streaming down the wolf's face, she surmised that the child was recalling his past traumas, a symptom of post-war distress. "You're safe now. You are in Konoha village, and there's no need to fear anymore," she soothed him gently. Noticing the wolf's vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, she sighed softly, quietly exiting the room while gently closing the door behind her, reminding those outside not to disturb him. The wolf surveyed the unfamiliar room, pristine and starkly white, its monotony instilling a sense of dread. He strained to recall everything he had experienced, yet no memory surfaced, though the pain in his head incessantly reminded him that something had indeed transpired. At this moment, all he knew was that he was named Wolf. The specifics of his experiences remained a complete mystery to him. In short, he had lost his memory. He sensed that he was losing something precious. An emptiness creeping into his heart, and before he realized it, tears had already soaked his cheeks. The wolf closed his eyes, attempting to quell the anguish within. After wiping his tears, he felt the rhythm of his heartbeat, the cadence of life and proof of his existence. Unintentionally, his hand brushed against a foreign object. Looking down, he saw a weapon, a blade resting beside his bed, a sword named Kawamaru. He had once wielded this blade to protect those he cherished. As he grasped Kawamaru, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over him, as if the sword had always belonged to him. He held it tightly, as if clinging to a final lifeline. In the depths of his being, he sensed that this sword would reveal everything he yearned to know. Outside, a figure stood quietly. Minato gazed at the wolf through the glass of the door, his eyes reflecting a flicker of compassion. He understood that the wolf's amnesia was no simple matter, and he resolved to discover a way to restore the wolf's memories, having already learned of the child's condition from the doctor. "Ah, you must be hungry. I brought you some food. Eat while it's warm. You need your strength," Minato said gently, noticing the wolf's newfound calm. The wolf looked at the man before him, golden-haired and clad in a green Konoha uniform, exuding an aura of competence and vitality. His radiant smile struck the wolf as trustworthy. It seemed he was the one who had saved him, the wolf thought. After consuming the food Minato provided, the wolf felt a marked improvement in his condition. Even the pain in his head began to subside. Arigato, thank you very much for saving me. I will repay you in the future," the wolf earnestly declared, meeting Minato's gaze. Seeing the seriousness on the young boy's face, Minato couldn't help but smile, responding earnestly, "No need for thanks. It's what we ninjas of Konoha should do. I'm sorry that I couldn't save your family. As for repayment, let us make a promise. You will protect those you deem important. That will be our bond." At that moment, Minato was unaware that this promise would alter the fates of many, including his own. "All right, I promise," the wolf affirmed resolutely. Minato ruffled the wolf's hair, smiling as he added, "Oh, right. Once you're feeling better, you'll need to come with me to give a statement. Only then can you truly become a part of Konoha. For now, rest well. I will come to see you again." As the wolf watched Minato's retreating figure, warmth and strength filled his heart. He clutched Kawamaru tightly, silently vowing to become stronger and protect those he cared for. In the days that followed, the wolf endeavored to adapt to his new life while contemplating ways to regain his memories. Minato consistently monitored the wolf's progress, frequently offering assistance. As time passed, under Minato's attentive care, the wolf gradually acclimated to life in Konoha, his health returning to normal. His physique transformed from frail to robust, and an emotional bond unknowingly formed between him and Minato. When the wolf's health was fully restored, he accompanied Minato to the Konoha interrogation room, a cramped space that felt stifling. Seated across from him was a burly middle-aged man, his demeanor calm yet imposing. The most striking feature was the large, fearsome scar that stretched from his forehead to his chin, evoking an intense sense of intimidation. After nodding slightly in acknowledgement to Minato, he extended his right hand, placing it gently above the wolf's head. "Do not resist, relax your mind. You will soon feel dizzy. This is normal." The wolf felt a wave of pain surge through his head, followed by the sensation of someone delving into his thoughts. However, the discomfort was short-lived, and soon he was escorted to a resting area. "Lord Minato, I did not recover his memories. However, I sensed his sorrow," the scarred ninja reported to Minato. "Thank you for your effort. You may leave now. I will inform Lord Hokage of the details," Minato replied, standing in the interrogation room, gazing out the window. Lost in thought, the wolf leaned against the wall, eyes shut tightly, replaying the earlier events in the interrogation room. He felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Just then, Minato returned, asking, "How are you feeling?" The wolf shook his head, indicating he was fine. Minato patted his head reassuringly. "Do not worry. The interrogation is merely a routine procedure. If you remember anything, feel free to tell me. Please wait here for me. I will return after reporting to Lord Hokage." The wolf nodded, trusting Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Minato, taking a few puffs from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "What is your assessment of the child's condition? Although I did not witness his memories, I believe we can trust him. Since he currently lacks a place to stay, why not let him live with me? Even if he has ulterior motives, I can keep an eye on him in my presence," Minato replied. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way, the third Hokage mused, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Very well, Minato, let it be as you suggest. However, remain vigilant regarding his every action. Furthermore, the investigation into his identity must not be neglected, Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished. Minato nodded and then turned to leave. On his way back, Minato pondered privately. The boy known as Wolf seemed to harbor many secrets within him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he firmly believed that Wolf would not pose a threat to Konoha. Thus, Minato welcomed Wolf into his home. He approached Wolf with a smile and said, "From this day forth, you shall dwell here. I hope we can coexist like family. Henceforth, we shall be one family." Wolf looked up at Minato, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes as he nodded vigorously. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Kushina, my wife," Minato said, embracing Kushina as he introduced her to Wolf. "Minato has already informed me. Henceforth, this shall be your home, and we shall be a family," Kushina said with a warm smile. Wolf shyly greeted Kushina, and Minato led him inside, assigning him a room. As Wolf surveyed the tidy chamber, a wave of gratitude washed over him. That evening, Minato and Kushina prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the family gathered around the table. Wolf felt the warmth of family envelop him, a blissful smile gracing his face. Though his memories remained elusive within the cozy confines of this home, he gradually discovered a sense of belonging, a feeling he seemed never to have experienced before. Even the icy heart of Wolf began to thaw, and this sensation was truly wondrous. Chapter 3. The prelude to wartime flew by, and 2 years had passed since Wolf arrived in Konoha. During this time, he had grown taller and fully adapted to the life in the village. His bond with Minato and Kushina deepened, and unbeknownst to him, they had taken on the roles of father and mother in his heart, despite never having spoken of it. Minato had enrolled him in the Ninja Academy, where Wolf met many intriguing individuals. He learned that chakra was a special energy essential for ninjas to perform jutsu, composed of physical and mental energy. Wherever Konoha flourished, the fire of life continued to burn, illuminating the village and nurturing its growth. Wolf had long since heard the teacher's explanations countless times. Yet he held his unique insights regarding chakra. He preferred the art of swordsmanship. During training, unique thoughts would often arise, and certain techniques felt as though they were ingrained in him, emerging instinctively. As the teacher passionately expounded upon the will of fire, Wolf's thoughts wandered back to a prior discussion with Uchiha Shursui. "Wolf, what do you believe the will of fire truly signifies? Why do villages constantly engage in warfare?" Shursui's calm and resolute voice echoed. Despite his youth, being born into the Uchiha clan, he pondered these matters like a philosopher. "In my view, the will of fire represents a selfless guardianship. It embodies our duty to defend those we cherish deeply. In truth, safeguarding our village and protecting our loved ones are not mutually exclusive. If we cannot ensure the safety of those we hold dear, how can we discuss defending the entire village?" Wolf replied thoughtfully. "Moreover, conflicts among ninjas will never cease. As long as humanity exists, war will invariably follow. Ultimately, all wars revolve around the struggle for limited resources. Yet, resources can never be evenly distributed, making the notion of lasting peace an impossibility. I concur with your perspective. However, if one day ninjas no longer waged war over resources, perhaps true peace could be achieved," Shursui mused. Wolf nodded, his gaze resolute, as if he glimpsed a future day. In the face of peace in the ninja world, he preferred to protect those he cherished. At that moment, the school bell rang, interrupting Wolf's reverie. He raised his head and invited Shursui to train together. "Shursui, shall we train today?" After class, Wolf arrived at the training ground, wielding his blade. His movements were swift and precise, exuding an inexplicable aura. He believed that through relentless practice, he would become an exceptional ninja, capable of guarding all he valued. "Shursui, you've arrived. Let us engage in a battle of ninjas," Wolf called to his companion, Uchiha Shursui, as their previous encounters had always been evenly matched. "I wish to see whether you have made progress during this time," Shursui replied, his gaze fixed intently upon Wolf. The two stood on opposite sides of the training ground, forming the necessary hand seals. Wolf slowly drew his blade, and an icy energy surged from him. Shursui initiated the attack with fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtling towards Wolf. He lifted his weapon, executing Eagle Slash, cleaving the fireball in two before swiftly advancing towards Shursui, thrusting his blade forward. In an instant, Shursui's form dissipated. Shadow clone technique. I should have anticipated that it would not be so simple. Indeed, Shui had obscured his position with the fireball and replaced himself with a clone. Is he planning to attack from behind? Wolf calmly analyzed. As expected, Shui had already positioned himself behind Wolf. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Shui's voice echoed from behind. At this point, evasion was futile, and flames swiftly engulfed Wolf's form. Seeing this unfold, Shui couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. You have lost, Shui, Wolf declared, his blade poised at Shui's neck, ready to end it with a mere flick. How could you have suddenly appeared behind me? Shui's expression reflected disbelief, unable to fathom his complete defeat. I utilized the mist crow technique. It operates similarly to the substitution technique, Wolf replied, his tone calm, as if everything had been within his control. Shui's eyes widened, staring intently at Wolf. He understood that he had lost thoroughly, yet he could not comprehend how Wolf had employed such a technique. Wolf seemed to read Shui's thoughts, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "This is a technique I recently mastered, and I never anticipated it would prove useful today. However, if you had not underestimated me, I would not have succeeded so easily." Shui clenched his teeth, filled with regret and self-reproach. He recognized his own carelessness in failing to notice Wolf's movements. "It appears you have made significant progress," Shui acknowledged sincerely. "Not enough? I must grow stronger still." Wolf's eyes gleamed with determination. "I look forward to that day. Well then, the match is concluded." Wolf sheathed his blade, forming a gesture of reconciliation as he turned to leave. "Wait," Shui called out to him. Wolf turned back, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Would you be willing to teach me that technique?" Shui inquired. "Of course," Wolf replied. "Shui, have you noticed the increasingly tense atmosphere within the village?" Wolf asked him. "Indeed. More and more ninjas are being dispatched to the borders. It seems war is imminent," Shui reflected. "Wolf, I shall return now." With that, Shui departed the training ground, leaving Wolf to gaze after him, gripping his blade tightly. In the face of the unknown, he resolved to cleave through all with the weapon in his hand. He understood well that the road ahead was long, yet he was mentally prepared to embrace the challenges of the future. "I'm back," Wolf announced as he slowly entered the room. Upon stepping inside, he saw Minato and Kushina busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. "Welcome home, Wolf. Dinner is ready. I was just about to send Obito to fetch you," Minato greeted with a smile. "Humph, I wouldn't bother looking for that brat," Obito retorted, his pride evident. "You fool." Kakashi shot a scornful glance at Obito. "Damn Kakashi, if you have the guts, let's duel." Obito glared fiercely at Kakashi, his eyes brimming with provocation. Listening to their banter, Wolf couldn't help but chuckle. Through his observations and the current situation, he had discerned certain truths. Indeed, war was imminent, Wolf mused. Minato had brought Kakashi, Obito, and Rin home today to send them off before they ventured to the battlefield. Observing the harmonious atmosphere at the dinner table, Wolf realized this was merely the calm before the storm. As Wolf contemplated, Obito suddenly approached him. "Look, I'm a ninja now. This is the symbol of a ninja. And soon my name will echo throughout the ninja world." Obito proudly pointed to the forehead protector atop his head. "Uh-huh, how about becoming my little brother? I'm quite esteemed at the Ninja Academy. I'll protect you." Obito laughed heartily. "Indeed, you're quite famous. After all, being the Academy's notorious underachiever," Kakashi teased from the side. "Ugh, you insufferable Kakashi." Obito charged at Kakashi, visibly irritated. "Honestly, I can't deal with those two," Rin sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. As the banquet drew to a close, Wolf quietly approached Obito. "You like Rin, don't you?" he inquired. "How did you know?" "No way, I don't." Obito's face turned crimson, resembling an allergic reaction, and his voice faded to a whisper. "You must express your feelings. Cowards never find love," Wolf advised. "If you dare say anything, Obito hastily covered Wolf's mouth, threatening him. "Here, this is for you," Wolf said, pulling out a small charm. "What's this?" Obito asked, examining the talisman. "It's my charm. It brings good luck. Don't let anything happen to you," Wolf instructed. "Thank you. I promise I'll return safely," Obito replied gratefully. Watching them depart, Wolf felt a twinge of unease, sensing they might not return. "I hope it's just my imagination. They should be fine, especially with Minato-sensei around," he reassured himself. Chapter 4. The Battle of Kamizukabashi. During his time in this world, aside from studying at the Ninja Academy, Wolf also learned medical ninjutsu from Mina, who had saved him. Delving into a plethora of medical texts, it turned out that the doctor who saved him knew Kushina, Now, Wolf's knowledge was vast, and he demonstrated remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu. Wolf, focus your attention and control the amount of chakra you use while stimulating the cells to restore their vitality. You must practice repeatedly until you truly find that sensation. Mina instructed, her gaze fixed intently on him. I understand, Mina-sensei, Wolf replied. Mina continued. Mastering Sage Art is an A-rank ninjutsu, requiring exceptional chakra control from us. So, don't expect to learn it easily. Just then, a voice of excitement erupted from behind Mina. Mina-sensei, I think I've mastered Sage Art. Mina could hardly believe her ears. She turned around, staring incredulously at the young boy before her. Internally, she marveled. How is this possible? You are truly a genius. Had she not witnessed his growth firsthand, she would have found it unbelievable. He had managed to learn all the ninjutsu she knew in just 2 short years. Moreover, his talent in medical ninjutsu far surpassed her own. Mina pondered, perhaps this boy could become an exceptional medical ninja in the future. With hopeful anticipation, Mina gazed at Wolf and softly asked, Wolf, do you have any interest in becoming a medical ninja? Mina-sensei, I study medical ninjutsu to protect those I cherish. But I do not wish to be merely a medical ninja, Wolf replied. Hearing this, Mina expressed her regret. Is that so? What a pity. She looked at the young boy with a hint of sorrow. If you ever have any questions, feel free to come to me. Thank you so much for your guidance during this time, Mina-sensei. Wolf expressed his gratitude. Thus, Wolf's training in medical ninjutsu reached a temporary conclusion. At that moment, the sky resembled a beautiful painting, the setting sun casting a warm glow over Wolf, creating a sense of ethereal beauty. I wonder how Kakashi and the others are doing. Wolf thought, a sense of worry creeping in. The war had commenced, and Kakashi, Obito, and Rin had already rushed to the battlefield. In the opposing forest, several ninjas lay in ambush. However, judging by their chakra, they were likely shadow clones, with only one being the real body. Minato's sharp gaze was fixed on the woods ahead as he quietly spoke to Kakashi. The enemy's strength is formidable. We cannot let our guard down. His eyes exuded immense confidence, as if he had already seen through the enemy's ruse. Before Minato could finish, Kakashi had already begun to gather powerful chakra in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling lightning sphere formed in his palm, imbued with terrifying power, as though it could rend the very fabric of space. As he unleashed his technique, a violent wave of chakra emanated from Kakashi, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed through the air. However, this powerful technique also revealed his position. Chidori, Kakashi growled, his voice brimming with confidence and resolve. He advanced step by step, each stride infused with unwavering conviction and fearless courage. His eyes burned with fighting spirit, as if he aimed to obliterate the enemy before him. Wait, Kakashi, Minato exclaimed, quickly reaching out to halt Kakashi. He understood the opponent's prowess and could not allow Kakashi to take unnecessary risks. Yet, Kakashi remained undeterred, insisting, Minato-sensei. This time I am the captain. Let me handle this. Minato gazed at Kakashi's determined expression, realizing he could no longer dissuade him. He recognized that Kakashi, as an outstanding ninja, possessed his own pride and responsibility. Thus, he nodded, tacitly approving of Kakashi's course of action. At that moment, the enemy ninjas sensed the overwhelming roar that pierced the silence of the forest. The sound was akin to a chorus of birds shrieking in unison, shattering the tranquil sky. The opposing ninjas immediately became alert, sensing a formidable threat approaching. Here they come, one ninja murmured, a flicker of tension crossing his eyes. He understood that in the face of such an intense aura, they had to give their all to confront the impending challenge. Just as the words left his mouth, Kakashi dashed forward at lightning speed, the enemy's shadow clones dissipating one by one as he charged through. I've found your position. Prepare to die? Kakashi declared as he pierced through the 17th shadow clone, finally locating the true enemy. Kid, don't underestimate us Iwagakure ninjas. The ninja from Iwagakure roared menacingly at Kakashi. Kakashi's speed was akin to lightning, so rapid that to the naked eye, he appeared as mere indistinct afterimages. However, due to his overwhelming velocity, Kakashi found himself unable to fully control his body. In that fleeting moment, the Iwagakure ninja keenly seized the opportunity, raising his sharp kunai without hesitation and striking fiercely at Kakashi's arm. The blow was precise and ferocious, instantly inflicting a wound that bled profusely. Yet, the Iwagakure ninja did not relent. He swiftly adjusted his attack towards Kakashi's head. At this juncture, Kakashi found himself in dire peril. If he could not respond in time, death awaited him. Die, brat. Before the words fell from his lips, Kakashi's figure vanished in an instant. Minato invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving beside Kakashi in the blink of an eye, saving him from certain doom. Subsequently, Minato flung his ninja tool pouch, and with a flash, his form disappeared as if it had never been there. What just happened? The Iwagakure ninja was caught off guard, suddenly losing sight of Minato. The next moment, a sharp pain erupted in his chest. Looking down, he discovered his body had been pierced, blood gushing forth relentlessly. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend how he had met his end. The entire sequence, from Minato's rescue to his lethal counterattack, transpired in but a single second. When he returned to his original position, he effortlessly caught the descending ninja tool pouch. Upon seeing the injured Kakashi, Minato's expression turned grave, and he reprimanded Kakashi sternly. Kakashi, you must never use this immature technique again. While it may grant you incredible speed, it also exposes you to deadly vulnerabilities. If you are not careful, you will meet your demise. Minato then proceeded to elucidate the specifics of their mission. Kakashi, your task is to infiltrate the land of grass, penetrate deep behind enemy lines, sabotage the bridge they use for transporting supplies, and then make a swift exit. He pointed to the map. What about you, sensei? What will you be doing? Obito questioned. Perplexed. I will be engaging in battle elsewhere, drawing their attention away from you. Kakashi was already a jonin. On this mission, you are to follow his commands. Having understood your roles, disperse. With that, Minato departed. However, shortly after Minato's departure, calamity struck. Kakashi, Rin has been captured. We must hurry to rescue her. Obito exclaimed anxiously. We must first complete the mission, then we can save Rin. Moreover, she is a medical ninja. They will treat her well and not harm her, Kakashi responded coldly, gazing impassively at Obito. Why? Do you even understand what you're saying? Obito's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face as his voice rose an octave. After a moment of silence, he inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, yet his tone remained fervent. Are you truly willing to abandon Rin? What if they kill her without hesitation? Kakashi's gaze flickered, hesitating momentarily, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and spoke gravely. A ninja's mission must be fulfilled, even at the cost of comrades. This is an unalterable decree. Obito's anger erupted, and he shouted at Kakashi, You bastard! We've never been in sync. If you won't save Rin, then I will go myself. He turned away, heading in the opposite direction of Rin. After a few steps, he paused, casting a long, disappointed glance back at Kakashi, his eyes filled with disillusionment and resolve. I have always believed that the White Fang of Konoha was the true hero, he muttered. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply, his body trembling slightly. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palms. In the world of ninjas, those who defy rules and regulations are regarded as scum. However, those who do not cherish their comrades and easily forsake friendship are the true embodiments of that term. Obito's voice carried a hoarse edge, as if suppressing the agony within. If I am to be deemed scum regardless, then I shall shatter these so-called rules. If this is not the true path of a ninja, then let me obliterate it completely. Obito's words reverberated through the air like thunder. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards Rin's location, leaving Kakashi standing alone, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he watched Obito's retreating figure. Chapter 5. The battle at the Kamikaze Bridge. Moments later, Obito finally discerned Rin's whereabouts. It seems Rin is inside. I must rescue her, he thought, gazing down at the cavern below as he contemplated his rescue strategy. Unbeknownst to him, someone was drawing near from not far away. Prepare to die, brat. What? Obito sensed the approaching kunai, his body trembling in fear. Yet, paralyzed by sheer terror, he found himself unable to move. It seems I will die here. I have failed to save Rin. I never even confessed to her. Obito closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable. Suddenly, he felt someone stepping in front of him, intercepting the attack. Obito opened his eyes to see Kakashi covering his own, a long gash etched across his vision from the kunai's strike. Don't get distracted in battle. Obito, Kakashi cried out in pain, his body enduring immense pressure, yet his gaze remained resolute. Kakashi, why? Why are you here? Obito, tears streaming down his face, gazed incredulously at Kakashi, filled with confusion and disbelief. Kakashi, observing Obito's tear-streaked face, asked, Obito, did sand get in your eyes again? Obito was momentarily stunned. But upon seeing Kakashi's battered form, everything became clear. Kakashi had sustained severe injuries to save him. The enemy will be here soon. We cannot let our guard down, Obito. Kakashi warned in a tense and serious tone, fully aware of the brutal nature of the conflict. One misstep could lead to fatality. Obito bit his lip. Overwhelmed with guilt and regret, he resolved silently, I cannot continue like this. I must protect Kakashi and ensure Rin's safety. At that moment, his fighting spirit ignited. As if imbued with boundless strength, Obito squeezed his eyes shut, his heart brimming with anguish and determination. Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy surging from his eyes. Now, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice, Obito abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, revealing the double tomo. Without hesitation, he swung the kunai in his hand, piercing towards the source of the threat with lightning speed. How could this be? How did you know my position? The Iwagakure ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed downward, leaving this world with an abundance of regret. Kakashi and Obito, fueled by unwavering resolve, ventured into the cave. As they entered, Obito immediately spotted the controlled Rin, and with his Sharingan activated, he exclaimed, Kakashi, Rin's chakra is chaotic. Obito spoke nervously to Kakashi. Tobi and Rin appeared to be ensnared in an illusion. Kakashi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching ninja, his grip on his kunai tightening involuntarily. The Iwagakure ninja was charging towards them with the speed of a tempest. Are you ready, Tobi? Kakashi inquired softly, exchanging a knowing glance with Tobi. In that moment, words were unnecessary. They understood each other's thoughts and were aware of the course of action ahead. Just as the enemy was about to reach them, Tobi vanished in a flash, sliding swiftly to the ground, and shouted, Sharingan. His eyes suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance. In that instant, the charging adversary halted, as if time itself had frozen. Well done, Tobi, Kakashi praised, swiftly slashing through the enemy's chest with his kunai, seizing the moment. The ninja's body fell limply to the ground. Release. Kakashi dispelled the illusion, ensnaring Rin. Are you all right, Rin? We've come to rescue you. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the supposedly defeated ninja had risen once more. You are far too naive. Prepare to meet your end, brats. With that proclamation, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted. Doton, Iwagakure no Jutsu. With a furious shout, the cavern began to tremble violently, and countless stones rained down upon them. Kakashi, Rin, we must leave this place at once. Tobi shouted anxiously, leading them towards the exit. Yet, calamity struck. Just as they were sprinting with all their might, a falling rock struck Kakashi, sending him crashing to the ground. In that moment, Tobi was overwhelmed by a fierce emotion. He could not bear to leave Kakashi to die. Without hesitation, Tobi turned back and lifted Kakashi. But at that instant, a massive boulder plummeted towards them. In a moment of life and death, Tobi resolutely chose to preserve Kakashi's chance at survival. With all his strength, he hurled Kakashi away, only to be engulfed by the descending rock. As the dust settled, Kakashi beheld Tobi, half buried beneath the boulder. Tobi, why? Why are you so foolish? Tears streamed down Kakashi's face as he pounded the ground in despair and fury. Kakashi, your Jonin gift. I never knew what to give you, but now I have decided. I will give you my Sharingan. No matter what others in the village say, this is my gift to you. Let me be your eyes. Tobi weakly spoke to Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Rin began to perform surgery on Kakashi. He had reached the cave's entrance, his expression grave, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare on the architect of their misfortune, as if the figure before him were already a corpse. Upon seeing Kakashi emerge from the collapsed cave, a look of disbelief crossed the enemy's face. Impossible. That brat is still alive. Your eyes. Ah, Chidori. Kakashi cried out, charging forward. The Chidori enhanced his speed, and combined with the formidable clarity of the Sharingan. His strength surged. Before the enemy could react, Kakashi pierced through his chest. So it is, the enemy murmured before succumbing to death. Kakashi, promise me you'll protect Rin, Tobi implored, as the enemy reinforcements approached. If we don't leave now, we will all perish here. Take Rin and go. Tobi shouted with the last of his strength. Kakashi gazed at Tobi, pain and resolve flickering in his eyes. He clasped Rin's hand tightly and turned to leave, each step heavy with sorrow. I promise you, Tobi. Hearing this, Tobi smiled. His consciousness began to fade, yet he was filled with concern for Rin. You must survive, Tobi uttered with all his might, as if to impart his will to Kakashi and Rin. Yet, at the end of his life, He harbored a lingering regret. He had never confessed his feelings to Rin. As the stones fell, his awareness dimmed, but a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 6. The great battle begins. Against all odds, accompanied by a low, guttural roar, the wolf, with Rasengan in hand, surged forward like a bolt of lightning. The enemy ninja standing before him barely had time to react before being struck down by the deadly assault. As the last ninja fell, the wolf sighed in relief. His weary body was drenched in blood, a mix of his own and that of his enemies, dried and indistinguishable. The wolf hastened to Shirazue's side, kneeling to perform medical ninjutsu, green chakra coalescing in his hands. He focused intently on healing Shirazue's wounds, concern evident in his eyes. Moments later, Shirazue's injuries began to mend, his breathing steadying. The wolf wiped the sweat from his brow, the weight of worry finally lifting. "Thank you, wolf," Shirazue said weakly. "No need for thanks. We are comrades," the wolf replied with a smile. "However, this mission has been fraught with peril. We barely managed to repel the enemy." They exchanged a knowing glance and rose together, their vigilance directed towards the horizon. They understood that reinforcements from the enemy would soon arrive. Yet they were prepared to hold their ground. Through the trials of battle, having faced numerous life and death situations, the wolf and Shirazue had grown immensely in strength. With the addition of Kumogakure and Kirigakure to the fray, the pressure on Konohagakure intensified, plunging it into the chaos of a multi-front war. Moreover, due to various circumstances, the legendary Sannin of Konoha had not joined the fight, and the death of the White Fang due to rumors had left Konoha severely lacking in top-tier combatants. However, during the Kamizukabashi battle, they had successfully severed a Wagakure's supply lines, forcing them to abandon their assault on Konoha in favor of an attack on Kumogakure. Is everyone alright? If you wish to avoid death, recover your chakra swiftly and brace yourselves for tonight's assault. Our reinforcements will arrive soon, the team leader, Sarutobi Kuruma, bellowed. Upon hearing this, the wolf heightened his vigilance, standing back-to-back with Shirazue, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Half a year prior, the wolf had arrived on the battlefield, and as the situation deteriorated, the new generation of Konoha was dispatched to the front lines. Each moment on the battlefield claimed lives, with many of his peers, who had spoken with him only moments before, now lying lifeless. The team had diminished from 150 ninjas to a mere 30. The wolf's battlegrounds had shifted repeatedly, and his comrades had changed countless times. Yet his strength surged at an astonishing pace. He seemed to be a killing machine born for war, with countless ninjas falling to his blade, serving as stepping stones for honing his skills. Time passed inexorably. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, and any sound could spark an explosion of violence. For the enemy was upon them. "Hold your breath. The enemy is closing in, preparing to attack," Sarutobi Kuruma whispered to the group. "Now is the moment. Let us fight to the death against the enemy." With a decisive gesture, all the ninjas roared, charging forward with unwavering resolve. Sarutobi Kuruma charged toward the leader of the Mist Village, brandishing his blade, igniting a fierce battle among elite jonin. 2 Mist ninjas targeted the wolf, flanking him in a concerted assault. The wolf quickly discerned their intent and sprinted in the opposite direction, forcing them into a direct confrontation. "Come on, let's take him down together. What is there to fear?" one of the Mist ninjas declared resolutely to his companion. At that moment, the pair rapidly performed hand seals, and one shouted, "Water release. Great waterfall technique." Before the words fully escaped his lips, the wolf was engulfed by a torrent of surging water. Simultaneously, the other Mist ninja executed a lightning release technique. As the lightning surged through the water at an astonishing velocity, it formed a combined ninjutsu, greatly amplifying its power. To their eyes, the wolf appeared paralyzed by the electric onslaught. However, unbeknownst to them, the figure ensnared in the water was merely a shadow clone. Just as one of the ninjas relaxed, preparing to advance for the kill, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Spiral sphere. The wolf materialized behind him like a flash of lightning, launching a devastating spiral sphere directly at his back. The rapidly spinning chakra sphere tore a gruesome hole in his back, leaving the ninja named Shinzu unable to utter a sound before succumbing to death. Yet, this all transpired in the blink of an eye, and the wolf's back was now exposed to the other ninja. "Die, you filthy bastard." The remaining ninja, driven mad with rage, swung his blade at the wolf's back, seeking vengeance for his fallen comrade. In that critical moment, the wolf reacted, raising his own weapon, the Kawamaru. to block the attack. The ninja's strike bizarrely deflected off, causing him to lose his balance. Now, the wolf vanished from sight, darting toward one of them with incredible speed. Before the ninja could regain his footing, the wolf pierced through him, leaving him to die in anguish. The stricken ninja's face was etched with disbelief as blood gushed from the gaping wound in his chest. Before the wolf could catch his breath, another mist ninja charged at him, shouting in fury, "Water release! Water dragon bullet technique!" A massive water dragon erupted from his hands, hurtling toward the wolf with fierce momentum. The wolf stood resolutely, his gaze fixed on the approaching dragon. He slowly sheathed the Kawamaru, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Gripping the hilt tightly, his muscles tensed as if gathering strength. Suddenly, he moved with blinding speed, swinging his blade. Secret technique, Dragon Flash. As he spoke, a colossal slash erupted, cleaving the water dragon in two. The force of the strike continued forward, reaching the enemy in an instant. The ninja had no time to react before being bisected by the lethal blow. The wolf's movements were as fluid as flowing water, executed with absolute precision and no hesitation. A seamless display of martial prowess. With the Kawamaru in hand, the wolf charged at the enemy, as if entering a realm devoid of obstacles. Fire release, great fireball technique. He used the massive fireball to obscure his presence. The mist ninja countered with a water technique. The ensuing explosion created a cloud of mist. Eagle slash. The wolf descended from above, delivering a clean, decisive strike that severed the enemy's head. In the dense fog, the wolf thrived, each attack landing with deadly accuracy, reminiscent of a merciless machine on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui stood unfazed, his Sharingan gleaming with enigmatic crimson light, as if able to perceive every move and intention of the foes. Gripping his short blade, Shursui coldly observed the approaching ninjas, calmly forming seals for the body flicker technique. In an instant, multiple Shursui appeared on the battlefield, leaving the opposing ninjas bewildered as to which was the true form. One ninja lunged toward a phantom, executing the water release, water dragon bullet technique. A rapid water dragon emerged, racing forth. Yet, it passed straight through the illusion of Shursui. The mist ninja rejoiced, believing they had unraveled Shursui's technique. Fear not, there is only one true body among us. The rest are mere illusions. If we strike together, we can. Before he could finish, his head was severed, executed by the very illusion he had spoken of. Then, all the phantoms sprang into action, each movement synchronized, making it impossible to discern reality from illusion. With each strike, Shursui claimed the life of a mist ninja, instilling immense psychological pressure upon them. Shursui moved like a specter, swiftly appearing before the enemies, only to vanish when they launched their attacks, his blade shimmering with deadly intent. His body flicker technique was as swift as lightning, leaving behind a trail of fallen enemies and pools of blood. Under his relentless onslaught, numerous ninjas fell, unable to retaliate, resulting in a lopsided battle. Although the wolf and Shursui had gained a temporary advantage, it could not conceal the grim reality of their dwindling forces. The overall situation had descended into a dire predicament, with the battle seemingly destined for failure. As time wore on, the conflict intensified. Sarutobi Kuruma felt the mounting pressure. His body began to falter under the relentless assault of his opponents. Countless wounds marred his form, blood staining his garments. Yet, he refused to yield, continuing to fight against the foes. He understood that if he fell, they would all perish in this cursed place. Alas, fate did not seem to favor Sarutobi Kuruma. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the enemy ninjas, who launched a merciless onslaught. Unable to withstand such overwhelming force, he collapsed into a pool of blood. His demise instantly shifted the tide, leaving the Konoha ninjas in a perilous situation, their struggle becoming exceedingly arduous. The remaining ninjas, now steeped in despair, gazed at the encroaching mist ninjas, resolute to fight to the bitter end. But what could they accomplish against such formidable foes? The outcome of this battle appeared preordained. The numbers of Konoha's ninjas continued to dwindle, most of the remaining warriors battered and weary, yet facing a mist squad that outnumbered them several times over. Their ability to endure thus far was a testament to their pride. As the enemy closed in for the encirclement, the wolf took decisive action, shouting, "If you wish to survive, follow me and charge out." His words echoed like thunder across the battlefield, offering a glimmer of hope to every beleaguered ninja. Instantly, The ninjas of Konoha erupted with astonishing resolve and courage. They temporarily set aside their pain and exhaustion, disregarding their own lives as they launched a final charge forward. In every gaze, an indomitable flame burns, determined to carve out a sliver of hope. At this pivotal moment, the ninjas of Konoha display astonishing will and resolve. They cast aside the specter of death, charging fearlessly against the enemy's defenses time and again. Under the astute command of Wolf and Shursui, they skillfully exploit the terrain and tactics, forcefully tearing open a narrow breach within the tightly knit encirclement of the Mist team. Though this opening is slender, it represents the sole hope for the ninjas of Konoha. They plunge headlong into a harrowing close-quarters battle with the enemy. Each strike of their blades, each release of ninjutsu, embodies their fervent desire to survive and their unwavering pursuit of victory. In this life-and-death struggle, no one falters, no one fears. Only endless combat and relentless striving ensue. Chapter 7. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the throes of their yearning for survival, the Konoha ninjas successfully break through. At this moment, they stand back to back, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling fresh air. Wolf gazes at the remaining 5, knowing they will not surrender easily. The traps we have set cannot deter them, and they will soon be upon us. Hearing Wolf's words, the others' expressions darken, silent, their eyes filled with apprehension. After a moment, Wolf looks at them with complexity. The remaining Konoha ninjas bear varying degrees of wounds, some even rendered incapable of movement. Wolf understands that if he abandons them, he could undoubtedly escape. But they would surely perish here. A Jonin named Akimichi Ozo stands slowly, surveying his surroundings, realizing he is one of the few still capable of fighting. He keenly perceives the flicker of indecision on Wolf's face. Locking eyes with Wolf, Akimichi's lips curl into a calm smile as he proclaims, Young one, you are an exceptional ninja. You symbolize the future of this village. We cannot become stumbling blocks on your path. You and Uchiha Shursui should lead the injured ninjas to safety, while we old-timers hold the rear. In this new era, there is no vessel that can bear us. He then resolutely adds, let us old fools buy you precious time. With that, he rises alongside another combat-ready ninja, stepping forward without hesitation, seemingly prepared to engage in battle at any moment. The courageous actions exhibited by Wolf and Shursui have already made a profound impression upon them. Were it not for these 2 young ninjas stepping forth, they might have already succumbed to the enemy's blades. Thus, they unreservedly choose to remain, willingly sacrificing their lives to uphold the will of fire. Upon seeing Ozo and the others, the thoughts of Wolf and Shursui crystallize in an instant. Their gazes meet, as if they can perceive the blazing inferno ignited within one another's eyes. In this fleeting moment of connection, the will of fire transcends mere abstraction, manifesting vividly before them. In their brief exchange of glances, no words are needed. They understand each other implicitly. Wolf recognizes that the choice to stay is fraught with peril, almost certain death. Yet they both feel the inner strength and determination of the other, a power that reinforces their belief in overcoming any challenge. Wolf and Shursui halt their actions, saying, Elders, how can you engage in battle? Leave it to us. Ozo attempts to voice further protest, but is interrupted by Wolf, who smiles and insists, you are clearly exhausted. Sending you forth would be tantamount to handing you a death sentence. It would not stop them, and we will soon be pursued. Besides, Shursui and I are quite formidable. Perhaps seeing the resolve in Wolf's eyes, Ozo and the others relent. As they retreat, they cast a deep glance at Wolf and Shursui, declaring, you must survive and await our return. We will soon return to headquarters to bring you reinforcements. At the moment Wolf and Shursui decide to stay, their figures grow significantly larger in the eyes of their comrades, the will of fire manifesting in all its glory within them. Watching Ozo and the others gradually fade from view, Shursui calmly states, we will live to await your return. His gaze is steadfast and confident. Wolf, do you recall the question I posed to you earlier? I once did not understand, but now I do. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire endures. The flame shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. I believe that one day, the will of fire will permeate the entire ninja world, and we shall all become part of that flame, as Konoha grows ever stronger amidst the tides of time. Now, the will of fire in Shursui's understanding is no longer an empty phrase. It has been thoroughly embodied. Gazing at the departed figures, Wolf turns to Shursui and remarks, it seems we are destined to perish here today. The moment I chose to remain, I had already resolved myself, Shursui responds, his eyes fixed resolutely on Wolf. As Shursui recuperates his chakra, Wolf meticulously polishes his Kusarigama, both awaiting the enemy's approach. Chapter 8. Under the kaleidoscope, Sharingan boom. Shursui suddenly opens his eyes, the three tomo in his gaze adding an eerie quality to the night. As the trap is triggered, Wolf and Uchiha Shursui stand poised for battle, ready to engage at any moment. Soon, 3 squads arrive, totaling 30 individuals, 10 of whom are Jonin, while the remaining 20 comprise Chunin and Genin. Is it just the 2 of you? Since you wish to die so badly, we shall oblige. With a command from the leader of the Mist team, the other members surge forward, encircling Wolf and Shursui. After exchanging a glance, Shursui and Wolf immediately grasp each other's intentions. Shursui grips his short blade tightly, chanting, "Body flicker technique." In an instant, numerous clones of Shursui materialize on the battlefield, each seemingly as solid as the next, moving in perfect unison. The battle commences, with the Mist ninjas launching their assault. Shursui's hands weave through seals like shadows, murmuring, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." A roaring inferno erupts from his mouth, hurtling toward the encroaching ninjas. The Mist ninjas, caught off guard by the sudden blaze, retreat hastily, yet before they can regain their footing, they find themselves ensnared in a phantasmagoric illusion. Seizing the opportunity, Shursui unleashes a potent genjutsu. Though this control is fleeting, it suffices for Wolf, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. Wolf's Kusarigama gleams ominously, accurately cleaving through each Mist ninja ensnared in the genjutsu. Through their seamless synergy, the lower-ranked Mist ninjas suffer heavy casualties. They had anticipated an easy breach of the defense, only to encounter such staunch resistance. Confronted with this unexpected turn of events, the members of the Mist team are momentarily taken aback. However, being trained ninjas, they quickly regain composure and begin to organize an effective defense. The Chunin and Genin provide support while the Jonin take the lead, determined to eliminate their adversaries at any cost, declares the leader of the Mist team coldly. As the Mist ninjas reorganize, the pressure mounts on Wolf and Shursui, and they bear the marks of battle, their bodies bearing numerous wounds. They were not only engaged in combat with the ninjas in front of them, but also had to remain vigilant against attacks from the ninjas beside them. Shursui continuously employed the body flicker technique to evade strikes. At that moment, one of the elite Jonin caught a glimpse of the moment Shursui's presence wavered. The wind release, pressure damage unleashed a formidable wind sphere that pierced through the shadow clone, striking Shursui's true form in an instant. Shursui was sent flying, blood gushing forth. After successfully landing the blow, the elite Jonin dashed towards Shursui like a bolt of lightning. Witnessing Shursui's injury, Wolf felt a surge of panic, his own aura becoming chaotic. "Whirlwind slash! Get away from me!" Wolf roared, channeling all his strength into wielding his weapon, Huin, and delivering 2 fierce slashes to repel the surrounding ninjas, recklessly charging towards Shursui. As the Mist ninja drew closer, Shursui realized he could not evade in time. A standard katana loomed larger in his sight. The dread of death gnawed at his mind, causing his body to tremble slightly, and in a moment of overwhelming fear, he shut his eyes in despair. "It seems I am destined to perish here, yet the conflict between my clan and the village remains unfinished. Alas, I cannot fulfill my wishes." However, the scene he envisioned did not unfold. Instead, he was met with an agonizing reality. Just as Shursui awaited death, he heard the anguished cry of his friend. Opening his eyes, he beheld the Mist ninja's katana aimed at Wolf, a strike that was meant to claim his own life. Wolf had intercepted this lethal blow. His left arm severed, crimson blood erupting forth. Wolf's blood splattered onto Shursui's face, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. As Shursui watched Wolf collapse slowly, his eyes glazed over in shock, he stood frozen, at a loss. With the enemy ninjas drawing ever nearer, Shursui's chakra grew increasingly cold. In an instant, a torrent of rage, sorrow, and regret surged within him. This intense emotional upheaval disrupted the flow of chakra within his body, which, instead of circulating as it should, concentrated around his eyes. Before long, the 3 tomo in Shursui's eyes underwent a bizarre transformation, merging into a shape resembling a scythe. Boom! The nearest ninja to Shursui was sent hurtling backward with the force of a rocket, their fate uncertain. Clouds of dust billowed forth, obscuring the events that transpired. What on earth happened in that cloud of dust? One ninja outside gazed at the rising smoke, his expression grave. What is that? Impossible. How could such a thing exist? As the mist ninjas beheld the monstrous entity emerging from the swirling dust, fear gripped their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble. A towering skeleton, exuding an overwhelming aura, emerged from the haze. Its form was a ghastly shade of green, as if it had risen from the depths of hell itself. Each bone and muscle was distinctly visible, showcasing its formidable and terrifying power. Clad in heavy armor that gleamed with a chilling light, it wielded an enormous, twisted sword that radiated a terrifying pressure, its eyes shimmering with an eerie glow. Upon witnessing the scene within the cavern, the mist ninjas were engulfed by an overwhelming terror, stripping them of any will to fight. Their sole desire was to flee this horrifying place. You shall not escape. Shirsue's hoarse voice echoed, deepening the despair of the mist ninjas. Controlling Susanoo. The colossal chakra entity loomed over the battlefield, emanating a chilling aura. The spiraling sword in his grasp gleamed with cold light, spinning at high velocity as though it sought to rend the very fabric of reality. At this moment, the mist ninjas were paralyzed with fear, like a herd of terrified beasts, desperately scrambling to escape this dreadful nightmare. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. Susanoo's speed was astounding, catching up to the fleeing ninjas in the blink of an eye. What followed was an unrelenting slaughter. The spiraling sword in Shirsue's hand pierced through one body after another, each swing accompanied by a rain of blood that stained the ground crimson. The mist ninjas did not even have time to scream before they met their demise. The battlefield transformed into a sea of blood, littered with shattered bodies and severed limbs. The stench of blood permeated the air, inducing nausea. The entire scene resembled a hellish purgatory, horrifying beyond measure. After blocking the fatal blow meant for Shirsue, Wolf was rendered unconscious by the excruciating pain, unable to react to the subsequent events. He remained oblivious to the chaos that ensued. Nor could he fathom that the usually gentle Shirsue would succumb to madness, driven by rage and sorrow over Wolf's grievous injuries. At that moment, Wolf teetered on the brink of life and death, caught in a whirlpool of memories reminiscent of his initial arrival in the ninja world. Familiar yet foreign figures flooded his mind. Yet, whenever Wolf strained to recall the associated memories, an inscrutable force seemed to obstruct his path, preventing him from uncovering the truth. Come here, all you seek to know awaits you. A voice imbued with a sense of age resonated within Wolf's mind, as if guiding him to a destination. To his surprise, Wolf found himself compelled to follow the call, entering the whirlpool. Inside, there was nothing but endless red, reminiscent of blood. Wolf wandered aimlessly within, utterly lost. Little did he know that should he become lost in the whirlpool, he would never return. His soul would be trapped in the fissures of the world, neither alive nor dead, eternally imprisoned, subjected to the ravages of time. Chapter 9. Post-War Memoirs. Am I Dead? As Wolf slowly regained consciousness, his head buzzed as though swarming with countless bees, and his vision was a mere blur. He blinked vigorously, attempting to clarify his sight, but all he perceived was a haze of indistinct light. Just then, a hand appeared in his field of vision, shaking vigorously. Accompanied by a series of distant sounds that echoed in his ears, they felt hollow and elongated. Wolf strained to discern the voices, but they were obscured by an invisible barrier, forever eluding his comprehension. After a considerable time, he began to decipher fragments of the voices. Wolf, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere that hurts? As his awareness gradually returned, he recognized the voice. It was that of Teacher Mina. He exerted himself to lift his head, yearning to see her face, but his frail body made even this simple action extraordinarily arduous. When he finally caught sight of Mina's face, a wave of emotion and reassurance washed over him. Mina gazed at him with a worried expression, her eyes brimming with concern. She held a damp cloth in her hand, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead. Wolf opened his mouth to speak, but his throat felt as though it had been scorched, dry and painful, producing only a hoarse whisper. I'm not dead. What nonsense are you speaking? As long as I am here, how could you possibly die? Mina, observing Wolf, who was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, spoke softly to comfort him. You are certainly not dead. You have merely sustained an injury, with ample rest. You shall recover. Wolf managed a faint smile, glancing at his empty sleeve, and recalled the events that had transpired. He quickly inquired, what about Shirsue? Mina sighed in exasperation, spreading her hands and casting him a look of annoyance. Despite your condition, you still concern yourself with others. Rest assured, Uchiha Shursui is unharmed. He is faring far better than you. Upon hearing that Shursui was safe, a wave of relief washed over Wolf, as a heavy burden lifted from his heart. He understood that had it not been for his own plight, Shursui would not have been placed in danger. Wolf resolved to remain and buy time for his comrades, while Shursui chose to stay due to Wolf's decision. This thought filled him with a sense of guilt and self-reproach. However, the most pressing matter was to regain his strength swiftly. He then inquired about the events that unfolded during his unconsciousness. It turned out that while Wolf lay in a state of oblivion, many occurrences had transpired. In a fit of rage, Shursui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and single-handedly penetrated the Mist's pursuing squad. Meanwhile, Wolf was rescued by Minato Namikaze, who, upon sensing the anomaly in Wolf's chakra on another battlefield, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach him and subsequently transported them back to Konoha for treatment. Upon returning, Minato engaged in a fierce battle against the so-called AB combination, A and Killer B, single-handedly turning the tide with his unparalleled speed. On another front, Iwagakure launched a surprise attack on the forces of Raikage, leading the third Raikage to sacrifice himself in a valiant effort to buy time for his comrades, battling against 1,000 IWA ninja for 3 days and nights before falling. The losses on both sides were staggering. Thus, the ninja forces of Lightning Country were compelled to retreat, while Mist suffered heavy casualties, with 4 out of the 7 ninja swordsmen perishing and 3 escaping. Ultimately, this grand conflict between the great nations concluded with the signing of a peace treaty by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Konoha emerged victorious, albeit at a significant cost. During this battle, Minato's exceptional performance garnered him immense acclaim, earning him the moniker Yellow Flash, causing adversaries to flee at the mere sight of him. Wolf and Shursui also distinguished themselves on the battlefield, leaving a profound impression, and were dubbed the twin stars of Konoha. Furthermore, Shursui, having awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and mastered powerful body flicker techniques, was hailed as Shursui of the body flicker. Observing Meina animatedly recounting the battlefield events, despite her absence from the front lines, imitating voices and gestures, Wolf found himself captivated. "Thank you, Meina-sensei. You have saved my life once more," he expressed gratefully. She paused momentarily, then replied, "Humph, you owe me 2 lives now. If you encounter such peril again, do not be so reckless." Wolf silently watched her retreating figure, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within him. His deep-set eyes shimmered with a complex mix of gratitude, fondness, and a tinge of relief. The warmth and kindness she exuded would forever remain etched in Wolf's heart. This feeling washed over him like a gentle spring, soothing his desolate soul and granting him a sense of peace. As Wolf lost himself in thought, a familiar voice drifted through the doorway. He lifted his gaze to see Minato Namikaze approaching, his face adorned with a warm smile that always brought comfort. Minato regarded the injured Wolf with a hint of concern and remorse. "I apologize, Wolf. Had I arrived sooner, perhaps you would not have been injured. Minato-sensei, had you not rescued me, I might not have returned at all. War is inherently brutal, is it not?" Upon hearing these words, Minato's voice trembled. During this great war, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin had embarked on a secret mission, but unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Of them, only Kakashi returned, Obito and Rin perished. Wolf's expression remained composed, yet a solitary tear betrayed his inner turmoil as it fell. "Obito," he murmured. Minato gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Indeed, he has passed, hasn't he? It seems my premonitions were accurate," Wolf replied, self-deprecatingly. He stared blankly out the window, watching a green leaf fluttering in the wind, drifting further away, taking with it his longing and memories of Obito. He recalled their first encounter when he had just arrived in the ninja world. Wolf often wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha. One day, a boy adorned with goggles and wearing the Uchiha clan's insignia collided with him. "Oh no, I'm going to be late," the boy exclaimed, apologizing as he hurried off toward the ninja academy. Wolf watched as the boy's figure gradually vanished from sight, lost in contemplation. In the days that followed, Wolf observed Obito and came to understand the reasons behind his tardiness. He frequently witnessed Obito assisting the elderly. Whether guiding an old woman across the street or helping them carry their belongings, his kindness shone brightly. The praise from the elders always brought a blush to Obito's cheeks, fueling his pride and determination. Wolf's impression of this warm-hearted boy deepened, sparking within him a strong sense of curiosity. Finally, Unable to contain his intrigue, Wolf resolved to uncover the story behind this enigmatic boy. Thus, he began to discreetly follow Obito. He trailed him until they entered a dense forest, where Wolf cautiously kept his distance, not daring to make a sound. Upon entering the woods, he discovered a vast training ground, steeped in the remnants of past endeavors. The ground, trees, and even the air were imbued with the traces of rigorous training. Wolf's eyes widened as he observed Obito training diligently, challenging himself with kunai throws and practicing ninjutsu. In his fascination, Wolf momentarily forgot to conceal his presence. "Who is there? If you don't come out, I'll attack you with a kunai," Obito called out, spotting Wolf hidden behind a tree. Hearing this, Wolf stepped out from behind the trunk. Obito looked surprised. "Oh, it's you. Why are you following me?" As Wolf stood silently, Obito's eyes widened in fear. "You're not here to demand compensation, are you?" "No, not at all. I'm simply curious," Wolf replied, and Obito sighed in relief. "So you must be following me out of admiration, huh?" "Ah ha ha. I knew I was impressive." Wolf regretted coming to this place as he listened to Obito's exuberance. They began conversing, and Obito shared tales of his background and amusing incidents from the Ninja Academy, often mentioning Kakashi. From Obito's words, Wolf learned of the boy's tragic past, having never known his parents and living only with his grandmother, which perhaps explained his inclination to help the elderly. Moreover, Obito was not well regarded within the Uchiha clan, as his close relationships with the villagers marked him as an outcast among his own kin, leading to neglect from his relatives and a lack of friends within the clan. Upon learning of Obito's plight, the wolf felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Obito continued to speak, recounting his greatest rival from the Ninja Academy, Kakashi Hitaki, whose formidable prowess consistently placed him at the top of their class. In stark contrast, Obito languished at the bottom, and Kakashi's striking appearance, coupled with his aloof demeanor, garnered him a throng of admirers. However, Kakashi had chosen to graduate early, leaving Obito both stunned and disheartened. Despite their frequent arguments, Kakashi had subconsciously become a dear friend. With Kakashi now a ninja, the chasm between them widened, compelling Obito to train diligently each day. As Obito pondered, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. "Oh, let me take you to Ichiraku ramen. It is undoubtedly the finest delicacy in the world." With that, Obito eagerly pulled the wolf along, hurrying towards the ramen shop. Their shadows stretched long in the golden hues of the setting sun. Upon their arrival, the cheerful proprietor greeted them warmly. "Welcome, young gentlemen. What would you like to order?" At this moment, the proprietor had yet to assume the iconic appearance he would later embody in the anime. He was youthful, adorned with a triangular hat emblazoned with the Ichiraku insignia, radiating vitality and enthusiasm. "I'll have a bowl of miso tonkatsu chashu ramen," Obito exclaimed exuberantly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I'll have the same," the wolf replied succinctly. The proprietor flashed a friendly smile, responding, "Very well, please wait a moment." Before long, 2 steaming bowls of ramen, rich in flavor and aroma, were presented before them. The tantalizing scent wafted through the air, making their mouths water. "I'm about to dig in," Obito declared, unable to contain his excitement as he clasped his chopsticks, bowing his head in gratitude. He quickly lifted a mouthful of noodles to his lips, savoring the exquisite taste. "Ichiraku ramen truly is the best in the world," he mumbled through a mouthful, his face alight with satisfaction. Watching Obito relish the meal brought a smile to the wolf's face, who soon joined in enjoying the delectable ramen, appreciating its unique flavors. Indeed, Ichiraku ramen lived up to its reputation. The proprietor felt a sense of fulfillment witnessing their enjoyment of his culinary creation. After finishing their meal, Obito's mood seemed to lighten, though a hint of sadness still lingered in his gaze. They soon delved into Obito's affection for Rin Noera. Obito softly recounted the moments shared with Rin, describing her as a gentle and beautiful girl whose smile bloomed like flowers in spring, bringing warmth to his life. Despite his lackluster performance at the academy, often labeled the bottom of the class, Rin never looked down upon him. Instead, she consistently offered encouragement and support during his low moments. Whenever he neglected his homework, Rin would readily lend him her assignments for reference. When he faced bullying from other children, Rin would bravely stand up for him. And when he was injured, she would tenderly bandage his wounds, her concern evident. However, recently, Obito found himself troubled, for Rin, like many other girls, idolized Kakashi. Whenever Kakashi's name was mentioned, a sparkle would dance in Rin's eyes, filling Obito with discontent. As he spoke, a blush crept across his cheeks, and he lowered his gaze, somewhat bashfully continuing, "But Rin. She said she would always watch over me." He lifted his head, his eyes filled with hope and shyness. Just as Obito prepared to pay, he suddenly realized he had forgotten his wallet. What to do? What to do? He murmured to himself, his face flushing with embarrassment and cold sweat beading on his forehead. He patted his pockets in search of spare change, but alas, he found nothing. His expression grew increasingly distressed, internally lamenting his misfortune. Feeling awkward, Obito looked at the proprietor, his mouth opening and closing as he stammered, I'm really sorry. I rushed out today and forgot my wallet." He lowered his head, unable to meet the proprietor's gaze. Amused by Obito's flustered demeanor, the wolf stepped in, saying, "I'll cover this. You can treat me next time." The wolf's words instantly alleviated Obito's anxiety. He exhaled in relief, looking at the wolf with gratitude. "Thank you. I truly forgot my money today. But I promise to treat you next time. You can count on me." The wolf, hearing Obito's earnest conviction, smiled faintly, nodding in acceptance of his promise. They exchanged a knowing glance, as if sealing an unspoken agreement. Little did they know, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. This seemingly simple promise was a dream that would never come to fruition, destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 11, Memoirs of Despair, Part 1. The war had ended. Although Konoha emerged victorious, countless shinobi from the village had perished in the conflict. Those who sacrificed their lives during the battle would forever be remembered by future generations, their names inscribed as heroes on Konoha's memorial stone. At this moment, the sky appeared to be painted by the sunset, bursting forth with vibrant hues. The setting sun resembled a grand canvas, casting the entire horizon in fiery reds, creating a dreamlike scene that momentarily dulled the pain of war. In Konoha's cemetery, a solitary figure stood despondently by Obito's grave. Kakashi, silent and unmoving, offered no words. He shielded his eyes with his forehead protector, concealing the Sharingan that Obito had once gifted him. Yet how could he forget the memories of Obito? Kakashi placed a bouquet of flowers at the gravestone, seemingly expressing his longing for his fallen friend. The wolf had learned of Kakashi's situation from Minato. After Obito and Rin's deaths, Kakashi struggled to cope with the loss. Visiting their graves daily, his already reserved demeanor grew even more subdued. When the wolf arrived, Kakashi glanced at him but uttered not a word. They exchanged nods before sinking back into silence. After a while, Kakashi departed, leaving the wolf to gaze at Kakashi's desolate figure, unsure of how to console him. The wolf remained silent, not one to offer comfort easily. He silently wished for Kakashi to confront his grief and emerge from the shadows of sorrow. The wolf contemplated Obito's gravestone, reminiscing about their shared memories, and let out a soft sigh as he placed a small carved wooden figure atop the grave. Although the wolf had never formally studied carving, he had observed a Buddhist sculptor at work. With his innate talent, he quickly grasped the techniques, even surpassing them. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why the figures crafted by the sculptor always bore such grim expressions. "Obito, you are the true hero." After uttering these words, the wolf departed from the place, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. The voice echoing in his mind seemed to guide him toward a certain destination. Just as the wolf's front paw had barely left the ground, the space at his former standing point began to ripple, gradually revealing a massive vortex from which emerged a shadowy figure. Cloaked in a black robe and wearing an orange tiger-striped mask, the figure had a singular, revealing hole through which a Sharingan eye shone ominously. The masked man stood in the same spot where the wolf had been, gazing silently at Obito's gravestone for an extended period. Suddenly, he seized the flowers lying on the ground and forcefully tossed them aside, simultaneously kicking the small wooden figure of Obito off the gravestone. The wooden figure crashed heavily to the ground, immediately becoming riddled with cracks, mirroring the fractured fate of Obito himself. The wolf informed Minato and promptly departed from Konoha. He conveyed to Minato that he intended to recover his memories, though he withheld the specifics of his method. The wolf's destination was the very place from which Minato had rescued him. The voice within him had guided him to this location countless times, yet he had always ignored it, partly due to the untimeliness of the moment, and partly due to his insufficient strength. Following the guidance of his thoughts, he eventually arrived at the village. Gazing upon the land before him, which had once been his home, his heart swelled with a cacophony of emotions, complex and tumultuous, realizing that in just a few short years, everything had changed. The remnants of the village were scarcely visible, now replaced by desolation and despair. Weeds flourished, and dense thickets spread unchecked, without the remnants of crumbling walls. One might scarcely believe that human life had ever graced this place. Yet, as time continued its relentless march, it seemed that even the last vestiges of human existence would soon vanish entirely. With a heavy and intricate heart, the wolf strolled along the once familiar streets. Suddenly, the scene before him left him in shock. At the very center of the village, the landscape starkly contrasted with what he had previously witnessed. Here, not a blade of grass grew, as if a mysterious force had stripped the land of vitality. The ground beneath him appeared lifeless, resembling a cursed expanse that exuded an unsettling aura. From the moment the wolf first set foot in this place, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if something sinister lay hidden beneath the soil. After a thorough search, the wolf finally uncovered an ancient chest buried beneath the village's center. The chest seemed to have existed for ages, coated in dust and rust, yet it emanated an enigmatic presence. Cautiously, the wolf opened the chest, and what he beheld within astonished him. There lay an extraordinary dagger, its hilt black as if it had absorbed endless darkness, while its sheath gleamed a fiery crimson, reminiscent of burning flames. The entire blade was inscribed with bizarre patterns, seemingly imbued with some arcane power. This dagger exuded a foreboding aura, as if it were the very embodiment of malevolence. In that moment, the wolf understood that everything that had transpired in the village stemmed from this object. Nevertheless, he was utterly captivated by the blade, unable to tear his gaze away, yearning to uncover the truths it concealed. At that moment, a voice resonated in the wolf's mind, repeatedly uttering the phrase, "Draw this blade, and you shall know everything." This incantation echoed incessantly in his thoughts. Compelled by an irresistible force, he reached out and grasped the hilt, preparing to draw the dagger from its sheath. The wolf recognized that doing so could unleash a series of uncontrollable events. Yet he understood that only through this act could he unravel the enigma surrounding himself. With a resolute heart, he ceased to hesitate and, using his remaining right arm, slowly lifted the dagger from its resting place. Without further ado, he pulled the blade free from its sheath. In that instant, a shocking spectacle unfolded. His hair flew back as if lifted by an unseen force. Simultaneously, a torrent of dark red energy surged from the blade, spreading with unimaginable speed. The wolf barely caught a glimpse of an overwhelming expanse of crimson before darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious and uncertain of his fate. When the wolf lay in a state of oblivion, he found himself once again within that mysterious vortex. Chapter 12. Memoirs of the Azura, Part 2. The wolf returned to the vortex he had frequented innumerable times in his memories, gradually moving toward its center. With each step he took, the intensity of his feelings grew stronger. He knew that the secrets he had long sought were within his grasp, their mysterious veil having been partially lifted. If he could reach the vortex's center, he would uncover all the truths concealed within. After countless journeys back and forth, the wolf finally arrived at the heart of the vortex. The scene before him was utterly unlike what he had envisioned. At its core lay an immense sphere, vibrant red, pulsating like flowing blood, radiating a strange and captivating glow. Without hesitation, the wolf approached and placed his hand upon the sphere. In that moment, an indescribable surge of energy erupted, enveloping him completely. His mind flooded with a torrent of memories, as if he were caught in a swiftly flowing dream. These memories flashed before him, spinning like a revolving lantern, revealing not only his own experiences but also those he had never lived. Amidst the chaotic memories, the wolf glimpsed an entirely different life. 20 years prior, amid a battlefield strewn with corpses and devastation, the wolf sat alone, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Surrounding him, packs of ravenous wild dogs feasted upon the fallen, while nearby, vultures watched hungrily, biding their time until the wolf succumbed, ready to devour his flesh. Despair and helplessness filled the wolf's eyes, as if the entire world had forsaken him. He understood that even if he escaped this place, he could not evade the death that hunger would bring. In this tumultuous and chaotic era, food had become more precious than gold. As the wolf bowed his head in silent anticipation of death, a glint of cold light suddenly flashed, and a razor-sharp blade grazed his cheek. Blood trickled down his face. Yet the wolf, resigned to his fate, remained unmoved. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to a towering figure before him, adorned in garments fashioned from bird feathers, with a long braid trailing behind. From his distinctive attire and robust physique, it was evident that he was a ninja. The figure, known as Kyo, gazed at the indifferent wolf and smirked slightly, saying, "A lost and forlorn wild dog, are you?" The wolf fixed his eyes on Kyo, gradually extending his hand to grasp the blade in Kyo's possession. Blood stained the weapon, becoming a pact of blood that intertwined the destinies of the wolf and Kyo. Kyo, somewhat taken aback by the sight of the famished youth, recognized the potential within the wolf. "Oh, do you wish to accompany me, famished wolf?" Thus, Kyo took the wolf under his wing, training him with great care. Ultimately, 17 years later, the wolf emerged as an exceptional ninja. The code of the ninja encompasses 3 fundamental principles. First, parents hold an incomparable supremacy. Any act of defiance against them is unforgivable. Second, the master is paramount. One must wager their life to protect them, and if taken, they must be reclaimed. Third, fear reigns supreme. A momentary defeat is inconsequential, yet vengeance is imperative, pursued by any means necessary. Upon reaching adulthood, the wolf, under the astute guidance of his adoptive father, became the personal ninja of the enigmatic divine heir, Hirata Kuro. This mysterious figure possesses the coveted power of immortality. Any commoner who successfully enters into the fabled dragon-esque contract with him can effortlessly attain the long-desired gift of eternal life. Such alluring power naturally attracts the covetous gaze of countless greedy individuals, among whom is his adoptive father, Kyo. In a breathtaking battle for the sovereignty of the nation, Iname Ishin, wielding unmatched prowess, triumphed over the renowned commander of the inner court, Tamura Motonari. Following this confrontation, he founded the Iname Nation, earning the admiration and reverence of many, as well as the prestigious title of Sword Saint. Yet, in a shadowy corner, Kyo had also played a pivotal role, his contributions rivaling those of others. Despite this, he remained unrecognized, derisively referred to as a lowly country ninja. Perhaps this is the fated plight of ninjas, forever destined to operate in obscurity, executing clandestine assassination missions, while the honorable samurai bask in the glory and accolades. Perhaps the age-old adage captures this phenomenon aptly. The samurai are like verdant leaves basking in sunlight, reveling in its blessings, while the ninja, akin to roots buried in darkness, support the entire tree. Nevertheless, Kyo was unwilling to accept this fate. He believed if Iname Ishin could seize a nation, so too could he, but unlike Ishin, Kyo harbored grander ambitions. He sought to conquer the entire country. Thus, he secretly devised a plot. On a moonless night, Kyo conspired with the inner court and mountain bandits to launch a surprise attack on the Hirata clan. Their singular aim was to capture Hirata Kuro and acquire the power of immortality to fulfill their ambition. Kyo, being cunning, feigned death to deceive the wolf. Under Kyo's masterful deception, the wolf mistakenly believed that his illusionist mentor, Cho, was the mastermind behind the assault. Consequently, the wolf turned against his beloved teacher, leading to an inevitable and thrilling confrontation between master and pupil. However, Cho, aged and weary, was no match for the wolf. In her final moments, she expressed her acknowledgement of the wolf as her student before succumbing to her fate. With the greatest adversary eliminated, the wolf became devoid of any value to Kyo. Observing the wolf's success in vanquishing Cho from the shadows, Kyo swiftly unleashed his ultimate technique, the colossal ninja thrust. This strike was as swift as lightning and devastatingly powerful, piercing through the wolf's chest. The attack came so unexpectedly from behind that the wolf had no time to discern the identity of his assailant before succumbing to unconsciousness. However, what Kyo did not anticipate was that while he viewed the wolf merely as a tool to achieve his ambition, the divine heir Kuro regarded the wolf as kin. Thus, Kuro, unwilling to let the wolf perish, invoked the power of the dragon-esque contract to restore him to life. In a twist of fate, the very power Kyo coveted was bestowed upon the wolf. Simultaneously, the reinforcements from the Iname faction successfully escorted the divine heir back to Iname. Thus, this meticulously orchestrated conspiracy culminated in Kyo's downfall. Chapter 13, Memoir of the Shura, 3. Since the establishment of the Iname nation by Ishin, his unparalleled strength instilled fear in the inner court and various factions, deterring them from daring to offend this land. Yet, even heroes must face the twilight of their glory. Over 2 decades have passed, and this once great hero could no longer resist the ravages of time. As an ordinary man, devoid of the desire or need for immortality, Ishin's life gradually approached its conclusion. It was remarkable that he could sustain his existence at all. When news of Ishin's grave illness reached the inner court, those enemies who had long lain in wait, silently amassing strength, reignited their ambitions to invade Iname. For the people of Iname, death in honor far outweighed the shame of living. They resolved to defend their homeland at all costs. Fully aware of the formidable foes before them, the people of Iname understood the arduous battle that lay ahead, yet they remained undeterred, vowing to protect their home. To this end, they even unleashed ferocious beasts like fire bulls and red demons, showing no distinction between friend and foe, while some resolutely consumed the transformative waters that granted forbidden powers. They would rather descend into darkness and become monsters than abandon this land, which held immeasurable value to them. However, the might of the inner court proved overwhelming, causing Iname's warriors to fall one by one, their bodies piling high, signaling the imminent demise of Iname. The only salvation for Iname lay in one thing: the power of the Dragon's contract, which could liberate them from death. Ishin's grandson, Iname Genichiro, as the heir to the Iname nation, bore the heavy burden of restoring the former glory of Iname. Yet, despite his relentless training in martial arts, he could never reach the heights of his grandfather, Ishin. Even his prideful technique, the thunder of the abyss, could be replicated by mere curs of the Source Palace. Faced with the decline of Iname, he was consumed by urgency. In his own words, to protect Iname, he would wield any forbidden power at his disposal. Iname, this nation, is my everything. For this, I would willingly forsake my humanity. In a recent attack, Genichiro rescued the divine heir Hirata Kuro and placed him under house arrest. Desperate to end the prolonged night for Iname, he yearned to sign a contract with the divine heir to acquire the legendary power of immortality and thus change the fate of Iname. To Genichiro, safeguarding this land justified any means, even those considered forbidden. He firmly believed in his capacity to harness this power and resurrect the glory of Iname. Yet, matters were far more complex. 3 years prior, Kuro had already forged the Dragon's contract with the wolf. Now, if Genichiro wished to obtain the power of the dragon, he must eliminate the wolf. However, while the Dragon's power could grant immortality, it came at the cost of draining the life force of those around the user. Prolonged use of the Dragon's power would inflict a grave illness known as Dragon's Cough upon others, rendering it less a blessing and more a curse. Moreover, Ishin, a man of integrity throughout his life, scorned the utilization of such forbidden power to forcibly prolong the life of a nation destined for demise. Thus, he dispatched Nagamasa to deliver a letter to the wolf concealed at the bottom of the well, informing him that the divine heir Kuro was imprisoned in the moon viewing tower, urging him to hasten and rescue Kuro to thwart Genichiro's plans. Regarding the fate of Iname, Ishin had already grown indifferent. It was not a lack of love for the land, but an understanding that the power of immortality had poisoned too many, including his grandson, Iname Genichiro. Upon learning of Kuro's whereabouts, the wolf hurried forth to find him, intending to stealthily escort Kuro out of Iname city. However, their movements had already been detected by Genichiro. Thus, on the path leading out of the city, Genichiro awaited the wolf's arrival. Long time no see, divine heir. Our last meeting was at my uncle's grave, wasn't he it? Genichiro stood bathed in moonlight, his garments swaying with the reeds, his expression complex, neither joyful nor sorrowful. The wolf had never encountered such a complex individual. He understood that this battle was unavoidable. Thus, amidst a vast expanse of white reeds, the two engaged in a life-and-death struggle, each fighting with unwavering resolve, unleashing their utmost power with every strike. As the wolf and Hoshino engaged in their fierce combat, the reeds swayed and danced around them, reminiscent of the fragile reeds in a storm, ultimately destined for destruction. In this desperate clash, the wolf's latent combat potential was continuously unearthed, and his skirmish with Hoshino grew increasingly effortless. He faced Hoshino's fierce onslaught with growing composure. Just as victory seemed within reach, a knife suddenly hurtled towards him from behind at breakneck speed. Consequently, he was compelled to raise his blade in defense. But in that moment, Hoshino launched a surprise attack, severing the wolf's left arm. "Ninja, do not blame me for my treachery," Hoshino said. Observing the wolf collapsed on the ground, teetering between life and death. He appeared to hesitate, yet to save the reeds, he felt he had no choice. Subsequently, Hoshino took the deity away once more. However, to everyone's astonishment, the fallen wolf did not perish. he was fortuitously rescued by a passing physician named Now. Upon awakening, the wolf found himself in a dilapidated temple. Within this temple resided an eccentric individual who day after day was engrossed in carving Buddhist statues. Yet, the figures he sculpted bore not the gentle visage of compassion, but rather a terrifying countenance. This person was the Buddha sculptor. Under the attentive care of the sculptor and Now, the wolf's wounds swiftly healed, and he was even fitted with an intricate prosthetic arm. As his body mended, the wolf gradually regained his confidence. In the vicinity of this crumbling temple, a mysterious figure lingered. The wolf frequently engaged in intense battles with him, honing his swordsmanship through their encounters. Regardless of how many times the wolf's blade pierced his body, the figure would not succumb. No one knew whence he came, but the wolf only knew him as the undying Hanbei. To refine his martial prowess, the wolf relentlessly battled the warriors of the reeds, endowed with the gift of immortality. He ultimately emerged as the victor. Through countless trials of life and death, the wolf's strength rapidly returned to its zenith, even surpassing his former self. In his quest to perfect his swordplay, the wolf often left himself battered and bruised, subsequently seeking Now's healing. Now even utilized gourd seeds the wolf had gathered to concoct medicinal gourd remedies for his injuries. By chance, the wolf learned of Now's origins. Like him, she was an orphan of the battlefield, but unlike the wolf, she had been saved by the Buddha sculptor and taken as a disciple by physician Dogen. During a conversation, the wolf inquired whether she had ever studied swordsmanship. Now replied, "Swordsmanship? But I am a physician." Realizing she could not evade the question, she added, "It is merely a minor hobby of mine." The wolf, observing Now's light-hearted smile, found it hard to believe that such a level of sword energy could merely be a pastime. Under persistent inquiry, Now eventually revealed the truth. "My swordsmanship teacher is none other than Lord Ishin. As a physician, her vow was to save lives, not take them." After a moment of contemplation, Now added, "However, should demons appear, I would slay them." She then chuckled, "Please do not take me seriously. I am merely jesting." Yet behind her smile, the wolf sensed she concealed something deeper. During one of his infiltrations, the wolf encountered Ishin, disguised as a Tengu, who invited him to hunt the rats, spies infiltrating the reeds. Ishin held a deep fondness for the wolf, even imparting his entire swordsmanship technique, the Ainami style, to him. The Ainami style chronicled Ishin's martial history, where, in his youth, he engaged in relentless struggles, honing his sword skills on the precipice of life and death. The wolf, a prodigy in swordsmanship, did not disappoint Ishin's expectations. He quickly grasped the essence of the Ainami style, even mastering his own technique, the Ainami blade dance, which theoretically could deflect all attacks in existence. When the wolf next encountered Ishin, he was met with admiration for his talent and recognition of his prowess. Ishin then shared his most treasured swordsmanship, the secret Ainami Mugen style. In his youth, Ishin was a man of ambition, relentlessly pursuing greater heights and strengths until he achieved treason. He fervently absorbed skills from various schools, and this manuscript was his unfinished work. Aware that his time was limited, he was unwilling to depart this world without leaving a legacy. Thus, he entrusted the Ainami Mugen style to the wolf, hoping that he would continue the narrative of the manuscript. In Chapter 14, Memoirs of Shura, Part 4, the wolf endeavored to rescue the deity from Hoshino's grasp, tirelessly training in swordsmanship, fighting with a resolve to embrace death. After countless brushes with mortality, the wolf's swordsmanship finally experienced a qualitative leap. He had transformed into a formidable force. Prepared, the wolf cautiously approached the keep where the deity was imprisoned. Upon reaching the keep, he discovered Hoshino conversing with Now. The wolf decided to conceal himself and eavesdrop on their exchange, hoping to glean valuable information. Hoshino stood quietly by the keep's railing, gazing towards the tower where Ishin resided. Turning his back to Now, and inquired, "How fares my grandfather?" Hearing Hoshino's question, a hint of worry crossed Nao's face as she sighed and replied, "Lord Ishin's condition is far from optimistic. Despite our relentless efforts to treat him, his health continues to decline. Maintaining the status quo is already a miracle." The wolf, hidden in the shadows, observed their expressions, contemplating his next course of action. He understood the arduous nature of this rescue mission, yet regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he remained undeterred. In his heart, the deity's safety was paramount. Upon hearing this, Hoshino's resolve solidified, and he once again pressured the deity Kuro to relinquish the power of the dragon's blood. However, The deity firmly believed that the dragon's blood was not the remedy for saving the reeds. On the contrary, its consequences could plunge the people of the reeds into irreversible despair. At this juncture, the wolf could no longer contain his emotions and leapt into the keep from outside, appearing behind Hoshino. Hoshino regarded the ninja before him, seemingly grasping the situation, and bore an expression of enlightenment. So that's it, he realized. To obtain the dragon's blood, he must eliminate the wolf before him. A fierce confrontation ensued, and amid the clashing of blades, Hoshino was astonished to discover that no matter how many times he struck down the ninja, he would inexplicably rise again. Hoshino looked at the wolf with shock. Was this the power of the dragon's blood? The very force capable of saving the faltering reeds? No matter what, he must slay the ninja before him to acquire such power. Yet, Hoshino ultimately underestimated the wolf. The current wolf was no longer the one he had severed an arm from, but a genius ninja who had endured countless life-and-death battles, mastering the Ainami swordsmanship. As the wolf unleashed a vigorous assault, Hoshino quickly began to show signs of fatigue, realizing that to defeat the ninja before him, he would need to summon even greater strength. Hoshino slowly began to shed his heavy armor, revealing his robust physique. He was poised to unleash his most formidable technique, the banishment of thunder, a power he had once learned from Ba, and a devastating skill he had tirelessly practiced beneath the stormy clouds. Slowly, Hayaru raised his blade, halting it at his waist, as bolts of lightning crackled ominously above the castle tower, amplifying the tension of the impending battle. Yet, unbeknownst to Hayaru, the very technique he was so proud of had already been deciphered by the wolf. Dragging his sword, Hayaru charged towards the wolf's position, leaving deep gouges in the castle floor with each step. Just as he was about to confront the wolf, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful thrust aimed directly at the wolf's head. However, the wolf had long since anticipated Hayaru's intentions and swiftly evaded to the side. Hayaru was well aware that he could not easily slay the wolf. His goal was merely to force the wolf back, thus allowing him to execute his ultimate move. Hayaru soared into the air, raising his sword high, and strangely, it was now enveloped in golden lightning. Die, ninja! Hayaru bellowed as he swung the electrified blade towards the wolf. Accompanied by Hayaru's furious strike, formidable bolts of lightning wove together into a colossal and mighty slash, hurtling towards the wolf like a tempest. However, what struck fear into Hayaru's heart was the wolf's counterattack of returning the lightning. This was the greatest weakness of the banishment of thunder, a flaw that few could perceive. The wolf's expression turned grave, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixated on Hayaru's every move. Just as the banishment of thunder was about to collide with him, the wolf's muscles tensed, and with all his might, he leaped into the air. At that moment, the wolf's feet left the ground as the golden lightning strike descended upon him. Astonishingly, the wolf's body showed no signs of injury, only a slight sensation of numbness. Without hesitation, the wolf raised his blade and swung it forcefully at Hayaru. In an instant, the very banishment of thunder that had struck him rebounded with equal ferocity towards Hayaru. The overwhelming force of the attack hit Hayaru, enveloping him in a tempest of golden lightning, plunging him into a state of extreme paralysis. His limbs stiffened, as if all strength had been drained from him, leaving him powerless to resist. He could only watch in despair as the wolf's blade drew nearer, his heart filled with hopelessness. The wolf displayed neither mercy nor hesitation. His blade pierced through Hayaru's chest like a venomous serpent. As the blade withdrew, Hayaru's blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across the ground in a gruesome display. The fierce battle concluded with Hayaru's defeat, yet deep within, he harbored an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. As the grandson of Ishin, the former Dragonborn's disciple, he bore the heavy burden of rescuing his homeland. Anyone could fall in battle, but he could not. With this thought, Hayaru resolutely retrieved the transformative essence, a potent substance capable of turning one into a monster, and without hesitation, he consumed it, even if it meant becoming a creature of darkness. He was determined to uphold his mission of protecting his homeland. I will sacrifice my humanity for the sake of Aina, he declared. Hayaru covered his face, yet the cracks between his fingers revealed his eyes had transformed into an eerie shade of crimson. He believed only the immortal slash could vanquish the powerful ninja before him. Thus, after his revival, Hayaru, battered and weary, vanished amidst the thunderous roar. Little did Hayaru know, the banishment of thunder could not break the eternal night, and the floating fairy could not traverse Aina. Chapter 15, Memoirs of Shura, Part 5. Upon hearing the battle outside come to a halt, Nagaharu understood that the outcome had been decided. He slowly emerged from beneath the castle. "It seems you have won, Lord Hyrule. I never imagined you would resort to the transformative water," he said, a bittersweet expression gracing his features, as if concealing profound sorrow. Though the wolf could not comprehend. As a ninja, he could never abandon his master. Beneath the castle, the wolf finally encountered his master, Kuroda Hirata. The wolf knelt on one knee, paying respect to his lord. "Young master, I have come to welcome you," he rasped, his voice carrying a sense of reverence that brought comfort to Kuroda. "Thank you, wolf. I knew you would come to save me," the lord replied, a smile of relief illuminating his face. He understood that, no matter where he was, his ninja would always come to his aid. The wolf had become family in his heart. Subsequently, under the introductions of the lord and Kuroda, the wolf met the mightiest individual of Aina, unaware that he had encountered Isshin on multiple occasions prior. The wolf's eyes widened as he gazed upon the man before him. Having heard countless tales of him, yet the real Isshin was far different from the tales. At that moment, Isshin appeared haggard, gaunt, and on the brink of death, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. For reasons unknown, the wolf sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from this man, stronger than anyone he had ever encountered. It was not that the wolf underestimated Isshin. Rather, it was a profound respect that compelled him to kneel before Isshin, remaining silent. Isshin, however, paid no heed to the wolf's presence and began recounting Hyru's past. It was revealed that Hyrule had originally come from humble beginnings, but had been fortunate enough to be adopted by Isshin, who bestowed upon him the surname Aina. From that moment, Isshin regarded Hyrule as his heir, dedicating himself to nurturing his potential. Thus, Aina became something Hyrule was willing to protect with his very life. Yet, time passed, and the once mighty nation of Aina had fallen from grace. Its strength diminished, and even Isshin himself was gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. In this dire situation, Aina naturally became a target for various factions, with powerful forces ruthlessly launching invasions. Faced with such grave circumstances, Hyrule was compelled to resort to extreme measures, exerting every effort to salvage Aina's fate, striving to save the faltering nation. Isshin raised a cup of strong sake to his lips and, after a long silence, spoke again. "My poor grandson Haru has been ensnared by the transformative water. I hope you do not blame him." Regarding Hyrule's defeat, Isshin even expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you for stopping him." The wolf understood all too well that Hyrule would inevitably return one day, stronger than before. The wolf swore to protect his master at all costs, resolving to grow stronger himself. Thus, the wolf embarked on a quest for the legendary immortal slash. He inquired of Isshin regarding the immortal slash. The legend states it lies within the Temple of the Immortals. However, the path from Aina Castle to the temple has long been severed. After acquiring the necessary information from Isshin, the wolf prepared to set forth for the Temple of the Immortals. Just as he turned to leave, Isshin's profound voice echoed behind him, "Wolf, hesitation leads to defeat." After a difficult search, the wolf finally arrived at the Temple of the Immortals, only to find it was far from a traditional temple. They did not chant prayers or bow to deities, but instead engaged in a continuous cycle of repetitive actions. Their faces had lost all color, with skin showing signs of decay. Rather than being monks, they resembled grotesque entities, neither human nor ghost. The wolf recalled the intelligence received from Isshin. The monks of Xianfeng Temple, in their quest for immortality, had become unhinged, descending into monstrosity. Having long strayed from the path of Buddhism, resolute in his determination to uncover the secrets of Xianfeng Temple, the wolf embarked on a long and arduous journey of exploration. He relentlessly sought information, leaving no stone unturned in his pursuit of hidden clues. After tireless searching, he eventually arrived at a mysterious cave, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Cautiously, he stepped inside, his heart a tumult of anticipation and trepidation. Deep within the cave, he stumbled upon a desiccated corpse clad in monk's robes, from which he discovered an ancient letter. The letter, though aged, bore legible writing. As he perused its contents, his expression grew grave. It revealed that the monks of Xianfeng Temple had long coveted the power of immortality. Upon discovering the existence of the longing power, they had sealed the mountain gates, conducting secret experiments on human subjects in an attempt to replicate this power. However, the experiments were fraught with peril and uncertainty, resulting in the demise of many, leaving only one survivor, Bien Ruokingzi. Those who dared to pursue immortality ultimately met with tragic fates. As if cursed, they became ageless yet were reduced to grotesque monsters. Although Bien Ruo Kingzi did not possess true longing power, she had acquired a unique ability to create rice imbued with its essence. This miraculous rice could bestow formidable restorative capabilities. The monks of Xianfeng Temple eventually attained the immortality they so fervently sought, but at a tremendous cost. Their bodies underwent horrifying mutations, losing their sanity and transforming into unequivocal monsters. After finishing the letter, the wolf felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He realized he had uncovered a staggering secret with profound implications for the entire Weiyuan region. He resolved to delve deeper, determined to unveil the myriad secrets hidden behind Xianfeng Temple. Aware that to continue his quest, he would need to infiltrate the temple's heart, a daunting task fraught with peril. He steeled himself for the challenges ahead. Chapter 16. Memoirs of Shura. 6. In pursuit of Xianfeng Temple's secrets and the coveted immortality, the wolf forged ahead through thorns and brambles towards the temple's core. At long last, he stood upon the sole bridge leading to Xianfeng Temple, only to encounter a formidable adversary. At the center of the bridge stood a towering warrior, a living statue guarding the passage. Clad in exquisitely crafted, glimmering Western armor, he wielded an immense sword radiating an intimidating aura. Gazing at this formidable foe from a distance, the wolf felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration, as if his very blood ignited with fervor. He understood that this warrior was undoubtedly an extraordinarily powerful master. The armored warrior seemed to sense the wolf's presence, slowly advancing towards him. With each step, the bridge trembled beneath him, resonating with a thunderous echo, as if the entire structure quaked in response to his approach. "For the sake of my son, lower your weapon," the armored warrior's deep voice resonated, enveloping the wolf in an invisible pressure. Raising his sword high, the warrior struck down upon the wolf with tremendous force. Realizing he could not withstand such a blow, the wolf narrowly evaded. The colossal sword crashed into the ground with a deafening clang, leaving a crater in its wake. The wolf silently thanked his instincts for the decision to retreat, yet before he could exhale in relief, the armored warrior lunged at him with his sword. "What?" The wolf watched in horror as the massive blade closed in, slicing through the air with a violent whoosh. With focused intensity, the wolf perceived the slow passage of time as he readied himself. In a split second, he leapt onto the sword, attempting to disarm the warrior. However, he underestimated the warrior's strength. The armored warrior gripped the hilt tightly and hurled the wolf backward as if he were a mere puppet, sending him crashing against a nearby pillar. Without granting the wolf a moment's respite, the warrior raised his sword once more and swung down with deadly intent. Desperation coursed through the wolf. He could only throw himself sideways, barely avoiding the onslaught. Yet, he was cornered with no route of escape. Faced with the relentless assault of the armored warrior, he could only raise his own weapon in defense. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks erupting at the point of contact. After barely withstanding the warrior's ferocious onslaught, the wolf felt a wave of fatigue wash over his arm, which trembled from the exertion. This could not continue. He could not endure another strike like that. As he dodged, the wolf pondered his next move. In a brief moment, he keenly observed that despite the warrior's immense strength, his movements were relatively sluggish. Furthermore, his heavy armor rendered conventional attacks nearly ineffective. It appeared he must leverage other forces to gain the upper hand. Continuously evading the warrior's strikes, the wolf noted that, despite their overwhelming might, the attacks were too slow to catch him. He scrutinized his surroundings, seeking anything that might aid him. A realization dawned upon him. Gazing down at the seemingly bottomless chasm below, an ingenious plan crystallized in his mind. With deliberate maneuvering, he lured the armored warrior closer to the edge of the bridge. As the warrior launched yet another attack, the wolf unleashed the most formidable sword technique of Weiyuan, the Weiyuan blade dance. Clang! The warrior's sword, which should have repelled the wolf, was inexplicably deflected, sending the force back upon the warrior, causing him to lose his balance. Now was the moment. A jubilant expression illuminated the wolf's face as he had finally reached this long-awaited instant. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he could already foresee victory. Without hesitation, the wolf leaped, channeling all his strength into a powerful stomp atop the armored warrior's head. Caught off guard, the warrior lost further balance. Swiftly, the wolf shifted position, darting like lightning to the warrior's rear. He unleashed a devastating kick with all his might against the warrior's back, releasing pent-up rage and fervor. The impact sent the armored warrior hurtling towards the railing, crashing against it with a heart-stopping thud. The railing, unable to withstand such tremendous force, shattered into fragments. The once impenetrable fence shattered into splintered wooden fragments, cascading down the cliff in a tempest of debris. As the barrier crumbled, the armored knights lost their final support and plummeted alongside it. Their figures traced an arc through the air before vanishing into the abyss below. The poignant voice of Robert, the armored knight, echoed from the depths of the chasm. Intrigued by the cries of the falling knights, the wolf pondered the reason for this lone guardian's presence at the sole passage to the Xianfeng Temple, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his desperate shouts. With this enigma lingering in his mind, the wolf ventured deeper into the temple. The further he delved, the more he was haunted by the sight of corpses strewn about. Driven by his curiosity, the wolf pressed on, eventually stumbling upon a hidden chamber. Within, he discovered the sacred martial arts texts of Xianfeng Temple, which spoke of cultivation through martial prowess to attain virtue. Here, the term law referred to the doctrine, aspiring to vanquish the enemies of Buddhism through one's own strength. Both fist and law were deemed indispensable. Yet now, the temple found itself ensnared in an unending vortex of death, having lost both its doctrine and its martial integrity. Abundant records lay within, revealing the entire history of the armored knights. Chapter 17, Memoirs of the Azura, 7. It became clear that Robert's cries as he fell were in the name of his son. In his youth, Robert had succumbed to a peculiar ailment, and his father, in a desperate quest for a cure, sought out renowned physicians, exhaustively depleting his wealth, yet to no avail. Rather, the incessant endeavors only worsened his son's condition. Upon hearing rumors of a potential remedy in Japan, his father, filled with fervent hope, resolved to journey across the seas to seek this glimmer of salvation. Despite the uncertainty of its authenticity, to ensure Robert's survival, they traded fireworks for passage, enduring countless hardships before finally arriving at the Xianfeng Temple. There, he humbly knelt before the monks, beseeching their aid for his ailing son. The monks, with fervent assurances, claimed to possess the life-restoring power of the dragon's essence, capable of healing Robert, but only under a singular, onerous condition. This stipulation required him to guard the bridge leading to the temple and procure 1,000 weapons from the hands of men. It was evident the monks had discerned Robert's extraordinary strength, intending to exploit his abilities to safeguard the temple. Faced with such a harsh demand, the desperate father, solely focused on saving his son, had no choice but to acquiesce and comply. No one knew of the tribulations he endured during this time, nor the countless swords he had claimed. The wolf recalled the formidable armored knight, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He was oblivious to the monks' true intentions, naively believing that fulfilling their demands would lead to his son's salvation. The harsh reality was that the monks had never genuinely intended to heal the boy. They only coveted Robert's unparalleled strength to guard the bridge. It was likely that, at this very moment, Robert had become a mere test subject in their pursuit of immortality, discarded like refuse in some shadowy corner of the temple after a failed experiment. The wolf remembered the knight's desperate plea upon their first encounter. "For my son, please lay down that sword." Here was a father whose profound and fervent love for his child evoked a deep sense of compassion in the wolf. Were it not for his own paramount mission and the unyielding code of the ninja that forbade him from relinquishing his weapon, he would have rushed to aid this sorrowful father. Yet, the wolf understood that he could not halt his advance. He must continue to protect his master while striving to grow stronger, for he was determined to obtain the legendary immortal blade. With these thoughts resolutely in mind, the wolf once again embarked on his journey into the depths of the Xianfeng Temple. This time, however, his path unfolded with surprising ease. After enduring immense trials, he finally arrived at the temple's innermost sanctum, where a magnificent array of palatial structures rose before him, each exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. One could only imagine that Xianfeng Temple had once been a thriving sanctuary, steeped in the incense of devotion. Yet, the temple had now fallen from grace. The once solemn monks had devolved into grotesque abominations. Witnessing this sight, the wolf felt a profound sorrow and regret welling within him. He gazed at the palaces before him, his emotions a tumultuous blend of anticipation and trepidation. He was uncertain whether he would uncover what he truly sought, fearing that all his efforts might be in vain. Taking a deep breath, The wolf cautiously extended his trembling hand and pushed open the grand doors of the palace. As they creaked ajar, an ancient, musty scent enveloped him. His eyes widened, fixating on the scene within. In an instant, his pupils dilated and his body quivered slightly. Before him stood an enormous golden statue of the thousand-armed Buddha, each hand gripping a different sacred relic, still radiating divine brilliance despite the passage of countless ages. Kneeling beneath the statue was a mysterious figure clad in green robes, draped in a priestly garment, and crowned with a golden monk's hat, exuding an air of nobility. With hands clasped in prayer, his eyes were closed, seemingly in the throes of penance. He murmured, "Oh, forgive me, O divine children, only that child remains. How lonely it must be, dwelling in solitude." At that moment, he finally noticed the wolf beside him and turned his gaze toward him. The wolf, upon seeing the man's face, was struck with terror. His complexion was as pale as a corpse, resembling a lifeless husk, with hollow sockets where eyes once resided. "What brings you to Xianfeng Temple?" he inquired. To which the wolf replied, "I heard that a noble person resides here." Upon hearing this, the figure continued, "The noble one you speak of refers to that child. He is no longer here. It is my fault. He has been confined in the inner sanctum. That child has long sought to understand the reasons behind his fate. If you meet him, please convey this as a form of compensation." He produced a book from his robes and handed it to the wolf. Looking at the tome, the wolf saw it contained words detailing the blessings of the insects, the long and arduous journey of enlightenment through immortality, and the necessity of understanding the essence of immortality. It spoke of the divine dragon that had come from the west, imparting its gifts upon the insects. As the wolf absorbed the contents of the book, a tempest of emotions surged within him, leaving him in a state of turmoil. The text meticulously chronicled the origins and evolution of the dragon's essence, its inherent power and mysteries, leaving the wolf in awe. Yet, before he could fully contemplate these revelations, the enigmatic figure seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere. With a sudden exclamation, he remarked, Ah, this aura." Then, fixing his gaze upon the wolf, he spoke slowly, "You serve the scion of the dragon's essence." His tone carried a mixture of surprise and an ineffable reverence. The wolf could not help but feel a surge of curiosity regarding the identity of the enigmatic figure before him, while simultaneously harboring anticipation for the ensuing dialogue. The mysterious individual paused momentarily before continuing. "Though the dragon Yin-Feng, the son of the dragon, is undeniably noble, he remains, at the end of the day, merely human." After uttering these words, the figure chuckled to himself, as if he had just grasped a profound truth. His laughter resonated with a sense of relief and enlightenment, leaving the wolf thoroughly perplexed. The wolf found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the significance of the dragon Yin-Feng and the divine dragon. What did the figure's words truly imply? As his thoughts deepened, the wolf felt as though he were immersed in an expansive, boundless realm, exploring the hidden truths beneath the surface. His prior uncertainties appeared to find resolution in this moment, and the mysterious man's words seemed to illuminate his path forward. "Oh, how foolish of me not to have considered this." The figure seemed to perceive something, urgently advising the wolf, "You cannot leave your son alone. Hurry forth, lest you find yourself regretting it too late." Chapter 18, Memoirs of the Azura, Part 8. Upon hearing the enigmatic figure's words, the wolf's unease intensified, rendering him somewhat breathless. He began to worry for the safety of the son, fearing she might once again face misfortune or harm. Nevertheless, at that moment, the wolf had already arrived at this juncture, acutely aware that he could not easily relinquish the opportunity to seek the immortal slash. Thus, guided by the mysterious figure, he cautiously approached the statue of Buddha. He lifted his gaze to the serene bell suspended above the offering platform. Taking a deep breath, filled with reverence, he clasped his hands together and humbly performed a gesture of respect. Subsequently, he reached out, gently grasping the bell and giving it a slight shake. The crisp chime resonated through the air, carrying an unusual rhythm. In an instant, the wolf felt a wondrous power envelop him, and his vision began to blur. After a moment of dizzying disorientation, he was astonished to discover that his surroundings had drastically transformed. He had instantaneously been transported from within the palace to the outside. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the wolf did not succumb to panic. He steadied himself, meticulously observing his environment in search of an exit. However, despite his efforts, he could find no way out. Just as he was ensnared in contemplation, a phantom image appeared before him without warning. In a deep and mysterious voice, the apparition spoke. To dispel this illusion, you must locate 4 unique monkeys and slay them. Only then will the mirage dissipate. With that, the phantom slowly vanished like smoke. In the ensuing time, the wolf embarked on his quest to find the monkeys. It was unclear how long had passed, but the wolf was utterly exhausted. So fatigued he scarcely wished to move. He had already slain 3 monkeys. During his search, he had dispatched the first 3 with relative ease. Each possessed unique abilities, some with extraordinary vision, others with remarkable hearing, and yet others with astonishing speed. Yet, the last monkey, which could turn invisible, eluded him completely. In resignation, he chose to sit on the ground and rest. While seated, he suddenly heard faint sounds, so subtle that, had it not been for his keen hearing, he might have missed them entirely. Instinctively, a sense of vigilance surged within him, accompanied by a bold hypothesis. He gripped his knife tightly, focusing intently on the sounds around him. As time passed, the faint noises grew clearer, seemingly advancing toward his position. The wolf's nerves were taut, prepared for any imminent danger. Finally, when the sounds drew near enough, the wolf swiftly unsheathed his knife and struck backward with lightning speed. A flash of cold light cut through the air, followed by a sharp cry of distress. Eek! To his astonishment, a purple monkey materialized from the previously empty space, clearly taken aback by the wolf's rapid response. The monkey shrieked in pain as the wolf's blade struck true. Yet, after a few cries, it collapsed, lifeless. With the demise of this monkey, the entire illusion began to tremble violently. The once tranquil scene shattered like a broken mirror, fissures appearing and spreading rapidly, ultimately weaving into a vast web. As the cracks reached a critical point, the entire illusion suddenly collapsed with a resounding crash, rendering the world void. Simultaneously, a powerful energy surged forth from the void, sweeping toward the wolf like a torrential wave. Faced with such an overwhelming force, the wolf had no choice but to close his eyes to shield himself from harm. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a tranquil surface of water. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a magnificent palace standing not far away. Gazing at the palace before him, the wolf felt a sense of clarity. It appeared he had arrived at the inner sanctum. Reflecting on his arduous journey, he understood that, despite the challenges, the outcome was favorable. He had finally reached this place. With determination, the wolf advanced toward the inner sanctum. Inside the inner sanctum resided the one he had been seeking, the transformation of the divine being. She knelt on a mat, fervently praying. Even clad in simple monk's robes, she emanated an ethereal grace. Upon noticing the wolf, her gaze revealed a hint of curiosity and uncertainty as she softly inquired, "What brings you to this place?" The wolf hesitated briefly before responding, "I have come in search of the legendary immortal /." His voice bore a note of resolve, yet a shadow of apprehension lingered. "Are you aware that it is a blade that cannot be drawn?" The tone of the divine being grew increasingly solemn. "The so-called undrawable blade." The wolf paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "It refers to the fact that none can survive after drawing the blade." Her words struck the wolf's heart like a hammer. "Even so, do you still wish to attempt it?" The divine being regarded the wolf with a complex expression, as if scrutinizing the depths of his courage and determination. Throughout the long years, countless individuals had sought this mystical immortal / in pursuit of power, yet all met their demise, becoming mere sustenance for the land. A wave of hesitation surged within the wolf, but he knew he must protect his master. He understood that to better guard Geelong, he must grow stronger. Furthermore, he bore the power of the dragoness blood, a force capable of reviving him. With this thought, the wolf's gaze grew resolute. Upon hearing the wolf's affirmative response, a flicker of disappointment crossed the divine being's face. She gently shook her head, as though she recognized that the wolf was destined to tread the path toward death. "Is that so? I understand." She retrieved an ancient wooden box, which emanated an aura of timelessness. Opening the box revealed the immortal /, the very blade the wolf longed for. "If you have made up your mind, then please examine it." The wolf grasped the immortal /, scrutinizing it closely. His hand gradually enveloped the hilt, and he exhaled softly. No longer hesitating, he pulled with all his might, attempting to draw the immortal / from its sheath. Before the blade could be fully withdrawn, the wolf beheld waves of crimson, a vivid scarlet that caused its legs to weaken, leaving it disoriented as the specter of death loomed. "Why do people always risk their lives?" The divine maiden sighed softly, her voice tinged with resignation and sorrow. She slowly closed her eyes, clasped her hands together in reverent prayer, and began to beseech silently. At that moment, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded. Countless resplendent cherry blossoms materialized like a dream, and the wolf, which was supposed to perish, miraculously regained its footing. The astonishing sight widened the maiden's eyes, flooding her heart with an indescribable astonishment. She fixated on the white spot in the wolf's right eye, her suspicions crystallizing in her mind. "You, what are you?" Her voice trembled, laden with confusion and shock. "Does the white spot in your right eye signify that you endure the curse of the dragoness blood?" The wolf did not respond to her inquiry, instead silently grasping the undying blade once more, gripping the hilt tightly. Then, with all his strength, he yanked it free. In that instant, a bizarre and potent crimson energy surged forth like a whirlwind, imbued with a chilling intensity. The undying blade, I have accepted it. Chapter 19, Memoirs of the Shura, Part 9. The wolf scrutinized the undying blade in his hand, the first time he had truly seen it. The blade was entirely red, emanating an eerie sanguine aura. This was a katana capable of slaying the immortal. Its crimson edge would spell doom for its wielder, and without the power of resurrection, one could never become its master. For a long time, the blade had been secreted away within the temple of the immortals, its surface inscribed with the name of the undying blade. "You are a servant of the dragoness blood, are you not?" The wolf replied earnestly, "Indeed." "Then why seek the undying blade?" "To protect the divine maiden." Upon hearing this, she fell silent for a while, before speaking again. "I am one among the divine maidens, a false bearer of dragoness blood created by the seekers of immortality." The wolf felt a weight in his heart upon hearing her words. Yet he retrieved the secret tome entrusted to him by the mysterious figure. She took the tome from his hands, flipping through its pages until her emotions spiraled out of control, her shoulders quaking as tears cascaded down. "What troubles you?" the wolf inquired with concern. "I harbor an intense hatred for those individuals." Her voice quivered, tears pooling in her eyes. The wolf gazed at the fragile maiden before him, a surge of compassion swelling within him. He understood the suffering and torment she had endured, and the hatred seemed deeply rooted within her soul. Though he felt sympathy for her plight, he was at a loss for how to comfort her, simply standing silently beside her, offering unspoken support. After a time, the maiden gradually regained her composure. She wiped away her tears, her gaze growing resolute. She resolved to take action. The divine maiden looked at the wolf and softly said, "Ninja of the divine maiden, allow me to lend you my strength. Please extend your hand." The wolf hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended his right hand. The divine maiden murmured an incantation, "Abundance." Instantly, a radiant white light emanated from her palm, and the wolf marveled at this magical spectacle. Suddenly, he felt something new in his hand. Looking down, he discovered crystalline grains of rice. These grains slipped from the divine maiden's palm, seemingly imbued with some mysterious power. The wolf gazed at her in bewilderment. "These are grains infused with the essence of false dragoness blood," she explained. "In a short time, they can swiftly restore the life of the one who consumes them." Gratitude welled up within the wolf, for he understood that these grains could be the key to their survival. He carefully gathered the grains, feeling a warm energy coursing through him. "Thank you, divine maiden," the wolf said sincerely. The divine maiden smiled gently, shaking her head, a glimmer of tenderness in her eyes. "We are friends, please accept them. I hope these grains assist you in overcoming your trials." After bidding her farewell, the wolf set off on his journey home. Upon returning to Ainuma, chaos reigned. The flames of war ravaged every inch of land. The elite troops of the inner court surged forth like a tidal wave, their singular goal to invade Ainuma. Gazing at the scene before him, the wolf's heart tightened, his expression darkening ominously. The joy he had felt from acquiring the undying blade dissipated in an instant. At that moment, his only thought was for the maiden's safety. Without hesitation, he raced towards the castle tower. Upon reaching the tower, the wolf's pupils dilated, and he involuntarily halted his steps. For, to his astonishment, he beheld his adoptive father, Kyo, who was supposed to be dead. At that moment, Kyo seized the opportunity of the inner court's invasion to storm into the divine maiden's quarters, evidently seeking the power of dragoness blood. However, his demand for that power resembled more a coup than a request. Kyo, kneeling on the ground, gradually spread his arms and, with an authoritative tone, addressed the maiden. "Come, let us leave this place together." His voice exuded determination and coldness, leaving no room for negotiation. The wolf, witnessing this scene, leapt into the tower, unhesitatingly placing himself in front of the maiden, signaling her urgently to hide beneath the tower. His eyes widened as he stared at the figure who had raised him, a whirlwind of questions and confusion swirling in his heart. 3 years prior, he had witnessed his adoptive father perish before his eyes, the memory of that moment still vivid. Now, seeing him once more, his emotions were tumultuous, filled with countless questions, yet he could only utter, "So you are alive." Kyo, equally astonished to see the wolf, had assumed the other had perished 3 years ago as well. The power of Dragon-S blood in his son's possession was not unwelcome. Thus Kyo commanded with an unyielding tone, "According to the first decree, I now command you to abandon your master." After speaking, Kyo crossed his arms, his gaze cold and resolute upon the wolf. Hearing his father's words, disbelief washed over the wolf's face. He stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless by the shock. In that moment, he was torn. On one side stood his adoptive father, who had raised him as his own, and on the other, the maiden whom he had sworn to protect with his life. No matter what choice he made, one party would inevitably suffer deeply. Kyo appeared unhurried, standing quietly, silently watching the wolf, awaiting his response. Time ticked by, the air thick with tension, heavy enough to stifle breath. The wolf's heart wrestled with anguish. He understood this decision would irrevocably alter his life. Yet, blood ties ultimately prevailed, and the years of nurture overcame the bond between wolf and maiden. He chose to adhere to the decree. "Well done, wolf. This task is entrusted to you. Give me a resounding victory over them," Kyo declared, a satisfied look gracing his face as he regarded the wolf with admiration. He approached and gently patted the wolf's shoulder, signifying his approval. The wolf stood quietly, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. He slightly bowed his head in acknowledgement of Kyo's praise, yet within, a fierce fire ignited, and his heart began to grow numb. Kyo turned and departed, a sharp blade in hand, his figure gradually vanishing at the entrance of the tower. The wolf silently observed his retreating silhouette, a tumult of emotions surging within him. With Kyo's departure, the wolf began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A peculiar, blood-red flame flickered ominously upon his skin, as though it were intertwined with the very fire that burned within his soul. His gaze gradually became hollow, his breath turned increasingly frigid, and the air around him seemed to freeze, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from behind the screen. Upon seeing her, a surge of indescribable emotion welled up within the wolf. This silhouette was achingly familiar. She had tended to his wounds with utmost care countless times, and the special medicine crafted from gourd seeds remained a cherished possession of his. Moreover, during his moments of utter helplessness and confusion, it was she who extended her hand, offering boundless compassion and support. Undoubtedly, she was Yongjin. In that instant, Yongjin appeared just as she had on their first encounter, clad in a stunning red dress. Draped with a black coat, her beauty further accentuated by the glow of the setting sun. "Are you here to stop me?" the wolf asked, as his awareness slowly began to sharpen. Deep down, he yearned for someone to intervene, to halt his reckless actions. Yongjin gazed at the wolf silently, lowering her head. Her voice barely above a whisper, "I have witnessed the Asura before. There exists within you a similar essence." She paused, her tone growing heavier. "It must be eradicated." Though Yongjin did not respond to the wolf's words, her actions spoke volumes of her resolve. She gently placed her hand upon the hilt of her sword, bowing her head, unwilling to let him see her hesitation. The so-called Asura was no different from a demon. Legend spoke of those who had committed too many killings, eventually transforming into Asuras, losing their emotions until they could no longer fathom the reasons behind their slayings, driven only by the thrill of the hunt. Years ago, Yongjin had encountered an Asura, the sculptor of the Buddha statue in a dilapidated temple, who had nurtured her. Consumed by the flames of hatred due to his countless murders, he had become an Asura. Fortunately, at that time, Ishin Aonuma had been in the prime of his life, wielding the Aonuma cross slash to sever the sculptor's left arm, thus saving him from the brink of damnation. Now, witnessing the wolf teetering on the edge of becoming an Asura, Yongjin aspired to emulate her mentor, Aonuma Ishin. With a deliberate motion, Yongjin unsheathed her blade and aimed it at the wolf. Pain and sorrow intertwined within him as he recalled Yongjin's words about slaying any demons that might appear. Yet, he never imagined he would embody the very demon she spoke of. In a flash, Yongjin surged forward like a bolt of lightning, her grip firm upon the razor-sharp blade, radiating a chilling intent to strike. She could not allow the Azura to roam free. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering. Aonuma cross-slash. With a fierce cry, her figure vanished, replaced by an immense cross-shaped sword energy that hurtled toward the wolf like a meteor. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a formidable cross-slash, as if it sought to rend him asunder. In the face of Yongjin's relentless assault, the wolf was loath to harm her, yet he had no choice but to defend himself with all his might. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to fend off her attacks. However, Yongjin's onslaught was akin to a tempest, unceasing and fierce, every strike aimed at his vital points, showcasing her lethal prowess. The clang of metal echoed throughout the keep, reminiscent of a blacksmith hammering steel, resonant and clear. The sounds of collision reverberated, a ceaseless barrage. In this fierce conflict, the figures of the wolf and Yongjin danced in a blur. Under the relentless barrage of Yongjin's onslaught, the wolf bore numerous wounds. Yet he merely endeavored to withstand her attacks, never once striking back, unwilling to inflict harm upon her. Once more, Yongjin charged at him, her terrifying sword energy falling like a torrential downpour, each strike fueled by her utmost power, determined to slay the wolf beneath her blade. The wolf fixed his gaze upon Yongjin, his eyes now devoid of life, yet instinct compelled him to block her assault. He could not comprehend the turmoil within him. His consciousness was fading, consumed by an overwhelming fire of resentment. Should this malevolence claim his mind entirely, the Azura would indeed manifest. In that instant, the wolf deviated from his usual demeanor, launching an attack against Yongjin, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Before long, Yongjin found it increasingly difficult to withstand his fervent onslaught. After all, the wolf had endured countless battles, his combat experience and instincts far surpassing her own. It was not yet over. Yongjin, now battered and bruised, her once vibrant red dress stained crimson, found each swing of her sword to be a Herculean effort. Yet, in the face of the wolf's descent into madness, her determination only intensified. She adeptly utilized her skills to counter his strength, rendering many of his strikes futile. Although Yongjin's swordsmanship was exquisite, her lack of battlefield experience soon led to her finding vulnerabilities. Once again, she unleashed the Aonuma cross-slash, her most formidable technique. Often praised by her mentor for her remarkable talent, a razor-sharp cross-slash surged forth toward the wolf. But this time, the wolf did not evade. With a single stroke, he effortlessly shattered her cross-slash. Before Yongjin could utter a word of astonishment, he was upon her. A terrible gale struck Yongjin, sending her reeling as if she were a mere projectile. Upon hitting the ground, she coughed blood, immobilized, her black coat drenched in crimson. Despair etched across her features. She realized she could no longer slay the Azura and resigned herself to her fate, uttering, "Azura." Yongjin gazed at the wolf, her eyes filled with profound sorrow and fear. Her voice, barely a whisper, called out to a name once familiar, now rendered powerless. The wolf gently cradled Yongjin's head, the sharpness of the wedge gleaming coldly in his hand. Without hesitation, he thrust it forcefully into her neck. In that instant, blood gushed forth like a torrential flood, splattering across the wolf's face. The warmth of her blood seemed to awaken a flicker of clarity within him, yet it was far too late to amend his actions. Ironically, the wedge that once symbolized protection had become a weapon against his dearest one. Thus, the wolf held Yongjin tightly, her body gradually growing cold. His expression was one of confusion and anguish, as though his very soul had been stripped away. Time passed slowly, until Yongjin's warmth faded entirely. The wolf reluctantly released her, laying her gently upon the ground. Perhaps this was the final tenderness he could bestow upon her. At that moment, the fading sunlight cast a poignant glow upon them, illuminating a scene of tragic beauty. Yet, the wolf's heart was consumed by hatred and torment. Having personally slain Yongjin, the flames of resentment blazed within him, swiftly engulfing his entire being. The flames took on an eerie hue, vibrant and insatiable, as if they sought to devour all that he was. Now, the wolf was no longer the being he once was. His body and soul had been tainted by malevolence, awaiting the opportune moment to plunge into the depths of terror. Irrevocably transformed into a monstrous Azura, a creature solely driven by the lust for bloodshed. Chapter 21. Memoir of the Azura, Part 11. Ah, Wolf. You are not at all likable. Strangely, However, one cannot bring oneself to hate you. At this moment, weakened to the core and gravely ill, Isshin Ashina staggered into the castle from outside the keep. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body on the ground, that of his beloved disciple, Yaji. Witnessing this scene, Isshin's fury erupted like a volcano, nearly beyond containment. His eyes were bloodshot, and within them flickered a fierce mix of murderous intent and sorrow. Simultaneously, an unparalleled aura emanated from his frail form, as if the entire space was shaken by this force. I never imagined I would be forced to slay an Asura once more. Come forth. Isshin growled in a low voice, filled with endless grief and determination. He gripped his blade tightly, its edge glinting with a cold light. Before you descend into Asura, allow me to end your life with my own hands. With deliberate and resolute movements, Isshin slowly drew his sword from its sheath. As the blade emerged, a cataclysmic wave of sword energy surged forth, rushing towards Wolf like a torrential flood. The sword energy was razor-sharp and carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Here it comes, Wolf. Isshin roared once more, his body launching forward like an arrow released from its bow. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Wolf. His sword raised high, unleashing a torrent of sharp sword energy upon him. The clang of their weapons filled the keep, composing a unique battle hymn. However, to Isshin's astonishment, Wolf effortlessly countered his assault. Yet, being a sword saint, Isshin did not hesitate. He unleashed an even more powerful attack. Let me see how far you've grown. At this moment, Wolf's expression was devoid of emotion, his consciousness nearly consumed by the flames of hatred. He had become a creature solely driven by the desire to kill. His eyes hollow yet aflame with palpable battle intent. Isshin's cross slash. With his body tense, Isshin stepped forward, and an incredibly fierce cross-shaped strike materialized in the air. Although his cross slash lacked the roundness of Yaji's, its killing intent and power surpassed anything Yaji could muster. Seeing such an exaggerated slash, Wolf was taken aback, but remained composed. He understood the strength of his opponent and dared not underestimate him. Inhaling deeply, he channeled all his strength into his weapon, executing the same technique in return. The two slashes collided in midair like two charged spheres, tearing the very fabric of space and creating a massive vortex of air. The howling wind seemed intent on scattering everything. Yet, at that moment, something astonishing occurred. Isshin's cross slash easily dispelled Wolf's attack, its power not diminished, but instead growing even stronger as it barreled towards Wolf. Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before him. How is this possible? He murmured softly. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the lethal strike approached rapidly. At the brink of death, Wolf unhesitatingly activated the ninjutsu, Mist Crow. His body, once struck, transformed into countless feathers, dispersing like a cloud. Utilizing this power, Wolf ascended swiftly into the air, narrowly evading the fatal blow. However, it seemed as if Isshin had anticipated this, for a terrifying sword energy once again surged forth from him. The energy coalesced into a tangible force upon his blade, seemingly on the verge of an explosive release. Secret technique, Dragon Flash. As the momentum peaked, Isshin leapt into the air, swinging his sword. Instantly, an immensely powerful strike manifested before Wolf's eyes. This strike carried an astonishing force, as if it sought to rend the very heavens apart, leaving Wolf as vulnerable as a fragile boat upon the tumultuous sea. In the face of such swordsmanship, even the greatest techniques paled in comparison. As Wolf beheld this display, he was transported back to the moment when Isshin had severed an Asura's arm in his prime. Even a powerful Asura was no match for him. Only time could defeat him. Wolf had no time to evade, and the terrifying strike struck him directly, effortlessly cleaving his body in two. Strangely, however, instead of succumbing to death, Wolf transformed into a flurry of cherry blossoms and revived anew. The power of immortality. Isshin's gaze finally turned serious. He realized that without the immortal slash, he could not slay Wolf. Yet he soon reconciled this understanding. His life had been a pursuit of combat, and rather than succumb to illness, he preferred to fight until his last breath. It is not over yet, Wolf. Allow me to show you the true essence of the Ashina sword technique. Secret technique, Cherry Blossom Dance. Isshin leapt into the air, his figure twirling gracefully. In a rapid spin, three vast waves of sword energy surged forth, bearing down upon Wolf with terrifying pressure. At this level of swordplay, Wolf had nowhere to retreat. He could only grasp his weapon, the Kuzabimaru, desperately holding on, unable even to counterattack. In this deadly duel, Wolf teetered on the edge of life and death. Drawing upon the power of the dragon's blood, he repeatedly revived, showcasing his innate talents. Wolf absorbed combat experience, his battle instincts sharpening, and he began to comprehend the Ashina sword techniques in a new light. Now, he was able to trade blows with Isshin. Isshin gripped his sword tightly, breathing heavily. His once erect form had begun to stoop. Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. Come forth with all your might, Wolf. Isshin shouted excitedly as he witnessed Wolf charge at him once more. Isshin pulled a pistol from his pocket and fired at Wolf, forcing him to retreat. Clang, clang, clang. Faced with the fierce gunfire, Wolf had no choice but to raise the Kuzabimaru in defense. The so-called Sword Saint does not merely excel in swordsmanship. He draws from a multitude of disciplines, mastering various weapons and techniques. Isshin swung his sword through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that transformed into tangible flames. The entire keep ignited, enveloped in rising steam. Their figures intertwined within the inferno. Clashing amidst the sword energies that filled the air, both combatants consumed by a fervor. This battle between the two strongest beings of their era would determine not just superiority, but life and death itself. Regardless of the outcome, the world would undoubtedly be diminished by the spectacle. Chapter 22, Memoir of the Azura, Part 12. In this battle, Isshin witnessed Wolf's transformation and resurgence firsthand. Undoubtedly, Wolf was the most exceptionally gifted individual he had ever encountered. In a short span, Wolf had completed an astonishing metamorphosis, from being utterly suppressed to being able to contend with Isshin, and now even subtly gaining the upper hand. Though age and illness played a role, he would never use them as an excuse. His pride and arrogance would not allow it. To him, only victory and defeat mattered. Wolf, this technique is the culmination of countless battles I have endured throughout my life. Unleash your strongest moves. Isshin's words heralded that this would be his ultimate strike, his final blow. At this moment, the wolf had repeatedly invoked the power of dragon's blood, rendering him nearly incapable of wielding such strength again. Should he force its use once more, he would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Thus, in the impending strike, he must devote every ounce of his energy. Any hesitation could lead to his demise. One's hesitation leads to defeat. The voice of Isshin resonated deeply and powerfully, as though emanating from the very depths of his soul. His expression was of utmost seriousness, his gaze fixed ahead, as an overwhelming aura coalesced around him. Every subtle movement exuded an unparalleled majesty and might. In that moment, Isshin appeared as a legendary sword yet to be drawn from its sheath. He stood still, yet an indescribable pressure enveloped the surroundings. That formidable presence seemed poised to unleash a cataclysmic storm with the slightest motion. The wolf, undeterred, recognized the immense strength of his adversary. Without hesitation, he brandished his most potent weapon, the undying slash. This legendary blade shimmered with a chilling light, seemingly imbued with boundless power. However, as Isshin concentrated on his ultimate technique, the wolf made an unexpected move. He swiftly retrieved the rice given to him by the divine child, casting it into his mouth without a glance. Instantly, a refreshing aroma burst forth. As he chewed, that mysterious energy began to radiate throughout his body, slowly but surely restoring the vitality he had lost from wielding dragon's blood. Each bite infused him with renewed vigor, revitalizing his very essence. Simultaneously, Isshin's momentum reached its zenith. His body trembled slightly, emanating a heart-stirring aura. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his most formidable swordsmanship, the secret technique, One Heart. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the blade surged towards the air. In an instant, countless razor-sharp sword energies erupted like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire castle. These energies danced like fiery spirits, swirling in the air before coalescing into a tangible inferno. At this moment, Isshin resembled a bowstring released, hurtling towards the wolf with blistering speed, wrapped in searing flames. Approaching the wolf, he executed a technique akin to a draw cut. His movements swift as lightning, delivering a crescent strike imbued with unparalleled might. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, he suddenly sheathed his sword without warning. As he did so, the very space around the wolf seemed ensnared by a mysterious force, immobilizing him entirely. Countless fierce strikes materialized from thin air, intricately intertwining to form a colossal spherical prison. Trapped within, the wolf felt no fear. Instead, A surge of exhilaration coursed through him, reaching a fever pitch. In that moment, he sensed as if 1,000 blades were simultaneously slicing through him, each inch of his skin and every bone enduring indescribable agony. The overwhelming sword energy threatened to shred him apart in the next heartbeat. Yet, the wolf gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he unleashed his most potent technique. With each roar, his aura ascended, as if to pierce the heavens. With a deep growl, the wolf concentrated all his strength into one point. His right hand gripped the hilt, while his left caressed the blade, the crimson glow of the undying slash radiating like a blazing flame. At this moment, the wolf's aura reached its apex, rivaling that of Ishin. He raised the undying slash and swung it forcefully around him. In an instant, the blade carved a massive arc, resembling a blood-red crescent hanging in the air. This sanguine circle exuded an aura of utter annihilation, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. With an earth-shattering boom, the two sword energies collided. The sound of clanging metal filled the air, a cacophony of power clashing in a stalemate. Ultimately, the blood-red strike burst forth from the confines of the sword energies with relentless force, surging toward Ishin. Struck by the undying slash, Ishin found any chance of survival extinguished. Yet, as the wolf charged toward him, bolstered by sheer will, he lifted his sword once more to meet the wolf's onslaught. The clash of blades reverberated throughout the castle, a deafening roar that threatened to tear the very fabric of space apart. However, the wounded Ishin was no match for the overwhelming force of the wolf's undying slash, which sliced through his body like lightning, deeply embedding itself in his abdomen. In an instant, blood erupted from the gaping wound, cascading to the ground and forming a horrific pool. As the wolf sheathed the undying slash, Ishin's body could no longer withstand the grievous injury. He trembled, leaning forward with every step heavy, as if burdened by an insurmountable weight. Ultimately, he fell to his knees, his body slowly toppling over. "Oh, wolf." His voice was faint and trembling, filled with boundless regret and unwillingness. "I could not slay you." Before he could finish, this legendary swordmaster, once hailed as the most formidable warrior after decades of battle, succumbed to the wolf's hand. His life had been a quest for combat, and now he had achieved his desire. As the wolf personally ended the life of his mentor, Ishin, the flames of resentment ignited within him, consuming him entirely. This fire eroded the last remnants of his reason, devouring the goodness and humanity he had left. His eyes turned crimson, glinting with madness, as once clear thoughts became clouded, replaced by an insatiable thirst for blood and vengeance. Having taken countless lives, he gradually lost himself, forgetting his original purpose and mission. The wolf was no longer the being he once was. He had transformed into a demon governed by hatred. His body was fully overtaken by the Shura, devolving into a monster driven solely by murder. Blood and violence became his only pursuits. Only blood and battle could ignite his interest. The wolf of your had vanished, replaced by a tool manipulated by malevolent forces. His existence was now solely for destruction. Anything obstructing his path would be ruthlessly obliterated. The world before him warped into darkness. As he wandered alone through this desolate land, his vacant gaze fixated on the castle engulfed in flames. Chapter 23, Memoir of Shura, End. As the wolf stood there, his eyes devoid of life, he seemed severed from the world, quietly lingering in solitude. The towering flames cast a stark shadow, rendering him painfully solitary, as if he were the last being on earth. Yet, at that moment, a tall figure emerged from the inferno. As it approached, the figure revealed itself to be his adoptive father, Hugh. Hugh wielded another undying slash in one hand, while the other clutched a man's head. The blood on the severed head had long dried, yet the eyes remained wide open, brimming with unquenchable resentment and unwillingness to close. This man was none other than Ishin's grandson, Ishin Kenichira, despite his willingness to utilize the treacherous powers of transformation. Descending into monstrosity for the sake of obtaining the strength of resurrection, he ultimately could not escape the tragic fate of being severed from life. The realm he so fervently sought to protect, the land of Shinobu, was destined to succumb entirely to the flames of war. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of Ishin Ashina, a surge of elation filled his heart. He realized that nothing now stood in the way of his ambition. Shinobu had become entirely his to command, within reach of his grasp, ready to fulfill his most fervent desires. "Ha ha ha ha. It appears that your circumstances are quite favorable," he cackled with delight. He then bent slightly, Gazing down at the fallen Ishin, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his visage as he recalled the once invincible sword saint. Yet, this sentiment evaporated almost instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy and satisfaction. At that moment, he was utterly engulfed in the euphoria of triumph, oblivious to the fact that his son, Wolf, had transformed into a relentless demon, a creature driven solely by the thirst for blood. Rising slowly, he strode purposefully toward the parapet of the castle. Surveying the entirety of Shinobu from his elevated position, a swell of pride surging within him. He felt as though his grand endeavor was on the brink of fruition, everything seemingly within his grasp, yet he was fated never to realize his ambitions. As he boasted of his aspirations, a razor-sharp blade suddenly pierced him from behind. Blood gushed forth like a torrent, as if to drown the world in its crimson tide. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of 3 years prior when he had similarly struck down Wolf. The blade mercilessly pierced his chest, extinguishing his life in an instant. Why? He struggled to turn his head, only to realize the identity of his assailant. Wolf, now no longer the dutiful son who had once obeyed him without question, but a fallen demon, a harbinger of destruction. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a tempest of resentment and fury. His ambitions had been within a mere hair's breadth of realization, yet that final step seemed an insurmountable chasm, tantalizingly close yet utterly unattainable. Demon! He uttered a desperate roar, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. Yet, it was too late for redemption. He could only sink slowly to the ground, his body gradually stiffening. He had utterly failed, bearing the weight of his vile ambitions into eternal darkness, with no one to mourn his demise, no one to recover his remains. Perhaps, in the depths of his heart, the fatherly figure had once harbored genuine affection for Wolf. He had rescued him from the battlefield, nurturing him into adulthood while imparting all his skills. During times of dire famine in Shinobu, he had secretly provided the starving Wolf with rice cakes, which had once tasted exquisite to him, even becoming his favorite delicacy. Wolf took hold of another blade of immortality from the lifeless hands of his father. Thus, both blades capable of threatening him were now in his possession. There was nothing left in this world that could truly vanquish him. He had become the most formidable entity of his time. Wolf's gaze was vacant and numb, devoid of any emotion, as if he had forsaken his humanity, transformed into a relentless demon, wielding the twin blades of immortality that rendered him invincible. No, you can't be. How could you possibly be a demon? The voice of the divine child echoed from below the castle, filled with despair and incredulity. He could not accept this brutal reality. The one he had always regarded as kin, who had stood by his side, had now devolved into a terrifying demon. His eyes betrayed profound sorrow and confusion, a sense of direction lost. He attempted to convince himself that this was merely a nightmare, yet deep within, he understood that it was all too real. Memories of their shared moments flooded back. Warm recollections now turned to shadows. Wolf, brandishing the twin blades of immortality, descended like a deity of destruction, rewriting the fate of all Shinobu with his mere presence. Wherever he tread, blood flowed freely, and corpses lay strewn about. Whether they be defenseless citizens or fully armored soldiers, none could evade his merciless pursuit. His bloodlust surged like a tempest, erasing every life within the territory of Shinobu with ease. None could withstand his wrath, and the land was shrouded in a crimson glow. Viewed from another perspective, Wolf accomplished what Shinobu Kiyoshi could not. He had indeed safeguarded the land, yet the cost was unbearably steep. The entire nation lay in ruins, devoid of life. This horrific massacre claimed the lives of thousands of soldiers and innocent civilians, leaving almost no survivors. The once thriving city of Shinobu had transformed into a desolate battlefield, a stage for the most brutal carnage reminiscent of the Warring States period. It is said that for a long time thereafter, this land remained haunted by malevolent spirits, permeated with the essence of death and fear. Chapter 24, The Hidden Secret of the Dragoness Power, Part 1, At the Vortex of Chaos. Wolf floated within a vast sphere, appearing from the outside like a rolling orb of water, its interior filled with fragments of his memories. Countless shards comprised all that he had endured. As the deep blue orb shattered, a deafening sound reverberated through the emptiness, the echoes dispersing into the unknown. With the rupture of the sphere, Wolf slowly awakened, drenched and disoriented, uncertain whether he stood in reality or a dream. Yet, gazing upon this familiar place, he recognized that he had returned. At this moment, he comprehended everything. Should he wish to depart, he could do so at will. Yet the weight of his experiences rendered him silent. Memories inexplicably surfacing in his mind felt achingly real, as though he had lived them himself. He observed everything unfold as a mere spectator, bearing witness to his own destruction of all he held dear. In that instant, he could voice no sound, only watch helplessly as the horrific scene unfolded before him. He saw himself mercilessly wielding the blade, piercing the throat of the kind healer, Yojin. This gentle soul ultimately fell victim to his own hand. He vividly recalled her eyes, filled with despair and agony, as life ebbed away in his embrace. And then, he watched helplessly as his mentor, Isshin Ashina, fell once more beneath his sword. The very one who had taught him the art of combat, who had guided him, now lay as a sacrifice to his own hand. Each strike pierced his heart, yet he could not avert the course of events. However, the greatest anguish came from the realization that even his master, Kuro, whom he had vowed to protect with his life, had also met his end by his own hand. The comrade with whom he had once fought side by side now lay lifeless in a pool of blood, devoid of vitality. He found it impossible to accept this reality, his heart burdened with endless remorse and self-reproach. Memories surged forth like a relentless tide, plunging him into profound anguish and confusion. He could not fathom why such recollections invaded his mind, nor could he ascertain their authenticity. He began to question his very existence and the nature of reality, feeling adrift in this illusory world. Yet, he soon adjusted his mindset, recognizing the fabrications that surrounded him. With his inherent disposition, he could never commit such heinous acts. He would never betray his own conscience. Confronted with all that transpired before him, despite witnessing the entire ordeal, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence and despair. Even though he understood that everything occurring around him was not genuinely real, merely a transient dream or hallucination, the visceral nature of these events engulfed him in ceaseless torment. As his heart was wrenched with excruciating pain, tears streaming down his face like a flood unleashed. His lips quivered slightly, his voice emerging from the depths of his throat, laden with profound sorrow and regret. "I am sorry," the wolf murmured, his eyes tinged with guilt, his voice barely audible. Each word pierced his soul like a sharp blade. The root of all this turmoil lay with the cherry dragon, a creature from distant lands, who had evidently endured unimaginable trauma, suffering grievous injuries, including the loss of an arm, perhaps in search of a sanctuary to heal, or for some other unknown reason. This wounded divine dragon chose to take root in the land of Inaba. Inaba was indeed a land of bountiful resources and fertile soil. Its vast expanse and rich offerings were particularly enhanced by the astonishingly abundant rainfall. Over time, these rains coalesced into a monumental river stretching thousands of miles, resembling a great dragon coiling upon the earth, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. This river coursed through the entirety of Inaba, bestowing vitality and limitless potential upon the land. Perhaps it was this magical river that enabled Inaba to nurture such a multitude of remarkable individuals. The river was affectionately known as the Dragon Spring, and revered as the water of origin. For generations, the people of Inaba have relied on this river for sustenance, engaging in rituals to beseech bountiful harvests for their crops, holding the Dragon Spring in deep reverence, regarding it as the source of life. Under the nourishing embrace of the Dragon Spring, the land flourished, yielding far more crops than other regions. In the protection of the spring, the people of Inaba led peaceful and contented lives. At the river's source stood the Palace of Origin, where the inhabitants were known as nobles and citizens of the capital. Thus, the injured divine dragon selected the fertile land of Inaba, perching upon a colossal cherry blossom tree to heal, transforming into the cherry dragon. This magnificent tree grew at the very source of the water of origin, its roots sprawling throughout Inaba. Here, it could absorb ample nutrients, and with its ancient lineage, its vitality was astonishing. It was precisely this quality that attracted the dragon, which, in its quest to mend its wounds, incessantly drew upon the life force around it, resulting in those whose vitality was absorbed succumbing to a disease known as dragon cough, ultimately leading to their agonizing demise. Chapter 25. The Hidden Secret of Dragon's Blood, Part 2. Upon the colossal form of the cherry dragon lay a grotesque wound, its ghastly appearance seemingly narrating tales of the grievous trauma endured. Yet, the story concealed behind that wound and the tribulations faced by the cherry dragon remain a mystery. Since the arrival of the cherry dragon in Inaba, the fate of the land appears to have subtly shifted. Once fertile and abundant, the soil has gradually become barren and desolate, with food resources diminishing alarmingly. The lives of the Inaba people have since descended into a precarious existence, struggling daily in the depths of despair. Even more bizarrely, a mysterious force known as dragon's blood emerged from this land. It is said that those who possess this power can attain miraculous abilities of resurrection, yet simultaneously, those around them suffer from a dreadful affliction known as dragon cough. Rather than a gift, it is more akin to a curse. This malady is ferocious and untreatable. Once infected, it heralds certain death. Those afflicted with dragon cough will find their remaining days shrouded in ceaseless despair and indescribable agony. What, then, is the origin of this chain of calamities? Indeed, it all stems from the cherry dragon. The horrific wounds it bears exceed the limits of conventional healing. Consequently, it resorted to the most direct and effective means of survival, seizing the life force of others. The blood from its wounds flowed into the water of origin, tainting the entire river. This blood harbored an enigmatic power that, even after being diluted in the spring, could grant immortality. Thus, various bizarre methods of achieving eternal life came into being. The inhabitants of the Palace of Origin, being the closest to the source of the water, naturally gained this so-called immortality. However, this power led to unforeseen consequences. Their own vitality was entirely stripped away, leaving their bodies as parched husks, resembling lifeless corpses. Moreover, they lost their capacity for thought, existing in a state akin to soulless automatons. Those creatures dwelling in the depths of the water of origin also underwent transformations. Their bodies grew immensely, resembling mythical beasts. Simultaneously, they too gained the power of immortality, a seeming boon, yet in reality, it was an endless nightmare. Immortality, a term that appears enticing and alluring, conceals a despairing truth. To obtain immortality is to eternally forfeit one's true life, devolving into a thoughtless, emotionless monstrosity, existing in a state of mere survival. Yet, even with this knowledge, the allure of such power continues to captivate countless souls. People strive with all their might to attain this power, oblivious to the fact that they have ensnared themselves in a colossal cage, akin to caged birds, forever unable to escape. The dragon's blood within the wolf is, in truth, another method by which the cherry dragon siphons the life force of others. It generously bestows dragon's blood upon others, yet whenever those imbued with this power exert it, dragon cough spreads like a plague. The cherry dragon, in turn, draws vitality from this epidemic to heal its own wounds. At this moment, the wolf finally comprehends the reason for his presence in this world. Reflecting upon that pivotal moment, he made a decision that diverged from his adoptive father's wishes, breaking the chains of convention, and unhesitatingly chose to protect his master, Hirata Kuro. It was this courageous and resolute choice that spared him from the path of becoming a demon. However, the wolf was not merely satisfied with this. At the story's conclusion, he resolutely chose self-sacrifice to sever the immensely powerful dragon's blood. He understood that only through such an act could he liberate his master from the entanglements of fate and return to a life of ordinariness. Thus, the wolf embarked on his journey to the Palace of Origins, where he discovered the hidden cherry dragon beneath a cherry blossom tree in that mystical realm. An exhilarating battle ensued, pitting the wolf against the cherry dragon in a life-and-death duel. Ultimately, with indomitable spirit, the wolf triumphed over the wounded cherry dragon, using his undying slash to carve into the dragon's eye, acquiring the crucial material, dragon tears, to sever the power of immortality. However, the cherry dragon was unwilling to succumb to death so easily. It harnessed the dragon's blood power within the wolf, and as the wolf ended his own life with the undying slash, it transported him to an entirely unfamiliar world, the world of Naruto. The cherry dragon sought to leverage this mysterious force to be reborn in this new environment, continuing its pursuit of ambition and desire. Alas, the wolf would not allow such a desire to come to fruition. Its plans were destined for failure. Chapter 26. The Changes in Konoha, Part 1. The wolf's face bore a resolute expression, his eyes radiating a fierce intent as he gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall never allow the cherry dragon to be reborn. The tragedy shall not repeat itself." He gazed at the blood-red vortex before him, seemingly witnessing the haunting scenes of the past, and the flames of fury within him burned ever brighter. He exhaled heavily, as if attempting to expel those painful memories along with his breath. Yet, these recollections clung to him like a nightmare, refusing to dissipate. The wolf recognized that this place was not suitable for prolonged dwelling, yet a powerful force deep within compelled him to remain. He understood it was both his hatred for the cherry dragon and his unwavering commitment to his mission. He had resolved to put an end to this blood-soaked land. After a careful observation, the wolf discovered that the entire vortex was shrouded in an endless crimson hue, resembling a flowing river of blood. When he calmed his mind and attuned his spirit, he sensed the pervasive flames of resentment within it. Undoubtedly, everything here was a consequence of the dragon's blood power. If that were the case, the undying slash, capable of severing life and death, would surely be able to dismantle this entire vortex. With this thought in mind, the wolf slowly drew forth his undying slash. Gripping the hilt firmly with one hand while steadying the blade with the other, a brilliant crimson light erupted from the weapon, emanating a formidable aura that surged from his being. As time passed, this aura intensified, as if it were striving to break free from the shackles of the universe. As the aura reached its zenith, his gaze sharpened, and a deep, raspy roar escaped his lips. Ha! Simultaneously, the weapon held tightly in his grasp began to radiate a dazzling brilliance, a vivid, dripping crimson light. This bloodlight flickered and danced like flames upon the weapon's surface. Then, he swung his weapon, unleashing the legendary technique, the undying slash. Upon its release, winds howled and the heavens shifted. The massive blood-red strike materialized like a roaring dragon, carrying a terrifying momentum that threatened to annihilate all. In the blink of an eye, a heart-stopping blood-red slash raced toward the vortex's center. Upon their collision, the sound reverberated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. An indescribable surge of energy erupted from the point of impact, akin to a torrential flood sweeping across the entire space. The very fabric of the environment trembled violently under this overwhelming force, as if on the brink of collapse. As the energy gradually dissipated, a deep gash was revealed, cleaving through the entire expanse, as if it had severed the world in twain. The once spiraling vortex was now thoroughly torn apart. In the wake of this astonishing strike, the vortex resembled a shattered mirror, fissures appearing throughout, rapidly disintegrating before the naked eye. It appears I have succeeded, he mused, gazing at the scene before him, a faint smile of relief gracing his lips. The wolf exhaled softly, inhaling the fresh air as if to expel the stifling atmosphere of the blood-red vortex. Having escaped that dreadful vortex, he felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Upon emerging, he found himself in a completely foreign locale. The rocky terrain surrounding him suggested he was at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. I have spent over 20 years in that vortex. I wonder how much time has passed outside, the wolf murmured, a wave of concern washing over him. If decades had indeed passed, it would be catastrophic. I must hasten back to Konoha and ascertain the situation. With that thought, the wolf wasted no time. After a brief respite, he immediately set off on the path back to Konoha, urgency propelling him forward, eager to return to his village. Throughout the journey, he traversed mountains and crossed rivers, quickening his pace. For him, Konoha was more than a village. It was home, filled with the people and matters he cherished. At last, after a long and arduous trek, the silhouette of Konoha emerged in the distance. His heart surged with excitement, and his eyes moistened with emotion. The moment he stepped into the village, a familiar warmth enveloped him, evoking cherished memories. After days of relentless travel, the wolf finally returned to Konoha, only to be astounded by the sight before him. The villagers wore radiant smiles, as vibrant as blooming flowers in spring. Festive decorations adorned some houses, resembling strings of colorful rainbows. At that moment, Konoha had shed the shadows of war, flourishing with vitality and prosperity. People often forget, and it seemed the villagers had cast aside the anguish brought by conflict. The dramatic transformation of Konoha filled the wolf with doubt. When he had departed, the villagers were consumed by sorrow, mourning lost loved ones and shattered homes. What had transpired in such a short span? What force had catalyzed this remarkable change among the villagers? The wolf found himself deep in thought, curiosity ignited, compelling him to investigate and unravel this mystery. Chapter 27. The Changes in Konoha, Part 2. The wolf had not returned home in quite some time, and his return evoked a sensation akin to stepping into a different era. In the wolf's heart, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were no longer mere figures of authority. They had become akin to parents, bestowing upon him boundless love and care. This home had transformed into the warmest and most reassuring harbor in his soul. At this moment, the wolf stood at his doorstep, emotions swirling within him. He knew that within lay his most beloved individuals and his most treasured memories. Although for Minato and Kushina, it had only been a brief separation of mere months, for the wolf, it felt as though eons had passed. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his restless heart. Finally, the wolf summoned his courage and gently pushed open the door. The portal seemed to carry with it an abundance of longing and anticipation as it creaked open. A familiar scent enveloped him. His gaze eagerly scanned every corner of the room, ultimately resting upon Minato. At that moment, Minato, clad in an apron and beaming with a smile, was engaged in conversation with Kushina. Upon seeing the returning wolf, surprise and joy flickered in his eyes. "I'm back." The wolf's voice trembled, laden with a multitude of complex emotions. Minato looked at the weary wolf before him, a deep sense of compassion reflected in his gaze. Although the wolf had prepared himself mentally before returning, standing before Minato brought forth an overwhelming wave of emotion, and tears streamed down his face like a broken dam. Minato paused for a moment, but quickly embraced the wolf tightly. It's all right. He gently patted his back, offering comfort. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everything transformed into a serene and beautiful tableau. The wolf felt the nurturing presence of Minato, his heart brimming with happiness and contentment. In this home, he discovered a genuine sense of belonging and the enduring warmth of familial love. He found the affection he had long yearned for in Minato and Kushina. Kushina gazed at the wolf's peculiar left hand with a heart full of tenderness. Ever since the wolf had been injured, she had taken meticulous care of him. Although she was already aware that he had lost his left arm in a fierce battle, every time she saw his left hand, an indescribable sorrow welled up within her. The wolf keenly sensed the subtle shift in Kushina's emotions. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to keep his voice calm as he spoke to her. "Sister, please do not be saddened. On the brutal battlefield, many have lost their lives. In comparison, I have merely lost an arm, which I consider fortunate." He offered a faint smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. He then raised his prosthetic left arm, giving it a gentle wave, and continued, "Moreover, look at this. I have now equipped a high-tech prosthetic arm. Its capabilities are remarkable, allowing for various movements, nearly indistinguishable from a real arm." With that, the wolf demonstrated a few simple actions to showcase the flexibility and practicality of the prosthetic. While the wolf continuously reassured himself, Kushina also smiled, though a hint of bittersweetness lingered behind her expression. However, she adeptly concealed it. As if recalling something, her face lit up with a smile. "Wolf, Minato is soon to become Hokage. The third Hokage has already stepped down." She laughed heartily. I will soon be the Hokage's wife. However, Minato should be grateful that I am not competing for the position." With a playful tone, she added, "In light of my impending role as Hokage's wife, I shall reluctantly relinquish the title of Hokage." Although Kushina spoke lightly, the joy radiating from her smile betrayed her true feelings. Minato's forthcoming election as Hokage was indeed exhilarating news for her. She then engaged the wolf in conversation about the significant events that had transpired in the Hidden Leaf Village during his absence. One noteworthy incident was the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to step down. Despite the village emerging victorious in the Third Great Ninja War, it had paid an exceedingly heavy price. Many ninjas had suffered casualties, and the loss of elite combatants was alarming. Confronted with such dire circumstances, the Hokage understood the weight of responsibility he must bear. Another shocking event was the betrayal of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, once favored by the third Hokage. He was exposed for conducting heinous human experiments on innocent villagers and subsequently fled the Hidden Leaf Village. Despite the third Hokage personally leading the pursuit, for reasons unknown, he ultimately failed to capture Orochimaru. Kushina clenched her fist, throwing a few punches into the air. "When Minato officially takes over, I will surely give him a good beating for stealing my dream." Hearing the commotion, Minato could only chuckle awkwardly from the side, fearful that Kushina might come after him. Shifting his position slightly backward, the wolf observed this heartwarming scene, a gentle smile gracing his lips. So, this was how the village's peculiar changes had come to be. Chapter 28. The Fate of the Uchiha Clan, Part 1. "Wolf, come to dinner," Minato called out. "Coming right away," the wolf responded. his gaze drawn to the bountiful spread of dishes on the table, the rich aroma wafting through the air, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Wow! As expected of Teacher Minato, this is absolutely delicious, he exclaimed, his words muffled as he devoured the food. Kushina, observing the wolf's voracious appetite, feigned annoyance. Hey, don't just focus on Minato's cooking. You've come back so rarely. I specially made a dish for you. You should try it and see how it tastes. Upon hearing this, the wolf looked up and followed Kushina's pointing finger to a dish that, despite its excellent presentation and enticing aroma, appeared ominously charred, making it nearly impossible to discern its true nature. The corners of the wolf's eyes twitched involuntarily as he hesitated with his chopsticks, caught in a dilemma, unwilling to take the plunge with that mysterious concoction. What's wrong? You can't refuse the goodwill of your elders, Kushina said with a mischievous smile. Kushina stared at the wolf with a blank expression, her vibrant red hair seeming to mirror her emotions, ready to transform into a fiery pepper at any moment and deliver a fierce reprimand. The wolf, startled, quickly cast a pleading glance at Minato, his eyes silently screaming for help. However, to his dismay, Minato completely ignored his silent plea, engrossed in his meal. Faced with such a predicament, the wolf had no choice but to muster his courage, pick up the charred food, grit his teeth, and, closing his eyes, resolutely shove it into his mouth. The texture was akin to chewing on charcoal, crunchy and laden with an overwhelming seasoning. How is it? What do you think? Kushina asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This fried egg is my exclusive recipe, perfected after much research. It's a rarity for anyone to taste it. The wolf, not daring to hesitate, quickly swallowed the food. It's quite good. Good? Then you should eat more, she exclaimed, reaching to serve him the remaining fried egg from the dish. The wolf was taken aback and hurriedly replied, No, I'm full. He then grabbed his bowl and hastily consumed all the rice within it. Oh, I still have something to attend to. I'll be stepping out now, he said, rising abruptly and rushing toward the door, leaving Minato and Kushina staring at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, even if Kushina's nerves were typically tough, she finally grasped the situation. She glared fiercely in the direction the wolf had departed, her hands clenched into fists, her red hair standing on end like crimson peppers, waving dramatically. That little brat. When he returns, I will certainly give him a good thrashing. However, just then, she suddenly turned back to Minato, flashing him an exceptionally radiant smile. Yet to Minato, this smile was the most terrifying sight imaginable. Minato, you'll eat this fried egg. Upon hearing this, Minato silently set down his bowl, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew that if he did not eat that fried egg, he would likely face Kushina's affectionate punches next. Can I say I'm full too? He whimpered. Kushina only responded with a series of cold laughs, her fists crackling ominously. Minato's face contorted in a pained grimace, resembling a mask of suffering, as he reluctantly accepted the fried egg from Kushina and began to eat it in silence. Achoo! Just then, as he walked along the path, the wolf sneezed forcefully. Who was talking about me behind my back? Finally, the wolf arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, primarily seeking out Uchiha Shursui. At this moment, the Uchiha clan had relocated from the heart of Konoha to its outskirts, once one of the most powerful and illustrious families in the village. The Uchiha clan had seen its prestige wane. The villagers of Konoha held a deep-seated animosity towards them, and their reputation was severely tarnished. The members of the Uchiha clan were largely self-centered and held an inflated sense of their own importance. In their minds, they were the foremost clan in the ninja world, a hubris that often elicited discomfort in others. They frequently spoke of their family honor, as if it were the sole measure of their existence. Yet, the reality starkly contrasted with their aspirations. The treatment they received in Konoha bred resentment within them. They were forced to the village's periphery, increasingly distanced from the centers of power. Although some held positions as elders within Konoha, they were entirely excluded from the village's decision-making processes, relegated to mere observers. This unfair treatment fueled their discontent and anger. They yearned to reclaim their respect and status, but felt powerless to alter their circumstances. Amid this complex environment, the Uchiha clan gradually split into two distinct factions. One faction, known as the militant faction, passionately believed that only through formidable strength could they reclaim what they desired, and they sought to orchestrate a coup to seize control of Konoha. However, this radical notion was inherently impractical. Even though Konoha was experiencing its most vulnerable period since its founding, the idea that the Uchiha clan could usurp power solely through force was akin to chasing phantoms. The likely outcome would be mutual devastation for both sides. In contrast, the opposing faction, referred to as the diplomatic faction, advocated for negotiations with the village to find a peaceful resolution to the Uchiha's plight, aiming to dispel the prejudices held by Konoha against them. While this ideology was undeniably sound, it also bore certain limitations. Among the Uchiha that Wolf was familiar with, there were only two, Uchiha Obito and his dear friend Uchiha Shursui. Their personalities were notably distinct from those of the majority of their clan, as both possessed an exceptionally tender spirit. Chapter 41. The Night of the Full Moon and the Ninetales Rampage. 2. Outside the village, within a concealed cave, a painful cry echoed. "Ah, it hurts," Kushina screamed, her voice laden with anguish and struggle. She gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands gripping the sheets tightly, her body trembling in response to the excruciating pain. Outside the delivery room, Wolf stood silently, his ears perked, listening intently to Kushina's cries. His eyes betrayed a profound concern, brow furrowed, heart racing with anxiety. He silently prayed for Kushina to safely give birth. Meanwhile, Minato paced anxiously within the delivery room, his expression a mask of tension. He frequently glanced at Kushina, his eyes reflecting worry and care. "Could you stop pacing back and forth? Your movements will disturb Kushina." Saratobi Bawako could no longer contain her irritation. "This will affect her state." Minato promptly halted, his face flushed with apology. "I'm sorry, I'm just too nervous." He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, yet his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Inside the delivery room, Kushina's cries grew increasingly desperate, as if threatening to collapse the very cave. Minato's complexion paled further, his heart racing uncontrollably, almost leaping from his throat. He had never felt such tension before, even more so than during perilous missions. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, a clear, joyful cry resonated from the delivery room. The child was born. Wawa. Minato's heart soared, and he rushed forward, eager to ascertain the child's well-being. "It's a lively boy. Both mother and child are safe." Saratobi Bawako cradled the baby, her previously wrinkled face now blossoming into a radiant smile. "Uh-huh." Minato's previously taut nerves relaxed in an instant. "He is finally here. From this day forth, I shall be a father." Tears of joy welled in Minato's eyes, his entire being trembling with elation as he gently wiped away his tears. "Naruto." Minato's voice quavered as he extended his hands, eager to hold the newborn and observe this precious new life up close. "What are you doing? Don't touch him just yet. Let his mother have a look first." Saratobi Bawako interjected, her discontent evident. I'm just so happy I didn't think." Minato stammered, his lips pursing awkwardly. The baby's cries were loud and vigorous, as if announcing his arrival to the world. Minato gazed tenderly at the child's cheeks, his heart brimming with joy and emotion. "You've worked hard. Thank you, Kushina." "Kushina, are you all right?" Minato gently caressed her face, whispering softly. It must have been incredibly painful. Seeing Naruto's rosy cheeks, Kushina let out a sigh of relief. "Naruto, I finally met you." Though exhausted, a smile of pure happiness graced her face upon hearing her child's cries. The arrival of this new life brought boundless joy and hope to all. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a grave crisis was stealthily approaching. Just as their nerves were taut, a series of urgent knocks erupted from outside the door. "What is happening? Can't anyone discern the urgency of the situation?" Bawako glared at Minato in dissatisfaction. "I'll go check." Minato furrowed his brow. He felt a surge of irritation. Who could be intruding at such a moment? He was determined to discover what could possibly be more important than his wife giving birth. Minato opened the door to find two Umbu operatives waiting outside. "Greetings, Lord 4th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage has urgent matters to discuss with you. Please accompany us." One Umbu bowed his head respectfully. "This is absurd. What time is it? How could I possibly leave Kushina now?" Minato glared at the Umbu members, his displeasure palpable. "Apologies, Hokage-sama, but the 3rd Hokage insists this matter is of utmost urgency and requires your immediate attention," another Umbu quickly explained. "How about this? I'll send someone else in my stead." Minato contemplated, unwilling to leave the delivery room. Even if the sky were to fall, it would not be as important as my wife giving birth. He spoke firmly. Turning toward the empty shadows, he called out, Tengu, go see what the third wants me for. As Minato finished speaking, a figure materialized from the previously vacant space. The Umbu standing before him felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura emanating from Wolf, a palpable sense of menace enveloping him. He thought to himself, damn, this person is far stronger than I am. I hope our plan proceeds smoothly. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Minato instructed Wolf to meet the third Hokage on his behalf, unaware that this was, in fact, a trap set against Wolf. This scheme had been meticulously orchestrated by Danzo, aiming to draw Wolf away from Minato, allowing the masked man to unleash the Nine Tails from Kushina's body. At this moment, Minato felt an overwhelming urgency, rendering him incapable of calm contemplation. Under normal circumstances, he would have immediately sensed the underlying anomalies. However, anxiety and tension clouded his judgment, making it difficult for him to arrive at a sound conclusion. Danzo was acutely aware that Minato would not easily abandon his post at such a crucial juncture, anticipating that Minato would delegate his duties to Wolf. This was precisely the trap Danzo had set, awaiting Wolf's entrapment within it. In a hurried decision, Minato appointed Wolf to meet the third Hokage, lacking the luxury of time to deliberate and compelled to act on instinct. Yet, he overlooked the potential dangers, unwittingly granting Danzo an opportunity. No one could have anticipated that Shimura Danzo would conspire with the enemy to jeopardize Konoha. In this intricate plot, Minato became a mere pawn in Danzo's game, while Wolf found himself ensnared in a meticulously crafted scheme. Chapter 42, The Night of the Full Moon and the QB Chaos. 3. Pray tell, where are you taking me? This hardly seems like the path to the third Hokage's residence. Upon hearing these words, the two root ninjas paused, a flicker of panic crossing their faces. Yet they maintained a facade of composure as they replied, the third Hokage is awaiting you in the back mountains. Oh, is that so? A smirk played at the corners of Wolf's mouth, his eyes glinting with amusement. He coldly scrutinized the ninja before him and slowly inquired, how long do you intend to maintain this charade? The two root ninjas exchanged tense glances, suppressing their unease, and feigned innocence, asking, Sir, what do you mean? Are you doubting us? You know best in your hearts. Wolf crossed his arms, his gaze as frigid as frost, realizing they were still attempting to deceive him. Wolf let out a derisive laugh and continued, From the moment you arrived, I knew you were not affiliated with the third Hokage. You are Danzo's operatives, aren't you? At these words, the two root ninjas' expressions shifted dramatically, a wave of intense trepidation washing over them. They had never anticipated their identities would be so swiftly unveiled. One of them blurted out, How did you discover us? Did you believe such trivial tricks could elude me? Wolf scoffed. The aura you emanate is entirely different from that of the Umbu, and your actions betray an inexplicable tension and awkwardness. With that, Wolf stepped forward, his formidable presence erupting in an instant. The two root ninjas, recognizing the peril, understood that their ruse could no longer continue. Their backs were drenched in sweat. Consequently, they exchanged a knowing glance, swiftly encircling Wolf. Since it has come to this, we shall no longer conceal our intentions. One of the root ninjas gritted through clenched teeth, brandishing a katana with unwavering determination. The other ninja remained vigilant, eyes fixed on Wolf, poised to strike at any moment. While conversing with Wolf, they had discreetly communicated with other root members, now only needing to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Wolf had already seen through their covert maneuvers, yet he regarded them with disdain. Do you know why I was able to discern that you were Danzo's men? I must admit, you concealed yourselves rather well. On the surface, you seemed impeccable. As he withdrew his weapon, he smirked coldly. However, you would not anticipate that I possess a unique ability. I can sense the malice directed toward me. As he concluded his statement, Wolf realized he had been encircled. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. The four root ninjas, surrounding him, executed a sealing technique, and in an instant, a towering purple barrier encased Wolf. Oh, very well. This has come a tad sooner than I anticipated, but it is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out myself. The two ninjas who had initially surrounded Wolf, now witnessing their reinforcements arrive, could no longer bear the immense mental strain and lunged at Wolf with their weapons raised. Their attacks were executed with all their might, the blades slicing through the air with explosive speed, leaving afterimages in their wake. Die, bastard. Upon witnessing such a fierce assault, Wolf's demeanor shifted from anger to delight. He did not even blink. No, the two ninjas, believing their attack would succeed, were unwittingly playing into Wolf's hands. However, their actions appeared to reverse in the eyes of the other ninjas. How is this possible? Their eyes widened in disbelief as they realized, under the intense pain, that they had likely fallen victim to an illusion. Yet, awakening to this realization now was a tad too late. Death loomed ever closer. Just moments ago, the blades intended for Wolf had transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe, poised to claim their lives. When did this happen? The two root ninjas, now coughing blood, appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Humph. The moment I laid eyes on you, I planted an illusion in your minds. The instant you attacked me, the illusion activated. Upon hearing these words, the root ninja fixated his gaze on Wolf, attempting to utter something, yet his lips merely moved soundlessly. Their bodies felt as though they were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering them immobile. Ultimately, they could only slowly perceive the ebbing of their lives, despairingly awaiting the arrival of death. Their eyes, filled with reluctance and regret, would remain forever wide open. Wolf coldly observed the ninjas sprawled in their own blood, devoid of a shred of compassion within him. Choices dictate fate. This is the brutal law of the ninja world. Now it is your turn. Wolf's tone turned icy, his entire being exuding a palpable aura of menace. The terrifying bloodlust became almost tangible, saturating the air and rendering it suffocating. Under the moonlight, the Tengu mask gleamed with an eerie luminescence, while the weapon in his hand radiated a chilling light. Haha, over 20 Jonin, Danzo truly holds me in high regard. A cold smile graced Wolf's lips, his eyes glinting with disdain. Before absolute power, all schemes and plots are rendered futile. The ninjas of Root had completely encircled Wolf, and with the four purple flames formation enclosing him, he resembled a beast trapped within a cage. Despite his formidable prowess, none among them believed Wolf could escape alive. Yet, under the onslaught of his terrifying bloodlust, they felt as if they were gazing upon a river of blood, the crimson glow igniting a profound sense of unease within them. Chapter 43. The Night of the Full Moon and the QB Chaos. 4. The moment of the hunt has officially commenced, accompanied by a low, thunderous roar. The air thickened with tension and peril. Let us begin with you. Wolf's gaze sharpened, akin to that of a ferocious beast, fixating on one enemy. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that coalesced into a colossal, lifelike fire dragon. The dragon roared through the air, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. The air became arid under the intense heat, singeing the surrounding trees to a charred black. Wolf's ninjutsu forced the root ninjas directly in front of him to retreat, overwhelmed by the immense pressure of the fire dragon. They had no choice but to back away in search of safety. Yet, Wolf did not halt his offensive momentum. Secret technique, floating fairy. His body soared into the air, the long sword in his hand glimmering with a cold light. He wielded the sword with ferocity, its arc akin to a tempest's fury. The terrifying force of the blade seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space, its sharp energy cascading down like a torrential rain. Quickly retreat. Faced with such a rapid onslaught, the root ninjas' expressions changed drastically. They understood that if they did not evade in time, they would likely suffer severe injuries or even death. Without hesitation, they retreated, seeking to dodge the wolf's attack. The wolf, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of satisfaction. Their retreat was precisely what he had anticipated, allowing him to avoid being caught in a pincer movement. Even a few fleeting seconds were sufficient for him. Earth style, Yellow Spring Marsh. One of the root ninjas executed an earth technique, transforming the ground into a swamp in an attempt to ensnare the wolf. Mind turn technique. Another root ninja unleashed a mind control jutsu, aiming to disrupt the wolf's thoughts. Water style, Water Surge Wave. A third root ninja released a water technique, conjuring a towering column of water that surged toward the wolf. Lightning style, Ground Walk. The final root ninja employed a lightning technique, directing electrical currents through the ground in a bid to paralyze the wolf's legs. In an instant, various jutsu intertwined, forming a combined technique of formidable power. The wolf's body stiffened as the ground beneath him became exceedingly soft, causing his legs to sink rapidly. The wolf narrowed his eyes, a grave expression finally appearing on his face. The jutsu, previously of moderate strength, had become significantly more lethal after their combination. A massive wave of water, accompanied by dazzling lightning, surged toward the wolf like a missile. With a resounding crash, the wolf's form was struck by the powerful technique, only to dissipate into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. When did that happen? The root ninja designated as exclaimed incredulously. Earth-style, heart-beheading technique. The wolf's voice emanated from beneath him, yet his movements were unhurried, seemingly deliberate. In this critical moment, Yeet could think of nothing else. He leaped into action, his reflexes sharp as he sprang upward. Now, Rasengan, the wolf, still concealed beneath the earth, felt elated as jumped. He knew the opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, he transformed into a flurry of crows that circled in the air before swiftly descending upon from behind. When the crows dispersed, the wolf had already materialized behind a blue energy sphere coalescing in his hand, the Rasengan. At this point, Yeet found himself unable to evade. He could not even react, having never anticipated the wolf's sudden appearance behind him. Just then, the Rasengan struck his back. A tremendous force surged through his body, and in an instant, his back was pierced by the Rasengan, blood gushing forth. The Rasengan bore through S chest, shattering his insides into fragments, blood splattering everywhere. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the gaping hole in his chest, slowly collapsing to the ground. In his final moments, Yeet finally comprehended how the wolf had reached behind him. It had been concealed underground since the onset of its fire technique. With every step meticulously calculated, the wolf had used earth and smoke to obscure his movements, stealthily following until the opportune moment to strike. As the scent of blood reached him, the wolf's body began to boil with an overwhelming battle fervor. He laughed with excitement, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "Ha ha, come, entertain me, you wretched ants." The wolf's face contorted grotesquely as he spoke. Chapter 44, The Full Moon Night and the Nine-Tails Chaos. 5. The wolf's decision to eliminate first stemmed from the fact that he was the only one present who posed a genuine threat to him. After all, Yeet's ability to invade the enemy's mental realm was a secret technique of the Yamashiro clan, indicating that he belonged to that lineage. Although the wolf possessed formidable mental strength, he was unwilling to take risks against someone equally adept in that domain. Moreover, as a being of the Shadow Wolf class, it would likely be merely a matter of time before he could eliminate everyone present. Furthermore, he possessed a particularly powerful jutsu, rendering him nearly invincible. The wolf coldly regarded the root ninjas hiding in the shadows, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now, allow me to cleanse this arena." As his words echoed, the wolf swiftly formed hand signs, uttering a low incantation. Water style, great waterfall technique. Instantly, an enormous torrent of liquid erupted from his mouth, engulfing the entire space in a deluge that formed a colossal waterfall. The sheer volume of water surpassed all reason. The root ninjas, previously concealed in darkness, were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the wolf could perform such a large-scale water technique without a water source. "What?" One of the root ninjas exclaimed in shock. "How can this monster execute such a massive jutsu in a waterless environment?" Another murmured in disbelief. However, the wolf remained indifferent to their reactions. He simply stood still, coldly observing the unfolding scene. The root ninjas stared in astonishment at the spectacle before them, an ominous premonition swelling within their hearts. Just as they had barely regained their footing, the wolf began forming hand signs once again, chanting, "Fire style, great fire extinguishing technique." In an instant, roaring flames surged forth like a tumultuous sea, enveloping them in a scorching inferno, as if seeking to consume them whole. Though not as potent as Uchiha Madara's fire jutsu, it bore a certain majesty. "If you wish to survive, everyone, use water style with me," a root member shouted urgently. Faced with such terrifying ninjutsu, they realized they must act. Otherwise, in this environment, death was the only outcome. Fortunately, the ground beneath them was already saturated with water, making their water-style techniques significantly more effective. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the wolf had not exerted his full strength. "Water style, water flow barrier," the root leader commanded, and they all shouted in unison, unleashing the water barrier. Instantly, sturdy walls of water rose from the ground, attempting to shield them from the oncoming flames. However, the might of the wolf's great fire extinguishing technique far exceeded their expectations. As fire and water clashed, a hissing sound erupted. The collision of water and fire generated copious steam that filled the air, rendering the entire scene hazy and indistinct. The root ninjas widened their eyes, anxiously watching the unfolding chaos. They realized that the wolf's power was far beyond their imagination. This battle had transformed from a mere confrontation into a struggle for survival. With over 20 root members simultaneously invoking water style, water array barrier, countless massive water flow barriers erupted, isolating the entire sea of flames. However, as time progressed, the temperature of the liquid began to rise rapidly. The boundary's interior grew increasingly hot as the water was continuously evaporated at the interface of fire and water. Push harder. The group shouted, exerting every ounce of chakra to maintain the water barrier's existence. Yet, despite their efforts, they barely managed to counter the oncoming flames. The two techniques continued to collide in the air, generating a vast amount of steam. This steam ascended ceaselessly, shrouding the barrier in a thick mist that obscured vision entirely. At this moment, the members were drenched in sweat and vapor, unable to discern whether it was perspiration or steam. Some root ninjas suddenly realized that the wolf's use of fire was not accidental, but rather intentional. His true intention was to entice them into employing the water release technique, thereby generating a copious amount of rising steam to obscure their vision and place them at a disadvantage. Yet, despite this, they found themselves powerless. It was a plot laid bare. The wolf first utilized the water release to alter the terrain for two significant purposes: to extinguish their thoughts of using earth release, and to facilitate the execution of his own plans. Ha ha ha, the wolf's chilling laughter reverberated within the ceiling barrier, echoing with an ethereal and eerie resonance. They could not discern the wolf's whereabouts. Observing their panicked demeanor, the wolf felt a surge of delight within, for he recognized this as a rare opportunity. He immediately capitalized on his speed advantage, launching himself toward one of the root ninjas and piercing through his body. Vivid crimson blood sprayed in all directions, splattering onto the surrounding ground and other ninjas. However, this was merely the beginning. Following this, the wolf unleashed a colossal super spiral sphere. This powerful ninjutsu saturated the battlefield with energy fluctuations, distorting the very air around them. As the sphere erupted, it struck another root ninja with unrelenting force. This ninja was unable to withstand such overwhelming power. Before he could even react, his body was instantaneously torn apart, blood gushing forth and creating a gruesome scene. With the secret technique of the Iwanami blade technique, the wolf showcased astonishing prowess once more. A blinding flash illuminated the area, and two root ninjas fell in an instant. They scarcely comprehended how the wolf had executed his strikes before they were felled by his swordsmanship. Damn it! The remaining root ninjas gazed in terror at the unfolding scene, their hearts brimming with rage and fear. In the face of this sudden assault, they descended into chaos. However, as trained ninjas, they quickly regained their composure and devised a response. They formed groups of 4, standing back to back in a defensive posture, vigilant for the wolf's next potential attack. Yet, despite their efforts, the situation remained dire. The rapid loss of several companions weighed heavily on their minds, instilling immense psychological pressure. Chapter 45. The Full Moon Night. The Chaos of the Nine Tails. 6. Who will be next? The wolf's voice slithered into their ears like a specter. Although the root ninjas had been brainwashed, a sensation known as fear began to spread within their hearts. In the thick fog, their line of sight had diminished significantly, compelling them to rely solely on sound to ascertain the enemy's location. 4 o'clock, shouted one ninja with keen perception. As the sound of slicing air pierced through, a sharp strike emerged from the white mist. Yet, alerted by their comrades' warning, their reaction was swift. Substitution technique. With a resounding crash, the wolf's shuriken cleanly split a piece of wood in half. Humph. One of the root ninjas, having evaded the wolf's attack, felt a rush of unwarranted relief. However, to his astonishment, the wolf stepped forward, as if traversing the very fabric of space, appearing instantaneously behind him. Fear surged within him, and he soon heard the sound of a blade slicing through the air. Without hesitation, the wolf swung his shuriken, its blade glinting with cold light, and the fierce sword energy erupted instantaneously. The shuriken met no resistance, effortlessly tearing through his body, splitting him in two from head to toe. The bloody scene relentlessly assaulted the senses of all present. The wolf's offensive also revealed his position. Take him down, a root ninja bellowed. No sooner had the words left his lips than two root ninjas simultaneously unleashed wind release techniques. Wind release, wind cannon, and wind release, vacuum sphere. The speed of these wind release techniques was astonishing, reaching the wolf in mere moments. Under normal circumstances, An ordinary ninja would have been unable to react in such a brief span, meeting their demise. Yet at that moment, the wolf displayed remarkable speed and agility. He reacted swiftly, biting down on his shuriken, his body slightly crouching as he formed hand seals. The instant the ninjutsu struck his body, the wolf transformed into a flurry of crows, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, events unfolded on the other side with the water gate. Just as the wolf was being led away by the root ninjas, the water gate prepared to reinforce the seal on Kushina's abdomen. All right, even though you've just given birth and it's been arduous, I must ensure the Ninetales remains entirely subdued. The water gate declared with enthusiasm as he clapped his hands together. However, just as he was about to fortify the seal, calamity struck. A scream echoed, and both of their bodies collapsed. Lord Biwa, the heavenly path. The water gate stared in shock at the scene. A robed figure with a mask suddenly emerged, cradling the newly born Naruto in his arms. He could not fathom how this masked man had arrived, or how he had obtained the intelligence regarding Kushina's childbirth, a top-secret matter for Konoha village. Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The masked man's raspy voice rang out, carrying a chilling aura. His right arm held Naruto tightly, while his left hand rested lightly on Naruto's face, as if a mere squeeze would snuff out the life of the newborn infant. Step away from the Jinchuriki. The masked man threatened again, or this child's life will be extinguished in a minute. Upon hearing the masked man's words, both Minato and Kushina felt their hearts leap to their throats. They quickly turned to face him, eyes filled with worry and unease, fearing that a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible harm to Naruto. How did he breach the barrier? Minato pondered, a look of confusion crossing his face. Kushina shared his bewilderment. She could not understand how this enigmatic masked man had penetrated their defenses. Who on earth is this guy? Minato subtly shifted his stance, seeking a better defensive position. His expression grew increasingly grave as he contemplated countermeasures. Just then, Kushina suddenly cried out in agony. The black seal on her abdomen had swelled to its limit, the Ninetales within stirring restlessly, as if ready to break free at any moment. Quickly, leave the Jinchuriki. The masked man urged again, his murderous intent growing palpable. Do you not care for your child? He pressed, wielding a kunai with dissatisfaction. Wait. Please, calm down. Minato's voice grew frantic. This is something you need to hear, Minato. I am utterly calm. The masked man had lost patience for a prolonged standoff, tossing Naruto into the air as he raised his kunai to stab at the infant. Naruto! Kushina screamed in despair upon witnessing this scene. Meanwhile, Minato remained remarkably composed, his gaze fixed on the airborne Naruto. With a whoosh, a flash of light appeared, and Naruto was suddenly cradled in Minato's arms. Humph, as expected of the yellow flash. But what will you do next? The masked man remarked cryptically. Minato's heart raced upon hearing this, and he immediately noticed the explosive tag on Naruto. His mind sharpened to an acute focus. He swiftly stripped the blanket from Naruto and tossed it aside. Minato! Kushina called out in alarm. As Minato hurled the blanket away, the explosive tag detonated instantaneously. A tremendous shockwave caused the entire room to collapse, sending Minato flying. Yet Naruto remained protected within his embrace. Wah! Naruto began to wail in fright. Thank goodness, Naruto is unharmed. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he discovered a splinter had embedded itself in his skin. He barely managed to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. His target was Kushina. I have been lured away. I must hasten back to that place. It turned out that Minato had transferred the explosive tag just as the explosion occurred, thus falling into the trap set by the masked man. Chapter 46. The Night of the Full Moon and the Chaos of the Ninetales. 7. What are you planning to do? Kushina weakly inquired. She had been relocated to another location, the seal on her abdomen now extending across her entire body, her hands bound by black seals. The intense pain from the seals caused her to instinctively lower her head, gasping for breath, her forehead beaded with cold sweat. Extract the Ninetales from your body and destroy Konoha, the masked man declared coldly. What did you say? Kushina exclaimed, her face a mask of shock, her voice trembling slightly, transferring from a space marked by a technique to another space. This is Minato's body flicker technique, the masked man stated calmly. The three tomo of his Sharingan glimmered ominously under the moonlight. He continued, that mark seems to have been inscribed within your technique. Minato usually protects you, but he has been lured away, and due to childbirth, the seal on the Ninetales has weakened. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one I have awaited for a long time. A powerful chakra erupted from the masked man, coalescing around his eyes, emanating an extremely chilling aura. The three tomos spun continuously, ultimately merging into a shuriken shape. Now, let us have a little quiet. The moment Kushina beheld the masked man's eyes, she fell into a stupor, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Minato cradled Naruto in his arms, leaving behind a flying thunder god mark and instantaneously teleporting to a secure room. This is safe, Naruto. Wait here for a moment. I must hurry to rescue your mother. Minato gently placed the slumbering Naruto on the bed, tucking him in. As he looked at Naruto, his gaze softened. Yet, upon thinking of the masked man, his eyes sharpened, his brow furrowed, and an aura of terrifying killing intent emanated from him. The masked man slowly approached Kushina, placing his hand on her abdomen. His chakra seeped through the seal, entering her body, reaching the place where the Nine Tails was sealed. Before him appeared a massive, orange fox radiating an aura of danger, its vast form confined within a narrow iron cage, surrounded by a dark world and damp environment. Its body was restrained by numerous wooden stakes, rendering it immobile, and thick chains encircled it, thwarting any attempt to break free from the barrier. The Nine Tails, initially with its eyes closed, grew restless upon sensing an intruder. It impatiently opened its eyes, revealing a flicker of wariness and disdain. What is that foul stench? The voice of the Nine Tails was filled with discontent, as if it were thoroughly displeased with the arrival of this intruder. The masked man stood there silently, his gaze cold and sharp, emanating a mysterious aura through the holes of his mask. The Nine Tails scrutinized the masked man with keen eyes, attempting to pierce the veil of his hidden identity. Upon catching sight of the masked man's crimson Sharingan, its body tensed, a powerful wave of chakra erupting from within. The previously confined space erupted into chaos, dust swirling violently as winds formed into whirlwinds. The Nine Tails' fur bristled, its fangs bared, and its eyes flashed with fury and animosity. Its roar resounded, filled with boundless pressure. Sharingan? You are of the Uchiha clan. A humiliating memory surged within the Nine Tails, igniting its rage further. It recalled the time it had been enslaved by a mere mortal, Uchiha Obito, the wielder of the Sharingan. For the proud Nine Tails, this was an intolerable disgrace. Just as the Nine Tails was about to unleash its wrath, a peculiar light flickered in the masked man's eyes. The Nine Tails' gaze instantly transformed into the shape of a tomo, and the tumultuous chakra within it began to subside rapidly. The masked man's expression turned unnaturally calm, yet radiated an undeniable authority. The Nine Tails' body trembled slightly, as if sensing the power contained within the masked man's eyes. Its gaze grew dazed, its previous anger dissipating, replaced by a sense of fear and reverence. The masked man stepped forward, his tone imbued with an unassailable authority. Silence, beast. His voice thundered throughout the space. The Nine Tails, as if transformed, ceased its resistance, bowing its head and trembling in submission. The masked man regarded the Nine Tails, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that with the power of his Sharingan, he had successfully suppressed the Nine Tails' defiance, effortlessly bringing it under his control. Now, he could proceed with his plans, utilizing the Nine Tails to achieve his objectives. Release. The masked man joined his hands together, swiftly altering his hand seals. As he completed the final seal, his eyes beneath the mask glimmered with icy intent, followed by a sudden sweeping motion of his hand, breaking the seal on the Nine Tails. The moment the seal was undone, the restraints on the Nine Tails vanished, its vast body's temperature soaring, radiating an intense heat as if fused with molten lava. The confined space was suffused with an overwhelming heat, stifling and oppressive. The chains binding the Nine Tails began to dissolve, and the wooden stakes embedded in its body slowly extricated themselves, signaling the imminent liberation of the Nine Tails. As the Nine Tails struggled fiercely to break free from the seal, Kushina's expression suddenly contorted in agony. Her eyes rolled back, the black seal spreading like ink across her body, the unbearable pain driving her to a state of despair, involuntarily releasing cries of torment. At this moment, the Nine Tails chakra enveloped Kushina, rendering her appearance akin to one clad in a crimson battle robe. However, this was not a true armor, but a manifestation of the Nine Tails' formidable chakra. The Nine Tails chakra seeped into the air at an agonizingly slow pace, imbued with an ominous aura that instilled fear. Too slow. The masked man observed the unfolding events with evident dissatisfaction and impatience, his voice resonating with a chilling authority. Just then, he suddenly made an astonishing move. Extending his right hand, he forcefully grasped towards the direction of the Nine Tails, simultaneously chanting, "Let me expedite this process." As the masked man's words fell, the massive form of the Nine Tails began to tremble violently. Its crimson eyes sparkled with a fierce light, as if intent on incinerating the entire world. Though the masked man's voice was calm, the power it contained was terrifying, instilling a sense of dread. "Now emerge." The masked man's voice echoed once more, this time deeper, laced with an irresistible authority. He then exerted forceful effort with both hands, pulling the Nine Tails from within Kushina. In an instant, a powerful surge of chakra erupted forth, akin to a colossal wave crashing down. "Nine Tails." The voice of the masked man suddenly turned icy, as if emanating from a demon lurking in the depths of hell. His gaze fixated upon the Nine Tails, a cruel smile flickering in his eyes. He intensified his efforts, pouring even more chakra into Kushina's body. Instantly, a more formidable chakra began to surge forth at an alarming rate, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, unstoppable and fierce. At that moment, Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails, could no longer withstand the violent impact of this overwhelming chakra. Her body began to tremble. Her complexion pale as a sheet, her lips bitten through by pain, blood seeping continuously. Her eyes widened in terror and despair, as if she could foresee the impending doom. Chapter 47. The Night of the Full Moon. The Chaos of the Nine Tails. 8. Excellent. Let us proceed to Konoha. The masked man reveled in his delight as he observed the Nine Tails freed from its shackles, feeling that he was one step closer to realizing his plan. Just as he was about to depart, the seemingly lifeless Kushina, fueled by her indomitable will, rose to her feet. "Stop! I will not allow you to harm Konoha," Kushina declared, exerting the last of her strength. "Oh, the Uzumaki clan is truly remarkable. Even after being severed from the tailed beast, they do not perish immediately." A sinister thought crossed the masked man's mind. "Since you are the host of the Nine Tails, I shall let this beast eliminate you." A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the area as the Nine Tails, under the masked man's control, emitted a deep growl, shaking the very heavens and the earth. Its colossal form loomed ominously, Nine Tails thrashing wildly in the air, exuding a suffocating pressure. The Nine Tails raised its massive claw, sharp claws glinting with a cold light. As hard as steel, it lunged fiercely towards Kushina's direction, exuding an aura of annihilation. With a swish, the razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound that stirred up a violent gale, sending Kushina's hair into a frenzy. Her eyes widened in horror at the scene before her. She felt an irresistible force barreling towards her, the sheer pressure rendering her nearly breathless. The claws of the Nine Tails drew ever closer, their sharp tips gleaming ominously, as if poised to tear her apart. In that fleeting moment between life and death, a torrent of thoughts surged within Kushina's mind. She recalled her son, Naruto, her heart swelling with endless affection and sorrow. "I have but one wish," she murmured, her voice betraying a yearning for the future. "How I long to see Naruto grow up." She wished to witness her son's journey, to accompany him through every significant moment. Yet, now it seemed far too late. "Minato, I entrust our son to you." In her final moments, Kushina thought of her husband, Minato Namikaze, convinced that he would protect their child. She slowly closed her eyes, bracing herself for the embrace of death. With a resounding crash, the Nine Tails' claw struck the ground, unleashing a force so potent that the earth fractured beneath it. The tremendous impact sent dust swirling, akin to a cataclysmic storm. Trees and rocks shattered, debris flying in all directions. The Nine Tails' power was so overwhelming that the mountains crumbled before its might, like fragile tofu, reduced to countless shards with a mere squeeze. As the dust settled, the form of the Nine Tails became clearer, its claws deeply embedded in the earth, leaving an unfathomable scar. Yet, Kushina's figure had vanished, seemingly consumed by the Nine Tails' onslaught. The masked man narrowed his eyes, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. Indeed, instead of being in the clutches of the Nine Tails, Kushina appeared cradled in the arms of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "Your timing is impeccable," the masked man sneered, his eyes narrowing. "Truly, the golden flash of Konoha lives up to his name." He shifted his tone, a hint of trepidation and reluctance seeping through. The masked man appeared to have anticipated Minato's arrival, yet he was still taken aback by his swiftness. However, it's regrettably too late now. The corners of the masked man's mouth curled into a sinister smile, his voice laced with mockery. Kushina's complexion was alarmingly pale, her once beautiful features now devoid of color. Her eyes deeply sunken, as though all vitality had been drained from her. Clearly, the forcible extraction of the Nine Tails had severely depleted her life force, plunging her into a state of extreme weakness. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, her thoughts remained with her child. Naruto, how is he? Kushina struggled to lift her head, her gaze urgent and filled with maternal concern as she looked at Minato. Seeing his beloved wife in such a pitiful state tore at Minato's heart, tears brimming in his eyes. He knew how much Kushina feared pain, yet now she was enduring unimaginable torment, having been forcefully separated from the Nine Tails. Minato's rage towards the despicable masked man burned within him. He yearned to confront him immediately, but recalling that Kushina needed his protection, he restrained his anger and gently reassured her, he is safe. Upon hearing that their son was unharmed, Kushina sighed in relief, a glimmer of comfort gracing her face. However, the next moment, her urgency returned. Minato, you must quickly stop the masked man and the Nine Tails. They intend to lay waste to Konoha. Her words struck Minato's heart like a heavy hammer, unleashing a torrent of wrath he could no longer suppress. He fixed a fierce gaze upon the masked man, his eyes ignited with determination. At that moment, the masked man seemed to sense Minato's shift in demeanor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he let out a derisive laugh. Minato's resolve hardened. He understood that he could no longer remain passive and must take action. However, he also realized that lingering here was unwise, as Kushina, having been stripped of the tailed beast, was in imminent danger. Without hesitation, he decided to first ensure Kushina's safety. He lifted her gently and soared away at the utmost speed. Another escape, but it matters not. Let us proceed to Konoha. The masked man chuckled coldly at Minato's retreating figure before turning his attention back to the Nine Tails. He directed the beast towards Konoha. With each step the Nine Tails took, the earth trembled, as if the apocalypse were upon them. He was confident that once the Nine Tails reached Konoha, it would effortlessly obliterate the village and fulfill his plan. In preparation for this, he had made ample arrangements, awaiting the final showdown. Chapter 48, The Night of the Full Moon, The Chaos of the Nine Tails. 9. Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. Back to their humble home, his heart ached for Kushina, and though he endeavored to muster a smile, she saw through his pain and helplessness. Why? Kushina whispered, her voice heavy with sorrow. Minato gently placed a finger over her lips, his gaze resolute yet tender. Do not ask. You only need to remain by Naruto's side. This time, he was uncharacteristically firm. Minato carefully laid Kushina beside Naruto's bed, fearful of waking the peacefully slumbering child, who was blissfully dreaming with drool spilling from his mouth. Kushina gazed quietly at her child, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She is an extraordinarily resilient individual, having refrained from shedding tears even when the Nine Tails was forcibly extracted from her body. Yet at this moment, upon gazing at her child, her heart shattered completely. With trembling hands, she gently caressed Naruto's small face, absorbing his warmth as if to convey all her love to him. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a breaking dam, each drop landing on the bed sheets, creating patches of moisture. My child, she murmured, her heart heavy with concerns and reluctance for the future. She was acutely aware that she would soon depart from this world, unable to witness Naruto's growth. And this sense of helplessness pierced her heart like a knife. How lonely and helpless will Naruto be in my absence? She pondered, her tears flowing even more profusely. Minato could no longer contain himself. He had to protect his village and save his wife. The sole method to save Kushina now was to reseal the Nine Tails within her body. He forcefully thrust open the wardrobe door, revealing the ceremonial robes labeled with the title of the fourth Hokage. Bearing the name of Hokage, I cannot afford to fail. The garment was entirely white, with only the words of the fourth Hokage and the lower hem in crimson, resembling flames, vibrant and fervent. This was more than just clothing. It represented responsibility and duty, embodying the shadow of the village. Much like the will of fire, where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the flame of life endures. Kushina noticed Minato's actions and spoke. Minato, thank you. Be careful on your way. Her eyes were filled with warmth and concern. I will return soon. Minato's brief, yet resolute words instantly calmed her anxious heart. Meanwhile, the entire Konoha appeared warm and prosperous. A full moon hung in the sky, casting its light upon the bustling villagers of Konoha. Though night had fallen, the village remained brilliantly illuminated, akin to daylight. The streets were alive with pedestrians, some hurrying while others strolled leisurely. Shops continued their operations, lights twinkling, showcasing an array of goods. The lively calls of vendors echoed, creating a vibrant atmosphere. One could witness drunken villagers being escorted home by their wives, who, while chastising their husbands, tenderly cared for them, or the heartwarming scene of a father and son chatting under a street lamp, the father patiently answering his son's queries, enveloped in deep familial affection. This was Konoha, a place brimming with vitality, harmony, and love. Alas, they remained unaware that danger was silently approaching. Well, Kakashi replied weakly. Why not settle it with rock, paper, scissors today? The speaker was Hatake Kakashi. After the incident, Minato, concerned for his mental state, had prohibited him from remaining in the Umbu. His position was taken over by Wolf, who performed far better than Kakashi. Now, Kakashi had transformed into a despondent individual, no longer passionate about training and combat, merely drifting through each day lazily. He had lost interest in cultivation, ensnared in memories of the past, and moreover, he had succumbed to Jiraiya's lewd literature, causing his physical condition to deteriorate. Even the swordsmanship passed down by his father had fallen into neglect. 2 years had passed, and his strength had not only stagnated but declined. The Sharingan had become a burden for him. Without the Uchiha bloodline, he could not deactivate it, leaving it perpetually activated, exacerbating his already dwindling chakra reserves. Minato observed all this with concern and entrusted a special task to Kakashi's close friend, Might Guy. Back again. Kakashi sighed in exasperation at Guy, marveling at how persistent this man was in competing with him. Can't he just take a break? Upon hearing Kakashi's dismissive response, Guy felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Raising an eyebrow, his eyes sparkled with determination as he exclaimed, Is that truly my opponent? As if to unleash all the fervor within him. You are my lifelong friend, Kakashi. Guy unabashedly expressed his respect and camaraderie for Kakashi, his voice resonating throughout the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Yet, Guy seemed unfazed by others' gazes, as he was lost in his passionate world. Kakashi, however, found himself in an awkward position and, witnessing Guy's unabashed enthusiasm, could only manage a wry smile. He knew once Guy fell into this state, it was difficult to rein him back in. Thus, Kakashi decided to momentarily distance himself from this exuberant man to avoid further embarrassment. Just as Kakashi turned to leave, Guy suddenly noticed his movement. He turned his head, a puzzled expression on his face, and challenged Kakashi again. Kakashi, let us engage in a youthful duel. Guy extended his thumb, his mouth wide open, his teeth gleaming under the moonlight. Kakashi, upon hearing this, felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. He thought to himself, this guy is relentless. Yet, faced with Guy's insistence, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head in refusal. I have to get up early tomorrow. It's fine to skip today. Kakashi attempted to conjure a reasonable excuse to avoid the duel. However, Guy was undeterred, widening his eyes and raising his voice in rebuttal. Don't use your mission as an excuse. He then pointed his finger towards the sky, passionately proclaiming, now is the time to unleash all that youthful fervor, the perfect opportunity for daily training advancement. The cumulative effort of daily practice would determine whether tasks could be completed successfully in the future. Guy became increasingly animated, even gesturing with his hands. Noticing Kakashi still lost in thought, Guy displayed a look of frustration. Are you even listening to me, Kakashi? Let us set that aside for now, Guy. Have you sensed something unusual? The air seems to have suddenly grown cold. Kakashi's expression turned alert as he detected an unsettling presence. He could distinctly feel the temperature shift, a foreboding sense of dread settling in his heart. The only thing that has grown cold is your attitude. Youth is only now, Guy shouted excitedly. In the Uchiha clan grounds, Itachi held his younger brother Sasuke, acutely sensing something amiss as the temperature seemed to plummet. What is this feeling? Even Sasuke in his arms began to wail. Shoo, don't cry. Itachi quickly comforted his brother. Troublingly, this was precisely when their parents were out. Observing Sasuke's incessant fussing, Itachi affectionately reassured him, don't worry, Sasuke. No matter what happens, Big Brother will protect you. Simultaneously, the third Hokage at home sensed the anomaly, an ominous sensation gnawing at him. Feeling somewhat unsettled, He set down the documents in his hands, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, attempting to dispel his inner turmoil. Yet, as he thought of Minato being with Kushina and with Wolf as a guard, he believed everything should be perfectly fine. It should be all right, shouldn't it? At that moment, the masked man had also arrived in Konoha. He stood at the very center of the village, his eyes emanating an endless murderous intent. Though his movements were exceedingly slow, they marked the countdown to Konoha's demise. Summoning jutsu, the masked man bent his body, tensing, and forcefully slammed his right hand against the ground. Instantly, countless black runes spread from his hand at an alarming speed. Boom! The skies above Konoha were enveloped in a thick layer of white smoke, swirling ominously as if harboring some dreadful entity, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld it. Meanwhile, a fierce gale howled through the air, its astonishing strength effortlessly demolishing the structures shrouded in smoke. What is happening? The villagers wore expressions of terror as they peered into the depths of the haze. As the fog thickened, a pair of enormous crimson eyes materialized before them. A thunderous roar erupted from the mist, its piercing sound akin to a clap of thunder, reverberating painfully in their ears, nearly shattering their eardrums. Impossible. This is the Ninetales. The villagers closest to the smoke gaped in horror at the towering beast, larger than their homes, and let out desperate cries. The massive Ninetales merely standing there instilled a profound sense of despair. They could no longer afford the luxury of fear and began to flee in a frenzy, fully aware that remaining stationary meant certain death. Some villagers perished not at the hands of the Ninetales, but under the trampling feet of their fellow townsfolk. Some were crushed into pulp, others left gasping for breath, and some were trampled to death. The scene was chaotic, filled with cries and pleas for help. The villagers, gripped by terror, scattered in all directions. But how could their two legs outrun the grasp of the Ninetales? With a mere lift of its paw, nearby buildings collapsed like tofu. The debris rained down upon them, erupting into a shower of crimson, painting a gruesome tableau, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was relentlessly harvesting their lives. Attack, Ninetales! A masked man commanded, his eyes glinting with a cold light. His voice was devoid of warmth, imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood. Upon receiving the Master's order, the Ninetales immediately opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deafening roar. Its growl echoed like thunder across the skies of Konoha, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. With the Ninetales' roar, a torrent of powerful air surged forth from its mouth, generating a colossal shockwave. This shockwave advanced with astounding speed, toppling houses and trees in its wake, while the ground was enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. Those struck by the shockwave were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing from existence without a trace. The Ninetales unleashed another thunderous roar, its voice rippling outward like a shockwave, stirring a tempest. Each of its roars caused the surrounding air to tremble, imposing an invisible pressure upon the onlookers. Some frail structures could not withstand the onslaught and crumbled to the ground. Under the Ninetales' assault, the once peaceful village was transformed into a wasteland. Suddenly, the Ninetales erupted, its 9 tails shooting forth like steel needles, obliterating everything in their vicinity. The speed of the Ninetales was breathtaking, dispatching all enemies that dared to approach in the blink of an eye. Its strength was so formidable that it instilled a sense of hopelessness among all who witnessed it, casting the entirety of Konoha into a state of panic. The chakra coursing through its massive form surged violently, warping the very air around it. The creature exuded a suffocating aura, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. With an unstoppable momentum, it swiped its claw, as if overturning the very earth of Konoha, leaving behind deep ravines. Its 9 tails became instruments of devastation, turning countless civilians to ash upon contact. The 9 tails' onslaught was akin to a tempest, rendering any efforts of resistance futile. Finally, reinforcements from Konoha arrived, but faced with such a colossal beast, their endeavors seemed utterly trivial. The 9 tails' might was overwhelming. Each of its strikes effortlessly obliterated entire areas, inflicting catastrophic losses upon Konoha, transforming it into a desolate expanse. The destruction wrought by the 9 tails resembled a natural disaster, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. In mere minutes, Konoha was unrecognizable, its former splendor utterly vanquished. Fear and despair filled the hearts of the people, for this powerful tailed beast appeared invincible. At this moment, the 9 tails became the shadow looming over everyone's hearts, a grim reminder that if it could not be stopped, Konoha would fade into history. The emergence of the Nine Tails illuminated the arduous reality of the battle that lay ahead. Despite the valiant resistance from Konoha's ninjas, they were no match for the overwhelming power of the Nine Tails. Ordinary shinobi could not hope to contend with it. They could only watch helplessly as the Nine Tails wreaked havoc, their own powerlessness palpable. The might of the Nine Tails seemed like an unconquerable force of nature, leaving all present feeling small and insignificant. In that moment, they yearned for a hero to rise and save their homeland. Chapter 50. The Night of the Full Moon and the Chaos of the Nine Tails. 11. Lord, 3rd Hokage. A member of the Umbu reported respectfully. In the absence of Minato, the most authoritative figure in Konoha was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Nine Tails has appeared within the village. I understand. I shall contain that creature. He had sensed that something was amiss, so beneath his usual attire, he had already donned a black battle uniform. He flexed his wrists, producing a series of cracking sounds. Though he had grown old, every movement still radiated the commanding presence of a true ninja, embodying the essence of the Hokage. Your task is to protect the non-combatants. Understood. Without hesitation, he set forth to execute his orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression hardened, based on his assessment of the situation. He issued the most prudent command to preserve the spirit of Konoha. This decision was made with the worst-case scenario in mind. Should Konoha be utterly destroyed, the spirit would endure, allowing the village to be rebuilt as long as the spark of hope remained. Has Kushina's seal been broken? Were all these precautions in vain? Such questions shrouded the incident in mystery, and he sensed that things were far from simple. Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha, damn it, Nine Tails. It was time to unleash my fervent youth. As Guy beheld the figure of the Nine Tails, he felt not fear, but an overwhelming surge of battle spirit. Don't be reckless, Guy. Kakashi exclaimed urgently, genuinely worried that Guy would charge in alone. Bring it on. I shall be your opponent, he declared, ready to rush toward the Nine Tails. Wait. You must head to the assembly point immediately. A ninja clad in a felt hat and wielding a short blade obstructed their path. Huh. Why? It is the 3rd Hokage's command. He addressed the eager Guy with an authoritative tone. Where did the 4th Hokage go? Kakashi, aware of some insider knowledge, wondered. If the Nine Tails had appeared within the village, it meant, we do not know where the 4th is. We must prepare for the worst. The ninja's words, laden with meaning, stirred Kakashi's concern for the safety of his teacher and the woman he loved. Their absence at such a time could only imply one of two things. Either they were in trouble and would not return soon, or, is it truly Lord Sarutobi's command? Guy asked, filled with confusion. Let us go, Guy. Kakashi's thoughts were interrupted by Guy. Having once been part of the Umbu, obedience to orders was ingrained in him. He wasted no time, grasping the unwilling Guy and heading toward the assembly point. At this moment, Konoha was attempting to organize an effective offensive, dividing into squads of ninjas to attempt to restrain the Nine Tails, at least until the Hokage's arrival. Look, the Nine Tails. Several ninjas utilized explosive tags to obstruct the Nine Tails' line of sight. As the Nine Tails prepared to unleash its fury, a cadre of ninjas emerged from the other side to disrupt its assault. I am here, Nine Tails, they declared, although such an attack bore little consequence for the beast. It found the disturbance exceedingly irritating. With a swift motion, it extended its claws, poised to deliver a lesson to the insufferable insects. Now is the time, commanded one of the squad leaders. At that instant, dozens of ninjas emerged from below, harmoniously forming hand seals. Earth release, Doton, Daisenkai. They chanted in unison. And a gaping chasm appeared beneath the Nine Tails, causing it to plunge into the abyss. But the onslaught did not cease there. As the previous jutsu concluded, they unleashed another. Earth release, Doton, Koka no Jutsu. Doton, Daiiwa no Shubwa. Rocks rained down from above like missiles, striking the Nine Tails with precision. Did we succeed? One ninja gasped, breathless. The extensive use of such grand techniques had severely drained their chakra reserves. Before he could finish speaking, the stones that had encased the Nine Tails were violently flung aside, faster than they had fallen, injuring or killing the ninjas caught beneath. Do not falter. Even if we cannot vanquish the Nine Tails, we must restrain it to protect the villagers and facilitate their retreat. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Nine Tails had already targeted him. Before his words could escape his lips, he was silenced by a crushing blow from the beast's tail. Tragically, in his final moments, he had still endeavored to uplift the morale of his comrades. At that moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, arrived on the battlefield. Standing atop the Hokage rock, he bore an unprecedented determination in his gaze. Clad in the mantle of Hokage, "It is my duty to protect the family of Konoha. I cannot allow them to wreak havoc any longer," Minato murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Danzo Shimura sat comfortably in the seat designated for the Hokage, lost in dreams of the blissful days to come once he assumed the title. The chaos outside, resembling a hellscape, did not perturb him in the slightest. Without experiencing darkness, how can one encounter the rainbow? He scoffed. "Old monkey, you have grown feeble, unable to best even a mere youth." A nostalgic expression crossed his face as he recalled the pivotal decision that had shaped his life. "I was merely a step behind you, and yet the teacher chose to appoint you as Hokage. You are all mistaken. I shall prove my worth." Just as he was engulfed in his reverie, he was startled to observe the Nine Tails gathering its tailed beast ball, and it was aimed in his direction. "Has it taken notice of me?" Minato remained unfazed, watching the Nine Tails with calm composure. A dark chakra sphere was rapidly coalescing, compressing with an ominous might. Danzo was rendered speechless, his life flashing before his eyes in that fleeting moment. Hatred surged within him for the masked man, who had betrayed him after achieving his goals. He had formed the necessary seals, preparing to utilize Izanagi to counter this impending calamity. Little did he know, the target was not him, but Minato. "You shall not destroy this place." In the instant before the tailed beast ball struck the Hokage building, Minato activated his space-time ninjutsu, redirecting the attack. The dark sphere vanished as if ensnared within a bag, disappearing before Danzo's eyes. Chapter 51. The Night of the Full Moon and the Nine Tails Rampage. 12. Such a grand scale necessitated careful selection of the explosion's epicenter, Minato pondered gravely. However, it did not take long for him to identify an ideal location for the detonation. Moments later, atop a small hill outside Konoha, the tailed beast ball was swiftly relocated. With a resounding explosion, everything in the vicinity was reduced to nothingness. The Konoha ninjas were acutely aware of the commotion. The anticipated explosion had not occurred, and they knew only one person could achieve such a feat, their Hokage. "Our Hokage has come to save us," they exclaimed, their spirits soaring. No longer gripped by fear of the Nine Tails, they believed that as long as the Hokage was present, even the Nine Tails could not annihilate Konoha. "Let us charge forth together." The familiar voice of Sarutobi Asuma rang out, unmistakable. Meanwhile, the wolf trapped within the barrier noted the disturbance. The barrier had been meticulously designed to keep the villagers unaware. Positioned at a considerable distance from Konoha, he had felt the tremors but dismissed them. The mist within the barrier obscured his view of the situation in Konoha. Yet now, the blinding light and the overwhelming chakra fluctuations indicated a significant upheaval. As a member of Minato's exclusive Umbu, he surmised the gravity of the situation. "I should never have followed them," cursed Danzo. "If anything were to happen to Kushina, I would ensure you pay dearly." The wolf's eyes glinted with cold menace. However, the foremost priority was to eliminate the root ninjas in his vicinity before he could escape. Originally numbering over 20, fewer than 10 remained. "It is time to eradicate this detestable vermin." The game of cat and mouse concludes here. Now is the hour of the hunt, the wolf declared as he retrieved several specially crafted kunai inscribed with intricate seals from his person. Indeed, these were among his trump cards, Flying Thunder God technique. With a swift motion, he hurled the kunai, vanishing from his position, only to reappear behind them. "Flying Thunder God slash," he uttered coldly, sending shivers down their spines as they failed to react in time. "What is happening? This person resembles me," they gasped, realizing too late that the wolf had decapitated one of their own. As the head fell, the unfortunate ninja caught sight of his own lifeless body. The wolf's figure flickered in and out of existence, each disappearance marking the end of another enemy's life. Their deaths were swift, each struck down in a single blow, leaving them oblivious to any pain. With his unparalleled swordsmanship, the wolf had reached the zenith of his craft, and with the addition of the Flying Thunder God, he had become nearly invincible. As the last adversary succumbed to his blade, the barrier could no longer be sustained. The four who had maintained the barrier turned to flee. But could they truly escape the prowess of the Flying Thunder God? "Humph, you think you can leave so easily?" The wolf had already inscribed the Flying Thunder God's mark upon them, making their demise a mere formality. Moments later, he surveyed the carnage strewn across the ground, spitting disdainfully upon the corpses. "Cursed mice, You have died too easily. It is a pity. His concern for Kushina's safety surged. Yet he had not marked her with the flying thunder god, for Minato was there. He had shared his mastery of the technique with no one. The wolf understood that addressing the Nine Tails was now of utmost importance. A suitable ally came to mind, Uchiha Shursui. He had once given Shursui a specially crafted kunai for emergencies, an act of chance that had now proven invaluable. The wolf took a swig from his healing gourd, feeling his injuries and chakra replenish at an astonishing rate. He closed his eyes, honing in on Shursui's location, there, in the Uchiha clan's territory. Now, he could no longer afford to dwell on anything else. The situation was dire. In an instant, the body of Wolf transformed into a dazzling flash and vanished from sight. The next moment, he materialized within the Uchiha clan's territory. Most of their combat-ready ninjas had already gathered, with only a few away on missions yet to return. Wolf's sudden appearance caused an explosive reaction among the Uchiha clan, as dozens of crimson Sharingan fixated upon him, sending a jolt through his heart. Fortunately, Shursui's timely voice broke the tension surrounding Wolf. He was the direct bodyguard of the fourth Hokage and a dear friend of mine. Upon hearing Shursui's words, they dared not act against Wolf, yet their vigilance remained. Why have you suddenly appeared by my side? There was no time for explanations. I needed your assistance. Wolf placed his hand on Shursui's shoulder, preparing to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, the scene erupted into chaos. Lord Clan Leader, let us confront the Nine Tails. No, you must not leave this place. By order of Danzo, you Uchiha are forbidden from departing the clan grounds. Just as the Uchiha were about to advance in support, several individuals suddenly obstructed their path. Upon hearing their words, Fugaku's face shifted through shades of anger and disbelief, yet he dared not utter a sound. Wolf recognized the intruders. They were from the Root organization. At that moment, a masked Root ninja approached, speaking arrogantly to Fugaku. Fugaku, Lord Danzo has sent me to inform you that if you do not repent, we will take coercive measures. Fugaku's expression darkened, but he quickly regained his composure, remaining silent. Observing this, Wolf lightly tapped Shursui, signaling him to step forward. Understanding the cue, Shursui moved through the crowd, confronting the Root ninja with a cold gaze. When did Danzo's hounds dare to bark before the Uchiha clan? With that, he cast a Jinjutsu upon the Root ninja, who collapsed without warning. The other Root members screamed in terror. What do you intend to do? Are you planning a coup? Shursui calmly replied, you are not welcome here. The Uchiha behind him mirrored his stance, dozens of Sharingan glaring at the Root ninjas, the atmosphere thick with the promise of imminent violence. Fugaku observed Shursui with unfamiliarity. He had always known him as a genteel individual, yet in this crucial moment, he exhibited remarkable resolve, which brought him great relief. Perhaps entrusting the fate of the Uchiha clan to him might indeed usher in a new era of change. Fugaku, you must hurry to provide support. I will take Shursui with me, and you need not worry about Danzo. Once this matter is resolved, I will personally confront him, Wolf declared, a cold disdain for Danzo simmering within him. Fugaku exhaled in relief. As the clan leader, he bore greater burdens than most. He feared Danzo's treachery, knowing that one day he might stab him in the back before the Hokage. Fugaku immediately commanded, all Jonin, come with me to confront the Nine Tails and assist the third. Chunin and Genin will aid in rescue efforts and escort the villagers, led by Elder Uchiha. Is everyone clear? Then let us move. The Uchiha clan members, granted permission, could hardly contain their excitement. Their bloodline was destined for battle. Only through conflict could the Uchiha clan's prowess flourish. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had studied the Uchiha clan thoroughly, deeming them inherently malevolent. He believed that under immense psychological pressure, their Sharingan would evolve. Thus, he established the Konoha police force, populated entirely by Uchiha members, who, despite appearing to wield significant power, were essentially confined within their own territory. Fugaku intended to thank Wolf, but soon realized that both Wolf and Shursui had already vanished. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that Wolf could appear within the Uchiha clan's territory at will, harboring many secrets. He wondered if he could match him in strength. Rarely did Wolf leave a flying thunder god mark within Konoha. Thus they had no choice but to rush to the third's aid. Is that Itachi over there? Shursui, his brow furrowed in confusion, gazed toward a nearby apartment building. No, it truly was Itachi. He was cradling Sasuke. Shursui's expression grew grave as he noticed the building above them swaying precariously, as if ready to collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the structure's stability seemed to reach its limit and crash down. Danger! Shursui yelled. Itachi, run! Panic surged within him. He knew that without swift action, Itachi and Sasuke would be buried beneath the rubble. Cursing under his breath, Shursui sprinted towards Itachi, contemplating how to rescue them. At that instant, Wolf recognized the perilous situation as well. He had been acutely aware of the unfolding events. Even without Shursui's warning, he would have rushed to their aid. In a flash, Wolf transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind the boy. No longer concerned with appearances, Wolf delivered a powerful kick to Itachi's rear. Itachi instinctively adjusted midair, clutching Sasuke tightly to shield him from harm. Meanwhile, Wolf swiftly scooped up the more vulnerable Uchiha Izumi and fled from beneath the collapsing building. With a thunderous crash, the entire apartment structure fell mere seconds after Wolf had whisked them away, sending clouds of dust into the air. As Shursui observed Itachi and the others emerge unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief, yet his heart raced. Had it been him, he would not have moved so swiftly. While he could have saved Itachi, the girl deeper within the building might not have been so fortunate. Seeing Shursui approach, Itachi glared at him, visibly upset. Shursui felt a pang of guilt. It wasn't him who had kicked Itachi, so why was he receiving such a look? Brother Shursui, what are you doing here? I was on my way to confront the Nine Tails, Shursui replied. Noting their inclination to continue the conversation, Wolf quickly pulled Shursui close, his eyes conveying urgency. You must seek refuge immediately. It is too dangerous here. I must depart. Before he could finish, Wolf tugged Shursui toward the Nine Tails location, leaving Itachi in a state of confusion. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi was still in shock, her legs trembling in fear. Everything had transpired like a dream, and in an instant, she had been rescued and held close. A first for her to be so near a male. Oh no, how embarrassing. What if he confesses his feelings? Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, adorably vibrant. However, she noted how strong his arms were. Izumi? Itachi looked at Uchiha Izumi in surprise, questioning. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Of course not. Izumi quickly denied, a shy smile breaking through. I'm glad to hear that. Now, let us hurry to the shelter. Itachi sighed in relief, grasping Izumi's hand as they continued onward. By the way, who was that big brother earlier? Izumi suddenly recalled, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing these words, a faint blush once again graced Izumi's cheeks. She gently bit her lip, her heart filled with anticipation. Ah, that must be Brother Shursui, Itachi casually responded. No, I am referring to another person, Izumi hurriedly clarified, her thoughts drifting to the enigmatic older brother. I do not know him either. Itachi's expression darkened slightly, his tone laced with irritation. Since childhood, he had been a figure of great respect and admiration. He could hardly fathom being brought low by someone else. Although the situation had been urgent, it left him feeling quite embarrassed. As the wolf rushed to provide support, an unexpected turn of events occurred on Minato's end. Originally, he intended to meet with the third Hokage to seal the Nine Tails, yet he did not anticipate the sudden appearance of the masked man, which disrupted his plans. At that moment, Minato found himself engaged in combat with this masked adversary. Chapter 53. The Night of the Full Moon and the Chaos of the Nine Tails, 14. Having just transferred the tailed beast bomb, Minato gazed at the small hill that had been instantaneously devoured by it, falling into a contemplative silence. Although he had heard tales of the Nine Tails' formidable power, this was the first time he witnessed it firsthand. I must quickly regroup with the third Hokage. I possess no effective methods against the Nine Tails. The only techniques I can employ are sealing jutsu, and that particular ninjutsu. While Minato was deep in thought, the masked man suddenly appeared behind him, and it seemed as though Minato was completely oblivious, making no motion. Observing Minato's lack of awareness, a smirk unconsciously crept across the masked man's lips. He had succeeded. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Minato's body, Minato unexpectedly retaliated. His specially designed kunai pierced through the masked man's head as if he had struck nothing. Yet, the encounter was not over. The masked man seized Minato's wrist in that fleeting moment. Your opponent is me, and this ends here. Minato immediately felt a powerful pull, as if his very being were about to be torn apart. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. He fled swiftly, quite agile indeed. Next time, I shall absorb you at once. The moment I touch you, it will be over. The masked man's eyes grew cold, clearly dissatisfied with his earlier performance. Minato landed heavily at the location where he had initially transferred the explosive tags, feeling utterly bewildered by the masked man's jutsu. My attack penetrated him, yet he can manifest his physical form and intends to draw me in. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Before he could finish his thought, the masked man reappeared, emerging from the vortex. His eyes narrowed as he declared, "This time, let us see where you can escape." This man also possesses space-time ninjutsu. He must have used it to transport Kushina in an instant. Minato's expression grew increasingly grave as he tightened his grip on his kunai, readying himself for battle. The one who could eliminate my Umbu with ease and orchestrate a diversion to lead the wolf away, accurately predicting Kushina's labor time and location. Knowing that the seal on the Nine Tails would weaken during childbirth, he even managed to unseal and tame the Nine Tails. "Are you Uchiha Madara?" Minato conjectured. "No, that is impossible. He has long since perished." Upon hearing these words, the masked man remained silent, slowly removing his hat. Tilting his head with a playful expression, he remarked, "Is that so? Who knows, it may not be. At this juncture, your identity is irrelevant." "But why have you targeted Konoha?" Minato inquired, perplexed. "If I had to explain, it is a whim of mine, yet also a plan I have meticulously orchestrated. It is both for war and for peace." The masked man grew increasingly agitated, producing a weapon concealed within his sleeve, a segment of iron chain. He fastened the chain around his wrist, the lengthy metal dragging along the ground. "With the Nine Tails now unleashed, you have no chance of victory." His voice was icy, imbued with a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Following this declaration, the masked man wasted no time in initiating the attack. A thrilling battle was about to unfold. In an instant, both combatants struck simultaneously like twin bolts of lightning, their garments rustling fiercely with the intense speed. In the blink of an eye, Minato had closed the distance to the masked man. His kunai gleamed ominously as he thrust it toward the masked man's head with tremendous force. However, the masked man evaded him like a phantom, the kunai passing cleanly through where his head had been. Emerging effortlessly from Minato's form, a condescending smile appeared on the masked man's lips. Undeterred, Minato pressed on, fully aware of the masked man's abilities, yet resolutely continuing his assault. The expression on the masked man's face grew increasingly dismissive. He suddenly extended his hand forward, rapidly retracting the chain and ensnaring Minato tightly. "In the darkness, you have nowhere left to flee." The masked man chuckled triumphantly, as if he held all the cards. Yet, just as he believed victory was assured, Minato's figure abruptly vanished. The masked man widened his eyes in shock, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, how swiftly he escapes. His physical form proves impervious to my physical attacks. He can only materialize during moments of conflict. This means I must strike precisely when we engage." For him, an attack represents a risk. The swifter one prevails, the victor is determined. In that moment of flight, Minato combined the intelligence he had gathered previously to accurately discern the masked man's weakness. In battles between the strong, the tides of victory often turn in the blink of an eye. Minato charged once more at the masked man, but this time, he understood the key to triumph. Within 5 meters of the masked man, he hurled his kunai with great force. As they continued to close the distance, 4 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, Minato's specially crafted kunai pierced through the masked man's head, just as it had before. Time seemed to freeze, stretching out interminably. The kunai had completely traversed the masked man's skull, and the masked man aimed his hand at Minato's shoulder. If he made contact, even for a fleeting moment, he was confident he could eradicate him completely. Simultaneously, Minato had coalesced a massive blue chakra sphere, the Rasengan, in his hand. "I have won," the masked man thought. His hand had already brushed against Minato's ceremonial attire, and in a mere second, he could touch Minato's body. Yet, Minato was faster. With a swift motion, he vanished once more. In the instant the masked man anticipated victory, Minato reappeared behind him, having caught the very kunai he had initially thrown. The entire sequence unfolded in mere fractions of a second. Such terrifying speed and reflexes left the masked man no time to react. "Rasengan," Minato exclaimed, driving the spiraling sphere forcefully into the masked man's back. With a thunderous explosion, the masked man's body twisted under the impact of the Rasengan. As if it were being torn apart, he was consumed by the immense energy, hurtling away like a projectile and crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed around him, and the earth itself buckled beneath the powerful force, creating a deep crater. Damn it, I miscalculated. His body actually jumped along with the kunai. The masked man lay on the ground, begrudgingly admitting defeat. He had never anticipated that Minato could launch an attack utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique in such a brief span of time. This is the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. Watergate spoke slowly, his tone brimming with confidence and pride. Suddenly, a massive tear appeared in the back of the masked man's clothing, revealing a gruesome wound twisted with blood and flesh. At the center of the injury was a distinct black mark, the key to victory. Generally speaking, once struck by a technique like the spiral sphere, unless one possesses extraordinary physical prowess, survival is nearly impossible. The masked man could not fathom how Watergate had stealthily inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon him. Could it have been during their brief encounter at Hokage Rock? He had not anticipated that Watergate would manage to leave the mark while evading his assault. The masked man dared not linger and bolted away, his body already drenched in blood from Watergate's recent attack. Strangely, his left hand had begun to droop like a puddle of mud. You have turned the tables on me. This is what they call being elusive. One must never let down their guard. Before he could finish his thought, Watergate reappeared before him, one hand wielding a kunai, plunging it fiercely towards the masked man's body, while the other hand pressed firmly against his chest. Flying Thunder God technique. So that was it. The masked man's eyes widened in disbelief. Contract seal. With this, the Nine Tails would be out of your control. Watergate's movements flowed seamlessly, the black runes swiftly spreading across the masked man's body. Almost simultaneously, far away in Konoha, the Nine Tails' eyes gradually returned to their original slitted form, the tomo fading away. Chapter 54. The Night of the Full Moon and the Chaos of the Nine Tails. The man, bloodied yet standing tall, refused to retreat an inch, for behind him were his wife and child. In front of him loomed the terrifying Nine Tails. His attire revealed him to be a jonin, and his distinctive mustache was completely stained with blood, evoking pity in those who beheld him. Irika, are you all right? The woman cried out in terror to her son. Mom. Irika shouted anxiously, his gaze fixated on his injured mother. Dad. Mom. She, yet. Hyane Ikaku did not turn back. He remained tense, gazing ahead as if contemplating how to confront the imminent crisis. Why aren't you staying safely in the shelter? Irika's father bellowed. Leave Mom to me. You must escape. Hyane Ikaku urged. Irika's eyes brimmed with tears, and he stubbornly declared, I want tea. I refuse to abandon Mom and Dad. I want to protect Mom. Children should not be reckless. It is the duty of parents to protect their children. Hyane Ikaku asserted firmly. He signaled to a nearby ninja, who promptly scooped Irika into his arms. Irika watched in horror as the Nine Tails' claws lunged toward his parents. Father, mother. In that moment, regret flooded his heart. Why had he ventured out of the shelter? He stared wide-eyed, helplessly witnessing his parents being engulfed in dust. Unless a miracle occurred, survival was impossible. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, father and mother would not. This time he did not cry. His expression grew increasingly numb, as if his heart had perished alongside his parents at the hands of the Nine Tails. Those plunged into the depths of sorrow often feel nothing. And at that moment, Hyane Irika was such a child. No matter how agonizing the pain within, his body could no longer shed a single tear. He remained quietly upon the shoulder of the rescuing ninja, neither fussing nor protesting. Like a soulless shell, his gaze vacant and lost, staring blankly at the ruins before him. He was forcibly taken back to the shelter, oblivious to the events that unfolded behind him. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Are you all right? Hyane Ikaku, who had already closed his eyes to await death, opened them wide, realizing he had resolved to sacrifice himself to buy Irika time to escape. Unexpectedly, they were saved by the arriving wolf. Quick, save my wife, he implored anxiously. She's fine. She just exhausted her chakra and fainted. The wolf gazed at the battered Hyane Ikaku, admiration swelling within him. This was a true man. You can no longer partake in this battle. You must leave at once. The bond between men need not be articulated. A single meaningful glance conveyed the depth of gratitude for the wolf's timely intervention. Shursui, I can sense the third Hokage's location. We must hurry. Soon. They arrived at the third Hokage's position. Oh, what are you doing here? Where's Watergate? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the wolf, confusion etched upon his face, riddled with questions. As the entire situation was fraught with uncertainty, I was taken away by members of the root. they trapped me in a barrier. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage understood its implications and inwardly cursed Danzo. Danzo, you have gone too far this time. However, they all recognized that now was not the time to deal with Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the two. We cannot leave the Nine Tails unchecked. It must be expelled from the village. Buy me time to execute my jutsu. He knew well the prowess of the wolf and Shursui. They were undoubtedly the strongest among Konoha's new generation. He believed they could manage to buy him a moment. Yes, understood. The unspoken understanding between the wolf and Shursui transcended words. A single look was sufficient for their intentions to align. The wolf would divert the Ninetails' attention while Shursui seized the opportunity to control it. Foolish fox, what are you looking at? I am right here, the wolf taunted, darting around the creature, provoking it incessantly. You are so dim-witted. No wonder you've been enslaved. Oh wait, you are a beast. The wolf's words undoubtedly enraged the Ninetails, which lunged at him in a frenzy. However, before the wolf, it resembled an awkward sack of sand, unable to touch even the hem of his garment. The wolf danced around it, occasionally brushing against its form. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. This was the first time Shursui had witnessed such a playful side of the wolf. Had he been feigning seriousness all along? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tinge of shock. As a master of ninjutsu, he instantly recognized that the technique employed by the wolf was the Flying Thunder God technique. Now Shursui, the wolf bellowed. The Ninetails lunged forward once more, only to grasp at air. Yet, its body was sprawled on the ground, presenting the perfect opportunity for Shursui to take control. Understood. Shursui's eyes spun rapidly, his chakra growing calm, the original three tomo merging into the shape of a shuriken. Sharingan. In an instant, as Shursui's eyes met the Ninetails, it was captured, even faster and more effortlessly than the masked man had managed. The previously agitated Ninetails suddenly fell into an eerie calm, seemingly subdued by a mysterious force. Its eyes shifted from slitted pupils to the shape of Shursui's Mangekyo, emanating an enigmatic aura. Concurrently, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was poised to unleash his jutsu, preparing to expel the Ninetails from the village of Konoha. Originally, he merely hoped that the wolf and Uchiha Shursui could buy some time. Yet he was taken aback by their astonishing ease in resolving the troublesome Ninetails. This revelation filled him with both astonishment and caution. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Such formidable power, if wielded against me, would I too fall under its control? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, clutching the Rui Jingu Bang tightly in his grasp. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, "Expand, Monkey King." As soon as the words left his lips, the originally petite golden staff instantaneously swelled to an immense size, shooting straight toward the Ninetails. The ensnared Ninetails exhibited no resistance, lying still like a puppet awaiting the impending strike. It did not evade, allowing the staff to thrust it several dozen meters away. Although the staff appeared unassuming, its latent power was astounding. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, the staff unleashed unparalleled might, effortlessly propelling the colossal Ninetails as if it were a mere toy. Observing the successful relocation of the Ninetails beyond the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Yash, this has become much simpler. He felt immense gratification with his own offensive capabilities. Though he had aged, the seasoned ninja still embodied the spirit of a hero. Chapter 55, Full Moon Night, The Chaos of the Ninetails, 16. Listen, you young ones, do not approach the Ninetails. A ninja clad in a red-headed hat, dressed in a tight black combat suit, and adorned with green Jonin armor proclaimed. What does this mean? This is not a war with other villages. Our village is already in disarray. You should not gamble your lives here. Do not take matters into your own hands, father. Tsunade retorted indignantly. You are a ninja. Immortality is not your fate. Nevertheless, my daughter, you must at least pass on the will of fire to the next generation. As your father, I wish to make this pact with you. I believe you can accomplish it. Though his tone was cold, the upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner pride in his daughter's abilities. However, they were unaware that the Ninetails had already been subdued. Shursui, can you handle the Ninetails? Uchiha Shursui nodded, casting a reassuring glance at the wolf. Hurry and proceed with your intentions. Rest assured that I shall handle this side. The wolf promptly explained to the third Hokage, Lord Third, in order to seal the Ninetails, we must locate Master Minato. It is not so simple to seal the Ninetails. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, expressing his concurrence with the wolf's assessment. Yet, before departing, the wolf had one last task to complete. He utilized the flying thunder god technique to return home. Indeed, he found Kushina, who was barely clinging to life. Her once rosy complexion had turned ghostly pale, and her eye sockets were deeply sunken, her gaze reflecting an indescribable fatigue. The wolf's voice trembled as his eyes reddened. "I'm sorry, I am late. I should not have left you." "Do not say that, wolf. In my heart, you have always been a good child. This is not your fault," Kushina weakly replied. "But no buts. The masked man is formidable. Minato cannot confront him alone." "I understand." With that, the wolf turned to leave, preparing to assist Minato. However, just as he reached the door, he heard a faint coughing from behind. "Wolf." He quickly turned around to see Kushina straining to lift her head, attempting to speak. "You must return alive." After uttering those words, the wolf turned once more, his heart heavy with concern for his family and fury toward his foes. "Shimura Danzo, I will kill you." The wolf's face contorted with rage as he turned his back, unwilling for Kushina to witness his darker side. Based on the clues provided by Kushina, the wolf swiftly pinpointed Minato's location. He propelled himself toward the destination with unyielding speed, disregarding the expenditure of chakra. At that moment, the masked man and Minato were locked in confrontation. The masked man had lost much of his earlier bravado. His left arm was entirely severed, and instead of blood, a white sap oozed from the stump. His black cloak was tattered, displaying his disheveled state. Truly worthy of the fourth Hokage. "I never expected you to injure me and separate the Nine Tails. Yet, the Nine Tails would eventually be mine. I am destined to unify the ninja world." Just as the masked man prepared to escape, a voice disrupted his plans. "You are Uchiha Obito, aren't you?" "Indeed," the wolf declared, having arrived just in time. Minato's location was near where Kushina had given birth, and the wolf found him swiftly. What jest is this?" "I am Uchiha Madara." His voice boomed, filled with agitation, and his eyes began to dart. "You cannot deceive me. I sense something distinctive about you. I once gifted a talisman to Obito," the wolf declared. "Your essence bears the scent of my talisman." "Obito? You are actually Obito. I never imagined it would be you. Why have you done this? How could you act against us after all Kushina did for you? Even I believe I treated you well." Minato's words shattered the masked man's facade, undeniably confirming his identity as Uchiha Obito. "Speak." Minato rushed toward Obito, striking him squarely in the face. He would rather the masked man be Uchiha Madara than Obito. This time, the masked man did not evade, allowing Minato's fist to collide with his cheek. Crack! The mask shattered, revealing the true visage beneath. Even after 2 years, though his appearance had changed, it was still evident that the masked man was Uchiha Obito. His complexion was pale, yet devoid of scars. The talisman from Kakashi had brought him luck. Minato's heart sank completely, unable to comprehend why his former pupil had become this way. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, each landed with force. Minato struck Obito in a frenzy. Uchiha Obito remained unyielding, silently absorbing the blows. Blood filled Obito's throat, threatening to spill forth, but he swallowed it back down. "As your teacher, you did not even recognize me. 2 years. Do you know what I endured during those years? I witnessed Rin perish before my eyes, killed by Kakashi. Where were you?" The yellow flash at that moment. "Do you have any idea what I experienced? I lived in hell. Every time I closed my eyes, I relived Rin's tragic death." Obito roared. Minato fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "This does not justify your instigation of war. Return with me now to atone." With that, Minato reached out to grasp Obito's hand. However, his hand merely passed through Obito's form. "I refuse to accept such a notion. I shall create a world where Rin exists." Obito's expression twisted in anguish. They understood that unless Obito willed it, they could not bring him back. Thus, Obito's figure transformed into a vortex, vanishing before their eyes, leaving behind not even a ripple. Chapter 56, Full Moon Night, The Chaos of the Nine Tails, 17, Within the Kemui Dimension. Obito lay within his Kemui space, consumed by tears. He had once believed he could let everything go, yet when faced with reality, the pain and sorrow surged forth like a tsunami. He could not suppress the emotions deep within him, and tears streamed down his face. Wearing a mask, he believed he had become indifferent. This masked man was Uchiha Obito. Indeed, he was capable of inflicting harm upon those he once held dear. Yet, who was he beneath the mask? Was he Uchiha Kakashi? This was his first encounter with his own soul, but why did he feel pain? He had long believed his heart had died 2 years ago, on the night Kakashi took Rin's life. On that fateful evening, he witnessed Kakashi pierce Rin's body with Raikiri, and in that moment, his world crumbled, and his heart ceased to beat. From that day forth, he chose to conceal his emotions, donning a mask and becoming Uchiha Madara, attempting to forget the agony of his past. But now, he finally understood that the pain had never truly departed. He had been ensnared in suffering, living each day as if in a hell on earth. Rin, Obito's voice trembled. You promised you would always watch over me. If you saw my actions now, you would surely be disappointed. The name Rin pierced his heart like a dagger. She was the most significant person in his life, one he could never forget. What was wrong with the world of illusions? Reality was too harsh, only widening the void within him. Sometimes it would bring misfortune, at other times it would prevent timely assistance. Just like the time I failed to reach her, just like the time I was too late. The true despair lay within this very world. I am utterly disillusioned with this hypocritical existence. Obito's emotions, which had begun with fervor, gradually settled into a calm resolve. He had completed his self-hypnosis, and his goal was becoming increasingly steadfast. I shall create a world with Rin. His voice echoed continuously within the Kemui space. Meanwhile, outside, Minato fell into deep self-doubt, evidently. Obito's actions had profoundly impacted him. Had his educational methods all been misguided over the years? How should he explain this to Kushina? Minato-sensei, our top priority now is to seal the Nine Tails. Pull yourself together. I have already restrained the beast. Minato pondered. My chakra is running low. Even just now, I was merely putting on a brave front. I never anticipated you would come, nor that it would be Obito. Therefore, we will require your mother's assistance to seal the Nine Tails. Upon hearing this, Wolf fell silent. Kushina was already exceedingly fatigued. Could she truly seal the Nine Tails? Without further thought, Minato brought him to Kushina's bedside. With a pained expression, he said, I'm sorry I could not protect you, nor the village. You are the Hokage. You must not speak such disheartening words. Kushina, mustering a bit of strength, comforted him. Kushina, I apologize. I know I should not say this now, but I need your help, Minato replied with a face full of regret. I still have a bit of chakra left. I can hold on a while longer. Kushina clearly understood Minato's intentions. She struggled to sit up. Wait, I have something for you to drink. Wolf, who had remained silent, could no longer restrain himself. He despised seeing Kushina in such agony. While it might not resolve everything, it could at least provide some relief. He retrieved his healing potion from his waist and carefully offered it to Kushina. Gulp. Kushina drank deeply, and her complexion instantly brightened, as though she had been reborn. Even her lost vitality began to return to some extent. What kind of miraculous elixir is this? Its effects are astonishingly superior to the soldier pills. Wolf fabricated an excuse to deflect further inquiries about his past. Kushina felt a surge of energy and firmly declared, in that case, let us immediately seal the Nine Tails. Her eyes sparkled with determination and courage. With the flying thunder god technique, they swiftly arrived beside the Nine Tails. Minato, you have returned. Where were you before? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Puzzled. It's a long story. I will explain it to you later. All right, prepare the barrier team. At the third Hokage's command, a massive barrier instantly ensnared the Nine Tails. Wolf, please take care of Naruto for me. I must begin. Wolf took Naruto from Kushina's arms. The child was sound asleep, blissfully unaware of the chaos around him. Chapter 57. The Night of the Full Moon and the Nine Tails Rampage. 18. Vajra Seal. Suddenly, 5 golden chains erupted from Kushina's back, swiftly encircling the Nine Tails. These chains emanated an aura of dread, a manifestation of incredibly potent chakra energy. This energy acted as an invisible shackle, firmly binding the Nine Tails in place. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails remained entranced by Shursue's Kodoamatsukami, unable to break free. Cough, cough. Kushina was seized by a violent coughing fit, each spasm accompanied by crimson blood spilling from her lips. Kushina. Minato felt his heart shatter at the sight, unable to bear the scene any longer. Kushina's lips were stained red with blood, and her once beautiful face appeared pale and ghostly. Although she had successfully regained her chakra, her lost vitality would not return so easily. Forcing such powerful jutsu upon herself in such a short time was undoubtedly a severe drain on her life force. Wah! At that moment, the previously peaceful Naruto seemed to sense something amiss and began to wail loudly. I'm sorry to wake you, Kushina murmured, enduring her physical agony. I'm sorry, Naruto. Her voice was filled with boundless regret and guilt. And Minato, thank you for everything you have done for me. She turned to him, her eyes brimming with profound gratitude. Kushina, you made me your husband. You made me the fourth Hokage, and now you have made me the father of this child. Yet I, Minato, do not wear such a face. I am immensely happy to have you love me. Kushina managed a faint smile despite her pallor. The chains binding the Nine Tails began to constrict, siphoning its chakra relentlessly. The Nine Tails trembled, its pupils shifting shapes erratically between the Sharingan and slitted eyes, as if struggling against its restraints. No one could comprehend the events transpiring in that brief moment. Uchiha Shursui, who was responsible for controlling the Nine Tails, let out a chilling scream. Blood flowed uncontrollably from his eyes, his gaze began to blur, and he vomited copious amounts of blood, a scene of utter despair. Those accustomed to mental invasions would recognize that Shursui's symptoms indicated a forced intrusion into the spiritual realm. The consequences could range from fainting to becoming a vegetable. Shursui. Upon hearing Shursui's cry, Wolf instinctively turned to check on him. However, he was met with the sight of the Nine Tails' claws hurtling towards him with an almost unstoppable speed. Damn fourth Hokage, you dare attempt to seal me again? Then I shall kill your son. Ha ha ha. As Wolf faced the impending claws, he slowly raised his own weapon. Naruto, Minato, and Kushina shouted in desperation. Clang. The mightiest sword technique of the Amino clan. Amino's blade technique. All things can be deflected. To their astonishment, the Nine Tails' powerful strike was deflected, unexpectedly repelled by a mere blade. Seeing this, Minato and Kushina finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, concern breeds chaos. Everyone failed to realize that the true target of the Nine Tails was not Naruto, but Kushina. Its attack on Naruto was merely a facade to conceal its real intentions. It would rather endure years of waiting for rebirth than face the prospect of being sealed again. At that moment, Kushina, who was struggling to maintain the adamantine sealing chains, found herself devoid of strength to evade, helplessly watching as the claws of the Nine Tails lunged towards her. Kushina. Minato reacted faster than anyone else, rushing toward her without a second thought. Alas, he was a moment too late. He could not save Kushina, and in the process, he sacrificed himself. Their bodies were like skewers, pierced through by the claws of the Nine Tails. Kushina gasped for air. Minato, why did you come here? I truly am a failure. As a teacher, I could not save my student. As a husband, I failed to rescue my wife. As Hokage, I could not protect the village. Now, I am left as an unworthy father, Minato self-deprecatingly mused. To protect Konoha with my life. This is the mission of the Hokage. Without you, what meaning does my existence hold? At that moment, Wolf stood frozen in place, indifferent to the cries of the child in his arms. For years, he had sought immense power, yet in the end, he remained powerless. He had promised to protect his loved ones, yet he found himself witnessing their demise, just as in his memories. Chapter 58. The Night of the Full Moon and the Chaos of the Nine Tails. And, if that is the case, then let me do one last thing for little Naruto. Wolf, bring Naruto to me, Minato said through gritted teeth, fighting against the immense pain. Minato understood that with such severe injuries, even Tsunade herself would struggle to rescue them from the clutches of death. Minato, do you truly wish for? Kushina's voice trembled with reluctance. Yes, Konoha cannot lose the Nine Tails. We must believe in him. He is our child. To protect Konoha with our lives. This is the mission of the Hokage. Naruto, forgive your father. We will love you forever. Minato slowly formed hand seals, his fingers growing stiff. The incantation flowed forth, Shiki Fujin. A chilling wind swept through, and everyone beheld the grim visage of the Shinigami materializing behind Minato, clad in a white robe, adorned with horns, and possessing fearsome fangs. His body exuding a ghastly hue reminiscent of a corpse. A strange light emanated around him, as if the souls he had consumed were swirling in his presence. Minato's own soul was clearly visible, bound and ready to fulfill Minato's will before being devoured by the Shinigami, for such a quality soul was a rare find. Kushina, you must have something to say to Naruto. Now is your chance. Minato spoke with remorse. Indeed, she had many words to impart to Naruto, but time was fleeting. I have but one wish. I long to see what Naruto will become when he grows up. Blood trickled from the corner of Kushina's mouth. Yet she paid it no mind. She could hardly fathom the life Naruto would lead without his parents. Naruto, Do not be picky with your food. Eat well every day and grow strong. Remember to take hot baths daily and do not stay up late. Ensure you get sufficient sleep. Additionally, make friends. It does not matter if you do not have many. Having a few trustworthy companions is enough. Although I am not particularly skilled in this, you must work hard to master ninjutsu. However, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Even if you struggle, do not despair. Always show respect to your teachers and seniors in training. Moreover, there is an important matter regarding the 3 prohibitions for ninjas. First, do not engage in reckless borrowing of money. Remember to save your mission rewards. Alcohol should only be consumed once you turn 20, as too much is harmful to your health. As for the 3rd prohibition regarding women, as your mother, I may not fully comprehend this, but in essence, there are only men and women in this world. Eventually, you will take an interest in women. So be wary of strange ones and seek out exceptional women like your mother. And regarding the 3rd prohibition, be cautious of Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto, you will face many hardships and pains in the future. Maintain your own pace. Hold on to your dreams and make them a reality. Have confidence in yourself. I still have so much more to say to you, and I wish to live alongside you. I love you. Kushina wanted to say more, but time was running out. Blood was flowing from her at an alarming rate, and her vision began to blur as the crimson tide choked her throat. Naruto, your father wishes to say what your chatty mother would say. The Shinigami grew impatient, extending his tongue to lick the blade, its slimy saliva glistening ominously. Ah! Minato shouted as the Shinigami pierced through his abdomen, the shadowy claws lunging towards the 9 tails. With a swift stroke, the Shinigami struck down, eliciting a mournful cry from the 9 tails. No! Damn you, 4th Hokage, you dare attempt to seal me again, and into this little brat no less. 9 tails, you are far too powerful. You must not be left unchecked. A massive, vengeful chakra was forcibly extracted from the 9 tails by the Shinigami. Who could have imagined its chakra to be so burdensome? The 9 tails deflated like a punctured balloon, its once mighty form diminishing at an incredible pace, split into yin and yang. The yin was sealed within Minato himself, while the yang was destined to be sealed within Naruto. However, it was evident that the Shinigami, hovering in midair, could no longer restrain himself. Minato's soul appeared to him as a delectable cake. It seemed the time had come. Minato sighed in resignation with a bitter smile. Wolf, promise me you will take good care of Naruto. Please. Minato's final words came forth in a near-pleading tone. The Shinigami's blade hovered above Minato's head, poised to descend at any moment. Wolf remained rooted in place, yet unlike before, a newfound determination graced his features. Yes, today he would accomplish something monumental. He would slay a god, just as he had done once before. If he could not protect those he was meant to safeguard, what meaning did this power hold? Without my consent, no one shall take my loved ones. Not even a god. The Shinigami's face remained expressionless, a soulless puppet mechanically executing its preordained commands. The blade descended slowly toward Minato, yet to Wolf, everything appeared to unfold in slow motion. For the first time in this world, Wolf drew his immortal slash, and in that instant, a crimson light erupted with blinding intensity, its brilliance visible for miles around. Everyone felt the overwhelming aura of death bearing down upon them. If the immortal slash could sever immortality, then it could likewise slay a god. The ultimate technique. The immortal slash. Wolf's chakra surged wildly, even his very life force igniting in the blaze. He wielded his blade with precision, unleashing a blood-red slash that surged towards the Shinigami with astonishing speed, far surpassing the blade in the Shinigami's grasp. The Shinigami had scarcely any means of resistance. His form was effortlessly torn apart, dissipating into the ether. No one, not even Minato, anticipated such a grand surprise from Wolf. Almost simultaneously, on a distant planet, the Shinigami appeared, though his aura was far stronger than that of the Shinigami in the ninja world. He cast a cold glance towards the realm of Rinjith, as if transcending time and space, witnessing the insolence of the wolf. At that moment, a voice within the wolf's heart whispered temptingly, urging him to absorb the chakra of the 9 tails. Chapter 59, The Secrets of the Wolf, Part 1. How intriguing. I never expected such a lowly creature to have slain my clone. I shall remember your visage. I hope you survive until my imminent arrival. From a distant planet, the god of death was engrossed in the intelligence transmitted from his clone. Throughout the endless ages, few dared to confront him, for those who did were swallowed whole. He was curious about how this inferior being managed to vanquish his clone. Nevertheless, in his eyes, it remained merely a larger insect. Meanwhile, the Ninetales, now unbound, had shed the adamantine chains that once restrained it. Its singular thought was to flee. Remaining here would surely lead to its fated sealing. Yet, before it could act, the wolf had already commenced his assault. Secret technique, Dragon Flash. For the first time, the wolf wielded the immortal slash to execute his sword technique. The frenzied intent of his sword coalesced into a palpable force, and before the immortal slash was even unleashed, all present felt the chilling breath of death. Boom. The claws that had pierced through Minato and Kushina were cleaved asunder, severed cleanly in two, with scorched marks left at the cut. But that was not the end. A second strike appeared out of the void along the original path of the first. The wolf had swung only once, yet two slashes manifested. The second slash possessed even greater power, tearing through the entire barrier, leaving desolation in its wake. For the first time, the Ninetales sensed the essence of death emanating from a human. Even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could not kill it, only seal it. Yet, it truly felt the presence of death from the wolf. Should this strike land, it might indeed perish. Driven by an overwhelming will to survive, the Ninetales activated its latent potential, narrowly evading the fatal blow. The strike intended for its head instead found its mark upon its chest. The Ninetales let out a heart-wrenching scream. From the moment of its birth, it had never endured such grievous injury. The second slash not only wounded the Ninetales, but also rent the entire barrier asunder. Intense pain nearly caused it to lose consciousness. As a horrific wound spanned 10 meters from its chest to its waist, flesh and blood mangled, revealing its innards. Most terrifyingly, a fire of resentment burned at the wound, impeding its healing. The Ninetales, known for its extraordinary regenerative abilities, found itself in a fierce struggle against the destructive force of the resentment fire, making healing seem an insurmountable challenge. Since slaying the god of death with the immortal slash, the technique had undergone strange transformations, acquiring a fragment of the deity's power, inflicting damage that struck at the very soul. Thus, the Ninetales suffered not merely physical harm, but a dual affliction of body and spirit. The wolf's desires intensified, as a voice within him coaxed him forth, reminiscent of the blood-red vortex he had once entered. Absorb the chakra of the Ninetales. Here lies everything you seek. Under some mysterious compulsion, the wolf stepped slowly towards the Ninetales, his mind clouded, driven mad by the insistent voice. He leaped onto the back of the Ninetales, the immortal slash in his grasp, its crimson sheen outshining even the creature's fur. With a sudden thrust, as the immortal slash pierced the Ninetales, its vast chakra seemed to open a floodgate, pouring relentlessly into the blade. At that moment, the Ninetales resembled a nuclear power bank, inexhaustible and boundless. The Ninetales was said to possess infinite chakra, owing to its immense reserves and rapid recovery. However, the immortal slash now acted as an insatiable void, greedily siphoning the chakra from the Ninetales, outpacing its ability to replenish. Even the resentment that clung to it was consumed by the blade. Time slipped away unnoticed until the immortal slash finally ceased its extraction of chakra. The Ninetales, diminished in size, bore little resemblance to its former fierce self. If one did not witness it firsthand, they would hardly believe this frail creature was the Ninetales. It appeared akin to a gravely ill kitten, its bones starkly visible, grotesquely malnourished and pitiable. It collapsed onto the ground, entirely unconscious. Chapter 60, The Secrets of the Wolf, Part 2, Observing Minato and Kushina on the brink of death. Having been impaled by the Ninetales and enduring further turmoil, they were already teetering on the verge of the afterlife, long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Third Hokage, please help me support Minato and Kushina, the wolf implored. The expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was one of profound sorrow. If a life must be sacrificed, he would prefer it be his own rather than Minato's. Though it seemed absurd, he unconditionally trusted the wolf. Conventional medical methods had proven futile in this dire situation. Extraordinary measures were now required. The wolf, as if performing a magic trick, produced 2 golden pills seemingly ordinary in appearance, yet exuding a potent herbal aroma. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in disbelief, hope swiftly extinguished, leaving him with a desolate expression. He clearly held little faith in the wolf's pills. In truth, the wolf lacked confidence, but he had no alternative. This was the best remedy he could conceive. He forcibly extracted the Ninetales' claws embedded within Minato and Kushina. In an instant, Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, soaking the wolf's clothing, the acrid scent of blood heightening his senses. He could think of nothing else. Without intervention, they would perish within a minute. Frantically, the wolf broke the 2 pills into smaller pieces, grinding them down, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Despite his clarity of mind, his hands trembled slightly. They could no longer swallow voluntarily. So he had no choice but to pry open their mouths and administer the crushed pills along with water from his medicinal gourd. The moment the pills slid down their throats, a miraculous transformation occurred. Their bodies had been pierced. A formidable surge of life force surged within them, converging upon their wounds. The once gory injuries began to tremble rhythmically, sprouting tendrils that spread outward. They entwined and folded, ultimately forming new tissue, smooth and elastic. It resembled the skin of a newborn. It was unfathomable that such new skin could regenerate in mere minutes. The third Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding his expression. Konoha was no longer as robust as it once was, caught in a transitional phase. In the surface world, only one person could command respect, and that was Minato Namikaze. Konoha now resembled a rusted war machine, aged and dilapidated. The absence of any single component could lead it to collapse entirely. The shadow of a village undoubtedly represents the core of this machine. Konoha can no longer afford to lose another leader. The visage of the third Hokage, etched with wrinkles, finally broke into a smile as he witnessed the enormous wounds on Minato and Kushina heal within mere minutes. Over the past year, he had experienced the tumultuous highs and lows of life. He had dutifully served as Hokage, only to face the sorrow of widowhood in his twilight years, compounded by the betrayal of a dear friend. As Minato and Kushina's faces gradually regained their color, their once horrific injuries appeared to be as good as new. Were it not for their tattered clothing and the crimson stains, no one would suspect the ordeal they had just endured. After a while, Minato and Kushina stirred, their eyes meeting, and Kushina's first words were, "Is this hell? Wolf, you've also perished?" she exclaimed, failing to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was Minato who first grasped the implications, having witnessed Wolf's relentless efforts to save them. With a heart full of affection, Minato embraced Wolf, gently ruffling his hair as he had done in their youth. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. "Wolf, thank you for everything you've done for us." Though Wolf remained silent, the tears at the corners of his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Family would forever remain the softest corner of his heart. "What of this large cat? It appears gravely injured," Kushina remarked, her confusion evident. Wolf, with a resigned tone, replied, "This is the Nine Tails." "Nanny? The Nine Tails? How did it come to be in this state?" Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the creature before her was the very source of their near demise. Her question echoed the curiosity of Sarutobi and Minato, who too sought to unravel the mystery. "We should first seal the Nine Tails. I will explain everything afterward," Wolf declared, fully aware that the moment he revealed the forbidden technique, all secrets would be laid bare. His knowledge would become a focal point for all hidden villages. Upon realizing the true identity of the large cat, Kushina hesitated no longer and immediately opted to seal it away, not within herself, but within Naruto. Kongo Fuin. Instantly, 5 golden chains appeared behind Kushina, ensnaring the Nine Tails. Not even at its full strength could the beast hope to escape. The entire process required little effort, as the Nine Tails was effortlessly pulled beside the altar where Naruto lay peacefully asleep. Minato inhaled deeply, feeling a pang of hesitation, yet he chose to trust in his child. Hak Fuin. A black circle manifested on Naruto's abdomen, intricately inscribed with complex runes. The bound Nine Tails began to dissipate into swirling chakra, flowing into Naruto's body, rousing him from his slumber with cries of distress. "Keep it up, Naruto, it will be over soon," Minato soothed gently, in the embrace of Minato's reassurance. Young Naruto quickly settled down, and the sealing process proceeded smoothly, with the Nine Tails successfully contained within him. This time, the Nine Tails had sustained severe injuries. Although it was an energy conglomerate with remarkable self-healing abilities, the wounds inflicted by the forbidden technique were unlikely to heal quickly, rendering it immobile for the foreseeable future. "Wolf, can you finally share your story?" Kushina inquired eagerly. "Indeed, but I must take precautions," Wolf replied, despite the fact that the area was safeguarded by Anbu. He still preferred to rely on himself. Jian Kekai. He summoned one of the few sealing techniques he had mastered, enveloping them in a transparent, bubble-like barrier. From the outside, only their indistinct silhouettes could be seen, devoid of sound. Now let us begin. The three of them sat closely around Wolf, keenly listening to the secrets he bore. How should I begin? A hint of nostalgia flickered across Wolf's face. The others patiently awaited his words. After a few moments, Wolf slowly spoke, in truth. I am not of this world. I was raised in a land known as Awagakure. There too exist ninjas, and I am one among them. However, in Awagakure, ninjas are regarded as lowly. We dwell in the shadows, undertaking tasks unfit for the light. The samurai, in contrast, bask in the sun, receiving adoration and all manner of honors. I chose to dedicate my life to protecting Lord Kamiko, severing all ties to immortality. Yet, when I used the forbidden technique to end my own life, I did not perish. Instead, I found myself in the ninja world, restored to my youthful form. Subsequently, I was rescued by Minato. Wolf divulged all that he had endured, unreservedly sharing his story. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of relief, as if all burdens had lifted, granting him a sense of liberation. Upon hearing Wolf's revelations, shock washed over everyone's faces, their minds struggling to process such a deluge of information. Minato displayed a mix of astonishment and realization. He had harbored suspicions about Wolf's identity from the beginning, and certain peculiarities had only intensified his curiosity. However, as they spent time together, they gradually lowered their defenses, embracing Wolf as family. Now, with the truth unveiled, all doubts dissipated, and everything began to make sense. Wolf, the pills you used to save Minato and Kushina were also brought from Awagakure, were they not? Sarutobi's eyes sparkled with hope. If such pills could be mass-produced, the resurgence of Konoha's glory would be within reach. Yes, these pills are called Shirshin. They are exceedingly rare. For everyone, there is one less. It is said they are derived from flora that thrives in the ancient lands of Awagakure, drawing the attention of nameless deities. Shirshin is crafted from these plants and is a secret elixir blessed by divine grace. However, since the divine dragon took root in Awagakure, these deities have vanished without a trace, and their elixirs have disappeared as well. Wolf's words doused Sarutobi's fervor with cold water, dampening his spirits. Yet, Wolf's next statement cast a pall over everyone's expressions. I fear that Sakura may not be dead. I have not severed the thread of immortality. In fact, my very presence in the ninja world may be the doing of Sakura, who accompanied me here. A voice sometimes whispers in my heart, leading me astray. Even my attempt to absorb the Nine-Tails chakra was influenced by this voice. Perhaps Sakura is hidden within me, seeking to utilize the chakra of the ninja world for its own healing. Everything is a conspiracy, a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Ryuin is merely a tool for Sakura to siphon life force, and the forbidden technique may serve the same purpose. Otherwise, how could it absorb the chakra of the Nine-Tails? Wolf had not only recounted his experiences, but also shared his speculations. His words opened the door to a new world, fraught with mystery and peril. However, unbeknownst to them, a creature resembling a pitcher plant lay a mere 100 meters beneath their feet, having overheard their entire conversation. Indeed, it was the embodiment of despair. After Black Zetsu listened to the words of the wolf, he was profoundly astonished. Even after living for several centuries, this was the first time he had encountered such a magical tale. Moreover, he sensed that this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mother, I will soon rescue you. Chapter 62. The rising tide. Having acquired the necessary intelligence, Zetsu immediately dove deeper. He intended to disseminate this information, to ensure that the entire ninja world would be aware of the secret of the Sakura dragon. Only by stirring the waters could he profit from the chaos. However, Ao, who had accompanied Black Zetsu, was utterly indifferent to these matters, his mind preoccupied with peculiar thoughts. Black Zetsu, do you think there are many toilets in the Namikaze clan? Do they even know what it feels like to have the urge to relieve oneself? Fool! Black Zetsu shouted in anger. I'm not a fool. I merely wish to know what the excrement of the Namikaze looks like, Ao replied defensively. Black Zetsu was rendered speechless. On the following day after the Nine-Tails rampage, Konoha held a memorial ceremony to honor all the ninjas who had sacrificed their lives in battle. Their names were solemnly inscribed on the village's memorial stone, becoming an integral part of its history. People flocked to lay flowers and offerings, donning black attire to express their respect and remembrance for the fallen heroes. Before the memorial stone, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. The villagers stood in silence, heads bowed in mourning, their hearts filled with sorrow and reflection. As Hokage, Minato was naturally required to deliver a speech. First and foremost, I wish to extend my respect and condolences to the heroes who bravely sacrificed their lives in battle. They defended our homeland and village with their lives, and their spirit of selfless dedication is deeply admirable. Their names will forever be etched in the annals of history, serving as an enduring example for us all. Simultaneously, the families of these heroes deserve our utmost compassion and support. Yet, despite any material compensation these allowances may provide, they cannot mend the pain of losing loved ones. I feel immense regret and sorrow for this sudden calamity. Moreover, the Nine-Tails rampage was not an accidental occurrence, but rather a meticulously orchestrated invasion. Tears welled in Minato's eyes as the weight of this revelation struck him deeply. He could hardly fathom that the mysterious invader of Konoha was none other than his own disciple, Uchiha Obito. He would never forget the moment he told Kushina that the one who sought to bring about their demise was Obito. Witnessing the myriad of emotions on her face, from shock to disbelief, culminating in numbness. Konoha had suffered extensive devastation during the Nine-Tails rampage, making reconstruction an urgent priority. As such, Minato convened a reconstruction meeting. Present in the conference hall were the leaders and elders of various ninja clans, and this time, it was different. Uchiha Fugaku was also in attendance. In previous meetings, the Uchiha clan had never been invited to participate, regardless of the meeting's significance. However, this time, Minato heeded the wolf's conciliatory policy and embraced the Uchiha, altering their circumstances. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan had performed admirably during the Nine-Tails incident, leading even the villagers of Konoha to reassess their views, no longer harboring the same animosity as before. In the conference room, Uchiha Fugaku maintained his usual stern demeanor, though a slight smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Minato surveyed the room and declared, "Since everyone is present, we shall commence this meeting. The primary focus is the reconstruction of Konoha. The central area of the village has been nearly obliterated, and I require the support of every clan to send ninjas to assist me. I will also need to approach the daimyo for financial backing. For the head of the reconstruction efforts, I propose Nara Shikaku. And for the implementation of this initiative, I suggest Uchiha Fugaku take the lead. Who is in favor? Who opposes?" Silence enveloped the room as all present expressed their agreement. Minato continued, "Furthermore, during the Nine-Tails invasion, the Uchiha clan's performance was commendable, particularly Uchiha Shisui. Had he not contained the Nine-Tails in a timely manner, the situation could have deteriorated further. I am aware that the Uchiha clan has long been seen as a potential threat by the higher echelons of Konoha, yet their conduct in this incident has demonstrated their loyalty and capability. Therefore, I believe they deserve recognition and reward. The Uchiha's territory has also been nearly destroyed. Thus, I have decided to allow the Uchiha clan to select any location in the central area." Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Fugaku's face flushed with excitement. It was a rare opportunity for the Uchiha clan, not only to rebuild their territory, but also to elevate their status. He could almost envision the Uchiha clan reclaiming their former glory under his leadership. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Uchiha Fugaku responded respectfully. Minato gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, a flicker of relief in his eyes. He understood that while the Uchiha clan had faced their share of conflicts and controversies in the past, the present was different. He hoped this opportunity would bridge the gaps between them. Chapter 63. Kushina's Memories, Part 1, Obito, Wyu. When Minato revealed to her that the mysterious masked man was Obito, Kushina felt as though her heart had stopped. She could scarcely believe that the one who sought to kill her was Obito, the very Uchiha she had once placed her hopes upon. Her eyes widened, tears welling up, and her voice trembled as she asked, "How could this be? He was supposed to be dead. Kakashi saw him crushed by a boulder. What is happening?" Minato grasped her hand tightly, his own eyes filled with anguish and helplessness. "I do not know, but he is indeed alive and has transformed into a terrifying enemy." Kushina's heart brimmed with sorrow and fury. She was unable to accept this reality. Once, she had regarded Obito as a younger brother, offering him care and encouragement. Yet now, he had almost become the perpetrator of her and her child's demise. She muttered through her tears, "Obito, why have you done this? Have we treated you poorly? Why have you betrayed Konoha?" But the only response was an endless silence. On the eve of the Battle of the Godless Bridge, in the back mountains of Konoha, the trees flourished, lush and vibrant, teeming with life. The dense foliage nearly obscured the sunlight, Those slivers of light still pierced through the gaps, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The thick trunks were so robust that 3 people could not encircle them, their surfaces adorned with moss, rich with the passage of time. It was said that this place had been transformed by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, using wood release techniques. At this moment, kunai were embedded in the moss-covered branches. 1, 2, countless, beyond reckoning. Rarely did anyone venture here, but now, who was present? Yash. Excellent. You truly hit me, Minato exclaimed, pointing to the tear in his clothing with satisfaction. Oi, oi, you actually managed to hit the teacher. That's amazing, Kakashi. Rin cheered, clapping her hands and gazing at Kakashi with adoration, stars sparkling in her eyes. It was just a lucky hit. There's nothing to commend, Kakashi remarked, his expression unchanged, accustomed to such occurrences, entirely unfazed. TCH. Beside them, Obito was nearly livid, jealousy boiling within him as he turned crimson, shouting at the top of his lungs, "You know, I could do that too." A sound emanated from Tobi's head, revealing that Kushina had arrived. She gently placed a basket of food atop his head. What a coincidence, isn't it? I could hear your voice from afar, Tobi. Tobi, perplexed, turned to see Kushina standing there. Today, she wore a flowing green dress paired with a white t-shirt, her crimson hair cascading gracefully around her shoulders, exuding a charming elegance. Wow, Kushina, you look stunning today, Lin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she rushed towards Kushina, who stood beside Tobi. You certainly know how to flatter, Kushina replied, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. She continued, have you all been giving it your all? Her voice brimmed with joy as she observed her students striving diligently in their training. After all, Minato's students were also under her care. Absolutely. We specifically came here for intensive training, Tobi declared proudly. Oh, I wonder what someone was doing just now, Kakashi teased. Ah, you idiot. Kakashi, are you looking for a fight? Tobi's expression soured, and he was on the verge of confronting Kakashi. All right, let's not quarrel. Lin hurriedly positioned herself between them, fearful they might actually come to blows. Changing the subject, Lin asked, wow, Kushina, did you come here specifically to bring us lunch? Yes, this was specially prepared for you all, Kushina mischievously winked. Yay, I absolutely adore your cooking, Kushina. Thank you. Lin gratefully accepted the lunch. Hearing Lin's words made Kushina's eyes light up. It was the first time someone had expressed such fondness for her cooking, filling her with immense satisfaction. How adorable. Kushina excitedly embraced Lin, nuzzling her cheek against Lin's, a unique expression of her affection. You truly are a wonderful girl. You know that, Lin. Just then, an unwelcome voice interrupted them. TSK. Witnessing this scene, Tobi felt a pang of jealousy. His brows furrowed tightly, and he turned his head away in displeasure, unwilling to cast another glance at the 2 women. I'll say it plainly. I took the time to bring you lunch, and this is how you thank me? Kushina's tone was laced with clear dissatisfaction. Noticing Tobi's silence, she pressed on. Kushina leaned down, her gaze intensely fixed on Tobi, a flicker of anger glimmering in her eyes. Hey, I never asked you to do that, Tobi retorted dismissively, crossing his arms and turning his back to Kushina, refusing to grant her any consideration. I'm not even hungry, he shouted defiantly. However, at that moment, a rumble emanated from Tobi's stomach. His face turned a shade of distress, cold sweat breaking out as embarrassment washed over him. Internally, he lamented, oh no, I'm not that hungry. Chapter 64, Kushina's Memories, Part 2. Upon hearing that sound, Kushina realized Tobi was merely putting on a brave front. She gently squeezed his shoulder and said, it's a good thing to want to grow stronger, but you must eat something. I mean, you can't fight on an empty stomach, can you? I don't want to eat. I don't need anyone's pity. I can fight just fine without food. Tobi's stubbornness made her laugh in exasperation. No one could outright refuse her cooking, especially when it was meticulously prepared. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? Indeed, it seems I've mentioned similar sentiments before. Kushina's tone grew more intense, and by the end, she was nearly grinding her teeth. Her hair had fully lifted in agitation. Bam! Kushina delivered a playful yet firm punch to Tobi's head, causing a sizable bump to form. Tobi yelped, rubbing his head in dismay. Silence. Eat. Health is also a ninja's essential lesson. What you just said only proves you're still a child. Tobi, of course, could not endure this, not one bit, and countered, you don't know anything. Thus, their heated debate continued, echoing throughout the forest. The other 3 sat nearby, accustomed to their bickering, seemingly unfazed by it. Minato, observing that their argument would not resolve anytime soon, suggested, "Why don't we eat first?" The three of them began to eat, treating Tobi and Kushina as if they were heir. That evening, at Minato's home. "You know, Kakashi has made remarkable progress lately," Kushina remarked as she knitted beside Minato. "Indeed. You're quite right. At such a young age, achieving such results is no small feat," Minato replied. "Lin is also growing rapidly. They are indeed maturing into an exceptional team." Haha. "Don't forget about Tobi," Minato chuckled, seemingly recalling the events from that afternoon. Kushina paused. "He's just a boastful little brat. He trips over his own feet and can't even throw shurikens accurately. His ninjutsu is..." Minato contemplated, glancing at the group photo in his hand, and remarked, "Well, as you pointed out, Tobi certainly has many areas that need refinement. But his optimistic disposition is equally vital." With Tobi around, the bonds between everyone in the team deepened significantly. Minato gently wiped the photo, which captured their first mission together. Tobi had an arm draped around Lin's shoulders, flashing a goofy grin. Lin was beaming sweetly, giving a peace sign, and Kakashi, as usual, stood with his hands in his pockets, lazily gazing at the camera. "By the way, I shouldn't have to mention this. I mean, he's the one you admire the most, isn't he?" Minato had long noticed the difference in Kushina's attitude towards Tobi, as she put it. Tobi embodied a reflection of herself. "Is that so? Are you sure?" Kushina teased with a smile, evading a direct answer. "By the way, has your next mission location been decided yet?" Kushina asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Yes, it should be confirmed in a few days. However, it's likely to be at the Kaminaraman Bridge." Kushina gazed out the window, momentarily lost in thought. Kaminaraman Bridge. "I truly hope the war concludes swiftly." As the sky began to brighten, Minato's team arrived at the gates of Konoha, ready to embark on their mission to the Kaminaraman Bridge. "Are you prepared?" Minato asked. "Ready." They all responded loudly. After receiving their affirmation, Minato turned to his wife. "Come on, then, take care. Everyone, give it your all." Noticing Tobi still sulking, Kushina recognized he was still upset about earlier. "And you, Tobi?" "Huh?" Tobi replied, puzzled as to why Kushina addressed him individually. "You are too reckless, not flexible enough, and still a clumsy fool. Add this fool to the list. Be cautious out there. If you dare return injured, I shall deal with you. Do you understand?" Kushina exclaimed emphatically. Tobi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He lowered his head, the light reflecting off his goggles. He sensed Kushina's concern, warming his heart. However, he still retorted, "What do you take me for? I aspire to become the Hokage, Lord Uchiha Obito. Rest assured, I shall accomplish the task at hand and return unscathed alongside everyone else. I promise." A resolute expression adorned Obito's face as he extended his fist, pledging his vow. Upon hearing Obito's fervent response, Kushina was momentarily taken aback. She saw her own reflection in him. The worry that once clouded her features was now replaced with a smile. As she placed her faith in Obito and Minato, Kushina also raised her fist, striking it against Obito's. "You better keep your promise." They both chuckled, sharing a moment of camaraderie. As Kushina stood at the village entrance, bidding them farewell, the anxiety that had once plagued her was now absent. At this moment, the question Minato had posed to her finally found its answer. "Why do you cherish him so much?" "Because he embodies my dream." "A dream?" "One day, if we have children, I hope they are optimistic and candid, growing up just like Obito." Chapter 65, Beneath the Mask. Change. In addition to discussing the reconstruction plans for Konoha, there was a crucial matter to announce. Minato turned to the left, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen, aside from the wolf. Only they knew the true mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident. The third Hokage subtly nodded at Minato, who, receiving the affirmation, spoke calmly. "Surely, you all find this matter somewhat peculiar. Why did the Nine Tails appear within the village? How was Kushina's childbirth information leaked?" The stillness in the room felt akin to the calm before a storm, harboring a simmering fury poised to erupt. Minato's words detonated like a bomb in the hearts of those present. Indeed, how could such confidential information fall into enemy hands? Their eyes brimmed with confusion, awaiting further elaboration from Minato. Slamming his hand down, tea splattered across the floor, and the table bore faint cracks. "Damn it!" A certain influential figure disclosed Kushina's information to the masked man, including the defense layout. They even specifically dismissed my guards to execute an ambush. Typically mild-mannered. Minato's veins bulged as his complexion reddened, radiating fury. His disdain for the traitor was palpable, for it nearly led to the destruction of his family. How could he not be enraged? Forgive me, I lost control momentarily. Minato inhaled deeply, forcing his anger down while feeling remorseful for his earlier outburst. Moreover, the true identity of the masked man is Uchiha Obito. In an instant, all eyes in the conference room fixated on Uchiha Fugaku. The joy that had previously illuminated his face was now replaced with a stormy countenance. He had not anticipated that this individual, whose power nearly obliterated Konoha, was indeed one of the Uchiha clan, specifically the long-deceased Obito. Fugaku remained silent, pondering why the Hokage would reveal the identity of the masked man at this juncture. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had much more to contemplate than the average person. He swiftly comprehended the deeper implications of Minato's statement. It was a call for him to express his stance. This was an opportunity, a chance to align with the Hokage, and it was evident what the wise choice was. Without hesitation, he declared, "This matter has no connection to the Uchiha clan. I will issue a statement immediately, stripping Obito of the Uchiha name, expelling him from our clan, and notifying the entire Konoha." Pleased with this response, a hint of a smile re-emerged on Minato's face. Internally, he mused, "This old fellow is quite astute." He grasped my meaning immediately. Seeing this, Fugaku seized the moment, stating, "Hokage-sama, I have a proposal that I hope you will approve." He produced a document from his pocket, boldly titled the Konoha Police Department Reform Proposal. Minato scrutinized the contents, which primarily outlined the reorganization of the Konoha Police Department into two divisions, a serious crimes unit and a civil affairs unit. The serious crimes unit would be responsible for criminal activities, while the civil affairs unit would handle daily matters concerning the villagers. A pivotal point was that the selection for the police department would no longer be limited to the Uchiha clan, but would involve assessments open to the entire Konoha. Minato narrowed his eyes, reassessing Uchiha Fugaku. He was inwardly astonished, never expecting Fugaku to possess such formidable resolve, willing to relinquish control over such an essential power structure. For Minato, it was akin to receiving a pillow during a sleepless night, perfectly aligned with his desires. On one hand, it would diminish the Uchiha clan's influence, and on the other, it would address the villagers' grievances against them, achieving a dual purpose. Everyone present understood the significance of this decision. The Konoha Police Department had long been the Uchiha clan's domain. Their willingness to cede control signified that numerous career opportunities would arise, breaking the Uchiha's monopoly. The voting results came as no surprise, showcasing overwhelming support, with nearly everyone casting affirmative votes. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, momentarily revealed a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He had not anticipated Fugaku's decisive action. Indeed, Fugaku had privately approached him in hopes of securing his vote for the Uchiha clan during the meeting, offering substantial power within the Konoha Police Department in return. This was undoubtedly a significant temptation, one he found nearly impossible to decline. Over the years, although the Uchiha clan had gradually declined, they remained undeniably the foremost clan in Konoha. In truth, Fugaku had not only visited the Hyuga clan, he had quietly approached nearly all the clans present. The Uchiha clan had long been a thorn in Konoha's side, their relationships with other clans rather strained. This maneuver raised the vigilance of many. Yet under the overwhelming lure of benefit, there was no room for hesitation. This incident seemed to herald the Uchiha clan's attempt to alter their standing within Konoha. For the Uchiha clan to endure, a thorough transformation from top to bottom, inside and out, was imperative. Such a transformation, however, required both time and resolve. Yet, it was evident that the Uchiha clan possessed neither. The profound change in Fugaku could not have occurred overnight. It all traces back to that fateful night. Chapter 66, Candlelit Conversations, Part 1. On the eve of the Nine Tails incident, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Shursui led the wolf into the Uchiha compound. They were not only evading the covert surveillance of the village, but also the watchful eyes of the Uchiha themselves. As one of Konoha's most powerful clans, the Uchiha possessed many formidable ninjas, including those capable of perceiving minute details and sensing changes in their surroundings. However, Shursui was well acquainted with the Uchiha clan's dynamics, knowing precisely how to elude their gaze. The wolf's remarkable ability to conceal its presence allowed them to leave no trace during their movements. Meanwhile, Shursui utilized his understanding of the Uchiha clan and his keen insight to skillfully select a safe route. Along the way, they meticulously avoided any locations that might compromise their secrecy, striving to maintain absolute silence. Even upon encountering other members of the Uchiha clan, Shisui could swiftly react, utilizing his Jinjutsu skills to confound them, leading them to believe that all was well. Thus, they successfully traversed a critical surveillance area and arrived at the doorstep of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. Shisui signaled to the wolf to remain silent while he gently knocked on the door. Over time, the relationship between Shisui and Fugaku had deteriorated to a freezing point. Shisui understood that to alter the current state of the Uchiha clan, he must seize actual power. This necessitated controlling the forces of the Konoha police department, which implied undermining Fugaku's authority. As the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, Shisui rapidly incited a new wave of thought within the clan, driven by his unique ideology. However, just as they were preparing to put their plans into action, Fugaku sensed the brewing conflict. He was no weakling, having served as clan leader for many years. He commanded a loyal following. The two factions were gradually replacing the previous factions, engaging in both overt and covert struggles. Yet, both Fugaku and Shisui were acutely aware that factional strife would only hasten the Uchiha clan's demise. Such internal discord would weaken the clan's strength, potentially allowing those with sinister intentions to tear it apart from within. Should that occur, the Uchiha would be plunged into an irretrievable abyss, a fate no one could afford as the eternal disgrace of the Uchiha. Nevertheless, despite their understanding, altering the status quo was no trivial endeavor. "Is that you, Shisui? Please come in." Shisui adjusted his attire to ensure everything was in order before slowly entering the room. "And who else is with you? Please join us." This time, Shisui was genuinely taken aback. He was well aware of the wolf's exceptional stealth abilities. Even he might not be able to detect its presence. Knowing the wolf stood there, he could not sense it with his chakra, yet his eyes could see it. Now, Fugaku had effortlessly discerned the wolf's existence, which led Shisui to reassess his perception of Fugaku. It seemed their esteemed clan leader was far more formidable than he had initially surmised. Perhaps he had consistently underestimated Fugaku's strength. Initially, they believed Fugaku possessed merely the prowess of an elite jonin, yet it appeared otherwise. Upon entering, Shisui found Uchiha Fugaku standing in the hall, arms crossed, his back turned to them. The already cramped room now felt significantly colder. Suddenly, Fugaku, who had been motionless, whirled around. Their eyes met, and it was evident that they were poised for a confrontation that could determine the outcome in an instant. It turned out that Fugaku had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, which had transformed from the traditional Tomo design into a black pupil, now adorned with a circular pattern and 3 dots. His eyes appeared both eerie and enigmatic. No one knew the extent of his abilities or when he had awakened his eyes. Everything about this situation was shrouded in mystery, as if concealing some profound secret. Chapter 67, Camelot Conversations, Part 2. Uchiha Fugaku let out a cry of anguish, his legs buckling beneath him, hands clutching his eyes. Faint streaks of blood visible between his fingers, rendering him utterly disheveled. In contrast, Shisui appeared considerably better, with merely a hint of fatigue on his face. It seemed that, in this clash of Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui had emerged victorious. "Father, are you alright?" Uchiha Itachi, who had been eavesdropping behind a screen, could no longer contain himself upon hearing his father's cry. Ignoring the protests of Uchiha Makoto, he stepped boldly in front of Fugaku. "Shisui, what are you doing here?" His heart was in turmoil, caught between loyalty to his father and his elder brother, leaving him feeling utterly torn. "Itachi, why did you come out?" Fugaku's expression darkened as he gazed at his eldest son. "Did I not instruct you to stay hidden, no matter what transpired?" Fugaku was displeased with Itachi's defiance, never expecting his usually obedient son to disobey him. Should anything occur, they would be in grave danger. While speaking, he pulled Itachi behind him, warily eyeing Shisui. He recognized Shisui's strength. If a confrontation ensued, he might not be able to defeat him, especially with the wolf standing by. "Makoto, please take care of the children. If anything happens, just run. I will hold them off," Fugaku commanded, his voice laced with determination and resolve. The concern for his family left him in disarray. Even if Shisui intended to strike, he would never choose to do so within the village, let alone on Uchiha territory. Such a scenario was simply inconceivable. However, Fugaku offered Shisui no opportunity to speak, launching an attack, which forced Shisui to retaliate. Fugaku's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Uchiha Shisui, What do you intend to do? How dare you attack the clan leader? And you have brought an outsider with you. Are you plotting to betray the clan? To betray the village? His voice thundered like a bolt of lightning that echoed through the night. After speaking, he kept a vigilant gaze on Shui, wary of a potential surprise assault. Shui was taken aback. He never anticipated such vehement accusations from Fugaku. Time was running out for Shui. He needed to stabilize Fugaku's fury, or within 2 minutes, he would be surrounded by members of the Uchiha clan and face utter disgrace. He only sought a conversation. Yet the situation appeared far worse than he had envisioned. The weight of accusations pressed down upon him, turning his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He regretted coming here. Clan leader, please remain calm. I only wish to speak with you, without any ulterior motives. Shui hastily explained, his voice brimming with urgency and anxiety. However, Fugaku was not appeased by Shui's words. Rather, he only grew more incensed. With a cold smirk, he continued, Speak? What could not be said during the day that necessitated your arrival at my home in the dead of night? Moreover, why have you brought an outsider to meet me? Do you believe our Uchiha clan has fallen so low that we permit outsiders to enter at will? His gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing one's innermost thoughts. Hearing this, Shui felt a wave of grievance and helplessness wash over him, on the verge of tears. He shot a glare at the wolf, realizing that if not for its ill-conceived idea, the situation would not have escalated to this point. The wolf, standing behind Shui like an unnoticed specter, sensed it was time to intervene. Otherwise, the entire situation would unravel. My esteemed clan leader, I sincerely apologize for my unexpected visit and any trouble it may have caused. However, I come not solely on my own behalf. I believe you are aware of my true identity, the wolf stated with a poised demeanor. The wolf's words doused Fugaku with a cold wave of realization, prompting him to regain his composure. He certainly recognized the wolf's identity, which could only imply the presence of its master, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, unbeknownst to him, Minato was entirely unaware of this matter. The wolf merely invoked the name of the Hokage to intimidate him. If that is the case, please come in. Makoto, prepare the tea. Fugaku's ability to change his demeanor is undoubtedly legendary. He transforms seamlessly. It is now impossible to discern that the furious individual from moments ago is the same man. As they conversed, a patrolling guard approached. Elder, are you all right? We thought we heard your voice just now. Ah, splendid. The Uchiha clan should maintain such vigilance. I was merely practicing my new jutsu. While explaining, Fugaku also commended the guard, achieving a dual purpose. Indeed, our esteemed leader is still training at this hour. We must strive even harder. Their spirits were lifted by Fugaku's words. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? Fugaku's eyes flickered. He sensed a potentially fortuitous opportunity. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, the wolf recognized that the bait had been taken, and all that remained was to pull the lever. Reform. The Uchiha's reform. For the Uchiha to survive, reform is paramount. As the founders of Konoha, the Uchiha have not only been denied their due recognition, but have also been ostracized by the village. No, it should be said they have been sidelined by the village's leadership. You have been thoroughly isolated by the village, seemingly possessing great power. Yet all of it is merely a facade. The Uchiha clan has arrived at a dead end. If self-rescue is not possible, only annihilation awaits you. Upon hearing the wolf's words, Fugaku's eyes gleamed with realization. He had not anticipated that there existed someone within the village with such profound insight. It felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. What you must do now is abandon the authority of the Konoha police force and board the ship of the fourth Hokage into this new era. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku replied, This is no simple task. Under Fugaku's expectant gaze, the wolf leisurely poured a cup of tea and pushed it forward. It will depend on your resolve, Elder Fugaku. Looking at the tea before him, Fugaku fell into deep thought. Chapter 68, Reckoning, Part 1. The meeting had extended for quite some time. They discussed various matters from morning until dusk. Following the conclusion of the meeting to rebuild Konoha, Minato was about to depart for the daimyo's residence. However, before that, he had a crucial matter to attend to. The once crowded conference room was now left with only two individuals, Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a long shadow of the third Hokage, who turned his back, puffing on his pipe, the smoke swirling as if his thoughts were dispersing with it. In the sunset's glow, his silhouette appeared more frail and desolate, as if burdened with the weight of the entire village of Konoha. Alas, His aged body was no longer capable of bearing such a load. Minato sat at the conference table, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface. Tick-tock. The sound was crisp and rhythmic. Each tap seemed to measure the passage of time. 1, 2, 3 taps. Hiruzen's heart began to feel restless. He had lost focus on his pipe, uncertain of Minato's intentions. The current Minato was no longer the impetuous youth who sought his counsel on every trivial matter, but a genuine Hokage wielding real power. Minato, what exactly do you intend to do? Hiruzen asked with a voice imbued with the weight of years, tinged with fatigue and resignation. He understood that Minato's forthcoming words could shape the very fate of Konoha. Danzo Shimura, was Minato's succinct and direct reply, devoid of any pleasantries, clearly stating his stance. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if conveying to the third Hokage that this was an issue he must confront. Upon hearing Minato's words, Hiruzen's movements froze, nearly dropping his pipe. His expression darkened, brows furrowed, and lips trembled slightly. While his face betrayed no emotion, his heart was in tumult. He knew that Minato's discontent with Danzo had reached its zenith, and it was now erupting. He was aware that the moment Danzo had acted against Kushina, he had crossed a line. Minato could not tolerate him any longer. He had anticipated that this day would eventually arrive, when Minato would take action against Danzo. Yet he had not expected it to come so soon. Minato, may I? Hiruzen's voice trembled, his expression a complex tapestry of pain and helplessness. His eyes reflected hesitation and inner turmoil, as though engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Ultimately, he managed to voice, could you spare Danzo? Minato's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the third Hokage. He could not comprehend why Hiruzen would make such a request, given the unforgivable crimes Danzo had committed. Frowning, he firmly replied, no. There is no place for him in Konoha any longer. This time, I must cleanse the village. His tone brimmed with determination and indignation, a deep-seated loathing for Danzo's actions. Hiruzen sensed the palpable murderous intent in Minato's words. Indeed, Danzo's recent deeds were utterly reprehensible. He sighed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes, yet more so a sense of helplessness. He knew his plea might not alter Minato's decision, but he could not resist the urge to try. Is that so? Hiruzen's eyes dimmed, a shadow of sorrow and despair appearing on his face. Minato's response seemed to age him several years, his once straight posture slightly hunched, rendering him remarkably weary. May I accompany my old friend on his final journey? The third Hokage's tone had become almost pleading, his back fully bent. In uttering this, he no longer stood as Hokage but as an ordinary old man. His voice carried an immense sorrow and reluctance, evoking profound empathy. The third Hokage's request began to sway even Minato's steadfast resolve. He had thought he would refuse without hesitation. Yet when he finally spoke, his words astonished even him. Very well, but this will be the only time. After uttering this, Minato felt a tightness in his throat. He took a deep breath and continued, this is the last time. His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Upon hearing Minato's response, a flicker of surprise and gratitude crossed Hiruzen's face. He regarded Minato with deep appreciation, aware that this was the greatest concession Minato could afford. The final act he could perform for Danzo. Though filled with discontent and anger towards Danzo, they were comrades who had grown up together, shared struggles, and forged memories. Thus, even amidst their differing stances, he wished to do something for Danzo to atone for his transgressions. After Hiruzen departed, Minato sighed softly and murmured to himself, it seems I am not yet resolute enough. Chapter 69, Reckoning, Part 2. Though Danzo Shimura was indeed a member of the Shimura clan, he did not reside within their ancestral lands, instead living alone in a concealed abode within Konoha. This may be related to his values. He is undoubtedly a person who believes solely in himself and finds it challenging to genuinely trust others. In his eyes, there are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. Despite the prominence of Danzo's identity, his life is surprisingly simple. He cares little for material possessions and is solely focused on becoming Hokage. Unlike the third Hokage, who has a family, he has always lived alone, without children or a spouse. As night falls, darkness envelopes the surroundings, with only Danzo's modest dwelling illuminated, its light standing out starkly against the blackness. In this night, Danzo's abode is tightly encircled by the Umbu, and even the members of his once proud root organization are mostly subdued. This operation is highly clandestine, known only to a select few. The leader tasked with executing this mission is none other than Tengu. Minato does not intend to kill Danzo outright. Rather, he hopes to control him to draw out those elusive shadows lurking in the dark, thus achieving a solution with minimal bloodshed. However, before that, an important task remains, to have Sarutobi Hiruzen personally bid farewell to this once dear friend. Dressed in plain attire, Hiruzen approaches Danzo's door, carrying 2 flasks of sake and some snacks. He hesitates for a moment before raising his hand to knock, yet his hand lingers, unwilling to proceed. "Is that you, monkey?" Danzo rasps, already aware of Hiruzen's arrival, surprising the 3rd Hokage and filling him with a sense of guilt. At this moment, he wishes Danzo were not there. A complex expression flits across his face as he gently pushes the door open. Hiruzen softly murmurs Danzo's name upon entering the room. He finds Danzo seated in the living room, silently observing him. The entire room is impeccably clean, without a speck of dust. Nearby, a few unfinished documents are neatly stacked. Hiruzen approaches Danzo, gazing at his weathered yet resolute face, a wave of indescribable emotion swelling within him. Danzo, the 3rd Hokage, attempts to explain, but Danzo interrupts. "No need to say anything. I knew you would come." His voice carries a hint of amusement, as he had anticipated Hiruzen's visit. Their profound friendship enables them to understand each other deeply. Aware that Hiruzen's arrival signifies impending events, he adds, "I brought some sake and snacks to send you off." Hiruzen, pained at the sight before him, cannot bear to look at Danzo again, fearing he might relent. In stark contrast, Danzo wears a carefree smile, seemingly indifferent to the imminent occurrences. "Haha, monkey, don't be so sorrowful. Once I'm gone, you'll be all alone." Danzo accepts the items from Hiruzen and gently ushers him toward a chair. It has been ages since Hiruzen has seen this side of Danzo, reminiscent of their younger days. "You know me best, bringing me this unrefined sake. Its flavor remains as potent as ever." Danzo opens one of the flasks and begins drinking, encouraging Hiruzen to join him. "I prefer clear sake over unrefined," Hiruzen replies softly. Ignoring Danzo's suggestion, he picks up another flask, and they begin drinking, sharing cups as if they were ordinary friends reuniting. Their faces flush, emboldened by the alcohol. They converse about matters typically left unsaid. "You still haven't changed, always favoring clear sake, which I find too light. Unlike the boldness of unrefined. This drink reflects us. Clear sake is too clear, unrefined too murky. You bask in the sunlight like a leaf, while I dwell in darkness like a root. That is how I perceive myself. I assent it, Hiruzen." The 3rd Hokage remains silent, while Danzo continues speaking, aware that time is running short. "Over the years, I have operated in the shadows, handling countless matters that were inconvenient for you as Hokage. Where there is light, darkness follows. That is our unspoken understanding. Perhaps I have erred in many ways." Danzo's voice trembles as he reminisces about the past. He takes a deep breath before continuing. "Yet, my original intention has never wavered, to protect the village of Konoha. I would sacrifice anything for this goal." His gaze becomes steadfast and fervent, seemingly wishing to impart his inner passion to Hiruzen. "Everything I have done has been for Konoha." Danzo's voice suddenly rises, resonating with desperation and helplessness. He becomes overwhelmed with emotion, beginning to cough violently. Each cough causes his body to tremble slightly, yet he presses on. "Hiruzen, it seems like I have always been a step behind you." His eyes brim with unwillingness and regret, as if blaming fate for its unfairness. "If only I had spoken up a moment sooner, I could have become Hokage." He missed the singular opportunity that brought him closest to that title. But fear had silenced him at that moment. Chapter 70, Reckoning, Part 2. After uttering those words, Danzo appears drained of all strength, collapsing onto the chair. After a long silence, he takes Hiruzen's pipe and inhales deeply. Typically averse to smoking, he now takes the initiative to accept Hiruzen's pipe, the smoke swirling around them as he articulates Hiruzen's true purpose for the day. "You've come here to kill me, haven't you?" Danzo's voice is low and somber. He abruptly tears open his jacket, exposing his bare chest as he kneels before Hiruzen. In this moment, the 3rd Hokage could easily end Danzo's life with a mere flick of a kunai. Yet, he hesitates, his right hand trembling, an expression of conflict and pain flashing in his eyes. "Self-sacrifice is a ninja's duty," Danzo murmurs, his tone resolute. "I am a ninja, prepared to give my life for the village at any moment." He raises his gaze, locking eyes with Hiruzen, continuing, "It is a pity it must end this way. His expression conveys a mix of helplessness and sorrow, but predominantly despair. Do it, Hiruzen, Danzo calls out, his tone filled with determination and provocation. He seems ready to embrace death, awaiting Hiruzen's decisive blow. Better to perish at the hands of an old friend than by another's. However, Hiruzen remains still, his hand trembling more violently, his face a portrait of anguish. The third Hokage has aged, his heart heavy with turmoil. They grew up together, trained under the same master, and struggled side by side to attain the title of Hokage, forming an unbreakable bond despite their quarrels. Hiruzen's lips move silently, devoid of sound. Yet Danzo perceives the meaning clearly. Run. Years of companionship allow Danzo to grasp Hiruzen's intent instantly, a yearning for survival igniting in his eyes. Danzo has gone mad. He cannot accept death just yet. He has yet to become Hokage. To surpass Hiruzen, he cannot die here. With a kunai pressed against Hiruzen's throat, he slowly opens the door. He intended to use Sarutobi Hiruzen as his hostage in a desperate bid for survival. Let me go, or else. Danzo believed he could undoubtedly escape. He still had one last trick up his sleeve. The kunai pierced the skin of the third Hokage. A trickle of crimson blood flowed down into his palm, yet it did not inflict any real harm upon the third. Indeed, he was gambling, wagering that the third would show mercy, that he would assist him, and his gamble proved correct. The veracity of Danzo's words remained shrouded in mystery. No one could discern the truth from the lies. Wolf observed the third Hokage being held hostage, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. It seemed that bringing the third into this endeavor had been a grave miscalculation on Minato's part. He signaled for his comrades to follow him outside. Concealment had lost its efficacy. The previously empty venue suddenly brimmed with dozens of individuals, encircling Danzo. Izumi Danzo, it appears you are quite well. Wolf spoke with a calm demeanor. He unceremoniously removed his mask, having already drawn his weapon, the Kusarigama. Even from several meters away, Danzo could sense the chilling aura emanating from it. Humph, I didn't expect it to be you, Wolf. I should have eliminated you from the outset. Do you think your pathetic allies can stop me? Wolf dismissed Danzo's arrogance with a scoff. He had never entertained the notion of letting him escape, even with Hiruzen in his grasp. Enough of this chatter. Have your men step aside, or... Danzo thrust the kunai into the third's arm, blood gushing forth. Is this your decision, Lord Third? Wolf disregarded Danzo's antics, directing his inquiry towards the captive Hokage. The third, feeling a sense of guilt, blushed and remained silent. Unable to respond to Wolf's query, Wolf had anticipated this scenario and had made preparations accordingly. He waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to clear a path. Seeing this, Danzo grew more brazen, confidence radiating from him. As long as he could escape Konoha, he could initiate his contingency plan, reuniting with his subordinates to seize his ambitions anew. He had never considered surrender. It was all merely part of his grand design. Clutching the third, he sprinted towards his objective, inciting anxiety among the Umbu present, fearing for the third's safety and also worried about Danzo's potential escape. Only Wolf remained composed, fully aware that Danzo could never flee Konoha. As Danzo approached his destination, a swell of pride surged within him, his ambitions inflating with each step. Ha ha, I am the one most deserving of the Hokage title. What I have lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands. You speak too much. Both Wolf and Minato simultaneously invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, instantaneously materializing before Danzo. Unbeknownst to him, they had discreetly marked the third's clothing with their technique's seal. At that moment, Wolf struck, his speed akin to lightning, as he aimed a finger towards Danzo's bandaged eye. Danzo barely registered what was happening before the searing pain struck him. The third Hokage was promptly rescued by Minato, who had been lying in wait, ready to act. This was precisely why Wolf was confident that Danzo could never escape Konoha. If two masters of the Flying Thunder God technique could allow their target to flee, they were unworthy of being ninjas. As expected, my instincts were correct. Wolf gingerly placed the extracted eye into a glass container, revealing it as a Sharingan, specifically a Mangekyo Sharingan. Wolf, attuned to chakra, particularly that of the Uchiha clan, always sensed a chilling presence from them, and Danzo exuded the same aura. If this is all you are capable of, prepare to meet your demise. Wolf vigorously swung the Kusarigama, having awaited this moment for far too long, now finally seizing the opportunity for vengeance. Damn you! I will have you all dead. Danzo roared in a frenzied rage. Wind release. vacuum sphere. His cheeks puffed up, and soon countless air waves erupted from his mouth, slicing through the surroundings with bullet-like velocity and formidable cutting power, effortlessly cleaving nearby trees as if they were mere tofu. Do not intervene, he is mine. Wolf firmly rejected the Umbu members eager to join the fray, insisting on personally ending Danzo. Secret technique, floating fairy. Wolf's blade expertly sliced through the airwaves, emitting a cacophony of explosive sounds, yet the Kusarigama remained unscathed. With increasing speed, he closed the distance to Danzo, seeing his initial attack fail. A look of apprehension crossed Danzo's face. Wind release, vacuum wave. The airwaves morphed into slashing projectiles, encircling Wolf amidst a cloud of dust. Is he dead? Danzo's instincts told him otherwise. The situation was not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 71. The curtain falls as anticipated. The airwaves struck Wolf, who transformed into a swarm of crows. Flying Thunder God technique. One character, two strikes. Without offering any time for a response, Wolf materialized behind Danzo, his Kusarigama slicing through his form with precision. When Wolf had extracted Danzo's Mangekyo, he had also left a mark on his body. Yet, the severed Danzo did not perish. Instead, he reappeared at his original position, even the fallen body gradually becoming transparent, vanishing from sight. Izanagi, let us see how many lives you can squander. One of the ultimate ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan, Wolf was well aware of its capabilities. It could erase any unfavorable events that transpired within a specific time frame, rendering them as if they had never occurred, while allowing advantageous outcomes to materialize. The duration of activation varied per individual, but using it would result in the user's Sharingan becoming blind, posing significant risks. Summoning technique. Dream Eater. This was Danzo's summoned beast, a colossal orange elephant, boasting sharp claws and immense size, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. At that moment, it opened its massive maw, bearing sharp tusks, while a torrent of heated air erupted from its lengthy trunk, akin to a volcanic eruption, drawing in Wolf with an unstoppable force. In an instant, rocks flew and dust swirled. Wolf felt an irresistible pull, his body involuntarily hurtling towards the elephant, uprooting nearby trees with ease. Faced with such peril, Wolf decisively drove his Kusarigama into the ground, attempting to slow his backward momentum. Once I eliminate you all, a new era will dawn for me, Danzo bellowed, simultaneously forming seals with his hands, declaring, wind release, vacuum, great sphere. As his words faded, a formidable pressurized air cannon erupted, hurtling towards Wolf with astonishing speed. Danzo could hardly contain his anticipation of witnessing Wolf's vaporization, yet reality proved disappointing. Just as the air cannon was about to strike, Wolf's form disintegrated into a flurry of black crows, swirling gracefully in the air. The true Wolf materialized midair, not only escaping the Dream Beast's control, but also deftly evading the attack from Danzo. A peculiar glimmer shone in his eyes. Now was the moment for his counterattack. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Marsh technique. In an instant, the soil beneath the Dream Beast's feet became soft, its massive weight causing it to sink rapidly. Ninjutsu, Platform Collapse technique. Fukasaku's form pressed down upon the Dream Beast, firmly subduing it. Fukasaku, please help me hold it down. I need to attend to some personal matters. No problem, Fukasaku replied, pipe in mouth, effortlessly. Clearly, this was no challenge for him. He merely needed to remain steadfast atop the Dream Beast, preventing any movement. Danzo, you cannot escape. The wolf bellowed menacingly. I never intended to flee. Danzo retorted loudly. Both surged towards one another, the wolf grasping a sharp kunai, while Danzo wielded only a mere shuriken. The wolf paused momentarily, astonished by Danzo's audacity to confront him with nothing but a shuriken. With a resounding clash of metal, they engaged in an intense duel. However, the quality of Danzo's shuriken was so poor that it shattered upon impact with the kunai, unable to withstand even a second. With an intimate understanding of human anatomy, the wolf, eyes closed, knew precisely where the heart lay. He struck with deadly precision. The kunai pierced Danzo's heart, and at that very moment, Danzo's hand brushed against the wolf's throat, yet before he could exert any force, it fell lifelessly. The wolf was acutely aware that, despite Danzo's apparent defeat, he was not truly dead. Hidden within him were other Sharingan, capable of employing the powerful technique Izanagi. In a brief moment, Danzo reappeared before the wolf, wearing a strange smile. But in the end, I am the victor. Self-entanglement seal. As Danzo's words echoed, crimson curse marks began to crawl up the wolf's body, soon enveloping him entirely before transforming into black runes. A sealing technique to control my body? It seems it was set during our brief contact, the wolf remarked. Hearing this, Danzo grew even more smug, lunging forward with his shuriken. It's time to end this. Indeed, it is time to conclude. Suddenly, the curse marks that had covered the wolf vanished, causing Danzo to halt. He had fallen victim to the wolf's jinjutsu, although the wolf seldom employed it. That did not imply he lacked the ability. In their moment of contact, Danzo had left a curse mark on the wolf, and the wolf had similarly inscribed a flying thunder god seal upon him. Ah! Danzo screamed in agony. The arm bearing the Sharingan was severed by the wolf, leaving no time for him to utilize his Anaji. How is this possible? I had you under control. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events. Ha! The wolf laughed heartily at Danzo's words, as if he had heard a grand joke. To attempt sealing techniques in my presence? You should consider who my mentor is. Chapter 72, Exile to the South, Part 1, Ninjutsu, Heart Turn Technique. With a low chant, a fly, manipulated with intent, moved with the agility of a trained soldier, swiftly navigating various barriers towards Danzo's location. Wind. A voice echoed from afar, tinged with urgency and concern. What is the situation with Lord Danzo? Yamanaka Toryun inquired anxiously. Although his expression was obscured by a mask, his tone betrayed his inner anxiety. Yamanaka Kaze's face grew grave as he furrowed his brow, slowly responding, "This is bad. Lord Danzo has been subdued. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, he possessed extraordinary sensory abilities, enabling him to become one of Danzo's trusted aides. At this moment, he distinctly sensed Danzo's chakra waning. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to assist Lord Danzo." Yamanaka Toryun proposed decisively, a glimmer of resolution in his eyes. However, Yamanaka Kaze fell silent, acutely aware that returning to the battlefield would be tantamount to seeking death. The enemy's strength was overwhelming. Even a shadow-level ninja would struggle to withstand it, let alone them. No, we cannot go back, Yamanaka Kaze declared firmly after a deep breath. Yamanaka Toryun was taken aback, never having anticipated Kaze's refusal of the suggestion. Kaze gazed into the distance, silently praying for Danzo's safety while contemplating their next steps to address this crisis. They needed to devise a solution swiftly, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. "Kaze, do you even realize what you're saying?" Yamanaka Toryun exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he regarded Kaze, as if not recognizing the man before him. He could not fathom that Kaze, who usually appeared earnest and loyal, would choose to stab them in the back at such a critical moment. "Are you mad? Returning now is tantamount to signing our own death warrants," Kaze shouted in anger. "We barely escaped. If we return now, we will certainly be captured by the enemy, and we will have no place to bury our dead." Yet, Kaze seemed unperturbed by these matters. He cast a cold glance at Yamanaka Toryun and stated slowly, "If Lord Danzo is still alive, we shall return to support him. But if he is dead, then we are free." Upon uttering these words, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Toryun and the others were astounded. They had never imagined Kaze harbored such thoughts. His expressions fluctuated, at times dark and foreboding, and at others bright and sunny. Nevertheless, beneath it all, a flicker of expectation lay hidden within his gaze, an unsettling sensation. Kaze's words detonated like a bomb within their hearts, plunging them into silence. All were elites of the Root organization, distinguished individuals within their respective clans, and would not be easily swayed. Had it not been for the damned cursed tongue eradication seal, many among them might have defected on the spot. Now, confronted with such a complex situation, each individual was compelled to reevaluate their futures. Meanwhile, Danzo was engaged in his final desperate struggle. "How can I die here? I have yet to become Hokage." His voice trembled, laden with resentment and despair. At this moment, his limbs were sealed by the wolf. Under normal circumstances, he would be incapable of breaking such a powerful sealing technique unless he possessed profound knowledge of chakra pathways. "Hokage, you think you deserve that title? You are merely a parasite in Konoha." The wolf's words struck Danzo's heart like a sharp blade. Danzo's eyes widened in fury, glaring at the wolf as if he wished to devour him whole. "You!" Suddenly, Danzo's body began to thrash violently, a mad gleam igniting in his eyes. His obsession and ambition surged forth, driving him to break free from his restraints at any cost. "Ah!" Danzo roared, emanating a powerful aura that allowed him to dispel the sealing technique purely through sheer will. His eyes, bloodshot and fierce, were fixed intently on the wolf, brimming with murderous intent. For the sake of the ninja world, for the village of Konoha, he resolutely declared that the wolf must not live. Danzo gritted his teeth, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. Hisashi, memories of his fierce competition with the third Hokage flooded his mind. A struggle for the title of Hokage that ultimately ended in his defeat. Now, once again, he was faced with a life-or-death choice, and this time, he resolved not to retreat. I still have not become Hokage. A bitter smile crept across Danzo's face, his gaze growing vacant and lifeless. He recalled all his past efforts and sacrifices, yet his dreams remained unrealized. No matter where I go, I can never catch up to you, he murmured, his voice laced with profound helplessness and disappointment. He realized that he would never be able to match Hisashi's pace, and now, he might even lose his life. Danzo's expression twisted as he seemed to arrive at a grim determination. He suddenly tore at his clothing, exposing his chest. A mysterious symbol began to manifest upon it. The four-symbol seal. Instantly, a multitude of black runes emerged on his chest, flickering with an eerie light, as if containing boundless power. Wolf, run. Do not let that black blood touch you. Sarutobi Hisashi cautioned from the sidelines, unwilling to see a genius lost due to his own actions. The wolf, capable of the flying thunder god technique, could certainly escape, yet a bold idea began to form in his mind. Defying expectations, the wolf utilized shadow clone jutsu and struck his own chest. For symbol seal, this powerful sealing technique was meant to bind formidable foes or demons, employing the cycle of the four symbols to seal away evil. Everything occurring to Danzo came to a halt. It seemed he could not even die if he wished to. The wolf had not anticipated that such a small action would yield such profound results. Chapter 73, Exile to the South, Part 2. What is happening? Is this hell? The blinding light nearly prevented him from opening his eyes. As he attempted to rise, he found himself utterly devoid of strength. Indeed, he was Shimura Danzo, and he had believed himself dead. Even now, he could hardly believe that a sealing technique could forcibly prevent the four-symbol seal. Humph! A sharp sound rang out as the wolf delivered a resounding slap to Danzo's face. Truly, this action proved effective. Danzo's eyes regained focus, and he found the strength to struggle to his feet, ready to continue battling the wolf. He had never endured such humiliation. He realized that the wolf had forcibly interrupted his ninjutsu. Danzo's face flushed with rage, his remaining eye glaring at the wolf with venomous fury. Go on, kill me. Kill you? The wolf scoffed, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. That would be too easy for you. Such a fortune does not exist in this world. His voice dripped with disdain, treating Danzo as if he were a mere insect. Before he could finish speaking, the wolf's fist was raised high, poised to strike Danzo's twisted, grotesque face with tremendous force. His eyes burned with fury, his iron fist eager to deliver a crushing blow. However, at that moment, the fourth Hokage and others intervened, commanding, "Enough, wolf. We have important matters to extract from Danzo. Lord Danzo, it seems your vigor remains." Minato assessed Danzo, who looked utterly wretched, one eye missing, one arm gone, and his clothing in tatters. Minato almost failed to recognize him at first glance. Hearing Minato's jibe, Danzo's expression darkened, yet he maintained an unusual silence. "Why did you conspire with Obito to destroy Konoha? Why did you do this?" Minato's voice boomed with indignation. He could not tolerate the betrayal from Konoha's upper echelons, which had nearly cost him and Kushina their lives. Humph! Without experiencing storms, how can one see the rainbow? For Konoha, such sacrifices are insignificant, Danzo proclaimed with righteous fervor, as if he were the one in the right. For Konoha? You claim to act for Konoha, yet in essence, it is merely for your selfish desires. Minato countered. Silence. I have seen more in my lifetime than you have grains of salt. Danzo shouted hoarsely, his loss of composure further solidifying his guilt. I am a ninja. I have long resolved to die like one on the battlefield. Come, strike. Danzo closed his eyes, having made peace with the notion of death since choosing to collaborate with the masked man. Wait. The third Hokage halted Minato, wishing to pose his own crucial questions to Danzo. Danzo, is that the eye of Kagami? He demanded, his voice rising. He had long harbored a question. Why had Uchiha Kagami mysteriously vanished in his prime? With Kagami's strength and his Mangekyo Sharingan, it was inconceivable that he could have been quietly killed. The most plausible scenario was that he had been ambushed, likely by someone close to him. Indeed, it was I who killed him. Such a powerful tool as the Mangekyo Sharingan should be wielded by me. At this moment, he had no reason to conceal the truth, revealing everything. It turned out that Danzo had indeed taken action back then, privately inviting Uchiha Kagami to leave the village and ambushing him when he was completely unprepared. How could you do such a thing? Kagami was our dear friend. Sarutobi Hisashi lamented, grief-stricken at Danzo's revelation. He had harbored suspicions all along. Yet he never imagined that Danzo would be the one to kill Uchiha Kagami. All I have done was for Konoha. Enough, take him away. Exile him to the city of ghost lanterns. I want you to spend the rest of your life in regret. Minato declared, unwilling to hear any more of Danzo's nonsense. He had learned all he needed to know. The city of ghost lanterns is a place shrouded in mystery and stringent security, established by various nations through the Grass Village as a prison specifically for rogue ninjas. This prison is located on a small island near the Grass Village. Surrounded by boundless seas, its geographical position unique. The island is named after a type of sourberry called the ghost lantern. Consequently, the city of ghost lanterns is imbued with a distinct atmosphere, as if it were cut off from the outside world, existing in a secluded realm. When ninjas from various nations commit grave offenses against the principles of ninjutsu, they are escorted to the city of ghost lanterns for punishment. Once admitted, offenders face strict supervision and brutal retribution. The authorities implant a chain capable of binding chakra into the bodies of the criminals. This chain possesses immense power, effectively suppressing the inmates. This chain not only restricts the gathering of chakra, but also prevents the use of any ninjutsu. However, should anyone attempt to escape from the city of ghost lanterns, the consequences would be dire. The heavenly prison curse would transform into a ferocious chain of flames, mercilessly burning the offender's body. This torment would persist unceasingly until the offender ultimately perished in the raging fire. Ghost Lantern City is renowned for its stringent surveillance system, brutal punishments, and terrifying atmosphere. For those ninjas who have committed grave offenses, it serves as their final resting place and a venue for them to pay the price for their transgressions. Here, wrongdoers must confront their misdeeds and assume the corresponding responsibilities. Additionally, Ghost Lantern City has become an essential tool for maintaining order and balance among nations. On a nearby hill, a solitary figure stood quietly, witnessing the entire unfolding of events. This individual is Yamashiro Keisuke. At this moment, Yunyu Tokun's face bore an expression of anxiety and concern as he inquired once more of Yamashiro, "How is Lord Danzo faring now?" Yamashiro remained silent for a moment before responding, "Lord Danzo is unharmed. He has been detained in Ghost Lantern City." Upon hearing this news, a look of relief washed over Yunyu's face as he sighed. "That is splendid. As long as Lord Danzo is alive, we still harbor hope." However, no one noticed a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Yamashiro's eyes, a fleeting emotion so ephemeral it was nearly imperceptible. Chapter 74, The Dust Settles. The unconscious Shursui in the Hokage's office of Konohagakure. Only two figures occupied the space. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. They sat facing each other across a table, enveloped in a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension as if the very air had solidified. Eventually, Minato shattered the suffocating quietude, his gaze fixed intently on Sarutobi's eyes, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. He then glanced at the combat attire beneath Sarutobi's regular robes, filled with confusion. How could someone of Sarutobi's caliber have been so easily taken hostage by Danzo? He couldn't help but speculate on the circumstances that led to this. "Lord Sarutobi, I have always held you in high esteem." Minato's voice was low and resolute. "It is precisely because of my respect for you that I agreed to allow you to meet with Danzo. However," he paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity, "I require an explanation." A flush of embarrassment crept across Sarutobi's aged visage, his eyes flickering with guilt and helplessness. Unable to meet Minato's clear and unwavering gaze, he lowered his head, silently drawing on a cigarette. His hand trembled slightly, as if trying to mask his inner turmoil. The pace of his smoking unconsciously quickened, as if to alleviate the tension brewing within him. Yet, Minato remained undeterred in his pursuit of the truth, fixing his gaze on Sarutobi, awaiting his response. At last, Sarutobi raised his head, inhaling deeply before addressing the question directly. "Danzo knows me too well. Saratobi's voice was tinged with resignation and self-reproach. He is aware of the weaknesses in my heart and knows how to exploit them to breach my psychological defenses. He sighed deeply and continued, "In that moment, I was soft-hearted and believed I should grant Danzo an opportunity, a chance to survive. However, I did not anticipate his cunning. He manipulated me, leveraging our decades-long relationship." Saratobi's voice was filled with regret and self-blame, his eyes betraying disappointment in himself. Minato listened in silence, his doubts gradually dissipating. He felt a wave of disbelief. He had not expected the highly esteemed Saratobi to commit such a fundamental error. The Saratobi he remembered was a true titan of ninjutsu, decisive and resolute in his actions, brimming with vigor. He comprehended Saratobi's predicaments and sympathized with his struggles, yet he could not condone his actions. After all, as Hokage, he must prioritize the welfare of the entire village and refrain from making erroneous decisions born of personal sentiment. Danzo's transgressions were unforgivable, nearly costing him his life. The silence returned as Minato let out a soft sigh, disappointment etched upon his face. "Lord Saratobi, it would be best for you to rest at home from now on." The old third Hokage paused momentarily, but soon grasped the implications of Minato's words. Saratobi chuckled heartily. "Ah, I see. We are all intelligent individuals. Some truths do not require explicit articulation." It appeared that after Saratobi's abdication, he had not fully retired but had instead chosen to retreat to the shadows. Remaining the man behind the Hokage, his personal umbu had not been disbanded. Minato's suggestion was for him to truly retire, dissolving his umbu and relinquishing all remnants of power. It was, however, an adept way to handle the situation. One could not deny that Minato had matured significantly during his time in office. Turning his back, Minato chose not to witness Saratobi any longer. Saratobi cast a deep glance around the Hokage's office, a place where he had labored for decades. He looked at Minato, whose silhouette seemed to grow increasingly imposing in his eyes. "It seems my choice was not in vain, Minato. You have become a qualified ninja. Henceforth, I entrust Konoha to you." Minato offered no reply, not even turning around as Saratobi departed. Yet, the slight tremor in his arm betrayed the turmoil within. In the Umbu laboratory, Mina-sensei, "How is Shursui faring?" Wolf asked with concern. Shursui lay quietly in a vast nutrient chamber, immersed in a green liquid, his eyes closed. Trapped in slumber, Dr. Mina was engrossed in the data before her, her brow furrowed and her expression grave. Clearly, the complications surrounding Shursui posed a significant challenge for her. After a brief silence, she pressed her lips together and hesitantly spoke. "I'm afraid, Wolf, given the current medical capabilities of the ninja world, there is no means to save Uchiha Shursui." Mina's words struck Wolf like a bolt of lightning, piercing through to his very soul. Without a doubt, Mina was the consummate professional in the field of medicine. Beyond her role as a doctor, she was also a scientist, one of the implementers of the Wood Release Rebirth project in the Umbu. Uchiha Shursui had suffered no external injuries. Yet the diagnostic report revealed that his brain had endured intense mental trauma, plunging him into a state of unconsciousness. Worse still, his cellular vitality was rapidly declining, indicating that his life force was gradually fading. Under the current circumstances, barring a miracle, he was likely to become a permanent vegetable or worse, lose all vital signs. Wolf had hoped that Mina could discover a remedy for Shursui, yet reality proved to be merciless. Unable to contain his frustration, he clenched his fists, a surge of anger welling within him. Mina seemed to sense the anguish in Wolf's heart. She gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "I understand this is difficult for you to accept, but we must confront reality. However, there remains a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Shursui's innate recovery abilities can aid him in overcoming this crisis. So please, trust me. I will exert every effort to find a solution and ensure his safety. Yet, we must also prepare for the worst." Wolf nodded silently, his gaze resolute and composed. Despite the turmoil within, he recognized that this was no time for despair. He was determined to find a way to save Shursui. "What about the arm?" At Wolf's words, Mina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly retrieved another document. "This is the most perfect Hashirama cell I have ever encountered, exhibiting exceptionally high compatibility." Chapter 75, Kakashi, the One Who Knows the Truth, Part 1. "By the way, how did you obtain such perfect Hashirama cells?" Mina inquired, her eyes alight with anticipation as she gazed at Wolf. I discovered it at the site of the battle between Lord Hokage and Obito, Wolf replied. By the time he arrived, the skirmish had essentially concluded, leaving behind only Obito's arm, an appendage so pale it seemed almost inhuman, instantly capturing Wolf's attention. Driven by curiosity, he collected a sample to take back, unaware it would bring him such astonishing revelations. Mina, one of the researchers involved in the study of Hashirama cells, had never encountered such perfect specimens before. During the third Hokage's administration, a project focusing on Hashirama cells was initiated. Due to the urgency of the research, they resolved to conduct large-scale human experiments using the most expedient methods. Many members of the Senju clan voluntarily enlisted for this endeavor. However, the outcome was tragically unforeseen. All participants perished within the laboratory. The formidable power of Hashirama cells ensured that anyone attempting to implant them would face dire consequences, whether in small or large quantities. Once integrated into the human body, the cells would rapidly assimilate the host's own cells, leading to two horrific fates, either transforming into plant matter or the body exploding due to the inability to withstand the change. As the investigation progressed, the ramifications of the incident grew, making concealment impossible. Ultimately, Hiruzen Sarutobi was compelled to terminate the research. This series of events dealt a devastating blow to the Senju clan, nearly driving it to extinction, leaving only Tsunade. Yet, as the chief orchestrator of this operation, Orochimaru was unwilling to abandon his pursuits. He had invested too much time and effort, and to relinquish it now would render the sacrifices of those who volunteered meaningless. Moreover, he had caught a whiff of the truth within this research. To him, immortality was the ultimate truth. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura was equally covetous of the power of wood release, presenting a splendid opportunity for collaboration. Their mutual interests aligned, and they embarked on a clandestine partnership. They selected a remote location to serve as their secret laboratory, free from any interference. However, this decision inflicted immense suffering and calamity upon countless innocent lives. They employed various methods to amass a multitude of test subjects, who were either lured or coerced into participation. The singular aim of these experiments was to unveil the mysteries of immortality and the power of wood release. Throughout this process, innumerable lives were lost, while survivors endured unimaginable torment. Nevertheless, they pressed on, growing increasingly deranged, even extending their reach to the villagers of Konoha. Ultimately, they succeeded in implanting wood release cells into the body of a child, thereby acquiring the power of wood release. Regrettably, the potency exhibited was far from satisfactory, diverging from their desired outcome. In contrast, the Hashirama cells Wolf retrieved could be cloned infinitely and used directly without purification, eliciting no immune response, as if they were part of one's own body. Meanwhile, within the Umbu, certain members were engaged in a discussion regarding the identity of the masked man. One Umbu member leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. "Do you know the identity of the masked man who invaded Konoha a few days ago?" A sly smile crept across his face, as if he held a monumental secret. "You surely cannot guess," he teased, prolonging the suspense. "Come on, who is it?" Another Umbu member urged impatiently. After a prolonged pause, the first member merely shook his head, his eyes glimmering with mystery. "Oh, stop with the suspense." Another chimed in, exasperated. "Just tell us already." The group echoed in unison. Finally, he spoke, but abruptly halted. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on him, awaiting the final revelation. "Uchiha Obito," he exclaimed loudly, as if announcing it to the world. At that moment, Kakashi stood just outside the door, initially seeking Wolf for answers. He had caught wind of the rumors surrounding the true identity of the masked man and intended to verify the information with Wolf. However, as he stepped inside, he was met with this thunderous declaration. Their words detonated like a bomb in Kakashi's heart, paralyzing him with a powerful shock, rendering him immobile and even making it difficult to breathe. His eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. Kakashi's pupils dilated, blood vessels visible, as if they might burst from their sockets. Kakashi, it's been a while, what brings you here?" These words echoed like thunder in his ears. Yet Kakashi remained oblivious, lost in a state of shock. He stood frozen, as if his soul had departed. He envisioned blood that would never wash clean, no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 76, Kakashi's Awakening to the Truth, Part 2. Kakashi trudged home, lost in despair, each step agonizingly slow. Beneath the moonlight, his silhouette appeared profoundly solitary. Beneath his mask lay not only his true identity, but also the turmoil within. The entire village of Konoha had learned of the masked man's identity. The Uchiha clan had issued a proclamation, stripping Obito of his surname. The name inscribed on the memorial stone was erased, and his grave became a mere stepping stone for passers-by. Yet, Kakashi could not believe it. He could not accept that his cherished friend, whom he had mourned, was alive and had become the orchestrator of the Nine Tails incident. He pushed open the door to his home, a vast space now devoid of companionship, a prison for his spirit. The Itachi clan, once illustrious, had begun its decline with his father's generation. Yet, Itachi Tsukumo had made a name for himself through his unparalleled swordsmanship, commanding respect throughout the shinobi world. By Kakashi's generation, the Itachi clan had faded from prominence, leaving only a few strays, and their ancestral techniques lay abandoned. He turned on the faucet, hoping to regain clarity. Yet, the sound of rushing water morphed into a haunting echo, transforming into Rin's voice. Kakashi, Kakashi, Kakashi. The volume crescendoed, dragging forth memories he wished to forget. Rin, blood spilling from her lips, her pupils dimming, as Kakashi's hand pierced through her chest. He had killed Rin with his own hands, despite having promised Obito to protect her. Cold sweat drenched Kakashi's clothes. He feared he was ensnared in a jinjutsu. He pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Yet, it bore no fruit. His hands were stained with blood. Frantically, he plunged his hands into the flowing water, desperate to cleanse the bloodstains. Blood. It would not wash away. No matter how he tried, the stains remained, and the water from the faucet began to run crimson. Overwhelmed by this series of events, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the floor. When Kakashi looked up, he saw Obito's reflection in the mirror emerging from it. Seizing his collar and shouting, "Why did you kill Rin? Wasn't it for the mission that I killed her?" Kakashi retorted, "I never intended to kill her." Kakashi could no longer bear the weight of his anguish. He felt on the brink of collapse. Raikiri. He unleashed the Raikiri, thrusting it suddenly towards the figure of Obito before him. Yet, to his astonishment, nothing around him had changed. The very Obito who had stood there moments ago now transformed into a mere reflection in a shattered mirror. The mirror fragmented into countless shards, mirroring the disarray of his own life, with glass splinters littering the ground. Kakashi gasped for breath, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. The faucet continued to run, just as it had before, unchanged and relentless. It dawned on him that everything he had just experienced was merely an illusion. Lying in bed, he felt as though all strength had drained from his body. Even the simplest act of turning over felt monumental. The book under his pillow, usually his cherished companion, failed to evoke even a flicker of interest. His mind was haunted by Rin's tragic visage and the haunting gaze she cast upon him in her final moments. He dared not close his eyes. For the instant he did, he would be confronted with the vivid image of Rin dying by his hand. A sight so painfully clear it felt like his heart was being torn asunder. He lay in silence, his eyes vacant, fixated on the ceiling, enduring a sleepless night. Time crawled by, each minute and second a torment. He yearned to uncover the truth, to comprehend the nature of the calamity that had befallen them. He sought answers to quell the turmoil within him. Why was Obito still alive? Why had he not returned to Konoha? What motivated him to devastate the village? These enigmas plagued his thoughts. The following day, he could no longer contain his urgency and hurried to the Hokage's office in search of answers. At that moment, Minato was engaged in administrative duties and ideally should not be disturbed, yet Kakashi was beyond impatience, unable to wait even a moment longer. He blurted out, "Sensei, is the masked man Obito?" Minato paused at Kakashi's words, momentarily taken aback, but ultimately confirmed, "Yes, he is Obito. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Kakashi stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unwilling to accept this revelation, yet compelled to confront the harsh reality. After what felt like an eternity, he murmured, "Obito, it truly is you." Chapter 77, Kakashi's Transformation, Part 1, Kakashi? Minato observed the despondent figure before him, his brows furrowing with concern as he softly called out. Kakashi, however, remained unresponsive, ensnared in his own world of despair. Minato, noting his silence, raised his voice, "Kakashi, are you all right?" At last, Kakashi emerged from his stupor, though his eyes remained dull, his entire demeanor exuding exhaustion. Minato sighed, a wave of worry washing over him. He had never seen Kakashi in such disarray. Usually meticulous and image-conscious, he now appeared disheveled. His silver hair no longer flowing, but rather tangled and unkempt. Even his ever-present forehead protector had vanished, revealing the gifted Sharingan beneath. With a forlorn expression, Kakashi muttered, "I'm fine, really." After uttering this, he fell silent and abruptly exited the Hokage building. Minato watched Kakashi's retreating figure, his anxiety deepening. He understood the profound bond between Kakashi and Obito. The discovery of Obito's survival would undoubtedly have shaken Kakashi to his core. Minato feared that Kakashi, overwhelmed by emotion, might resort to reckless actions, such as seeking out Obito. The Obito of today was not the same as before. He had become cold and ruthless, even willing to inflict harm upon himself and Kushina. Should Kakashi confront Obito, given his current abilities, he would likely struggle to contend with him. Minato reflected that even 5 more Kakashis would not suffice against Obito. Resolute in his concern, he decided to discreetly monitor Kakashi's actions to ensure his safety. The most suitable candidate for this task was undoubtedly Wolf. Thus, he promptly issued a command. "Someone, come forth." In the once solitary Hokage office. At the sound of his call, an individual appeared. The Hokage building was indeed Konoha's nucleus, perpetually guarded. Hokage-sama, knelt a member of the Umbu, adorned with a hawk-faced mask, responding respectfully. "Seek out Wolf. Have him speak with Kakashi. He will understand what I wish to convey." "Go now?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." Their exchange was devoid of any superfluous dialogue. As Umbu, their duty was to execute the Hokage's orders without question. Meanwhile, Wolf was at Konoha Hospital, within Kushina's ward. What do you mean I can't eat barbecue, or rice balls, or even ramen?" Kushina exclaimed in frustration. The doctor, clad in a white coat, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Your injuries are severe. While I am uncertain why your recovery has been so rapid, we cannot yet ascertain if your other injuries have fully healed. Until then, you must refrain from solid food. We will provide you with nutrient solutions, which can adequately supply your body's energy needs." Kushina had been hospitalized for several days, subsisting solely on nutrient solutions. Although these could sustain her energy, they did little to satisfy her hunger, causing her considerable distress. Seeing her words fail to sway the doctor, she turned to Wolf with a pitiful gaze and implored, "Wolf, once he leaves, could you sneak me some food, please?" The doctor's brow twitched with agitation as he interjected, "Lady Kushina, I heard everything you just said." "Humph. I don't care. I want to eat something. If you don't give me food, I'll go on a hunger strike." The doctor muttered under his breath, "You can't eat anything right now anyway." Observing Kushina's shift in demeanor as she began to threaten the doctor, Wolf recognized that this was the perfect moment to make his escape. "The Hokage needs me. I must take my leave." With a swift motion, he leaped through the window without a backward glance. "Hey, that's a hospital window," the doctor shouted, watching the shattered glass, pondering how both of them were anything but ordinary. What a ridiculous excuse. To think it would somehow involve Minato. Watching Wolf's retreating figure, Kushina felt a surge of dissatisfaction, surprised that he would leave without her. "Wolf, wait for me," she called out, attempting to mimic his escape. However, just then, the quick-witted doctor grasped her arm firmly, shouting, "Someone, stop Lady Kushina. She must not be allowed to leave." Hearing Kushina's outcry, Wolf quickened his pace, not daring to look back as he hastily departed. He had no desire for Kushina to follow him, especially given the urgency of the situation. Nonetheless, he had not deceived her, for he had indeed sensed vital information from the Umbu. This unique method of communication was known only to Umbu members, and ordinary individuals could not perceive its intricacies. Chapter 78, Kakashi's Transformation, Part 2. Upon receiving the message from the Umbu, although the specifics were not disclosed, Wolf, with his keen intuition, surmised the nature of the events unfolding. Most likely, it involved Obito. Yet, he felt no urgency. It was a rare opportunity to savor the beauty of Konoha's sunrise. Wolf stood quietly atop Hokage Rock, gazing down at the entirety of Konoha. As the sun rose, the reconstruction efforts of the village were already in full swing, with workers bustling about, their movements cloaked in a crimson hue, radiating their own brilliance. At that moment, Wolf felt as though the entirety of Konoha lay beneath him. Unbeknownst to him, this place had subtly become his second home. He resolutely determined that he would not allow anyone to disrupt the hard-won peace. He would forever remain the sharpest blade guarding Konoha. He was acutely aware that he needed to grow ever stronger. Perhaps it would be wise to seek out Kakashi first. Wolf pondered silently, wondering where Kakashi might be at this moment. With a question lingering in his mind, he set forth on his journey to find Kakashi. As he contemplated, his brow furrowed slightly. Kakashi's whereabouts were not difficult to surmise. Within moments, Wolf deduced the most likely place, the Konoha cemetery. It was said that Obito's gravestone had become one of the must-visit spots in the village. As he approached the cemetery, he noticed two villagers emerging from within, grumbling to themselves. One of them spat vehemently, expressing disdain. Humph. Obito Uchiha is truly no good. Wait, he was no longer called Obito Uchiha. He had lost even his surname. The second villager nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is no longer part of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan had issued a proclamation, stripping Obito of his surname and exiling him. It must be said that the Uchiha clan was no longer what it once was. My wife was saved by a member of the Uchiha clan. I am truly grateful to them, Wolf mused internally. It seemed the Uchiha clan had indeed succeeded in transforming their image, at least having made a commendable start. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Wolf's lips, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. Changing the fate of the Uchiha clan had always been Shursue's fervent wish. He had repeatedly whispered this aspiration in Wolf's ear, even willing to sacrifice his own life to make it a reality. Now, witnessing the hope for a dream that his dear friend had pursued with such dedication, Wolf felt a swell of contentment in his heart. Wolf slowly entered the cemetery and, at a glance, spotted Kakashi. He stood alone before Obito's gravestone, surrounded by an empty desolation. The gravestone had transformed from an ordinary marker into a scene of utter desolation, marred by graffiti and curses, with its edges shattered. Even Obito's name on the memorial stone had been erased, leaving no trace behind. As he drew closer, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, reminiscent of urine. If Obito's remains truly lay buried there, they had likely been desecrated long ago. Kakashi, appearing haggard and disheveled, bore a look of profound exhaustion, his eyes bloodshot, devoid of any vitality. He remained oblivious to Wolf's arrival, perhaps indifferent enough not to lift his head. Wolf extended his hand and forcefully patted Kakashi's shoulder, calling out loudly, "Kakashi." Only then did Kakashi slowly raise his head, his gaze revealing a hint of bewilderment. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Wolf let out a gentle sigh and continued, "Is it because of Obito that you refuse to speak of him?" Suddenly, Kakashi shouted vehemently, pushing Wolf's hand away from his shoulder, his emotions surging. "I know what you're thinking, Kakashi." Wolf raised his voice in response, urging him not to evade his own feelings. This statement struck like a sharp blade, piercing Kakashi's heart and dismantling the defenses he had erected. His complexion paled, his body trembled slightly, and his anger dissipated, leaving behind only an overwhelming silence. As time ticked by, Kakashi remained silent. Finally, he spoke, asking Wolf, "Let me pose a question. Do you believe that comrades are more important than missions?" Without hesitation, Wolf answered, for even a moment's pause would be an affront. He understood the significance of bonds all too well. "Comrades." Kakashi's expression finally shifted, his eyes glimmering with life. Wolf regarded Kakashi with utmost seriousness, his tone grave. "Kakashi, I can help you grow stronger. However, I have a condition." Chapter 79, The Unfaltering Sharingan of Kakashi, Part 1. I desire the swordsmanship of Konoha's White Fang. Wolf stated plainly, revealing his intentions without any preamble. Kakashi was not taken aback by this request. After all, his father was a legendary figure in Konoha, renowned for his exceptional sword skills throughout the ninja world. Wolf was evidently unwavering in his pursuit of formidable swordsmanship. Undoubtedly, he was one of the foremost sword masters in Konoha. A singular presence. His talent was remarkable, whether in swordsmanship or ninjutsu. He could swiftly master and wield them with ease, particularly in swordsmanship. His profound skill had even earned the admiration of the sword saint, Shinichi Ueno. Yet, despite this, Wolf had yet to create a unique technique of his own. Since embarking on his journey in swordsmanship, he had been studying the techniques of others, constantly absorbing their essence. However, over time, he realized that this path would never lead him to true mastery. Thus, he began to contemplate how to forge a swordsmanship style that was distinctly his own. After much reflection, he resolved to gather the techniques of various sword masters, hoping to draw inspiration from them and discover his own path. However, acquiring these techniques was no simple task. Each tome represented the heritage and essence of a specific swordsmanship school, and the possessors often regarded them as treasures, reluctant to share them. Consequently, Wolf had to seek out these invaluable texts through various means. He was fully aware that numerous challenges lay ahead, yet he was undeterred, his resolve unwavering to achieve his goal. Kakashi found himself with no choice. He was no match for Obito now. If he wished to uncover the truth of the past, he would require greater strength. With this thought, Kakashi resolved to personally unearth the secrets buried in the passage of time. He nodded, shaking off his earlier despondency. A sharp glint filled his eyes, and an inexplicable aura began to emanate from him, transforming him into a figure entirely different from the one he had been moments before. Wolf was somewhat astonished by Kakashi's transformation. After all, he had become a jonin at the tender age of 12. Even after a period of decline, his innate talent was unparalleled. Kakashi's home was not far from there, and soon they arrived. His house was spacious, yet since his father's death, he had lived there alone. "Please follow me." Kakashi led the way, with Wolf closely trailing behind. They approached a wall, where the path came to an end. Wolf vaguely speculated that the Uchiha clan's swordsmanship techniques might be concealed there. Kakashi swiftly formed several hand seals, and Wolf sensed a surge of chakra emanating from him. Before long, the once empty wall revealed a hidden mechanism. Kakashi stepped forward and pressed it gently, causing the ground to slowly open, unveiling a secret chamber. Noticing Wolf's curiosity, Kakashi explained, "It's merely a little gadget. A chakra barrier. Without the correct hand seal sequence, one cannot access the chamber." As Kakashi pressed the button, a staircase materialized from the depths below. The space beneath was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. With a click, Kakashi pressed another button, illuminating the previously dark chamber. The entirety of the secret chamber came into view. It was not particularly large, and the air within was stale, devoid of dust, likely a testament to the efficacy of the barrier. Here, rows of bookshelves lined the walls, filled predominantly with volumes concerning the history of the Hitaki clan, significant events in the ninja world, and the various ninjutsu they have amassed. "This is the most sacred place of our Hitaki lineage," Kakashi remarked as he stepped into the hidden chamber. Wolf followed him inside. Though the room was dimly lit, he could sense an ancient aura enveloping the space. "This is the place of our clan's legacy, where the secrets of swordsmanship are preserved," Kakashi explained. As Wolf approached the center, he was taken aback to find a broken blade displayed prominently. "Is this not your father's white fang?" Kakashi replied, "Indeed, but regrettably, I accidentally shattered it during a mission." A flicker of nostalgia crossed Kakashi's face, revealing his reluctance to dwell on the incident. "What a magnificent sword," Wolf mused, gazing at the shattered blade mounted on the wall. Despite its ruin, he could still perceive its former sharpness and brilliance. It should not be left to languish here. Wolf seemed to sense something profound, stating, "Every blade possesses a spirit. I can feel its lament, profoundly sorrowful. Yet now, it is lifeless." The remnants of his father's legacy lay shattered. As if recounting tales of yore, Kakashi stood silently, his gaze betraying an indescribable emotion. Perhaps he harbored boundless regrets, yet we could not discern the depths of his heart. Kakashi's mask concealed not only his true visage but also the world within, creating a barrier between his inner self and the outside realm. It was a form of self-preservation, a means to veil his authentic identity. "My father was scorned for abandoning his mission, even by those he saved." Kakashi's voice bore a hint of self-mockery and helplessness. His eyes lingered on the white fang before him, recalling that painful chapter of his past. "I witnessed my father take his own life before my eyes," he murmured, his tone heavy and hoarse, as if burdened by the weight of time. "For that reason, I placed my mission above all else. I would unhesitatingly forsake my comrades for the sake of duty." Yet, Kakashi received no recognition or respect in return. Instead, he became the target of disdain, labeled cold-hearted and untrustworthy. This turmoil plunged him into a profound confusion. Obito once proclaimed that those who abandon their missions are worthless, but those who forsake their comrades are even less than that. Kakashi's voice was rife with anguish and contradiction. He had once firmly believed in the primacy of missions, yet now he began to question that conviction. But what is right? What truly defines righteousness? Kakashi's eyes dulled, his emotions surging violently. He pressed his hand against his chest, striving to quell the tumult within. His breathing grew rapid, as if suffocation loomed imminent. Wolf remained silent, understanding that Kakashi was not seeking answers but rather pouring out his heart. At that moment, he needed only a quiet presence to listen. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi regained his composure. Wolf had nearly offered him a restorative draft, unwilling to see Kakashi in distress. After all, Kakashi was an invaluable ally. His misfortune would be a significant loss to Wolf. This is what you seek. Kakashi formed a hand seal, and a hidden compartment sprang open beside them, revealing the renowned Hatake sword techniques. Kakashi's voice resonated with depth and strength. What if I take it? Wolf inquired, a note of concern evident in his tone. He understood the profound significance of the Hatake techniques to Kakashi. Rest assured, this is merely a copy. I possess others, Kakashi reassured him, dispelling Wolf's worries. He smiled at Wolf, his eyes glimmering with confidence. Kakashi's words eased Wolf's mind. He knew Kakashi would not readily forsake his heritage. Wolf had long desired to learn the Hatake sword techniques, but had been thwarted by a lack of means. Now, he finally had the opportunity to delve into the true essence of Hatake swordsmanship, his heart brimming with anticipation. As he accepted the scroll Kakashi offered, he carefully turned to the first page, which detailed the Hatake clan's techniques and insights. Now, it is your turn, Kakashi said, his gaze fixed intently on Wolf. Filled with eager expectation, Wolf's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, Fear not, but we must prepare first. Tomorrow, you shall come to the Umbu research facility. The research facility? Wasn't it abandoned long ago? Kakashi questioned, puzzled. No, it has been re-established to continue research on wood release. Wolf's response was somewhat ambiguous, yet Kakashi, being astute, quickly deduced that Wolf's intended gift was likely the cells of Hashirama. After all, he was well aware of the circumstances surrounding that event. Wolf felt no need to elaborate further. Having obtained what he desired, he wished to return to studying the Hatake sword techniques. He was eager to discover the legendary prowess of the Hatake swordsmanship. Kakashi observed Wolf's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, It seems the research on wood release cells has made significant strides. He could not believe Wolf would offer him Hashirama's cells without assurance. After all, his teacher was Minato Namikaze. Remember not to wear your mask. Just as Wolf vanished, he left this remark lingering in the air. Kakashi felt a sudden unease. He could not fathom the relevance of his mask in this context. In truth, Wolf's comment stemmed purely from his curiosity. Having known Kakashi for so long, he had never seen his true face and was genuinely intrigued to discover what manner of person could captivate Rin so deeply. How are preparations coming along? All is ready. We are merely awaiting Kakashi Hatake's arrival. This exchange transpired between Wolf and a research personnel. As the leader of this operation, every detail must be executed flawlessly. He had to impose strict standards upon his subordinates. This experiment was of paramount importance, although they had conducted numerous clandestine trials previously. This was a legitimate undertaking in the light of day. Moreover, the Hokage, the elders, and representatives from various ninja clans would be present to observe the entire process. The choice of Kakashi Hatake as the experimental subject stemmed from multiple considerations. On one hand, the Sharingan could suppress the Hashirama cells, while the Uchiha clan's identity was exceedingly sensitive. On the other hand, he genuinely wished to assist Kakashi. If Kakashi were not constrained by chakra limitations, how far could he potentially grow? Wolf, do you truly have confidence in this? Minato expressed his concern. As Hokage, he wished to avoid repeating the mistakes of the third Hokage. Furthermore, Kakashi was his disciple, and he did not wish for any harm to befall him. While he personally preferred that Kakashi refrain from participating in the experiment, Kakashi had already consented, leaving Minato with little reason to refuse. Wolf surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was within earshot, then whispered fervently, Rest assured, Lord Hokage, everything is well within our control. Even if Kakashi's experiment were to fail, he still had a contingency plan, for within his spatial scroll lay the God Eater. Suddenly, Wolf's eyes narrowed. He sensed Kakashi's chakra. As anticipated, Kakashi's figure materialized before them. Kakashi. Wolf beckoned him to approach. Did I not instruct you to refrain from wearing your mask? Wolf inquired, puzzled. However, you never specified that wearing a mask was prohibited. Kakashi retorted. It is imperative that your face bears no concealment. Kakashi, Wolf stated with utmost seriousness. Very well. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Kakashi reluctantly removed his mask, revealing his true visage for the first time. Even Minato cast a curious glance in his direction, let alone Wolf and the others. Upon witnessing Kakashi's true appearance, Wolf instantly understood the source of Kakashi's appeal to the ladies. Honestly, being so handsome, yet still wearing a mask. This entire exchange transpired within mere seconds, and despite the complexity of Wolf's inner thoughts, his exterior remained perfectly composed. "All right, Kakashi, disrobe." At Wolf's command, Kakashi looked taken aback, his expression tinged with intrigue. He began to doubt Wolf's intentions. First, he was instructed to remove his mask, and now he was being asked to shed his clothing. Having witnessed the experiments involving Hashirama's cells, he sensed that the current circumstances deviated from what he had previously encountered. The nature of this experiment has evolved. Removing your clothing will facilitate better contact and absorption, Wolf elucidated. However, this time, you are permitted to keep your underwear, Wolf added with a grin. After all, there were many onlookers present. While he himself had no qualms, it was reasonable to assume Kakashi might. Wolf issued a signal to the nearby researchers, indicating that they could commence. In the central area of the laboratory, a large red curtain hung. As the curtain was drawn back, the truth began to unravel. "Kakashi, step inside." Wolf gestured towards him. Within lay a massive transparent container, resembling a glass vessel filled with green liquid and ice. The precise mechanics of this setup eluded Wolf, for he was not a scientist. Yet he understood that these substances appeared to exert a certain suppressive effect on Hashirama's cells. As Kakashi entered, the glass door of the container slowly closed, yet this did not hinder external observation of the internal proceedings. A large screen was connected, capable of displaying Kakashi's bodily metrics in real time, allowing the researchers to monitor his condition closely. At this moment, Wolf raised his hand, signaling the official commencement of the experiment. A metallic mechanical arm ascended, its tip carrying a vial of transparent liquid. Indeed, it contained the purified extract of Hashirama's cells. This extract was imbued with potent vitality and restorative capabilities, enabling rapid repair of damaged tissues within the human body. As the mechanical arm inserted the syringe into Kakashi's arm, he involuntarily emitted a muffled grunt. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the anguish on his face was undeniable. After all, the injection of this extract would inevitably induce a degree of pain and discomfort. Nevertheless, as an exceptional ninja, Kakashi fully comprehended the significance of this experiment. He could not afford to squander this opportunity. Chapter 82, Kakashi's Would Release, Part 1, Wolf. "What is the current situation?" Minato inquired once more, his palms slick with cold sweat, betraying the turmoil within. Wolf placed a reassuring hand on Minato's shoulder, gently squeezing. "Relax. This is merely the beginning, rest assured. Pain is unavoidable." Wolf's voice resonated with confidence. This experiment had been conducted numerous times. Since the day he brought this arm back to the laboratory, the number of spies infiltrating Konoha had diminished significantly. In truth, Wolf had long been aware of their identities, yet he refrained from apprehending them all at once, instead waiting for an opportune moment, such as today. After all, they still held some value. Extracting information from them would be ideal. If that proved impossible, they would serve as excellent subjects for experimentation. Observing the confusion etched on the faces of most attendees, Wolf began to explain, "I trust everyone is familiar with Hashirama's cells." He paused briefly before continuing. "According to our previous experiments, once Hashirama's cells enter the human body, they quickly assimilate the host's original cells, seizing control of the body. What, then, is the ultimate outcome?" He deliberately drew out the suspense, his voice echoing in the laboratory. "Transformation into a tree, or explosive demise." Wolf's words elicited gasps of surprise from all present. While they had heard of the experiments involving Hashirama's cells, they were unaware of the inherent dangers. However, a solution did exist, albeit under stringent conditions, which had remained an insurmountable challenge for Konoha throughout the years. By chance, I acquired a novel type of wood-release cell. Unlike its predecessors, this cell merges harmoniously with the host's cells, achieving a miraculous state of equilibrium. This is precisely what Kakashi is now injecting. Compared to before, Kakashi now appeared utterly beleaguered. Wolf's words redirected everyone's focus back to Kakashi within the container. Kakashi let out a heart-wrenching wail. His entire body quaked violently, as if under the influence of an invisible force. His eyes were filled with anguish and despair, evoking sympathy from onlookers. His lips trembled, as if attempting to articulate something. Yet only faint groans escaped. While he had previously endured pain through sheer will, the current excruciating sensation rendered him nearly lifeless. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh, both painful and itchy. Each breath brought a stabbing pain that was unbearable. Yet, the internal torment was even more exaggerated. Kakashi felt as though his organs were being kneaded by unseen hands, a torment nearly impossible to withstand. His heartbeat raced, blood simmered, threatening to burst from his veins. His body began to contort and warp, muscles taut, bones cracking. This suffering not only tormented his flesh, but also penetrated his very soul. His eyes seemed to undergo some extraordinary transformation. Were he able to speak at this moment, Kakashi would undoubtedly challenge Wolf. Is this what you meant by a little pain? Byakugan. Hinata Hayashi's forehead veins bulged as he sought a better view of Kakashi's transformation. Just a glance, and disbelief washed over his face. How is this possible? Within Kakashi, his organs ruptured, reformed, then ruptured again, only to reform once more. Yet, his chakra was ascending at an astonishing rate. Hayashi's words reignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. They were now intensely eager to witness the final outcome. As for Kakashi's chakra, they could sense its surge without Hayashi's comment. Should this experiment be conducted en masse? The landscape of Konoha, no, the entire ninja world would inevitably undergo a profound transformation. Kakashi's movements intensified as sprouts emerged from his mouth, nose, and ears. Even his skin quivered incessantly, as if branches were striving to burst forth from within. Yet, without exception, upon contact with the liquid, it swiftly withered away. This cycle repeated endlessly. At last, it seemed that Kakashi's body could no longer endure. Crash! The container shattered into countless fragments, releasing the liquid contained within. Before they could gather their wits, Kakashi's body had transformed, resembling a porcupine, covered in sharp spikes, albeit made of wood. Had they failed? A flicker of disappointment crossed their minds, mingled with pity for Kakashi. No, the experiment had succeeded. A strange smile crept across the wolf's lips. Chapter 83, Kakashi's Wood Release, Part 2, You Bastard. Take my punch first. The wooden spikes adorning Kakashi had entirely vanished, and he now felt invincible. This was merely an illusion brought about by his rapid surge in power, yet there was no doubt that Kakashi had surpassed his former self. It had come at last. He had awaited this moment for so long. Despite his growth, the essence of his being remained that of a ravenous, combative wolf. The wolf squinted, keenly sensing Kakashi's aura, and was inwardly astonished. His strength had increased remarkably. As Kakashi unleashed his fist, it erupted through the air with a series of sonic booms, as if poised to shatter the wolf into pieces. The onlookers could discern no hint of panic on the wolf's face. Even his breath remained steady. The wolf merely leaned slightly to the side, elegantly evading the blow. Crash! Kakashi's fist collided with the laboratory wall, creating a gaping hole in what was once an incredibly sturdy structure. Lord Hokage? The group turned their gaze to Minato, uncertain whether to intervene in the confrontation between Kakashi and the wolf. At a mere command from Minato, they would unhesitatingly spring into action. No, we shall step back and clear the central area. Without waiting for them to react, Minato had already retreated. The others, witnessing this, followed suit, yielding the stage to the two protagonists of the day. The wolf regarded the bare-chested Kakashi, filled with a fervent desire for battle. He placed his hand on his waist, grasping the hilt of his sword, and in an instant, his aura soared to its zenith. The Kiri blade had fully drawn from its sheath, glimmering with an icy sheen. The wolf slowly positioned the blade along his arm, gently swiping it, as if to rid it of any dust, though it bore none. His movements were deliberate, seemingly fraught with openings, yet Kakashi dared not act rashly. With the blade in hand, the wolf was his true self, the ravenous wolf he had always been. The speed of the wolf was astonishing. Everything prior seemed a mere prelude to this moment. So fast, Kakashi could not decipher the wolf's movements. Feeling as though he were being targeted by a terrifying force, his breath involuntarily becoming erratic. Under the threat of death, his Sharingan began to spin rapidly, on the verge of a metamorphosis. Yet, it still fell short. The Sharingan did not undergo any transformation. The wolf's blade showed no signs of hesitation, descending with lethal intent. In that critical moment, a mysterious power erupted from Kakashi's form, the very spectacle everyone had yearned to witness. Driven by an overwhelming will to survive, Kakashi shifted his body to the side. The blade, originally aimed at his head, now struck his left hand. But that was not the end. Kakashi's right hand morphed into a sturdy branch, attempting to parry the blow. Would release? The clan leaders present were taken aback, some in disbelief and others in shock. They could scarcely fathom that such godlike power could resurface in the ninja world. Upon seeing Kakashi's right hand, Minato recognized that this time, The experiment had succeeded. This day would be etched into the annals of Konoha's history, with him leaving an indelible mark upon it. However, the Kiri blade remained too sharp. At the moment of contact, the wolf's blade effortlessly severed the branch, embedding itself into Kakashi's flesh. In an instant, blood gushed forth, leaving faint traces upon the blade. Strangely, the blood upon the blade seemed to vanish gradually. The wolf could have severed Kakashi's left hand entirely, but chose to hold back. Crash! Kakashi's form was sent hurtling backward, as swift in departure as it had been in arrival. A muffled groan escaped his lips. A metallic taste filled his throat. Yet he forced himself to swallow. Kakashi, do you see? This is the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, the very technique you abandoned. No wonder Kakashi had glimpsed a familiar shadow on the wolf. It was the swordsmanship passed down through his family for generations. Yet now, it had been imparted to an outsider. How ironic. Contemplating this, Kakashi's spirits sank. The wolf, observing Kakashi's demeanor, understood that now was the time to deliver a potent blow, one that could determine Kakashi's future. You coward, a cold-blooded executioner, weak and inept. You cannot protect your friends. You know nothing. Do you wish to know the truth behind your father's suicide? Do you long to understand why Obito never returned to find you? I shall tell you. I will reveal everything. By the end, the wolf was nearly roaring. Upon hearing the wolf's words, silence enveloped the gathering. They all knew the truth from years past. Yet they had uniformly chosen to remain silent. Only Kakashi remained oblivious, like a fool, entirely unaware. A plume of white smoke erupted from Kakashi's form, his wounds healing at an astonishing pace. Konoha's white fang, Hatake Tsukumo, his death was far from simple. He had been driven to death. It was all a facade, merely a political sacrifice. Everything was a trap. Even the public opinion was a fabrication. And Obito's reluctance to see you was equally simple, because you killed Rin with your own hands. Every inch of Kakashi's skin trembled as he clutched his heart, struggling to breathe. The wolf's words pierced him like sharp thorns, unearthing the memories he wished to forget. A miraculous transformation occurred once more. His chakra began to chill, and the three tomo in his left eye spun rapidly, ultimately merging together. The three tomo morphed into the shape of shurikens. The Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened. Chapter 84, Mayaboka Mountain, Part 1, Yoshi. It worked. The wolf paid no heed to Kakashi's feelings, laughing heartily. Congratulations, Kakashi. You have barely caught up to Obito's footsteps. The wolf extended his right hand, attempting to lift the slumped Kakashi from the ground. Kakashi forcefully shook off the wolf's hand, questioning, was everything you just said true? His face was streaked with tears, revealing the profound impact the wolf's words had on him. In an instant, his world had crumbled. The mystery of his father's departure had always lingered. In his youth, he could not comprehend why his once respected father had become the object of scorn overnight. Was it truly a mistake to abandon the mission for the sake of his comrades? When the person he saved chose to criticize his father, the answer became evident. The wolf remained silent, standing quietly, devoid of any emotion in its gaze, and making no sound. Minato understood that this was the moment to assist Kakashi in unraveling his inner turmoil. He gestured for the others present to leave, indicating that this moment belonged solely to the bond between master and disciple. The individuals in attendance, all cunning as foxes, quickly grasped Minato's intent and vacated the space. Soon, only the three of them remained in the laboratory. The sound of Minato's footsteps echoed throughout the room, though he took only a few steps. It felt as if he had traversed a great distance. The path was littered with shards of glass and dust, alongside crumbling walls, reminiscent of the hardships Kakashi had endured over the years. Unbothered by the dirt, Minato sat beside Kakashi, evoking memories of their last night before embarking on the journey to the shinobi bridge, albeit now with two companions absent. Minato's gaze flickered, avoiding direct contact with Kakashi's eyes. Despite being unaware of the incident from years ago, he felt compelled to apologize. Kakashi, I am truly sorry about your father's circumstances. The wolf did not deceive you regarding the truth. Yet, only you can comprehend the intricate details after witnessing them for yourself. He sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his tone. Sometimes, matters are not as straightforward as they appear. He no longer wished to dwell on the topic, recognizing that the truth must be uncovered by Kakashi himself to break the stalemate. Minato's expression hardened as he declared, Obito, he is no longer the person he once was. He has changed. In this world, he likely cares for only one individual, and that person is undoubtedly you. Kakashi stood in stunned silence, uncertain and in disbelief. Minato continued. The evidence lies in the fact that you are still alive. Overwhelmed by the influx of information, Kakashi could hardly process it all. Minato paused, as if gathering his emotions, resembling a vessel brimming with water, on the verge of overflowing. If anyone can stop Obito now, I can think of no one other than you. Kakashi, you must grow stronger to confront him. If you cannot reclaim Obito, then you must eliminate him. As he uttered the final words, a palpable aura of menace radiated from Minato. It was the first time Kakashi had witnessed his teacher in such a state. It was clear that Obito had crossed an unforgivable line. Minato hesitated before revealing the truth. Kakashi, I am aware of this plan, and I have tacitly approved it. The path to strength is never without its trials. Suffering is the norm. As for why they were involved in this plan, Minato's voice trembled. Acknowledging the futility of capturing every spy, it was an unending endeavor. The cells of Hashirama were one of their trump cards, revealed now because following a series of conflicts, Konoha was not as formidable as it once appeared. This was not merely for show, but to utilize their voices to disseminate this information, warning those who harbored ill intentions that while Konoha may have diminished, it was not to be trifled with. Upon finishing his statement, Minato felt an immediate release from the heavy burden he had carried. His high position often prevented him from speaking freely. He was the stabilizing force of Konoha. All intelligence regarding your father has been sealed by the village and classified as S rank. However, I permit you to access related information. Return to me once you have come to a decision. Remember to change your attire, take a bath, and rest well. This is not to target you, Kakashi, but your current appearance is rather unseemly. With that, Minato departed with the wolf, leaving Kakashi alone in a whirlwind of confusion. Kakashi, you truly have surprised me, he mused. Not of the Uchiha clan, yet possessing the eyes they covet. What other surprises might you have in store for me? Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me, Kakashi. The wolf's distinctive voice immediately alerted Kakashi to his presence. However, he was not inclined to see the wolf. Following recent events, their relationship had plummeted to icy depths. Despite knowing the wolf's intentions and acknowledging the truth in many of his words, Kakashi remained preoccupied with the past incident. Have you brought what I asked for? He inquired, eschewing any pleasantries and wishing to minimize conversation. Yes, I have. By the way, shouldn't you offer me a drink of water? The wolf seemed indifferent to Kakashi's demeanor. Possessing a strong heart was the first step to becoming powerful. Though Kakashi was older, the wolf deemed his mental fortitude insufficient for true strength. The wolf disregarded Kakashi's feelings and strode into his home uninvited. Hey, you didn't have my permission to enter. Kakashi fumed, irked by the wolf's brazen behavior, yet he refrained from physically stopping him. Do you have any tea? The wolf complained. Honestly, when a guest arrives, you should at least brew a pot of tea. With that, the wolf began rummaging through Kakashi's belongings, appending cabinets and boxes, even tossing aside Kakashi's treasured books. As he searched, he muttered, Where's the tea? Where is it? Kakashi, who had a penchant for order, had meticulously arranged his belongings, each item in its designated place. Now, however, everything was in disarray. I said, stop looking. Kakashi inhaled sharply, striving to maintain his composure. At that moment, the wolf's foot landed upon a book, an unknown novel titled Paradise of Affection. No, this is a treasured signed edition by Jiraiya. Upon seeing the conspicuous footprint on the cover, Kakashi's eyes transformed from the Sharingan into the Mangekyo, and a vein throbbed on his forehead, emanating an aura of fury. Pointing angrily at the bag on the wall, he roared, You fool! You can't even find a huge bag of tea. You're clearly doing this on purpose. You possess keen sensory abilities, yet you can't even locate the tea sitting in plain sight. Sensing the escalating tension, the wolf wasted no time and fled at breakneck speed, barely pausing. My window. The glass shattered, marking the complete obliteration of Kakashi's past as he prepared to embrace his new beginning. As for what Kakashi had said, the wolf had long since exited his home, oblivious to the words. Gazing at the scrolls strewn across the floor, Kakashi felt a flicker of satisfaction. Though his anger had not subsided, he had obtained what he desired. The Flying Thunder God technique had been executed with a novel twist. Kakashi, I hope you do not disappoint me, the wolf murmured to himself. The scroll contained not only the information Kakashi sought, but also the wood-release techniques compiled by the first Hokage. Before I depart, I should bid farewell. I am still not strong enough to protect those dear to me. My current abilities are insufficient. The resolve to grow stronger reached its zenith. From the day he signed the contract, he had yearned to learn sage techniques. Though previous distractions had postponed this aspiration, regardless of whether it was Jiraiya or the Sage of the Toads, he could sense a distinct energy emanating from them, one unlike any he had encountered before. With determination set, he made his way to the Hokage building. Unimpeded, he arrived at the Hokage's office, gazing upon this familiar place. For a moment, he hesitated, his hand, which had just been raised, retreating as though burned. He was uncertain how to begin, for theoretically, he was no longer a ninja, but rather a person on forced leave. Just as he pondered how to express himself, a voice he knew all too well echoed from within the office. "Wolf? Is that you outside? Why don't you come in?" Watergate's words made Wolf, who was concealed at the door, feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, how could he possibly conceal his little ruse from Watergate? Wolf scratched his head, offering a wry smile. "You see through everything, don't you, Brother Watergate? Why are you just standing there? Sit down already. Do you expect me to arrange the chair for you?" Watergate jested, and this light-hearted banter allowed Wolf to finally relax his tense nerves. "Speak quickly. I wish to train in sage arts," Wolf declared without any circumlocution, as deceit was not his forte. Upon hearing this, Watergate's expression remained largely unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. He slowly picked up the cup resting on his desk, gently blowing on it, steam wafting from the cup as he took a sip. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "What do you intend to do about Kushina?" Wolf found himself at a loss for words. He should not be leaving at this moment, for Kushina needed companionship now more than ever. Furthermore, as her brother, he ought to be there for Naruto. Yet, he could not bear to experience the pain of losing loved ones again. After a long pause, Wolf finally affirmed, "I will not see her." He feared he would weaken, that if he truly encountered Kushina, he could never repeat to her what he had just told Watergate. Kushina's love was not to be trifled with. Watergate's expression shifted slightly, and he sighed. "Is that your final answer?" Clearly, Watergate was not entirely satisfied with this response. But Wolf could not dwell on it any longer. In his eyes, taking a life was far simpler than this. "Watergate-sensei, please grant me a request." Watergate was momentarily taken aback. It was rare to see Wolf so formal, and he seemed momentarily lost. "Please take good care of Shursui. I beg of you," Watergate replied. "Rest assured, Uchiha Shursui is a hero of Konoha. He saved me, and I will ensure that the best doctors in Konoha attend to him. In that case, I can rest easy." Wolf bowed respectfully. He then turned to leave, not looking back until he reached the door. "Wolf, remember to return every October 10th. Watergate called out loudly. Wolf's footsteps faltered, yet he did not turn back. Understood. He recognized what this day represented, a promise between men that required no further words. Chapter 86, Mayaboka Mountain, Part 2. Wolf tidied up his small room, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Since moving in, he had scarcely spent any time here, making one wonder if he had come solely to avoid returning home. Either he was on a mission or en route to one. Now, after finally managing to stay a few days, he was compelled to leave again. "I truly am not a man who enjoys staying in one place," Wolf lamented, shaking his head in resignation, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. The next time he returned, it was likely that dust would cover everything. The mere thought of cleaning made his head ache, as the memory of the last time was still vivid. He couldn't help but wish he could freeze time within the room. The seals for the reverse summoning technique were already formed, and now he awaited the use of his own blood as a medium. However, his raised right hand felt as if it were frozen, refusing to descend. Sigh. Wolf let out a gentle breath. "It appears my heart is not as strong as I thought. Perhaps I am not that kind of person. Forget it. I'll take a quick look." In the final moment, he wavered. He could not let go of Kushina and Naruto. This was meant to be a time spent with family. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. Resolutely, he decided to observe from a distance outside the hospital, just a glance before departing. He could not bear to deliver this news to Kushina himself. He was not a Beto. To him, nothing was more precious than family. The blade in his hand was his weapon to protect that bond, and he would shatter anyone who sought to disrupt it. Beneath the lush tree outside the hospital, a solitary figure stood quietly. Were it not for the keen eyes that spotted Wolf, few would have noticed his presence. Wolf had chosen this spot because it afforded him a clear view of Kushina's room, even if he could not directly observe the happenings within. His extraordinary perceptive abilities still allowed him to sense everything occurring inside, though he regretted being unable to hear any sound. Wolf raised his hand slightly. executing a barely perceptible gesture to the Umbu members stationed nearby, signaling them to maintain silence and avoid unnecessary commotion, ensuring that Kushina remained unaware of his presence. Since the turmoil of the Nine Tails, the security surrounding Kushina had evidently been fortified. Although she no longer served as the host for the beast, her son, Naruto, the fruit of her love with Minato, had become the new Jinchuriki. However, the fact that Naruto was a Jinchuriki was among Konoha's top secrets, known only to a select few core figures. Wolf's gaze pierced through the transparent glass window into the room. He saw Kushina seemingly gazing at the peacefully sleeping Naruto. The little one nestled in a charming crib specially prepared for him, a sweet smile gracing his lips. Kushina watched her beloved son with a face full of affection, her eyes radiating endless tenderness and adoration. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Kushina's hand gently patted Naruto's little body as she seemed to whisper something. By reading her lips, Wolf could discern her words. "My little Naruto, grow up quickly. Mommy longs to see you grow." Gazing at Naruto's face, she suddenly broke into a satisfied smile, nodding approvingly. Undoubtedly Mai and Minato's child. He truly is handsome, perfectly inheriting his mother's beauty. This was the first time Wolf had witnessed such a side of Kushina. Indeed, love could fundamentally transform a person. "Naruto, forgive me. I promise to return and accompany you next time," Wolf thought. A sense of guilt welled within him, yet he knew he could not halt his progress. He had sensed that someone was already targeting the Nine Tails. He needed to grow stronger to protect his family. The unknown enemy was what terrified him most, for at any moment, they could emerge from the shadows to deal a fatal blow. "It's time. I must depart." Wolf's gaze grew resolute as he brought his hand to his mouth, unhesitatingly biting his fingertip, the crimson blood flowing forth. "Hi, Shiu, yo, son, weigh the art of reverse telepathy." In an instant, the wolf's figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. What just happened?" Inside the hospital room, Kushina seemed to sense something, directing her gaze toward the direction where the wolf had departed. Chapter 87. The Path of Cultivation, Wantum? Could it have been my imagination? Her heart trembled, as though something was departing from her. She was fervently eager to seek answers. Kushina gazed into the distance, hoping to discern some clue, yet the outcome was destined to be disappointing. In her perception, aside from the shadowy figures, there appeared to be no one else present. After a moment of observation, she found it uninteresting and quickly redirected her focus back to little Naruto. Her eyes brimmed with love, the maternal glow illuminating her visage. Exuding warmth, she spoke with a sweet tone, "Naruto, grow up quickly. I, your mother, wish to personally teach you how to become a true ninja. Ideally just like your father." As she spoke, Kushina seemed to recall something, her beautiful features appearing kissed by the evening glow, flushed with a rosy hue. "However, even if you choose not to become a ninja in the future, it matters not, for your mother will always be by your side." In a deep slumber, Naruto seemed to hear Kushina's words, reaching out to grasp her finger tightly, as if fearing she might vanish in the next moment. Kushina was momentarily taken aback, but largely due to the overwhelming emotion. Meanwhile, at Mayuboka Mountain, the wolf had arrived at his destination. He had long promised to visit this place to practice sage techniques whenever he found the time. However, upon arrival, he needed to pay a visit to the great sage Fukasaku first. Not long after he began walking, he encountered an old acquaintance. If it weren't for the sound of snoring, the wolf might have mistaken it for a great mountain. The wolf carefully scrutinized the figure and tentatively inquired, "Fukasaku?" Upon hearing the wolf's voice, the massive orange mountain before him trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Rising to its feet, it nearly obscured the wolf's line of sight. Yet this time, the wolf truly recognized him. It was indeed Fukasaku. "Oh, it's you, young wolf. Come with me. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. The great lord has been expecting you," Fukasaku said, before attempting to lead the wolf onward. However, after just a few steps, he abruptly halted. The wolf, unsure of why they had stopped, assumed Fukasaku had something to say and adopted a serious expression, patiently awaiting his words. "Young wolf, have you seen my pipe?" The wolf was taken aback. He had waited all this time just to hear this. With a resigned shake of his head, he pointed to the spot where, to his astonishment, there lay an enormous pipe, to the wolf, at least. He had initially thought it was merely an ordinary decorative item, unaware that it belonged to Fukasaku. "Haha, it really is here." Fukasaku's hearty laughter echoed throughout Myoboka Mountain. He picked up the pipe, glanced down, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Never mind. Today I shall let you stand on me." The wolf, not one to be polite, jumped onto his head. After all, their paces were quite different. And unless he used the flying thunder god technique, it would be challenging for him to keep up with the great sage. Here, the wolf experienced a sense of exhilaration, as if he were overlooking the world from a great height. No wonder Jiraiya and the others enjoyed standing atop their summoning beasts. Hold on tight. With a great leap, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to an explosion, resonating through the air. Swiftly bouncing, they arrived at a magnificent palace, characterized by a distinctly ancient architectural style. As the wolf entered, he was greeted by a palpable sense of history. Fukasaku shook himself, tossing the wolf off his head. "I shall take you to this point. From here, ascend the ladder, and the sage will guide you inside." Chapter 88. The Path of Cultivation 2. Climb the ladder. The sage will welcome you. With that, Fukasaku turned and walked away, leaving behind a cool silhouette. The wolf, however, was entirely captivated by the grandeur of the palace before him. Enveloped in mist, the palace appeared ethereal, although he should have been unable to see its full splendor. For some reason, the image grew increasingly clear. Truly, this was a fitting abode for the great sage Fukasaku, the wolf mused. Compared to the dilapidated site he encountered on his first visit, this scene exuded magnificence and grandeur, embodying the essence of a sage's residence. The palace was immense, shrouded in a thin layer of mist, suffused with an ethereal aura. Countless crimson wooden beams supported the entire structure. At the entrance stood two colossal stone toads, armed with weapons in their right hands and holding white lanterns in their left, inscribed with oil characters that imparted an inexplicable sense of oppression. With just a glance, one could feel their heavy presence, yet for some reason, the wolf sensed tranquility, as if he inherently belonged to this place. Inhaling deeply, the wolf began his ascent. Step by step, with a demeanor of reverence, he walked steadily, albeit slowly, yet with unwavering determination. Time passed, and the wolf finally arrived at the palace gates. Upon seeing the stone toads, they seemed animated, the left statue brandishing a trident, while the right one wielded a great sword. They simultaneously issued a command, bellowing at the wolf, "Who dares approach? How dare you? Mere mortal, enter here without paying your respects. Kneel before us." Their eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, like laser beams striking the wolf. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, as if engulfed in an unquenchable inferno. His heart seemingly pierced by 1,000 nails, causing excruciating pain that forced him to the ground, writhing in agony. Desperate to extinguish the flames consuming him, he rolled about. Yet it proved futile. The torment of the blazing fire compelled him to howl in despair. "Kneel! Kneel before us! Kneel, and you shall be spared." The two stone statues continued to taunt him, attempting to force the wolf into submission. The wolf felt his strength waning, acutely aware that his life was slipping away at an alarming rate. A voice within urged him to simply kneel, to succumb to the pain. Yet, the remnants of his rationality insisted he could not kneel. Gasping for breath, on the verge of asphyxiation, he braced himself with trembling hands on his knees, mustering every ounce of strength. Despite his disheveled state, slow and staggering, he stood upright, his back straight as he met their gaze. "Is this your answer, insects?" The two statues spoke in unison, their voices reverberating like thunder, shattering the air. Ha! That was the most amusing thing he had ever heard. He was a ravenous wolf on the battlefield. Even facing a sword saint, he would possess the courage to draw his blade. Suddenly, the wolf erupted in laughter, his mirth laced with arrogance, filled with disdain, as if mocking their impotence. At this moment, the wolf had entirely forgotten the physical pain. It all seemed trivial. The wolf remained silent. Either his actions conveyed his answer, or he had lost the ability to speak. He drew forth the wedge-shaped weapon from his waist with a swift and decisive motion, his gaze icy and resolute. Without hesitation, the wolf charged towards them, fearless. In a certain sense, the wolf resembled an ant, for he was even shorter than the foot of a statue. The moment he launched his attack, victory was already his. For the entire scene shattered like a mirror, fragmenting inch by inch, resembling delicate snowflakes, ethereal yet beautiful. The process felt prolonged, though in the external world merely a second had passed. It was all but an illusion. Chapter 89. The Path of Cultivation 3. Wolf, You have finally arrived. The sage of Shinsaku emerged slowly from the palace. Upon seeing him, the wolf was momentarily dazed, uncertain of what to say. A wave of fatigue washed over him. His mind clouded, and he slumped to the ground in a disheveled state. The sage seemed oblivious to his condition, circling him twice and offering praise. Very good. Indeed. We did not misjudge you. You have managed to escape the illusion in such a short time. Observing the wolf's swift success at the first trial, a nostalgic expression crossed the sage's face, for it had been an eternity since anyone had passed through so quickly. Ah, young lad. I recall that Jiraiya was once terrified to the point of wetting himself here. Ha ha ha. The sage laughed heartily, clearly having been deeply impressed by Jiraiya's experience. Unbeknownst to him, the jovial laughter stirred a breeze that dispelled some of the wolf's weariness. The sage settled on the ground, sharing tales of Mayaboku Mountain, emphasizing the need for inheritance in its development. The previous bearer of the legacy had been young Jiraiya. Now, it was time to select a new successor, a representative for the shinobi world. After saying this, he cast a glance at the wolf, who feigned ignorance, turning his head away. He was not Jiraiya, willing to dedicate his life to a nebulous prophecy, spending years in search of the prophesied child, only to be dismissed by a shattered prediction. But what of time? The time wasted? From youth to middle age, his prime had slipped away, yet this was a path Jiraiya had chosen for himself. He had no one to blame. Perhaps he even found joy in it. The sage, unfazed, burst into laughter again. Ah, it matters little to discuss all this now. However, do not disappoint my expectations. Allow me to lend you a helping hand. The sage leapt onto the wolf's shoulder, emanating a wave of energy. Instantly, a green glow enveloped the wolf, and a warm current began to circulate within him. Gradually, the wolf felt his fatigue dissipate, replaced by an invigorating strength. This process was brief, as the sage swiftly leaped down. All right, now that you are re-energized, follow me inside. The wolf nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Upon entering, he found no trials as he had imagined. Instead, the path was clear, devoid of any obstacles. The sage seemed to perceive the wolf's confusion and explained, "Do not worry. There are no traps within. Just follow me. But I must inform you, the trials you are destined to face will be plentiful in the future." The wolf followed the sage for a considerable time, traversing what felt like an expansive maze. Should anyone plunge into it, they would surely lose their sense of direction. Even more astonishing was that his perceptive abilities were rendered useless. Every wall was engraved with bizarre creatures, dragons, snakes, mice, frogs, and many he had never encountered before, even humans. Some were fierce and menacing, like demons, while others radiated benevolence and solemnity, akin to benevolent deities. Some figures had their eyes tightly shut, as if engulfed in endless terror. The wolf's heart raced with trepidation, yet he dared not inquire. The true answers were beyond his grasp. Each figure bore unique expressions and movements. Yet they shared a common trait. Their intricate carvings seemed so lifelike that one might anticipate they would leap from the walls at any moment. A question arose within the wolf. Who had sculpted these murals, and why did they hinder his perception? What was the source of the oppressive feeling he sensed from them? These inquiries rooted themselves in his heart like a sharp thorn, growing ever more insistent. As he traveled, the wolf diligently observed and silently noted everything he encountered. The sage and the frog were strangely silent, as if bound by a mutual understanding. "Here we are. The Great Lord awaits you inside. I shall not accompany you further. The Great Lord specifically requests your presence." The sage gestured towards a nearby entrance before turning to leave. The wolf gazed at the door. An inexplicable feeling of plunging into darkness surged within him. Without hesitation, he stepped into the abyss, his heart drawn toward the light, yet walking into the shadows. Inside, the darkness was so profound that he could barely see his own hand before him, experiencing for the first time the sensation of blindness. Chapter 90. The Path of Cultivation. 4. The wolf touched the cool wall, but his heart was far from tranquil. On the contrary, the endless darkness filled him with unease. And for a moment, he wavered, feeling an urge to retreat. Yet, unwilling to abandon his journey, he pressed on, bracing himself against the wall. Soon, he glimpsed a glimmer of light, which defied logic. After such an extended period of darkness, merely advancing a few steps had brought him to illumination. As if the exit lay just ahead, the wolf racked his brain for an explanation, surmising that a transparent barrier must have been obstructing the light, though he did not comprehend its purpose. Closer now, he could hear the sound of rushing water, Victory was within reach, seemingly within grasp. Countless beams of light struck his face, momentarily blinding him, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand. At last, he could breathe deeply, a sensation long forgotten, akin to a reunion with the past. He opened his eyes just a sliver, a mere pinprick. Suddenly, he fully opened his eyes, disregarding the sting. What did the wolf behold? A river, a golden river, endlessly flowing, unfathomable in depth. Perhaps it was not a river at all, for its viscosity bore no resemblance to water, and it seemed to conceal something extraordinary within. After a moment's contemplation, the wolf recognized it. He had seen this substance during his first visit to Myaboka Mountain. This was oil, the essence used to refine sage chakra. Yet, the oil he encountered now was a stark contrast to what he had seen before. It was not only thick, but also imbued with terrifying energy, undoubtedly the sage chakra. The oil he had previously encountered was as thin as water, devoid of any latent energy. The wolf approached the oil pool, eyes wide with astonishment as he discerned beneath the surface a multitude of stone statues, some grotesquely decayed, while others remained remarkably pristine, each bearing a unique expression. It was strikingly similar to the carving on the wall earlier. What connection could there possibly be between the two? The wolf's heart brimmed with confusion, compelling him to leap into the river to uncover the truth. Just then, an ancient voice interrupted his intentions. 1,000 faces, free of desire, lead to the great path. All things in heaven and earth are bound by their fates. Chaos must not ensue. The wolf was taken aback. Could this voice belong to the toad sage? The air of mystery thickened around him. He temporarily set aside his urge to plunge into the river and resolved to discover the secrets concealed behind this door. Upon reaching the door, he noticed an intricate design upon it. As he focused, he discerned the image of a human, one adorned with horns and a third eye, yet his features bore a striking resemblance to a frog, leading one to question if this was merely a fabrication. Despite his growing doubts, the wolf felt an irresistible compulsion to open the door, sensing that a grander secret awaited him beyond. As his hand made contact with the door, the mysterious voice resounded once more. Once you push open this door, there is no turning back. This time, he recognized the voice as that of the toad sage, yet the tone felt markedly different from before. The initial utterance conveyed a sense of cold indifference, while the second seemed to urge caution, reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze he encountered upon first arriving at Myamu Mountain. What lay hidden behind the door? Why did the great toad sage seek to prevent him from pushing it open? The enigma of the stone statues weighed heavily on his mind, evolving into an obsession as he yearned for answers, his desires gradually overpowering him. So fervent was his longing for the truth that his hands trembled uncontrollably. He had to open this door. With increasing force, the stone door began to yield, and ultimately, under the full weight of the wolf's might, it emitted a mournful cry before crashing to the ground. Yet, the wolf did not spare it a glance. Ha ha ha, old fool. I've triumphed once more. In that instant, as the dust settled, the voice of the old toad echoed within, though the wolf remained skeptical. The words seemed far too extreme to belong to the toad sage. Emerging from the haze, he remained fixated on the ahead, determined not to overlook any detail. At last, you've arrived. I've awaited your presence for so long. The speaker was none other than the toad sage, or rather, the same entity. Rest assured, we shall meet again. With that, the toad sage appeared to drift into slumber, just as he had during their first encounter, leaving the palace resonating with his thunderous snores, a bubble dancing upon his nose, expanding and contracting. In that moment, the wolf seized the opportunity to scrutinize the structure of the palace. It was inscribed with countless black runes, densely packed like tadpoles in a pond. It appeared to be a convergence array of energy, at the center of which lay an enormous throne, adorned with the distinctive symbols of Myamu Mountain. The toad sage, seated upon it, resembled a king presiding over his realm. Upon his initial visit, the wolf sensed the palace's complexity. How could Myamu Mountain, revered as one of the 3 sacred lands, be so deceptively simple? Now, his suspicions were confirmed. The wolf lingered for a moment before deciding to awaken the sage. As he stepped into the realm of runes, a surge of chaotic energy assaulted him, penetrating his very being. His hair and clothing were lifted by the force, as if he were at the eye of a storm, the energy threatening to hurl him away. Through every orifice, the energy rushed into him, and as it did, his expression grew grave. This is natural energy. He found himself regretting his earlier impulsiveness, for the energy continued to invade him unchecked, and he began to exhibit signs of petrification. If he did not devise a solution quickly, he would soon resemble the stone statues he had seen earlier. The boundary of the barrier was tantalizingly close. A mere step would lead him to safety. With great difficulty, he lifted his partially petrified right foot, attempting to cross the threshold. Alas, entering had been easy, but escaping proved a daunting challenge. As he touched the boundary, a searing sensation coursed through him, akin to an electric shock. This is dire, the wolf thought, his expression growing increasingly serious. He realized he was ensnared within a dual-layered barrier, exceedingly complex, one that he could not unravel with his current abilities. Even over the course of 3 days and nights, to force his way through was utterly impossible. His only recourse was to awaken the slumbering toad sage, the most effective and expedient solution. Drawing a deep breath, his face reddened as he shouted, "Toad sage." He called out several times, yet his voice stirred not a ripple. Sinking into silence like a leaf swallowed by the sea. Seal. He attempted to cast a sealing technique on his mouth, ears, and nostrils, striving to halt the energy's intrusion. However, the seal shattered within mere seconds, overwhelmed by the relentless force. The pace of his petrification quickened, his body grew unbearably heavy, and soon, his legs and torso hardened into stone. Am I to perish in this place? He despaired. No, my family and friends await my return. I cannot succumb here. With his legs immobilized, he collapsed to the ground, resolving to use his hands to forge a path to survival. With all his strength, he crawled toward the throne. His last hope. He was in a pitiful state, yet disaster showed him no mercy. The speed of his petrification only intensified. The wolf could feel his body stiffening, the blood within him growing cold. The petrification had reached his chest, rendering him unable to move. Breathing became an arduous task, and his life was nearing its end. Akin to a flickering candle in the wind, unable to withstand further strain. Gasping, he felt the weight of suffocation creeping in. The throne seemed within arm's reach. Yet those few steps felt like an insurmountable chasm. Who would have thought I would complete my final dance in such a place? He thought with bitter humor, realizing he could conceive no further means of escape. The barrier even thwarted space-time ninjutsu. Fragmented memories flashed through his mind like a lantern show. His gaze grew distant, and his consciousness began to fade as the petrification approached his neck. So death was this close all along. Minato, Kushina, Shursui, and little Naruto this time. I must break my promise. In his final moment, the wolf's body was entirely encased in stone, resembling the statues he had observed outside. He had completely lost consciousness. In the final moment of his fading awareness, the image of her appeared in his mind. Yongjin, clad in a flowing red dress, was reminiscent of the girl he once knew. Her eyes sparkled with laughter, as if she had captured the entirety of the starry sky within them. Barefoot, she approached him, resembling an ethereal sprite emerging from a fairy tale. A gentle breeze swept through, yet it could not dissipate his longing for her. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, slightly tilting her body. With her hands clasped behind her back, she gently swayed her palms. The wolf tenderly took her hand, and together they strolled across a lush green meadow, the grass soft beneath their feet, her hand equally gentle in his grasp. They walked slowly, but it brought him immense comfort, as if he held the entire world within his grasp. If only he could continue this journey indefinitely, even if it led to the edge of existence itself. Time passed, and wearied from their stroll, they lay down together. Yongjin rested her head on his lap, while the wolf caressed her face, feeling as though he possessed the universe within his hands. She gazed at the stars, and he admired his own constellation. The wolf was utterly absorbed in his world, unable to extricate himself. Meanwhile, the external realm was undergoing cataclysmic transformations. The undying blade, as if infused with life, unsheathed itself autonomously, impervious to the natural energies surrounding it. A vivid crimson hue enveloped the space, saturating it with an intense sanguine essence. From an outside perspective, it resembled a breathtaking yet eerie painting. The blood-red mist rapidly consumed the natural energy, akin to the opening of a mysterious portal, as if the outside world sought to infiltrate while the inside yearned to escape. Night fell. Within this space, the natural energies coalesced into a tempest, with the undying blade at its heart. The blade incessantly absorbed the natural energy. With each fraction it ingested, its red luminescence intensified, as if it were an abyss. The natural energy dissipated swiftly, its extraction lagging far behind the rate of absorption. The The corrosion of the stone statue beneath the frog oil accelerated. Pure natural energies continuously flowing into the undying blade. This transformation finally caught the attention of the slumbering great toad sage. With a sudden burst, the bubble on its nose burst, rousing it from its deep slumber, its dazed gaze revealing its confusion regarding the unfolding events. It seemed that during its repose, something extraordinary had transpired. Its eyes shifted toward the statue caught in the storm's eye and the bizarre blade, its tone grave as it murmured, "What is this?" A resolution formed within its heart as it crafted a seal. Disperse. Instantly, a ripple-like phenomenon erupted in the air, a terrifying chakra wave pervading the entire space. Soon, everything appeared to freeze. The natural energies departed as swiftly as they had arrived, as though they had never existed. The undying blade emitted a mournful cry, trembling violently, while the blood-red aura gradually faded, as if nothing had occurred. The blade remained on the ground, the wolf still there, now transformed into a statue. What could this be? It could directly absorb natural energy, and in such copious amounts. The great toad sage had approached from its throne, contemplating the wolf-turned stone and the enigmatic blade. Lost in thought, the crimson haze from earlier was undoubtedly the manifestation of its prophetic visions. It was akin to an innate gift, allowing glimpses into fragments of the future through dreams, and its prophecies had never failed. Each fragment had unfailingly manifested in reality, enabling it to strategize for its own benefit based on foretold events. However, at some point, its dreams became obscured by a vast red curtain, initially dismissed as inconsequential. Yet thereafter, every dream featured this red veil, a change that heightened its vigilance, indicating that matters were far from simple. In its dreams, alongside the red curtain, a fleeting silhouette appeared, none other than the wolf now turned to stone. Hence, it had sent Jiraiya to engage with him. Thus commenced their first meeting, which undoubtedly solidified its resolve. To face impending calamities, they collectively decided to place their hopes on the wolf, sensing his extraordinary nature, though unable to articulate why. Only now did it comprehend that the red curtain in its dreams was indeed invoked by the wolf. Chapter 93. The Path of Cultivation. 7. The great toad sage regarded the transformed wolf with a twinge of pity. The influx of natural energy into its being would ultimately yield but one outcome: petrification, akin to the stone statues submerged in the frog oil pool. The process was irreversible. Once one became a statue, there was no return. "Poor child," it lamented. "It appears I have inadvertently brought about your demise." It had not anticipated that its actions would unintentionally lead to the wolf's fate, and the wolf was indeed unfortunate, encountering it at this juncture. It moved closer, covering the wolf's eyes, attempting to grant him peace in this manner. This was the last act it could perform. The undying blade still lay on the ground, and it reached out, intending to examine it closely. The moment it touched the hilt, a swirling crimson mist erupted, enveloping it like a tornado. Not good. The sage reacted swiftly, turning to flee. Upon witnessing the blood-red hue, it recalled the red curtain from its dreams. However, the overwhelming crimson seemed premeditated, leaving it no chance to respond. Darkness engulfed its vision, and it felt a wave of dizziness, as if plummeting from a great height. In that moment, it was filled with regret, mirroring the wolf's prior state of mind. It had known that the future of the ninja world was obscured by a vast red veil. Upon encountering anything related to the sanguine hue, it should have been on high alert. Yet, it had foolishly grasped the undying blade. As the world spun around, the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, but the rapid descent still left it somewhat disoriented. Now, it felt as though it stood upon an immense cloud of cotton candy, soft and comforting. Upon opening its eyes, it was astonished by the scene before it. An unbelievable sight unfolded. It stood firmly upon a cloud as white as snow, as light as gossamer. Surrounding it was a misty haze, ethereal and delicate, as if veiling this realm in a shroud of mystery, transporting it to a dreamlike paradise. Compared to Mayaboka Mountain, this place was a world apart, instantly instilling within it an overwhelming sense of defeat. Yet, even more astonishing lay ahead. At the very center of this vast expanse stood a colossal tree. The moment its gaze fell upon this great tree, an unprecedented feeling of insignificance and ignorance washed over it, as though it had been a frog in a well, unaware of the vast world beyond. Just how immense was this tree? It had no means of knowing. The only certainty was that this tree, like a pillar of the heavens, upheld the entire sky. Looking up, it was impossible to discern its pinnacle. What was even more breathtaking was that the entire tree was transparent. Rather, it was composed of countless vibrant lights interwoven and blended together. From the trunk to the leaves, every inch radiates a dazzling brilliance, exuding an unparalleled vitality. An overwhelming surge of energy circulates endlessly within the tree, forming an independent and complete system. What place is this? Could it truly be just a tree? At this moment, astonishment fills its gaze, and it cannot help but begin to question whether such wondrous beings really exist in this world. Just as it is lost in thought, a deafening roar interrupts its musings, inexplicably instilling a sense of dread within it. The sound appears to emanate from the sky. Upon looking up, it is met with the sight of a dragon, a true dragon. What is happening? It is impossible. There is a dragon here. How can such a creature genuinely exist? The great toad sage is now paralyzed with fear, for the tales of dragons have always circulated, yet it has never encountered one in reality. Having long believed that dragons were mere figments of human imagination, nothing more than totems. Yet now, confronted with a real dragon, the weight of its lineage brings forth an instinctive terror. Gathering its courage, it gazes upward once more, and this time, it finally beholds the majestic creature. Indeed, the dragon it sees is the Sakura dragon, though it has largely recovered from its injuries. Its body is pure white, and the left arm that had been severed has now regrown. It coils around the towering giant tree, continuously absorbing the energy emanating from it. The horrific wounds on its abdomen have healed, and externally, there are almost no traces of injury, exuding an aura of terrifying dominance. In its right hand, it wields a massive azure sword, and for some inexplicable reason, it feels that a mere flick of the sword could cleave the heavens. The great toad sage, now at a loss, sits motionless on the ground. With another deafening roar, the Sakura dragon fills the area with its piercing voice. It swoops down toward the position of the great toad sage, seemingly wishing to convey something. I know you have been searching for a certain power or answer. The Sakura dragon speaks slowly, its voice low and powerful. Miaomu Mountain. Suddenly, it raises its voice, as if this name encompasses boundless mystery and majesty. I once witnessed it, within the body of that wolf. It continues, each word seemingly weighed with careful consideration, though its command of human language is somewhat clumsy. The conviction and seriousness in its tone cannot be overlooked. The great toad sage listens intently, its wise eyes fixed on the Sakura dragon, attempting to glean more information from its words. Despite the dragon's halting expression, the sage, drawing on years of experience, comprehends the underlying meaning. I yearn to engage in a transaction with you. The Sakura dragon exhales deeply, reiterating its intent. As time passes, they delve into a profound discussion regarding each other's needs. The Sakura dragon articulates its desires in detail, while the great toad sage presents its own requirements based on its capabilities and conditions. This dialogue oscillates between intensity and tranquility, as both parties strive to secure the greatest benefit. However, the specifics of their discussions remain an enigmatic mystery, perhaps comprehensible only to the Sakura dragon and the great toad sage. What is certain is that after prolonged negotiation, they ultimately reached an agreement. As for how this pact will impact the world, all remains uncertain. Chapter 94. The Path of Cultivation. 8. Another whirlwind of chaos ensues. And as the great toad sage opens its eyes, it finds itself back atop its throne in Miaomu Mountain. Everything appears unchanged. The wolf still lies on the ground, a mere stone statue, though the immortal slash has sheathed itself automatically. Were it not for the lingering dizziness in its mind, it would hardly believe the events that just transpired. Clearly, the Sakura dragon is real, albeit trapped within the wolf's form. The agreement they reached is also genuine, shedding light on the reason for the immortal slash's energy-absorbing abilities. The immortal slash was originally a part of the Sakura dragon, for reasons unknown. It had suffered severe injuries and lost an arm, which then became the immortal slash, one named by Lei and the other Kai-men. This elucidates how the wolf could inflict harm upon the Sakura dragon. To heal, it requires vitality. As for the source of this vitality, it is unnecessary for it to contemplate. Merely invoking the concept of immortality is sufficient to ignite the desires within people. Moreover, with the power of the dragon's lineage, each cough from the dragon brings forth immense vitality. Those who perish from the dragon's cough are not a concern for it. The great toad sage takes a deep breath, its usually languid eyes now gleaming with unprecedented determination. It understands that the fate of Miao Mu Mountain in this rewritten future hinges on this pivotal moment. Though it has lost the ability to foresee the future, a strong premonition stirs within, indicating that the future of the ninja realm will undergo earth-shattering transformations due to this power. Let me amplify this tempest. The sage's gaze is complex, imbued with infinite depth and resolve. Slowly, it raises its robust claw and gently places it upon the immense stone statue beside it. In an instant, a ferocious energy erupts from within, akin to a volcano, coursing down its arm and relentlessly transferring to the statue. Should anyone observe from afar at this moment, they would be astonished to see a colossal web of rich natural energy rapidly unfurling, ensnaring the statue like a cage. The time has come, break for me. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the great toad sage's pupils dilate dramatically, unleashing an invisible wave of formidable energy that rapidly expands. Its power is akin to a heavy bomb detonating, sending shockwaves of devastating force rippling outward, causing the very space to tremble. The statue crumbles like a defeated soldier, devoid of any capacity for resistance, disintegrating into dust. Almost simultaneously, the wolf lying on the grass senses a peculiar sensation, as if something is beckoning it. Are you leaving? Yongzhen turns away from the wolf, her back facing it. The wolf cannot see her eyes, yet it knows she feels reluctant, for her gaze is fixed upon him. They do not speak of it. They do not inquire, as if silently agreeing. The wolf exhales softly, murmuring, "It seems so." This feeling intensifies, as though in the next moment, he would depart. He grasps her hand, and she complies, turning towards him. He has much to express, but when the moment arrives to speak, words elude him. Time is running short. His body begins to dissipate, like grains of sand falling back into dust. Yongzhen, take care of yourself. This declaration seems to drain the last of his strength, and he falls silent. He has never been adept at conversation, nor has he ever enjoyed it, and this has always been the case. The wolf leans forward, pressing his forehead against hers, feeling the warmth radiating from her skin. If only he could remain in this moment forever. Though all that transpires here may be but an illusion, what harm is there in the world of dreams? At the final moment before the wolf's disappearance, Yongzhen spoke, though the wolf could no longer hear. Yet, the wolf perceived clearly. Those words were profoundly familiar and deeply yearned for. "My lord wolf, may your martial prowess flourish." The crimson dress, breathtaking upon their first encounter, remained etched in his memory as forever enchanting. Indeed, wherever she might be, her tenderness remained unchanged. This encapsulated the wolf's thoughts in his last moments. The familiar sensation washed over him. He had truly experienced death, yet this feeling seemed to emanate from the power of the dragon's essence. Within the palace of the great toad sage on Yamu Mountain, the once scattered stone statue gradually emanated a fragrant aroma under the influence of the dragon's essence. Although its form was unseen, the scent was unmistakably that of cherry blossoms. Suddenly, pink cherry blossoms materialized where the statue once stood, swirling in a cherry blossom tornado, their fragrance filling the entire palace. Before long, a humanoid figure emerged from the blossoms. It was the wolf, reborn. The great toad sage witnessed this entire process, filled with awe at the miraculous power of the dragon's essence. The wolf opened his eyes, gazing blankly at his hands, clearly still in a state of disbelief. "Am I truly alive? How is this possible?" He murmured in disbelief. Has the dragon's essence truly not been severed? A wave of despair and confusion surged within him, leaving him as cold as if plunged into an ice cavern. Doubts clouded his mind, and he pondered. I followed their instructions meticulously. Every step was executed flawlessly. Yet why have I failed to sever this wretched dragon's essence? Could it be that the path to returning to an ordinary life was flawed from the very beginning? This notion coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, suffocating him. If the dragon's essence was indeed inextinguishable, then all his previous efforts, the endless suffering endured, and the significant sacrifices made would be rendered utterly futile. Just the thought of it caused his heart to ache as if it were being torn apart, as if the entire world had collapsed around him. This sense of powerlessness gnawed at his soul, nearly extinguishing all hope for life. Suddenly, a more terrifying thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps the dragon's essence was destined to be unremovable from the very start. This idea struck him like a heavy hammer, sending tremors through his entire being. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and even breathing became an arduous task. His legs weakened, unable to support his weight, and he collapsed to the ground. The wolf's sudden action startled the great toad sage, who recognized the critical role the wolf played in their plans. Fearing that something dire might occur, "How do you feel, young wolf?" the great toad sage inquired with concern. However, the wolf did not respond directly. Instead, he posed a perplexing question. If someone dedicates their entire life to a false, unattainable goal, is their life not a failure? The sage understood the wolf was speaking of himself, yet he was unaware of the wolf's past. At least he had tried, had he not? Chapter 95. The Path of Cultivation. 9. My lord, what has happened to the young wolf? He was fine when he arrived, yet now he appears in such disarray. What are we to do? The deep Swiss sage pointed at the dazed wolf beside him. The wolf had been in this state for 3 days, neither speaking nor eating, merely staring blankly at the sky. His body had visibly withered, exuding an aura of desolation akin to one on the brink of death. The great toad sage found himself at a loss regarding the wolf's condition, merely shaking his head. His issues can only be resolved by himself. If his body is ill, medicine may help, but if his heart is troubled, only time can heal it. Time is both poison and remedy. His path of cultivation had been shattered. If he wished to continue practicing, he must rebuild his heart's resolve. The deep Swiss sage, well versed in such matters, understood that the heart's resolve was an elusive concept, existing only for those who believe in it. Those whose hearts are shattered seldom meet a good end. He had never witnessed anyone rebuild their heart's resolve after it was broken. Suddenly, the great toad sage had a flash of inspiration. I've thought of a good place that might help the wolf dispel his inner demons. What method do you propose? The deep Swiss sage inquired, intrigued. The Temple of Fire. What? You want the wolf to become a monk? The deep Swiss sage's voice rose in disbelief upon hearing this, clearly dissatisfied with the suggestion. If the wolf truly became a monk, how would he explain it to Jiraiya and Minato? It's not about making him a monk. Why are you in such a hurry? Ribbit, let me finish. The great toad sage interjected. Sending the young wolf to the Temple of Fire is a well-considered decision. Firstly, his current state is unsuitable for remaining on Yamu Mountain, and secondly, the murderous aura surrounding him is too intense, even if he does not openly express it. Moreover, the Temple of Fire could temper his temperament. What harm could come from that? The deep Swiss sage, lacking better alternatives, fell silent and ultimately agreed to this plan. But who shall escort him there? He asked. Little Jiraiya. The great toad sage answered without a moment's hesitation. And where is our protagonist, Lord Jiraiya, at this moment? Indeed, he was preoccupied. Just a little closer. Yes, just like that. In a certain bathhouse, our Lord Jiraiya was positioned in a rather comical manner. Pressed against the wall, peering intently through a small hole with one eye. He was wholly engrossed, occasionally bursting into an odd laugh. His grin stretching so wide it seemed he might reach the back of his head. Oblivious to the danger lurking behind him, he remained fixated on that small hole, savoring every detail as if fearing to miss a single moment. Just as he was lost in his reverie, a large stick descended upon his head like a missile, striking him precisely. Who dares to ambush me? Jiraiya yelped, a large bump forming on his head, leaving him momentarily disoriented, surrounded by stars. A pervert. Ladies, come quickly and catch the pervert. Don't let him escape. The patrons of the bathhouse had discovered Jiraiya's presence and rushed out to apprehend him. At that moment, Jiraiya disregarded his pain, springing to his feet as if nothing had happened. He could not be caught. If it became known that the illustrious Lord Jiraiya was a peeping Tom, he would have no place left in the ninja world. After some time, by the riverside, Jiraiya stood with a face full of grievance. Deep Swa, you could have just come without hitting me. Why did you have to strike me? He was clearly still holding a grudge over the earlier incident. Little Jiraiya, I'm not saying this to hurt you, but at your age, you should refrain from such antics. If you have no shame, I still have my dignity. We are all notable figures. If recognized, we would lose face. This time, I'm teaching you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. The deep Swiss sage replied with a slightly stern expression. Jiraiya felt a twinge of defiance but dared not voice it, muttering quietly, but my teacher also. Still daring to retort? The deep Swiss sage, having spoken, raised the stick once more. Chapter 96. The Path of Cultivation. 10. As the sage of Shinsaku raised his large stick once more, Jiraiya quickly softened his demeanor. The previous strike had left a deep impression on him, heightening his alertness and causing him to instinctively retract his neck. Although he was reluctant to comply, He understood that any further retort would only lead to another painful blow to his head. His body had already retreated far from the sage. Observing Jiraiya's nonchalant posture, the sage's breath quickened, and he struggled to contain himself, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you think hiding behind the tree makes you safe? Come out at once." Jiraiya shook his head defiantly, insisting, "No, not unless you put down that stick. I refuse to approach you otherwise. Are you really not coming out?" The sage's voice grew louder, and his tightly furrowed brow betrayed his inner turmoil. "I won't come out even if it kills me." Jiraiya pouted, adopting a demeanor of indifference. "Very well, you said it, so do not regret it later." "I truly misjudged you," the sage responded, feigning utter disappointment as he cast a blank glance at Jiraiya before turning to make the seals to return to Mayaboka Mountain. Wait. Jiraiya thought that the sage must have an urgent matter to discuss. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out in person. With this thought, he hurriedly stepped forward to prevent the sage from completing his seals. However, the moment the sage noticed that Jiraiya had lost his cover, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His legs seemed to be powered by motors, propelling him into the air with remarkable agility. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in shock. He thought, "This is bad." Jiraiya let out a cry, startling the birds in the forest. Moments later, the sage looked at Jiraiya with satisfaction, his gaze akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece. Jiraiya, feeling aggrieved with tears brimming in his eyes, appeared as though he had suffered an enormous injustice. The sage nodded approvingly, stating, "Very good. Now you resemble something more presentable, balanced, symmetrical. This is the beauty of symmetry, do you understand?" Hearing the sage's words, Jiraiya's resolve crumbled. He had been careless and failed to dodge the attack. Primarily, he had never anticipated that the typically earnest and serious sage would launch a surprise attack on him. Had he only been slightly more vigilant, he would not have ended up in this predicament. Now, he truly resembled a caricature of himself, with the two symmetrical lumps on his head standing out like a hat. Seeing Jiraiya's mournful expression, the sage couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "Ah, young one, I've finally caught my chance." He reassured him, "All right, I genuinely have something important to discuss with you." Before he could finish, he noticed Jiraiya's sudden wariness. He was inching away, his face clearly displaying mistrust. With each passing second, Jiraiya distanced himself further, as if preparing to flee at any moment. The sage felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, silently pondering, "Do I seem untrustworthy to you? I am not one to breach the code of conduct. If anything, I am merely an unconventional frog." He quickly donned a benevolent expression and smiled at Jiraiya, saying, "Young Jiraiya, I truly have urgent matters to convey." Yet, this demeanor only served to frighten Jiraiya further. He had never seen the sage behave in such an oddly sinister manner. "Stop!" Jiraiya exclaimed, waving his hands in protest, his entire being seemingly resisting the sage's approach. He continued to retreat, maintaining a safe distance, at least, in his opinion. The sage, bemused by Jiraiya's reaction, longed to exclaim, "This is unjust, truly." Yet, Jiraiya offered him no opportunity. With every step the sage took forward, Jiraiya retreated several paces. "Look, sage, it's not that I don't trust you. Just say what you need to say from there." Chapter 97. The Path of Cultivation. 11. The sage of Shinjuku, unwilling to prolong the charade, directly articulated his purpose. "Wolf is in trouble. We need you to head to Mayaboka Mountain immediately." Under the moonlight, every movement was magnified. Upon hearing the sage's words, Jiraiya visibly froze. What happened? Is he dead? He placed his hands behind his head, feigning nonchalance, and uttered the crux of the issue in a dismissive tone. Images of the three children flashed uncontrollably in his mind, ultimately morphing into the figure of the young boy passionate about swordsmanship. Was the ultimate fate of the prophesied child destined for death? A sudden thought gripped Jiraiya's heart. The sage observed Jiraiya and replied, "Not yet, but soon. You must hurry." Hearing this, Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief, though he stubbornly retorted, "Tisich. Death would be best. No one likes children like that." Despite his bravado, Jiraiya's actions betrayed him, as he immediately began forming seals. Reverse summoning technique. As the sage watched Jiraiya vanish before him, he mused, "Young Jiraiya, you are indeed a stubborn one. However, this is the kind of individual we accept at Mayaboka Mountain." Soon, the sage led Jiraiya to the very place where he had once trained, a sight brimming with memories. The resplendent palace, the golden toad oil, and the overwhelming natural energy all flooded Jiraiya's mind with recollections of his painful past, averaging a dozen blows to the head each day. His head throbbed, uncertain if it was physical pain or mental anguish. The lifelike carvings appeared as if demons imprisoned within a cage, poised to break free at any moment. Even though he had not visited this place in a long while, upon returning, he felt an oppressive unease and anxiety. He could not shake the memory of being terrified at the palace entrance, grateful that such a secret remained known to few, or so he believed. With little time to ponder, Jiraiya approached Wolf, a junior he both cherished and resented. He admired Wolf's remarkable talent, a true prodigy, only slightly inferior to himself. Yet he loathed his foul-mouthed nature, having never encountered someone so brazen. Once, he had basked in glory, possessing immense power at a young age, but now, Wolf exuded an aura of despair typically seen in the elderly nearing death. "Ah, is that you, Wolf? What are you doing here?" Jiraiya ventured to ask. Wolf did not even lift his head, maintaining the same stance, his expression devoid of emotion. Jiraiya scratched his head and tried again. The moon is particularly round tonight, isn't it?" "Ha." His words elicited no response, and an awkward silence filled the air. Jiraiya felt embarrassment creeping in as he stepped closer to Wolf, poking him gently. It was then he noticed something amiss. Wolf's eyes were a pale, ghostly gray, as if veiled by a film, appearing hazy and eerie, far from the eyes of a typical human. Jiraiya had gleaned the entire situation from the sage's account. Yet he could not comprehend why Wolf had fallen to such a state due to mere news. He initially suspected that the wolf was ensnared by an illusion. To validate his theory, Jiraiya placed his hand upon the wolf's head, seeking to discern the flow of its chakra. If the wolf's chakra were chaotic, it would undoubtedly confirm his suspicions of it being trapped in a jinjutsu. However, upon merely placing his hand on the wolf, Jiraiya emitted a sound of astonishment. What was amiss? The chakra emanating from the wolf was entirely stagnant. This was decidedly abnormal. Typically, a ninja's chakra flows incessantly. If it were to cease, the sole conclusion would be death. Yet, the wolf remained palpably alive, exhibiting unmistakable signs of life. This was perplexing. In all his years, Jiraiya had never encountered such a phenomenon. This was indeed troubling. A grave expression marred Jiraiya's features, and for a moment, he found himself bereft of alternative solutions. Nevertheless, his instincts were partially correct. The wolf could sense its surroundings but could not respond, as if trapped within an immense labyrinth. At this moment, the wolf was deeply immersed in its own memories, unable or perhaps unwilling to escape. The words of the great sage Toad had shattered its entire world, negating all its efforts. Petals of crimson roses descended from the heavens like snowflakes, and upon closer inspection, they revealed fragments of the wolf's memories. The wolf stood upon the ground, blanketed in petals, its pupils filled with bewilderment. The vibrant red roses clung to its form, and the entire world seemed to have come to a standstill. One could say its existence was rendered monochromatic, devoid of any meaning to continue living. All prior endeavors now appeared futile, and it felt as though its life had lost its direction. The wolf seemed indifferent to everything beyond, as if its existence had become bereft of significance. If there remained anything that could rekindle its spirit, it would be familial love. Jiraiya, of course, recognized this and quickly conceived a strategy. He began to cultivate his emotions, his furrowed brows dancing like musical notes. True to his reputation as a masterful author, Jiraiya soon harnessed his feelings and commenced his endeavor. "Wolf, wolf, wolf," he called thrice, each utterance varying in tone and volume. Indeed, it proved effective. Jiraiya's resolve solidified as he perceived a fleeting change within the wolf. Its heartbeat seemed to quicken. Suddenly, a puff of smoke enveloped them, and Jiraiya transformed into two figures, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Jiraiya believed that these two individuals were of utmost significance to the wolf. Their companionship over the years had been anything but superficial. "Wolf, you are still asleep. Hurry up and rise, or I shall let you taste my fist," Kushina declared, clenching her fist before the air, producing a thunderous sound that conveyed the sheer force behind it. Minato quickly intervened, offering a strained chuckle. All right, Kushina, calm down." Shielding the wolf, he leaned closer and whispered, "Wolf, do not slumber any longer, or you shall face a beating. Get up quickly." This utterance proved effective, invigorating the wolf's heartbeat and even reviving its previously dormant chakra. However, the wolf had yet to awaken fully. Yet this ignited a flicker of hope within Jiraiya. To rouse the wolf completely, Jiraiya resolved to administer a potent remedy, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "Forgive me, Minato and Kushina." The scene shifted. Before the wolf stood the couple once more, albeit their state was peculiar. A horrific gash adorned their chests, blood gushing forth like a breached dam. In Kushina's arms lay a young Naruto. "Wolf, I am truly sorry. You are my only hope." Minato gasped, enduring excruciating pain, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Kushina, unusually tender, caressed the wolf's cheek, her voice laced with remorse. "Wolf, please take care of Naruto. You must protect him." Despite being but a child, he bore the weight of another's care. "I apologize, Wolf. I hope you can learn to love Naruto for me." As their voices gradually faded, Kushina's hand, once resting on the wolf's face, slipped away, leaving a trail of blood behind. The wolf's eyelashes fluttered as if responding to their call. "Wolf, we shall always love you." They expended their final strength to utter these words before their bodies collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. No. The wolf, previously ensnared in slumber, jolted upright. Beholding the fallen forms of Minato and Kushina, the wolf's eyes widened to an extraordinary size, as if on the brink of explosion. He pressed his lips tightly together, tears cascading down, and in that moment, it became impossible to distinguish between blood and tears upon his face. Throughout this ordeal, he emitted no sound, merely weeping silently. In the depths of profound anguish, one cannot utter a single word. Chapter 99. The Path of Training, 13. Hidden behind a stone statue, Sage Fukasaku was rendered speechless, utterly captivated by the performance. Truly, Jiraiya was a master storyteller, seamlessly transitioning between emotions without affording any reaction time. He was already immersed in his act. Fukasaku would wager that had Jiraiya pursued a career in film, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. Were it not for witnessing Jiraiya transform into Minato and Kushina, Fukasaku might have been convinced by the authenticity of his performance. His gestures, expressions, and tone were indistinguishable from the real individuals. Initially, Fukasaku harbored little hope for Jiraiya's ability to awaken the wolf, yet he succeeded in drawing the soul of the seemingly lost wolf back. Having seen through its inner turmoil and understood what it most cherished. A precise remedy, indeed. However, Jiraiya now found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, paralyzed by the fear that the wolf might discern the ruse. Should the wolf uncover the truth behind Jiraiya's charade, he would likely face dire consequences. The more Jiraiya pondered, the more anxious he became, trapped in a state of indecision akin to an ant on a hot skillet, his mind racing while his body remained motionless. Lying on the ground, he felt caught in a dilemma. Should he rise or remain still? Ultimately, he opted to stay prone. The wolf remained motionless, gazing vacantly at the fallen Minato and Kushina, tears and blood mingling on its face, rendering it impossible to discern which was which. Jiraiya, lying on the ground, dared not open his eyes, thus oblivious to the wolf's sorrow. What was happening? Why did his face itch so? He longed to scratch it. At that crucial moment, he felt something akin to a mosquito on his face, yearning to swat it away, yet he hesitated, fearing detection by the wolf. Secretly, he mused. Isn't Mount Myaboka teeming with toads? Why is there a mosquito here? I truly want to scratch my face. If I do it stealthily, surely I won't be discovered. Resolute, Jiraiya slowly moved his hand toward his face, at a pace reminiscent of a snail. Nevertheless, he remained apprehensive, anxious about being caught. At that poignant moment, the wolf, deeply immersed in sorrow, suddenly perceived movement from the bodies on the ground, leaving it utterly bewildered. He rubbed his eyes with his right hand, doubting whether he was imagining things. Perhaps what he had just seen was merely an illusion. He even questioned whether the corpse on the ground could possibly be real. He moved slightly, and then again. This time the wolf saw it clearly. It was neither a figment of his imagination nor a resurrection. It truly moved. Concern breeds chaos. Awakening to such a scene left the wolf no time to react or to ponder the likelihood of this occurrence. He could now surmise the potential outcome of this situation. And he cast a scrutinizing glance at Genin, who was holding Naruto. To his astonishment, it was merely a piece of wood, which infuriated him. The sorrow he felt moments ago was now replaced by an equal measure of rage. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, inhaling sharply as blood surged through him. Feeling a pent-up breath within, his face resembled that of an iceberg, coldly stating, "If you do not rise now, you shall never rise again." Jiraiya, hearing this chilling voice, was taken aback, thinking to himself that he had been discovered. Just then, he heard a voice he recognized all too well. Jiraiya's expression shifted. Wasn't that the Rasengan he usually employed? With a crash, a white smoke enveloped the area, and the two figures that had been lying on the ground vanished instantly. Jiraiya took off running, his legs propelled as if fitted with rockets, swiftly distancing himself from the wolf. The wolf scoffed derisively. Run? Do you think you can escape? In the land of rain, atop a towering structure, two figures observed the ceaseless rain outside. This place was perpetually drenched, yet it exuded a cybernetic ambience, its architecture contrasting sharply with that of other great nations, appearing as if it were a blend of modernity and primitivism. On the tower stood a man and a woman. The woman had violet hair, while the man sported crimson locks. She stood behind him, gazing into the distance. The man's eyes were peculiarly mesmerizing, encircled by violet hues that seemed to possess endless allure. A mere glance could lead one to lose themselves. His gaze was heavy with sorrow, masked only by the rain that fell, as if he believed it was well concealed. Suddenly, a ripple coursed through their space, distorting it entirely. The violet-haired girl immediately became alert, stepping in front of the violet-eyed man, staring intently ahead. It was time for her to protect her comrades, for she no longer wished to remain the protected little girl. Her arms transformed into sheets of paper, fluttering like petals, soaring towards the warped space and almost enveloping it entirely. Is this your approach to hospitality? A figure emerged slowly from the distorted space, questioning loudly. Nagato. The sheets of paper, sharp as blades, effortlessly pierced the adjacent walls, yet they could not harm the enigmatic figure. They passed straight through him. Enough, Conan. Nagato halted her next move. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. In a gentle tone, he urged, "Trust me." His words resonated, and Conan ceased her insistence, standing to Nagato's right, though her eyes still brimmed with hostility, glaring fiercely at the masked man. The masked man paid her no heed, casually sitting at the edge of the loft, one leg draped over the other, observing the frail-looking Nagato in the wheelchair. Little did he know that the woman he looked down upon would nearly bring about his demise in the future, but that was a tale for another time. Nagato hesitated momentarily, a flicker of light glinting in his eyes, asking, "So, what brings you here? Uchiha Madara, or rather, Uchiha Obito?" Nagato murmured to himself, a smile suddenly gracing his face as he continued, "My apologies, I had forgotten you were expelled from the Uchiha clan. I shall refer to you as Obito from now on." This was a peak of mockery for Nagato, his violet gaze fixed intently on the eyes hidden beneath the mask, seeking to glean some insight. But what was Obito? He was destined to disappoint Nagato. His eyes revealed no change, and he replied nonchalantly, "Whether it's Madara or Obito, they're merely aliases. Call me whatever you prefer." Yet they were unaware that beneath Obito's sleeves, his nails had already dug deeply into his flesh, signifying that his heart was not as carefree as he professed. This verbal confrontation undeniably saw Nagato emerging victorious. Obito, no longer inclined to feign indifference, reverted to his own voice, saying, "How well do you control your Rinnegan?" Nagato shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. "Nothing has changed. It remains the same as before, with no substantial progress." A glint of coldness flashed in Obito's eyes. He had never felt such pressure from Nagato before. He sensed that this pawn was slipping from his grasp, stirring an unease within him. After a prolonged silence, Obito resumed, "Have you considered the plan I mentioned last time?" Without hesitation, Nagato outright rejected him, stating, "No, your plan does not align with my objectives. The Akatsuki is Yahiko's legacy. I cannot allow it to be destroyed by my hands, especially since your scheme fundamentally contradicts our organization's original intention." Upon hearing Nagato's words, Obito ceased to argue further, withdrawing his earlier nonchalant demeanor. For a fleeting moment, he almost succumbed to the urge to take action, yet he restrained himself, knowing he lacked the certainty to subdue Nagato. He refrained from further dialogue, slowly rising, his Sharingan coldly fixed on Nagato. Nagato, unyielding, met Obito's gaze, and the two engaged in a silent clash, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if they were on the brink of a violent confrontation. Standing beside Nagato, Conan watched Obito with trepidation. The paper in the air stirred restlessly, as if ready to engulf Obito's form. This time, Nagato did not intervene. With both sides on high alert, Nagato no longer feared Obito. Ultimately, it was Obito who retreated first, his body beginning to distort, as it had when he arrived, a vortex materializing within the space. Obito's figure gradually faded, leaving behind a resonant declaration. The Eye of the Moon plan is what this world desperately needs. Soon, the shinobi world will embrace peace, and conflicts among ninjas will cease to exist. One day, you will seek me out. Obito's words echoed ominously in the air, and a flicker of impatience crossed Nagato's face. Once Obito had completely vanished, Konan anxiously turned to Nagato in his wheelchair, asking, "Are you all right?" A grave expression crossed Nagato's face as he replied, "I am fine." After a moment of silence, he added, "I am not confident I can defeat him. I was merely posturing earlier. I am still unfamiliar with some abilities of these eyes. Once I fully master them, I will no longer fear him." "What about your body?" "I am fine," Nagato insisted, though doubt flickered across his face as he inquired of Konan. "Do you believe there is any possibility of his plan coming to fruition?" Chapter 101. The Path of Training, 15. Without a moment's hesitation, Konan retorted, "His plan has no chance of realization. Everything he speaks of is but a fleeting illusion. Even if it were to succeed, it would merely be a farcical charade." A profound sadness washed over her face, yet she turned away, unwilling for Nagato to see it. Murmuring, "Fictitious things are eternally fictitious." A hint of compassion flickered in Nagato's eyes as he softly asked, "Do you not wish for Yahiko to be revived?" "Certainly. This has been my fervent desire for as long as I can remember. For years, I have been ensnared in an endless cycle of self-reproach. If it were not for my actions, the quivering voice of Xiaonan would not be tinged with unmistakable sorrow." At that moment, a gentle breeze whispered through, delicately lifting Xiaonan's purple strands of hair, mingled with droplets that could not be discerned as either rain or tears. Nagato gazed at Xiaonan with profound contrition and said, "I understand now. I am truly sorry, Xiaonan, for causing you such distress. I know what I must do. I will not forget Yahiko's original intent, and I shall revive him." With his eyes closed, Nagato listened to the patter of rain, silently vowing to himself, at any cost, even if it means sacrificing my own life. He had already grasped the essence of a forbidden jutsu, one that transcends the boundaries of life and death, capable of drawing the deceased back from the realm of the dead, though he had yet to master it. In the immediate future, he had no intention of employing this technique, partly due to its steep price, and partly because the shinobi world remained unchanged, still steeped in despair. Yahiko's death held no significance, and the peace he envisioned seemed increasingly unattainable. Peace could only be forged through suffering. Only by allowing them to experience true anguish could the shinobi world hope for lasting tranquility. The rain in Amigakure continued unabated, as if echoing an interminable agony, refusing to relent for even a moment. At this juncture, no one could foresee the emergence of an organization known as Akatsuki, which would later burgeon in strength, enveloping the entire shinobi world in a vast conspiracy. Meanwhile, Obito, who had already departed, was spiraling into madness. Why? You wretched fool, you are merely a pawn. Yet you dare speak to me in such a manner. Were it not for the necessity of your role in the plan, I would have ended you long ago." His eyes widened in fury, a visage threatening to devour, as he gritted his teeth and declared, "And that woman, mark my words. I shall one day personally sever your neck. You will all perish." His eyes bloodshot, his face contorted in rage, veins bulging from his neck. He pounded his fists into the ground with all his might, once, twice, thrice, until the floor fractured like a spider's web, spreading outwards. Time passed, and his hands became a gruesome mass, yet he remained oblivious. The ground was soaked in his blood, resembling a canvas painted in crimson. At last, he regained his composure, the monstrous expression fading, leaving only the shattered floor as evidence of the turmoil that had transpired. This was his Kamui space, a realm uniquely his own, where he could unleash his emotions freely. Yet now, he felt an overwhelming solitude, devoid of companionship, with a fool incessantly questioning him about the sensation of relief. Hunted by former allies, cast out from the Uchiha clan, he was a source of shame for the entirety of Konoha. Each day alive felt akin to enduring hell. With a shift in form, Obito emerged from the Kamui space. "Obito, how is Nagato faring?" Emerged from the earth with a sound of breaking soil. Black Zetsu scrutinized Obito with a peculiar gaze, ultimately settling on his bandaged hands, infused with astonishment and curiosity, inquiring, "What happened to you? Have you clashed with him?" A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Obito's face, quickly replaced by calmness as he replied, "No, I merely stumbled." Black Zetsu, clearly skeptical, chose not to press the matter further. And instead, Obito continued, "The Moon Eye plan is about to commence, and I shall not permit anyone to thwart me." His eyes glinted with sharp determination. "Nagato has lost faith in me, so we must be prepared. If necessary, we shall reclaim the Rinnegan from him." His tone was cold and ruthless, revealing an aura of decisiveness. Clearly, he had entertained thoughts of eliminating Nagato. However, for the time being, it seemed he would not dare to sever ties completely. If that day were to arrive, they could activate the seal within his heart. A faint smirk graced Obito's lips, as if he had already plotted everything meticulously. Chapter 102. The Path of Training, 16. Obito shifted his gaze behind the trees, where a series of dark lines appeared above his head. "Zetsu, Zetsu, Zetsu. Come forth. I see you." Obito sighed, rubbing his forehead. Upon hearing this, Zetsu scampered from behind the trees. "Ha ha ha, you never cease to amaze, Obito. To find me in such a short span." Zetsu covered his mouth with his hand, contorting his body, laughing maniacally. Both Obito and Black Zetsu exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what antics Zetsu was up to this time. "You always hide in the same place. How could I not find you? By the way, what news do you have regarding the investigation I assigned you?" Zetsu scratched his head, stating, "I have discovered that Konoha seems to have successfully stabilized Hashirama cells, and they have conducted human experiments. As for the source of these cells..." He trailed off, his gaze shifting to Obito, clearly indicating they were extracted from Obito's discarded arm. Obito felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly redirected the conversation. "You weren't discovered, were you? And who was the recipient of their transplant?" "It's someone you know well, Kakashi." The revelation startled Obito, who muttered, "Kakashi? How could it be him?" Seeing Obito lost in thought, Zetsu leaned in closely, startling Obito as he found himself staring into Zetsu's gleaming eyes. This was not a good sign. Typically, Zetsu exhibited such fervor only in the latrine. "Why are you so close?" Obito pushed Zetsu away. No, don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to hear what you were saying." Zetsu laughed heartily. "Thank you, Zetsu." Obito expressed his gratitude sincerely. If he had any semblance of friendship within Akatsuki, it would be with Zetsu, albeit a somewhat begrudging one, as he had grown weary of Zetsu's incessant questioning about the sensation of relief. "Ha ha ha, it's all right. If you wish to thank me, just tell me what relief feels like." "Get lost," Obito barked, his face darkening. "Okay." Zetsu turned to leave, yet the playful demeanor he had just exhibited vanished instantly. He was not as simple as he appeared. As one of the 10,000 white Zetsu with independent consciousness, he was far more complex than he let on, and uniquely, he was the only one with a name. The reason Zetsu feigned ignorance remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Obito remained oblivious to Zetsu's peculiarity, considering him merely a friend. Nostalgia washed over Obito as he recalled the battles fought alongside Kakashi, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Kakashi, please do not disappoint me. I eagerly await that day." Suddenly, his breath quickened. "Kakashi, I want you to experience the sensation of having your heart pierced. I await your arrival." The once great genius had fallen from grace, while the former underachiever no longer existed. At the Temple of Fire, the gates were firmly shut, yet they suddenly swung wide open. Monks stood at the entrance, seemingly anticipating something. The lead monk, eyes closed, hands clasped together, bowed his head in prayer, continuously chanting. Outside the temple, two young monks busied themselves sweeping the ground, diligently brushing over an expanse that bore no debris, as if preparing to welcome an esteemed guest. Uncertain of how much time had passed, two clusters of brilliant lights suddenly emerged in the distance, illuminating the dark night with an undeniable radiance. As they drew closer, it became evident that the two figures were none other than Jiraiya and the wolf. However, Jiraiya, for reasons unknown, wore an exceedingly tall hat that completely obscured his head, rendering him somewhat comical. Strangely, the center of the hat bore two subtle protrusions, resembling spring bamboo shoots eager to burst forth from the earth. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter, wrapping his right arm around the wolf with a sense of pride, proclaiming, "Wolf, do you see? In the ninja world, who wouldn't show me a modicum of respect? They must have anticipated my arrival and come forth to welcome us." The wolf, taken aback by this statement, retorted with a hint of sarcasm, Indeed, Lord Jiraiya, you are undoubtedly the most formidable in the entire ninja realm. Just be cautious not to create a scene that may lead to ridicule. You need not doubt me. I, Jiraiya, have forged a remarkable reputation in the ninja world. Wherever I go, I am met with respect. Who does not exclaim Lord Jiraiya? As Jiraiya began to indulge in self-aggrandizement, the wolf hastily interrupted. Yes, yes. You are indeed the greatest. Now, let us hasten our pace. Having successfully curtailed Jiraiya's boastful tendencies, the wolf breathed a silent sigh of relief, for if allowed to continue, Jiraiya could easily ramble on for days without pause. Chapter 103. The Path of Training, 17. At last, the wolf arrived at his intended destination, the Temple of Fire. His primary aim for this visit was to purge the malevolent aura that clung to him, for it was said that one who takes too many lives may ultimately lose oneself and transform into a vengeful spirit. The great Toad Sage had remarked upon the heavy malevolence that enveloped him and advised that he was not yet ready to practice sage arts. Thus, he had urged Jiraiya to guide him to the Temple of Fire for his training. The Temple of Fire seemed an ideal location, perhaps offering the wolf a chance to rejuvenate and cleanse himself of the lingering darkness. Observing the monks who awaited him, he could not help but compare them to the monks he had encountered at the Immortal Peak Temple. The monks here exuded tranquility and vitality, while those at the Immortal Peak Temple, in their pursuit of immortality, had strayed onto a misguided path, devolving into grotesque beings devoid of life and death. The teachings of the Immortal Peak Temple had been lost, their gates closed, and they no longer practiced the Dharma but instead succumbed to the allure of eternal life. However, by chance, the wolf had discovered the martial arts manuscripts from the Immortal Peak Temple. He pondered deeply, sensing an undeniable affinity between himself and the teachings of Buddhism and the Tao. Not to mention, even his mentor, the sculptor, could be considered a monk of sorts, and the carving techniques he honed were learned from him. Now, arriving at the Temple of Fire, he hoped to truly experience the essence of authentic Buddhist teachings. Soon, they reached the temple entrance, where an elderly monk, initially with his eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened them as if sensing something. His gaze seemed to transcend physical distance. Locking onto the wolf S, the wolf noted the monk's noble bearing, clad in a resplendent golden robe, while the other monks donned simple robes. The monk's eyes appeared clouded and gray, lacking focus, leading the wolf to question whether he could truly perceive his surroundings. Yet, astonishingly, despite his body emitting no trace of chakra, he seemed to possess an extraordinary ability to perceive, foreseeing the wolf's arrival. Amipa echoed the harmonious chanting of the monks, their voices unified in reverence. The wolf silently returned the gesture, his demeanor profoundly devout, reminiscent of his past, when he paid homage before the ghost Buddha. At that moment, Jiraiya's boisterous laughter resonated throughout the temple. "Ahahaha, greetings to all," he bellowed, striding into the temple with exuberance. "Allow me to introduce myself." However, before he could finish, the elderly monk raised a hand to interrupt, stating, "No need for further words. You are the illustrious Lord Jiraiya. Of course I recognize you." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's grin widened, revealing a gleaming smile, yet his composure remained unshaken. He cast a triumphant glance at the wolf, his eyes brimming with a sense of pride, as if to say, "See, I am indeed a legendary figure among the three Sannin. This is the life I deserve." Clearly, he was immensely pleased with the recent developments, growing increasingly fond of the monks around him. After reveling in this moment, Jiraiya finally recalled the genuine purpose of their visit. Leaning closer to the elderly monk, he whispered, "Abbot, I actually have a request." Before he could elaborate, the monk anticipated his words. "Amipa, I am already aware of your purpose here. We prepared the temple and awaited your arrival." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, a dangerous aura emanating from him, akin to a wounded hedgehog, as he directed an intimidating stare at the monk, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Yet, the monk remained unfazed, effortlessly dispelling the tension that enveloped his disciples, all without their awareness of how he achieved it. Jiraiya mused to himself, "This monk is far from ordinary. His aura is not something most can withstand, especially under his gaze." His actions were not without purpose. As the elder to the wolf, he needed to ensure the wolf's safety. "Could it be that the great Toad Sage informed you of our coming?" Jiraiya's inquiry faltered as he quickly dismissed the notion. As a representative of Myobokuzen, he had not heard of any connection between Myobokuzen and the Temple of Fire. Moreover, it was impossible for anyone to have notified them. They had journeyed here using the Flying Thunder God technique. The monk, undeterred by Jiraiya's earlier display, calmly explained, Ba? Everything is by the guidance of the Buddha. He informed me that today, noble guests would arrive, and thus we prepared to welcome you. Chapter 104. The Path of Training, 18. The elderly monk closed his eyes once more, stating, I am aware of your intentions. There is no need for further discussion. Please follow me inside. I have prepared dinner. His voice was raspy and subdued, as if each word was carved with effort. The wolf pondered deeply, struggling to comprehend why the monk had foreseen their arrival at the Temple of Fire. Could it truly be, as he said, a directive from the Buddha? Such claims seemed improbable, hardly something a reasonable person could believe, and the wolf remained skeptical of the existence of any Buddha. Jiraiya nudged him with his shoulder, glancing at the wolf with curiosity, unaware of the latter's contemplation. In the land of fire, he did not believe anyone would dare to harm him, especially within the confines of the Temple of Fire. Why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go, Jiraiya exclaimed, pulling the wolf along with him. Though a sense of unease lingered, the wolf chose to trust Jiraiya and proceeded into the temple. Upon entering, he was greeted by a myriad of Buddha statues, both grand and modest. The elderly monk led them up a stone staircase, its surface ancient yet impeccably clean. Oil lamps flickered softly, casting a gentle light that delineated the space into realms of brightness and shadow. The monk moved slowly, perhaps allowing them to fully appreciate the sacred statues that adorned the temple. Some of the statues gazed with wide-open eyes, others bore expressions of compassion, and still others remained impassive. Without exception, they were all exquisitely crafted. He had never encountered such statues before, although he had previously seen Buddha figures carved by artisans. Those were mere lifeless objects, more aptly described as grotesque than divine. Yet the statues here exuded a distinctly different aura, akin to the murals he had witnessed in the palace of the Toad Sage, as if they were alive. The only distinction between them was that one was painted on a wall while the other was sculpted from stone. The surreal scene rendered Jiraiya, usually so vibrant, silent. His eyes darted about, lost in contemplation. After an indeterminate length of time, he reached the end of the stone steps. In a fleeting moment, it felt as if he had traversed a dream, a meticulously woven tapestry of visions. Only now did he awaken from this reverie, uncertain of the passage of time. The wolf had barely had time to rest before realizing that both Jiraiya and the old monk, who had been by his side, had vanished, leaving him utterly alone. This sudden turn of events stirred a tempest within him. Jiraiya, where are you? The wolf's voice echoed through the area, yet it seemed to meet an invisible barrier. Unable to escape, he redirected his gaze back to the stone steps he had just traversed, only to find them entirely obliterated. Even the light that had illuminated the steps had vanished. The wolf exhaled slowly, attempting to calm his inner turmoil through controlled breathing. His thoughts raced, reflecting on the details of his recent journey. I remember the old monk guiding me, with Jiraiya trailing behind. But when did they begin to disappear? Frustration welled within him. He had suspected something amiss with the old monk from the beginning and regretted not heeding Jiraiya's counsel. He said no one in the land of fire would dare lay a hand on me, the wolf muttered irritably. He realized he had not sensed anything unusual along the way. Could it have been those statues? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The atmosphere here grew increasingly bizarre. Just moments ago, he could feel the emotional fluctuations emanating from the statues. Ordinarily, how could such figures possess life? Could this be an illusion? The wolf's heart raced. Despite his vigilance, he had fallen prey to an unseen trick. Yet his chakra exhibited no signs of disturbance. If it were a standard illusion, his chakra would have been in disarray. If it were indeed an illusion, it must be of an extraordinarily high caliber, for he could hardly believe that any ordinary trick could ensnare him so stealthily. The wolf stood still for a considerable time, unable to conceive of any means to counter it. Resolutely, he decided to press onward. As he ventured further, he beheld a colossal statue of Buddha, the likes of which he had never seen, at least 100 meters tall. Initially, he had overlooked this magnificent figure, as if his vision had been obscured. In the brief span of a few steps, a tremendous transformation had occurred. The entire statue was crafted from gold, draped in a vibrant red robe adorned with golden Buddhist scriptures, resplendent and enigmatic. The statue's legs were crossed, seated upon a lotus pedestal, which appeared a vivid green, reminiscent of freshly plucked lotus leaves. Its right hand was raised, poised at chest height, as if reciting sacred verses. The left hand rested on the edge of the lotus platform, yet did not touch the ground. From his vantage point, the statue's eyes were slightly ajar, devoid of emotion, lofty and distant. However, as he approached directly beneath the lotus pedestal, its eyes fully opened, radiating compassion. In that instant, the wolf felt an energy surge emanating from the statue, a brilliant light enveloping him. An overwhelming urge compelled him to leap onto the statue's left hand, a feeling that intensified with each passing moment. Chapter 105. The Path of Cultivation, 19. His body felt as if it were being guided by unseen strings, swaying toward the statue. Upon reaching it, he slowly sat down, palms together, and closed his eyes in reverence. At that moment, it was as if the Buddha had reappeared. His body shone with a brilliant light, and an immense energy swirled around him like a dragon in flight. The statue remained unchanged, yet its hand, which had been resting beside the lotus pedestal, began to rise slowly, ultimately resting beneath its right hand. Throughout, it appeared to be waiting for someone else's arrival. Since he had ascended to the statue, his consciousness transported him to an uncharted realm. He found himself in a bamboo grove, vibrant green stalks reaching toward the heavens, while beneath, he observed leaves descending into nothingness, ultimately vanishing entirely. Yet more astonishing was the sight of a black bear kneeling upon the ground, adorned with a golden circlet upon its head and beads of prayer wrapped around its body, its expression steeped in devotion. Master, I still cannot fathom why the monk, having severed worldly ties and exhausted the sea of gold, clings to a single garment, the bear inquired, perplexed. At that moment, a voice emerged from the water curtain. If I do not don this garment, how shall sentient beings know that I have severed my worldly ties and exhausted the sea of gold? They seemed oblivious to the wolf's presence. He sought to discern the visage of the figure within the water curtain, yet a veil of mist perpetually obscured his view. Before he could act, the scene shifted, revealing a monkey locked in combat with a three-eyed being. The spectacle was breathtaking. The wolf discerned that a battalion was encircling the monkey. He had never encountered such a force, a uniform array of armor, exquisite weaponry, exuding an aura of terror, rendering it impossible to count their numbers. Their faces remained indistinct, as if obscured by an unseen force, a haze enveloping them. Strangely, they stood motionless. Each individual radiated a menacing presence, and the wolf sensed that a mere flick of their fingers could spell his demise. Particularly the monkey and the three-eyed being at the center of the fray. Every clash between them unleashed a fearsome force that threatened to unnerve the wolf. Under immense pressure, he concentrated all his focus on the battle. Yet, he was far too weak. Such a grand confrontation was beyond his comprehension. During one intense exchange, the aftermath of their clash engulfed the wolf, shattering the scene into fragments, akin to a mirror shattering upon impact. A piercing pain assailed his mind, threatening to tear him asunder, striking at his very soul. The residual shockwaves felt as though 1,000 needles pierced his forehead. The agony was overwhelming, rendering him incapable of control as he collapsed to the ground, wailing, drenched in cold sweat. Am I truly overexerting myself? A sigh echoed from afar, only the sound remaining. The source unseen. The figure raised a hand, and soon the wolf found himself enveloped in pure energy, as if bathing in a cleansing light, gradually alleviating his pain. Who are you? If not for the tremors still coursing through his body, he might have believed that everything he had just experienced was not but a dream. The wolf struggled to raise his head, yearning to discern the identity of his savior, only to be met with an unexpected revelation. It was the old monk who had come to his aid. Unlike their initial encounter, the venerable monk was no longer draped in his magnificent robe. Instead, he wore a simple, pure white garment. His once chaotic gaze now bore only two hollow voids. However, the aura emanating from him was profoundly terrifying, surpassing that of the figures he had just witnessed in the illusion. Sigh, I am but a humble monk, Genin Chanzi. The old monk performed a Buddhist salutation towards the wolf and began to elucidate the events that had transpired. Benefactor, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. I have a request that I hope you will grant. Before the wolf could respond, Genin Chanzi continued, in the future, should you encounter a monkey, I implore you to lend your assistance and save its life. A monkey? The wolf was perplexed, yet a glimmer of speculation flickered within him. Could this monkey be the one from the illusion? But upon further reflection, he deemed it improbable. After all, the monkey's prowess did not warrant his intervention. He is my disciple. Though his nature is somewhat mischievous, he is inherently good. Suddenly, a shadow of sorrow crossed the old monk's face. as if he were recalling a painful memory. His voice trembled, and he appeared increasingly unhinged. Everything is a lie. The path to immortality and enlightenment is an illusion. The essence of this world is but a feast upon the flesh of the living. Ha! They are all devouring humanity. The old monk seemed to weep. Though his hollow eyes betrayed no tears, yet his emotions were undeniably sincere. My poor disciple. Unable to bear this reality, he covered his face with his hands and knelt, resigned to his fate. Destined beings? Where do such destinies arise? They are merely pawns, easily crushed beneath a hand. The wolf, bewildered, could not comprehend the old monk's words, but sensed his profound sorrow. Genin Shanzi gradually rose, adjusting his garments as an invisible force began to surge around him. He then fixed his empty gaze upon the void of the sky, as if attempting to meet the gaze of the one pulling the strings of fate. Destiny? Nonsense. Victory and defeat remain uncertain. What my disciple dares to do, I too shall dare. The old monk frowned, expressing his discontent. This cloud obscures my vision. Begone. With an outstretched palm, he swept through the void, and in an instant, all the mist above dispersed. Though all this unfolded before the wolf's very eyes, he could not fathom how the old monk accomplished such a feat to Thagada. You wish for me to tread the path you have laid out. I shall not comply. The wolf watched in astonishment, gasping, his pupils dilating as his expression grew increasingly grave, filled with trepidation. Had he truly cleaved the sky? Genin Shanzi raised his hands. Palms pressed together, and his presence swelled further. The stillness of the air shattered, and a tempest erupted, nearly blinding the wolf. Undoubtedly, the eye of the storm lay here. Struggling to open his eyes, the old monk loomed larger in the wolf's view, now resembling a giant, poised to rival the heavens. Amipa! Suddenly, an infinite radiance enveloped Genin Shanzi, as golden phoenixes sang harmoniously around him, and a golden dragon coiled protectively by his side. Yet he remained immobile, hands clasped, his face devoid of any emotion. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the nature of Buddha. Every endeavor bears a cost, and the path to enlightenment is no exception. The clouds that had been dispersed now reformed, gathering ominously, and thunder rumbled as if poised to unleash divine retribution upon this wretched insect. The old monk abruptly opened his eyes, though still hollow. His previously expressionless visage now flickered with anger. So even a Buddha can be wrathful. Humph. If you refuse to relent, then let you be obliterated. As he spoke, he raised his hands high above his head, summoning two radiant palms of light, reminiscent of the statue the wolf had first encountered, surging forth with an unstoppable force, as if to shatter the very heavens. The wolf stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his face. Could this truly be a power wielded by a mere mortal? Above, the clouds thickened, shrouding the expanse as if cloaked by an unseen hand. The previously gathering thunder now darkened ominously. In an instant, a colossal bolt of lightning descended, hurtling toward the old monk. To the wolf, it resembled a thunder dragon, twisting and coiling, intent on devouring the one who dared defy the heavens. Compared to this, the techniques of Xian Yi-Lang seemed a mere jest. The clash produced a terrifying roar, rendering the wolf's ears nearly deafened. What he had anticipated as a fair contest quickly devolved into an unassailable slaughter. As the mighty thunder dragon collided with the unassuming palm of the Buddha, the dragon faltered, disintegrating into ash. Throughout this ordeal, Genin Shanzi emerged victorious. The lightning, bereft of any capacity for resistance, simply vanished. Yet, after dispersing the thunder dragon, the palm continued its ascent toward the sky. The wolf understood now. The so-called divine punishment was insignificant to the monk. From the outset, his aim had always been the heavens themselves. If the wolf's previous expression was one of shock, now he was utterly numb. He had expected to witness a mere display of fireworks, yet what unfolded was an exhilarating spectacle of annihilation. The sky had been pierced. You shall wait. Your deceit will one day be unveiled. I shall return to Mount Ling. That day is not far off. The old monk spoke with an air of tranquility, a stark contrast to the fury one might expect. The more serene he appeared, the more fear gripped the wolf, as if they were caught in the stillness before a tempest. After uttering these words, the monk's terrifying presence dissipated. The preceding events reminiscent of a knight wagering his destiny in a final, fleeting charge. Yet, the imprint of that fearsome power would likely haunt the wolf for the rest of his life. Amipa, young friend, please approach. I have matters to entrust to you. The old monk gestured to the wolf, his expression impassive. Noticing the monk's hand slowly falling, as if grains of sand were slipping through his skin, the wolf's sharp instincts kicked in. Ha ha! The monk's hearty laughter rang out. I am merely a projection. There is no need for concern. What is it that you wish to entrust to me? If I can assist, I shall certainly oblige. The wolf realized the monk had summoned him for a purpose far beyond mere pleasantries, especially after witnessing his formidable power. I apologize for this abrupt encounter. Necessity compelled me. When we meet again, I shall offer my apologies. I have awaited your arrival here since the moment you entered this world. The old monk's demeanor was remarkably humble, uncharacteristic of one so powerful, for he had never encountered anyone as formidable as this monk, stronger than any opponent he had faced. The old monk lowered his gaze to his hands, though his eye sockets remained hollow. The sand slipped away at an accelerating pace, his hands vanishing rapidly. My time is limited. I have but one phrase for you, and it is imperative that you remember it well. The old monk's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, making the wolf feel as though he bore the weight of an immense mountain. The pressure was suffocating, and just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, the monk's formidable presence dissipated. I apologize, my young friend. My thoughts are not directed at you, but rather to some rather distressing matters. Once you enter that realm, do not trust your eyes. Instead, perceive with your heart. Remember. The old monk's hand struck the wolf's shoulder with great force. I have fulfilled my promise to you. I hope you will uphold yours, the monk said cryptically. The sky, which had just been pierced, now expanded ominously, a dark vortex consuming everything in its path. Before such a terrifying expanse, all things appeared insignificant. In these final moments, allow me to assist you one last time. The monk's palm struck the wolf's abdomen. The force was gentle. Yet the wolf felt a searing sensation as though his very body were melting. True to his imagination, a gaping hole appeared in his abdomen, reminiscent of the time the 9 tails pierced through Minato and Kushina's chests. However, unlike them, the wolf felt only a burning sensation, devoid of any pain. The monk's aura surged once more, coldly declaring, "Humph! Audacious! A mere mudfish dares to inhabit the body of the chosen one. I grant you one last chance. Either you emerge willingly, or I shall forcibly extract you." 3 breaths passed, yet no change occurred. The monk sneered. Very well. Since you are so obstinate, may you vanish completely. He transformed his palm into a claw, a powerful suction emanating from it. The wolf gradually sensed an unusual feeling in his abdomen, as if his body were undergoing a transformation. Soon, that sensation vanished entirely. In the monk's hand lay a mudfish. The wolf squinted and realized it was none other than the Sakura dragon. The curse that had clung to him was still intact, and he was powerless to eliminate the dragon or kill it, even allowing it to take refuge within him. The once massive Sakura dragon now lay docile in the monk's hand, utterly still. Hurry, young friend, toss your weapon into the sky. Although this mudfish was of inferior quality, in this realm, it was still an exceedingly rare material for forging. The wolf drew his wedge and hurled it into the heavens. A flash of light revealed the monk forcibly injecting the Sakura dragon within it, the creature offering no resistance whatsoever. Moments later, the new wedge returned to the wolf's hand. Aside from some added patterns, he noticed no difference. I wonder how powerful it will be, he mused. Before he could voice his thoughts, he felt an immense force propelling him, as if to forcibly remove him from this realm. It is time for you to depart. This place does not belong to you. It is reserved for me. In his final glance, he saw only a solitary figure. Chapter 108. The Path of Cultivation, 22 Awake. Goodness, this brat sleeps for ages. In a daze. The wolf heard Jiraiya's voice. No, he suddenly exclaimed in terror, springing up like a coiled spring. What has happened to me? He slapped his forehead, feeling a heaviness that left him momentarily disoriented. Who knows you? Jiraiya shot him an irritated look, saying, when you first arrived at the Temple of Fire, you fainted without explanation. It startled the monks. They thought I had harmed you. Jiraiya rambled on, but the wolf was far too occupied with memories of the old monk, his terrifying power, and his incomprehensible words. Stop. The wolf interrupted Jiraiya. Are you saying I fainted upon entering the Temple of Fire? Well, technically, you hadn't even entered the temple yet. Seeing the wolf lost in thought, Jiraiya gave his hair a rough tousle. I seriously suspect you are taking revenge on me. The wolf shoved Jiraiya away as he tried to pinch his cheek. Ahaha. Jiraiya's laughter seemed to mask his embarrassment at being caught. I merely wanted to see how you were doing. Besides, without me, would you even be here now? He had long wished to do this, but previously lacked the opportunity. Now that the wolf was unwell, he felt compelled to exact his revenge. By the way, did I exhibit any unusual behavior? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, pondering. Unusual behavior? Oh, I recall. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, locking onto the wolf. It seems something significant has transpired within you. At the moment you fainted, I sensed your chakra spiraling out of control. While like a beast, what on earth happened to you? The wolf fell silent, unsure whether to confide in Jiraiya. Did you encounter a blind old monk? No. It appeared that this was a secret he must bear alone, as no one else, not even Jiraiya, had noticed. The air thickened with tension, their gazes not meeting, one searching, the other evading. Forget it, everyone harbors their own secrets. If you wish to remain silent, that is your choice. However, should you face any troubles, do not bear them alone, it will only cause us concern. Jiraiya stood, pausing briefly before departing. I have fulfilled my promise. I have arranged everything with the abbot here. You may rest easy. Jiraiya's tone shifted back to one he was most familiar with. It's your fault for disrupting my research, according to my plan. I should already be in the land of soup. His words dripped with complaint, clearly displeased. The thought of the wolf remaining here for an extended period filled him with pity. How many wonderful experiences would he miss? Perhaps recalling something. A look of bliss washed over Jiraiya's face. So, I left you a little trinket. It is my latest work, not yet published. Consider it a gift. With that, he departed. The wolf's mind remained in disarray, akin to suffering from jet lag. Lying in bed, his thoughts were blank, whether by chance or Jiraiya's influence. He found himself grasping the small gift left behind. After a hurried glance, he panicked and shut the book. He felt as if he had consumed alcohol, his face flushed. If this were given to Kakashi, he would surely leap for joy. Meanwhile, an unusual event unfolded in the city of ghost lanterns within the village hidden in grass. Who are you? What is your purpose? The speaker's face was contorted in fear as he endured an extreme humiliation, once noble, now trampled beneath another's foot. Just moments ago, a group of masked figures effortlessly breached the defenses of Ghost Lantern City and advanced here with murderous intent. Indeed, it is the Lord of Ghost Lantern City, Wu Wei, who, in the eyes of prisoners, was invincible, now finds himself in such a dire predicament. The gaze of these mysterious individuals upon him is akin to that of a passerby towards a dead dog by the roadside. The four elders who had supported his rise to power now lie silently on the ground, their presence symbolized by masks representing swine, canines, cattle, and sheep, now reduced to mere splinters of wood, as if they had never existed. Where's Lord Danzo? Danzo? We have no one by that name here. Wu Wei stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but the answer he provided was far from what they desired. No tears before the coffin. The masked figure targeted his palm and performed a gentle massage, devoid of any emotion in his eyes. Wu Wei emitted a horrific scream as the bones in his hands shattered, collapsing to the ground like a mound of mud. I shall grant you one last chance. Should you remain uncooperative, you will soon be greeted by my blade, which has long been thirsty for blood. Through the mask, Wu Wei perceived a chilling glint. It was evident that he was not jesting, if he remained silent. I'll speak. I'll speak. Wu Wei exclaimed in desperation. Shimura Danzo, when he was brought here, was barely clinging to life, on the brink of death. Thus, the elders sent him to the Paradise Box. The Paradise Box? A hint of confusion laced the mysterious man's voice, igniting a spark of hope within Wu Wei. If they were unaware, it signified that he still held value. He could still live. I know where it is. I can guide you to it. Ha ha. The masked figures erupted in laughter, as if they had just heard a splendid jest. Wu Wei, bewildered, joined in the hollow laughter. Splendid. This indeed sounds like an excellent suggestion. The expression beneath the mask remained obscured, yet his words instilled a flicker of hope for Wu Wei. Akin to a final lifeline, he must grasp. However, aside from what I have witnessed with my own eyes, I have never trusted the words of others. Then, what must I do for you to believe me, my lord? The once indomitable lord of Ghost Lantern City lay prostrate, like a dog stripped of its spine, wagging its tail in a plea for mercy, devoid of all dignity. The mysterious man laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the hall, brimming with mockery. This place, once Wu Wei's domain, now bore witness to its master in submission. Suddenly, the laughter ceased. Then, let us offer up your brain. An unusual light flickered as the mysterious man placed his hand atop Wu Wei's head, and chakra began to pulsate. A tempest erupted within Wu Wei's mind, obliterating everything, his memories, his family, ultimately his very existence. Wu Wei's visage transformed from terror to a grotesque grimace, finally settling into a numbness, his eyes growing vacant, stripped of all color. Moments later, with a thud, his body collapsed, akin to a fallen log. No one cared for his fate, even failing to stir any emotional response. As insignificant as a dead dog by the roadside. How is the situation? What has become of Lord Danzo? Yamashiro Fu remained silent for a moment, his concealed hand subtly forming a hand sign. I have both bad news and good news. Which would you prefer to hear first? His voice bore an almost magical quality, penetrating their ears, with an unusual light flickering in his eyes. Good news. Yamanaka Toka removed his mask, revealing his sharply defined features, though obscured by a dark veil. The black sunglasses concealed any emotional shifts. Yamashiro Fu spoke deliberately. We all know that Lord Danzo has been brought here, an unavoidable fate. Yet, we have still arrived. As for the reason, I believe further elaboration is unnecessary. As he spoke, many of the 20-odd individuals present began to gravitate towards Yamashiro Fu. In an instant, the air thickened, an invisible pressure enveloping them. All present were elite among elites, acutely aware that this was the moment to choose sides. Any misstep could lead to a fatal outcome. The good news is, we are about to attain true freedom. His voice quivered, his emotions soaring as if he were a victorious knight. The two factions had positioned themselves on the chessboard, their nerves taut to the breaking point. Even the slightest movement could incite conflict. In the root, there is no concept of comrades. Danzo's commands are their creed. Yamashiro Fu smirked coldly. Well, given the gravity of our discussion, I trust you are now aware of the bad news. Shimura Danzo has already been sacrificed to the Paradise Box by the denizens of Ghost Lantern City. Should you wish to save him, you must venture within. The Paradise Box, a mysterious artifact, is said to have been utilized by the Sage of Six Paths, capable of granting a wish to the one who opens it, though it does not truly grant wishes. Within lies only destruction and fear. The ultimate weapon from the Sage of Six Paths era, the box features 4 faces representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and is accompanied by a unique technique. Should the chakra offered be sufficient, it can be reawakened. Legend has it that during the Sage of Six Paths era, Kusagakure nearly seized the world through it, arising with wisdom, moving with it, and concluding with it. The factions were now at an impasse, neither daring to strike, for neither held absolute certainty. Despite the advantage seemingly favoring Yamanaka Toka, years of collaboration had allowed them to fully understand one another's tactics. I previously stated that freedom is within reach. I am pleased you made the right choice. Yamashiro Fu's expression darkened momentarily. I have awaited this day for quite some time. Alas, the constraints of this tongue leave me with no choice. But now, here, only I speak. The room is eerily silent. Danzo, the old dog, is dead. We can choose our destinies anew. I can already scent the essence of freedom. With that, he inhaled deeply, as if the air itself bore a delightful fragrance. The 4th Hokage has promised me an opportunity to live in the sunlight, but only if we survive to return to Konoha. Yet now, someone seeks to snatch away our final hope. His prowess was undeniable, as with a few choice words, he rekindled the wavering resolve of the crowd, redirecting their internal conflicts towards the opposing side. Such is the art of rhetoric. It seems you are the traitor. I should have suspected as much. Yamanaka Toka's face revealed a dawning realization. Betrayal? When have I ever pledged allegiance to Shimura Danzo? You are the true traitors, betraying your own village. His countenance bore a darkness that seemed to wring water from it. I shall leave today. I dare anyone to stop me. Yamashiro Fu brandished his short sword, its chilling aura palpable even from a distance. I shall leave today. I dare anyone to stop me. He unsheathed his blade, sharp as a quill ruffled by the wind. Tension enveloped them as both sides faced off, a palpable atmosphere of anticipation hanging over them. Let them go. The oil woman took the initiative to clear a path. Whether out of past camaraderie or compelled by the current circumstances, they refrained from engaging in combat. Captain, are you truly going to let them go? If they were permitted to return to Konoha, it would inevitably reveal our whereabouts to them, leaving us vulnerable to the relentless pursuit of Konoha's elite forces. I say, let them go. The captain's unwavering stance elicited a resigned sigh from the others, who complied and stepped aside. Nonetheless, they remained vigilant, their serious gazes never wavering. After all, they were ninjas. And a ninja's essence lies in the relentless pursuit of their mission. Perhaps the entire scene was merely an elaborate ruse orchestrated by the adversary. They began a methodical retreat, and as the last member departed, Yamashiro Kaze felt a taut string within him finally relax. His expression was complex, an inexplicable sensation flickering in his eyes, part pity, part approval. Will you not reconsider? There is still an opportunity if you turn back now. With that, he extended his hand, awaiting the other's choice. You may leave, Yamashiro Kaze sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He then turned and departed without a backward glance. Watching his former comrade's retreating figure stirred doubt within him. Was his decision truly the right one? Was his chosen path indeed correct? Perhaps, at the moment he extended his hand, his heart quivered uncontrollably. It was akin to a small fissure wedged between loyalty and ideals, one that would never heal but only widen over time. After a while, Yamashiro Kaze and his group reached Konoha village. They found themselves kneeling in the Hokage's office. So, you have been on the run? Until just a few days ago? Minato Namikaze appeared perplexed, seemingly not fully grasping the situation, particularly as he had not sent out any pursuit teams. Indeed, Lord Hokage. Minato waved his hand, stating, "All right. You may rise." "Thank you, Lord Hokage. You all may wait outside, but leave Kaze behind." Yamashiro Kaze's eyes brightened. It appeared he was to be spoken to privately. The success or failure hinged on this moment. With the door closing, he knew this was his prime opportunity, the moment to showcase his worth. For this day, he had prepared for a long time, rehearsing countless scenarios in his mind. "All right, Kaze, it seems you have something to convey to me." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Kaze took a deep breath. Despite rehearsing thousands of times, he felt a surge of anxiety in this pivotal moment. He had to convey the most valuable intelligence succinctly, for this was his sole chance. "Lord Hokage, I possess information regarding all that has been destroyed en route." Clearly, any intelligence that remained was not the most critical. It was the obliterated information that held the utmost value. Minato's eyes sparkled, a radiant smile breaking across his face, embodying an expression of as expected. Truly, he was the Hokage, able to discern his subordinates' intentions before words were even spoken. Yamashiro Kaze offered flattery at the right moment, while simultaneously testing the waters. Although he did not formally belong to the Hokage's faction, by declaring himself a subordinate of Minato, he was probing his stance. Most gratifying was Minato's reaction. He neither confirmed nor denied, indicating an implicit acceptance of them. However, their standing would ultimately depend on the subsequent information he would provide. "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, Lord Hokage." He gestured to his tongue, a clear indication of the curse mark placed upon him by Danzo Shimura, the silencing mark, which rendered him immobile should he divulge anything about root. "I cannot disclose information regarding the root. However, I believe that with Lady Hokage's mastery of sealing techniques, this curse will soon be undone." His demeanor was exceedingly earnest, his forehead pressing firmly against the ground without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 111. A Moonless Night. 1. This was undoubtedly a gamble, wagering the fates of them all. In truth, he was not a gambler by nature, yet circumstances compelled him to take the risk. While Danzo was present, he dared not reveal his true feelings. Not even a fleeting thought. Danzo loomed like a vast shadow, enveloping Root in darkness, where all existed under his dominion. In that realm, there was no room for contemplation. For Danzo's will had supplanted theirs. Any divergent voice would surely face dire consequences. Death was their only destiny. He could never forget that day when even the moon was concealed behind dark clouds, snuffing out his sole source of light. At that time, he had only just arrived at Root, selected from his clan that very night. His parents had held him tightly, unwilling to let go, and he could only recall waking in the middle of the night to see their tear-streaked faces. The moon had also been absent then. He wished to wipe away their tears, but being so young, he did not comprehend why his parents wept. Perhaps it was their embrace that was too warm, or perhaps he was simply too weary. His eyelids, after a struggle, ultimately succumbed to sleep. He had never slept so deeply before, not once. In the hazy realm of dreams, he felt his body becoming weightless, as if wings had sprouted, lifting him away from home, escaping his parents' warm embrace. Yet he flew for what felt like an eternity, never able to touch the ground, sensing that something significant had slipped away from him. Upon awakening, he found himself en route, within Konoha's dark recesses, the sharpest edge of Konoha's blade. Here, he was told that everyone was a child abandoned by their parents. Yet Danzo took pity on them and brought them back to teach them. Gradually, he forgot about his parents, and Danzo became their sole idol. Being a clever child, he often earned Danzo's praise, which greatly satisfied his vanity. In this place, he thrived as an exemplary student, yet he remained unaware that he lived perpetually in Danzo's shadow. A puppet manipulating the fates of others merely to satiate his own twisted desires. Although he could not venture outside, he did not feel lonely, for he had found two exceptional friends, or rather, confidants. One was the oil woman, who was always quiet, preferring the company of insects, reluctant to let others touch them. Though peculiar, he was indeed a good friend to Kaze. The other was a young girl named Y, who, like her name suggested, always felt inferior, belonging to the lowest tier among them. However, the bond between young hearts cannot be easily articulated in mere words. She seemed to hail from a humble background, but Kaze did not mind. Being with them was enough to help him transcend any hardship. He believed this life would last indefinitely, until one fateful night when a cold little hand shattered the rare tranquility of the darkness. Kaze, are you awake? Y gently nudged him, still cocooned in his blankets. Before he could respond, she pulled him outside, where another figure stood. Oil woman. What is happening? He found himself perplexed. Kaze, let us go outside to see the moon. Indeed, they had not ventured outside for an entire year, nor had they ever beheld the moon. He hadn't even contemplated why there were no guards present when her sparkling eyes persuaded him. They ran incessantly, not daring to pause even for a moment. Finally, they escaped into the open, akin to birds freed from a cage. Yet the initial sensation was not joy, but rather a sense of disorientation. How unfortunate we are to be without the moon, he muttered, his face etched with reluctance. However, the wind was jubilant. To it, the moon paled in comparison to her radiant gaze. Thus, they reclined upon the grass, finding satisfaction even in the moon's absence. They failed to grasp that without the moon, there was no light. They remained ensconced in shadows. They listened attentively as she spoke, her mind seemingly filled with a weighty tome that could never be exhausted. Most of the time, it was she who spoke, while he and Chigen listened, reveling in her delight. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him, and his eyelids felt as though burdened by an immense weight, rendering them heavy and unyielding. Fortunately, her voice persisted. He dreamed, much like a year prior. Yet this time he was a bird soaring freely in the sky, only to be captured and confined within a cage. However, some birds are destined never to be caged. He broke free from his prison and returned to the sky, soaring with unrestrained freedom. Alas, dreams often unfold in reverse. They were discovered, and all were captured once more. This marked his first encounter with Danzo's expression devoid of emotion, his cold gaze consuming the last vestiges of light within him. Wind, this is your singular opportunity. I hope you do not disappoint me. Upon uttering these words, he departed, the slight upturn of his lips clearly unwarranted on his countenance. Only 3 youths and a bloodied shuriken remained. Ultimately, only a blood-stained shuriken was left, while she, like a spring breeze caressing green leaves, departed without leaving a trace. Just as her name suggested, she was destined to be forgotten. She would never again gaze upon the moon, nor would the wind. It was a moon solely meant for him. In this world, only a solitary shadow and a fool who adored the moon remained. Chapter 112. A Moonless Night, 2. Quite right. You make a compelling argument. Very well. You need not kneel. Such behavior is unwelcome here. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The tension in the heart of Kazekage relaxed. The heavy burden finally lifted. He understood that when the Hokage uttered those words, he was essentially safe. All right, you may leave now. I will have someone inform you of the specific arrangements. Yes, Hokage-sama. With the sound of the door closing, Minato donned a different demeanor. Kakashi, what are your thoughts on this matter? I believe he spoke the truth. Even if he had the audacity, he would not dare deceive you, sensei. Kakashi emerged from the shadows. If he did lie, we could always extract the truth from his mind. Ha ha ha, you've learned well, in such a short time. You've mastered the art of flattery. Since Kakashi had injected the first batch of Hashirama's cell extract, his transformation had been remarkable. His greatest weakness was suddenly remedied. He no longer lacked chakra, his back pain had vanished, and even after a night of studying, he awoke vibrant and full of life. His left eye, previously concealed by his forehead protector, was now exposed, for there was no longer a need to hide it, and he was no longer the same blue-eyed novice. Most importantly, he had reclaimed the swordsmanship of the White Fang of Konoha. To enhance his strength more effectively and swiftly, he decided to return to his former profession, rejoining the Umbu. Now, he had become the Hokage's right-hand man, perfectly filling the void left by the wolf. In such a brief span, his aura had ascended several tiers. His presence sharp as a blade, radiating brilliance. By the way, how has your assigned task progressed? Kakashi's expression shifted, his aura dampening as he replied. I have ascertained that he is the sole survivor of Danzo Shimura's wood-release experiment. His original name was Tenzo, now known as Kia. His wood-release had succeeded. Yet it was not wholly complete. Its power paled in comparison to that of the first Hokage, and even when measured against my own, it fell significantly short. Oh, is that so? Minato's fingers rhythmically tapped the surface of the table, appearing deep in thought regarding his next steps. For the moment, he had no viable solutions. He would let him face some hardships and continue monitoring him. All right, Kakashi, you may leave now. Yes, sensei. Just as Kakashi turned to retreat into the shadows, he hesitated. His foot poised yet unwilling to descend. Sensei, there is something I wish to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Minato frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Speak swiftly, do not dither. Are we truly to abandon them in the land of ghost lanterns? Minato did not even lift his gaze, his sunlit visage filled with disdain. Humph, what can a few flies stir up? Let it be. Do not concern yourself with them. Continue to monitor Kia closely. Remain vigilant. Kakashi observed Minato, engrossed in his work, marveling at his transformation while also lamenting the burdens of being Hokage. He silently vowed never to assume such a role himself, feeling an unsettling unease about their inaction. Kakashi prayed silently, may no calamity arise. The apocalypse of the land of ghost lanterns continued unabated, as a fierce demon tore off their masks, revealing sharp fangs, roaring as it lunged toward the beasts bound by ropes. Release us, O war! The cell reverberated with astonishing energy, and with the fall of the Lord of Ghost Lanterns, they descended into madness. Nothing in the world could halt them now. Their chakra was gradually returning. The celestial prison could no longer restrain them, and the iron door trembled precariously. Ultimately, as they regained their strength, the once sturdy iron door could no longer bear the strain and collapsed with a thunderous crash. From the darkness emerged a figure, the applause nearly drowning out his footsteps. Resembling a malevolent spirit at midnight, ethereal and elusive. Yet, no one cared, for their cheers were far louder. The taste of freedom is exquisite, is it not? However, I regret to inform you that I cannot allow you to leave. The eyes of Oil Woman Kigen glimmered with a cold flash, as if their fate had already been sealed. After a moment of tranquility, someone finally shattered the harmonious facade, for their eyes could not tolerate any impurities. They were, after all, the most vicious beings in the world. News spread like wildfire, and the crowd rallied. What do you think you are? Get out of my way. Out of the way. Out of the way. Out of the way. Kigen sighed. I had intended to reason with you, but now I have changed my mind. You are already surrounded. As soon as he finished speaking, his blade was unsheathed, glinting ominously. Dozens of elite jonin surrounded hundreds of criminals, or perhaps even more. A great battle was imminent. Kigen moved gracefully among the throng, like an elegant dancer, his short blade swiftly reaping the lives of his foes. Even when encircled by several adversaries, he remained unperturbed, effortlessly dismantling the situation without a hint of pressure. In truth, his swordsmanship was not particularly exquisite. However, in the eyes of his enemies, his blade appeared to move with increasing swiftness. Soon, they realized it was not the speed of Oil Girl Kigen's sword that had accelerated, but rather their own movements that had slowed, as their chakra rapidly drained away. Alarmed, they understood he would siphon off their chakra, leaving no room for hesitation. They must resolve this swiftly. Oil Girl Kigen scoffed. Only just now realizing? Perhaps it is a tad too late? With a flourish, he unleashed his ninjutsu. Parasitic insect technique. The enemy's skin began to take on a purplish hue, indicative of poisoning. Yet, it was too late. All who approached him met their demise. Chapter 113. A Night Without Stars. 3. As he observed the individuals surrounding Oil Girl Kigen collapsing one after another, he noted their symptoms: rigid bodies and discolored, purple skin. Unmistakably signs of poisoning. Even the most arrogant among them had begun to sense something amiss. Every person present felt a shift within their bodies, their chakra extraction slowing to a crawl. The air they inhaled became viscous, merging with their blood, transforming into serpents of venom that slithered through their veins. How could this be? The air is toxic. We must flee this place. Their skin felt as if scorched, marred by ghastly dark purple scars. Too late now. Oil Girl Kigen's leg muscles coiled tightly as he leapt high into the air, his body resembling an arrow released from a bow. Those nearest to him experienced an intimate encounter with his foot. He ascended to the heavens, and at the pinnacle of his leap, all gazes were drawn to him. Some wore expressions of confusion, while others glared at him with ire. Yet, he remained indifferent. Secret technique, toxic dust technique. His voice echoed the death knell, summoning a vast swarm of toxic insects to his command. Perish! Fear etched itself upon the faces of all present. Whispers of demons filled the air, and they succumbed to a final frenzy, only to find that the root ninja with whom they had just been entangled had vanished. They were frantic, roaring, their eyes aflame as they launched a final assault. Alas, they were but prisoners within a cell, destined to plunge into the abyss alongside this ancient prison. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness. In this fleeting moment, the tide of battle had shifted. The root ninja now stood atop the castle walls, revealing that this massacre had been orchestrated from the outset, a carefully laid trap. They had gathered their foes in the square, sparing themselves the trouble of hunting them down one by one. To the root ninja, the prisoners resembled cattle awaiting slaughter. The sole path to salvation had been irrevocably barricaded. Even the preceding conflict had merely served to prepare for Oil Girl Kigen's secret technique. In the eyes of the root ninja, there was no trace of compassion. Their gazes akin to an ancient well, unchanging and devoid of ripples. With their final breath, they would offer the prisoners as sacrifices to the box of bliss. This task is yours, Oil Girl Kigen instructed before departing without a glance back. His words held absolute authority, unchallenged and unanswered, as if spoken by an emotionless automaton. This was the root, concealed in the shadows. The silhouette of Oil Girl Kigen was profoundly solitary, devoid of shadow or sound, hinting at a beast lurking within his heart. Night fell. By the campfire sat a solitary figure, a goblet of fine wine in hand, entirely alone in the square, the only sound being the crackle of burning wood. In this profound silence, an indescribable loneliness enveloped him. His sunglasses and mask lay discarded nearby. This was perhaps the first time he revealed his true visage. It was not that he had deliberately concealed himself, but rather that his physique was exceptional. Oil Girl Kigen possessed a unique ability within the Oil Girl clan, harboring within him a breed of highly toxic nano-insects, to which he bore immunity. Should another become infected by this toxin, their cells would be ravaged, leading to their demise. These insects could only exist within biological cells, propagating through cellular destruction. Upon the host's death, the insects perished alongside them. Due to Oil Girl Kigen's extraordinary capability, these insects could thrive solely within his being. Hence, he donned nearly complete protective gear. Before the departure of Kazekage, he had sought him out. He recalled, "Kazekage, why did you summon me?" Confusion clouded his mind as he wondered why Kazekage would suddenly call him out, as though there were matters to discuss away from their comrades. Enough with the preamble, speak plainly. You know I dislike such banter. Kazekage cast a glance at him, inhaling deeply before declaring, "I wish to return to Konoha." Huh? Do you comprehend what you are saying? Do not forget our current identities. There are no eternal enemies, as long as we hold value. I believe Konoha will welcome us back. A fierce argument erupted between them, neither willing to yield. I am not negotiating with you. You must think carefully, Kazekage retorted angrily. So, your intention is to proceed thus? I am determined to return. You must consider your stance. As Kazekage departed, he left with a final warning. I hope you do not obstruct me then. In retrospect, he too pondered whether his decision was indeed the right one. He raised his gaze to the moon, a perfect orb suspended in the heavens, and for reasons unknown, he lifted his goblet high. Chapter 114, A Night Without Stars. 4. Fate, at times, is unfathomable. For one like him, even the opportunity to glimpse his own destiny eluded him, or perhaps he had lost the courage to challenge it. He grimaced, ugh. This wine is truly dreadful. Spitting upon the ground, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, as inexplicable emotions swirled within him, reminiscent of boiling water, bubbling and cooling in a relentless cycle. The flames of the campfire, the sole illumination in the desolate square, flickered with a captivating crimson glow, while the crackling would compose a melody of dancing notes. forming a beautiful lullaby. A wave of fatigue washed over him. Whether from days of tireless wandering or the secrets within his heart, it mattered not. Neither would grant him solace. The mist rolled in once more, a sense of powerlessness clinging to the mottled earthen walls, as memories of the deceased raged and roared, their elongated claws effortlessly tearing through his skin, inch by inch, until they halted at his heart. He felt the constriction of his heart beneath the grip of these claws, the pace of blood flow quickening, his heartbeat racing, and a wave of dizziness enveloping him. Drawing a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. How could you be so cruel? His breaths quickened, as if the air refused to mingle with his body. He felt like a drowning man, his complexion flushed. Thud! His body collapsed heavily. Hitting the ground with a dull thud, his consciousness began to blur, vision dimming into obscurity, as the throbbing of his fingertips hinted at the terrifying demons within him. Now unshackled, the memories he most dreaded resurfaced, piece by piece. This is your last chance, your only opportunity. I hope you do not disappoint me this time. Kigen recognized the voice of his most revered leader, Danzo. Danzo tossed a kunai to the ground, urging him to act swiftly. Kazekage stood before Danzo, disbelief etched upon his face, questioning, why must we eliminate why? She had always been loyal to the root ninja. Tuanzong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze ominous. She knew too much and had become a figure of peril. Feng clenched his fists, a look of defiance on his face, yet he dared not retort, for he harbored a peculiar affection for Yi. Tuanzong interrupted him, asserting there was no room for buts, as this was a command. Just as he was about to push the door open, a chilling voice echoed in his ears like a demon's whisper. Feng, as a ninja of the root, you must not be shackled by emotions. If you cannot act, then you might as well perish together. Yunu Qigong, upon hearing the commotion inside, felt a pang of anxiety. Was Tuanzong intending to harm me? Absolutely not. That could not happen. He quickly concealed himself, having overheard the entire conversation. He trailed closely behind Feng, who had completely lost color in his eyes, moving as stiffly as a lifeless corpse. As the footsteps outside gradually faded, a strange smile crept onto Tuanzang's face. An intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Come forth, he commanded coldly. What of the arrangements I instructed you to carry out? The root ninja kneeling before him, head bowed, responded respectfully. Everything has been arranged. Tuanzong continued, I have high hopes for these two lads. I merely wonder how long they can endure. As elites of the root, they must forsake all emotions. Only then can they serve Konoha better. This is a trial every root elite must undergo. A shadow of cold light flickered in Tuanzang's eyes as he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Feng and Yunu Qigong evaded the hidden sentinels as they ventured outside, pausing in a secluded corner. Stop hiding. I know you are following me. Come out. Before he could finish, Yunu Qigong leapt onto him, raining down fists upon his face like a deluge. I heard your conversation with Tuanzong. Are you planning to kill Yi? Upon hearing this, Feng fell silent, his gaze cast downward, unable to meet his eyes. Speak, you bastard. Feng's demeanor only further enraged him, his raspy voice nearly piercing. Are you mute? Is that all you can say? Coward. Bastard. Yunu Qigong's eyes burned with fury, nearly overflowing with rage. If it will ease your suffering, go ahead. Do it. With that, he relinquished all pretense of resistance, adopting an expression of indifference. This proclamation caught Feng off guard, yet it momentarily calmed him. Moments later, they sat back to back. What do you plan to do? Yamanaka Feng licked the split in his lip, swallowing the blood that clung to it. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, the pressure of his fingertips nearly crushing it. We must escape. Escape? How? Yunu Qigong grimaced. That is nearly impossible. The root can only go in, not out. Exiting unscathed is akin to scaling a mountain. I need your help, Yamanaka Feng implored earnestly. They exchanged knowing smiles, no words necessary. Our friendship is as steadfast as gold. Chapter 115, A Starless Night, 5. My plan is as follows, Feng whispered close to Yunu Qigong's ear. I fear this may be a hardship for you. Tears glimmered in Feng's eyes. Ha ha ha. With you, there is no need for excessive words. By the way, did you just cry? I saw it. Yunu Qigong teased. Feng turned his head like a child, retorting, Shut up, you jerk. I did not. The crystalline tears sparkled under the sun, and unbeknownst to whom, a rainbow had secretly been woven within. At that moment, the sunlight continued to exhaust its last warmth, a gentle breeze playfully tugging at the hem of the girl's skirt. while the bell hanging at the doorway rang out its symphony, a ceaseless tinkling. Children on the streets of Konoha clamored for sweets, as was customary. Yet, this was destined to be an extraordinary night. Time is running out. Hurry, let us flee this cursed place. Feng's expression was tense, as if some imminent calamity awaited. He had no time to waste on words, seizing her hand and pulling her towards the exit. A flush spread across her cheeks, and she could scarcely meet Yamanaka Feng's gaze, clutching tightly to the hem of her garment. Where are we going? The normally composed girl was suddenly thrown into disarray. Her formidable mental defenses shattered in an instant. She attempted to free herself from his grasp, yet despite her utmost efforts, she could not. In that moment, her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, words eluded her, and she felt faint from embarrassment. Feng quickly clarified, No, it's not what you think. Even in a state of confusion, he understood the atmosphere was awry. Under Yi's influence, his speech became halting. But this was a critical juncture. Now was not the time for romance. He forced himself to regain composure. I must take you away from here, he reiterated. Upon hearing this, a voice within he stirred. Could it be, he wishes to elope with me? A voice smaller than a mosquito emerged, pondering whether this was all happening too swiftly. But why? This is the place we have always called home. Feng gritted his teeth. The route has changed. Tuanzong plans to kill you. We cannot linger here for even a moment. We await the signal from Qigong. Just as he was about to elaborate, a resounding explosion echoed from all directions, engulfing the route organization in flames. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm rang throughout the compound. Yoshi splendid. A glint of determination flashed in Feng's eyes. The operation was about to commence. The blast of the explosive tags served as their signal to act. Their plan was to split into two. Feng would lead Yi away from this place, while Qigong would detonate the pre-hidden explosive tags, targeting the data room. All actions were to unfold during the shift change at the route, with only 5 minutes to execute their plan. The rationale for targeting the data room was the immense value of its contents. The first instinct of the route ninjas would be to extinguish the flames. They had to vacate the premises within those 5 fleeting minutes and rendezvous at the designated spot. There's no time for explanations. Feng grasped Yi's hand as they sprinted into the night, venturing into the darkness. As for Yi's response, she had already provided it, had she not? The girl's face blushed, more radiant than any sight in the world. She was a beauty in full bloom, forever blossoming. Perhaps for a second, perhaps for a minute. Perhaps she would wither in the next moment, but who truly cared? Having witnessed the flowers bloom, why should one concern themselves with its ownership? Suddenly, the sky opened up, pouring rain upon them. The tangible droplets did not weigh down their steps. Rather, they quickened their pace, challenging the freedom that awaited. An invisible sword hung above them, reluctant to descend, unnoticed by all. Their clothes were thoroughly drenched, yet this did not impede their speed. Their intertwined hands refused to part, lest she slip away. With Feng's heightened perception, they successfully avoided numerous returning ninjas rushing to the rescue. Yet, encounters were inevitable. Where do you think you are going? A voice boomed, halting them. We are following Tuanzang's orders to pursue the enemy, Feng replied, maintaining his pace. Huh, look at you two in such a disheveled state. You must be the intruders from earlier. He smirked, signaling the nearby ninjas to split up and confront them, each taking on one adversary. 2 against 2. Their numbers were equal. Earth release, earth wall. The 2 ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. In an instant, a massive earthen wall erupted beneath their feet. This ninjutsu bears no tangible harm. However, it proves remarkably effective in thwarting their escape. Moreover, the extensive nature of this technique signifies that the surrounding route ninjas will soon converge. This is dire. Decisive actions must be taken swiftly. An ominous premonition loomed in Feng's mind. Clearly, he could not afford to linger here. Once their reinforcements arrived, it would spell a deadlock. Feng finally relinquished her hand, drawing forth the blade from his back, his eyes radiating an unprecedented resolve, his entire demeanor transforming as he declared, Be cautious. I shall hasten to your aid shortly. Though he stood there, he instilled in his opponents the sensation of facing an army. Chapter 116. A Starless Night. 6. As the 2 adversaries executed their jutsu, Feng discreetly placed his hand into his ninja tool pouch. In the fleeting moment before they noticed, shurikens flew at them from an unexpected angle. What a pathetic trick. One scoffed derisively. His companion, having sensed the impending danger, warned, There are explosive tags above. Do not underestimate it. And what of it? The first swiftly formed hand seals, accelerating the gathering of chakra, his mouth inflating like a balloon. Wind release. Great breakthrough. In an instant, a tempest enveloped the area, dust swirling as nearby trees toppled uncontrollably, as if they might take flight at any moment. His intention in wielding the wind release was to deflect the shurikens, a correct assumption, albeit a misinterpretation of Feng's true aim. From the outset, Feng had not intended to pierce them. Rather, he sought to provoke an explosion. Boom. The two shurikens collided, resulting in a tremendous blast. Smoke billowed forth, engulfing Feng's figure. The root ninja, utilizing wind release, blinded by the dust, resolved to channel more chakra to disperse the smoke. Do you not know that ninjas excel in assassination? Fool. He glanced down to find a cold object piercing through his chest. Without a doubt, it was a blade. Survival instincts ignited a frenzy within him, and disregarding the pain, he yanked the dagger from his chest. I forgot to mention, I've coated the blade in poison. Oh, you can still run? This truly poses a dilemma. Shock flickered across Feng's face, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bell of death tolled. The rusted scythe hungered. Feng snapped his fingers, and the root ninja collapsed forward. In the final moments before death, he still rushed toward his comrade's position. Feng retrieved his blade, wiping the blood upon his garments. Loneliness must weigh heavily on you. I shall soon send you to meet your end. Shall I? Feng's tone was gentle, yet his expression remained inscrutable. I have come to assist you. Upon hearing this, the root ninja engaged with cursed inwardly, astonished that his companion could not endure even a few minutes. He had opposed dividing their forces from the outset. Now, he paid the ultimate price for his hubris. Damn it, useless fool. If only you had held on a bit longer, I could have subdued her. Clearly, during his battle with he had gained the upper hand. Now, a seed of retreat blossomed within him. Surrendering his life here was the most unwise choice. Rather than perish, he resolved to withdraw temporarily. Determined, he unleashed Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Before Feng could arrive for support, he swiftly executed the jutsu to drive back, then departed without a backward glance. Are you unharmed? Feng chose not to pursue. He could have captured the ninja left behind, but it would require considerable effort. Furthermore, their primary goal was to escape. Time was of the essence, and they could not afford to tarry, lest reinforcements arrive. I am fine. I'm glad you arrived in time, otherwise. Thank goodness for you, Feng. By the way, how did you resolve that so quickly? Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment, scratching his head as he replied vaguely. It was merely luck. Let us run. They could no longer afford to converse. The enemy's reinforcements were swiftly approaching, and they must hasten to their designated meeting point. Feng dashed ahead, but soon slowed. Extending his left hand toward he hesitated to meet her gaze, though he yearned for this moment. He stared at Feng's outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile, covering her mouth. Fool. Her hand gently clasped his, their fingers entwined. The once cold killer's face now glowed with warmth, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Indeed, even the most unyielding souls harbor a softness within, let alone him. Silence enveloped them. Yet the escalating pressure between their hands spoke volumes. Feng, look, a shooting star. How beautiful. Let us quietly make a wish in our hearts. It is said to be powerful. A meteor streaked across the originally star-studded sky. Feng smiled, glancing at with the corner of his eye. What nonsense. We are in the midst of an escape. Who has time for such trivialities? Furthermore, such wishes are unlikely to come true. With that, he turned his attention back to their flight. I wish to be with you forever, eternally. Chapter 117. A Starless Night. 7. The rain intensified. Feng's heart fluttered with anxiety. He silently prayed for no misfortune. The moment rainwater met the earth, they merged indistinguishably. In the darkness of the rainy night, they sprinted along the path to freedom, leaving behind only a mix of shallow and deep footprints in the mud. Shadows beckoned him, but he pushed them away. He believed that as long as he ran swiftly, darkness would always lag behind. After 2 hours of fleeing, they finally arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire, the rendezvous point he had established with Tsugen. Mere steps from freedom. He had no intention of betraying his village. However, there was no refuge left for them in Konoha. Once one takes the first step into such treachery, there is no turning back. After all, death awaited them regardless. It was better to fight than to be slaughtered like sheep. Suddenly, a dim light flickered in the rain-soaked night, emanating from a small wooden cabin, the agreed-upon location. The feeble glow resembled scattered flames, dancing in the wind. The unexpected turn of events intensified his unease. Within mere seconds, his breathing quickened, and fear enveloped him like an all-consuming web, inching closer and closer, threatening to engulf him. The sudden tightening in his fingertips and the warmth in his palm pulled him back from the brink of despair. He quickly regained his composure. In such moments, calmness was imperative. He pondered, had something happened to Tsugen? Or had Tsugen betrayed him? Only these two possibilities existed, but he swiftly dismissed the latter. He trusted his judgment, especially regarding friendship. Wait here, I will enter alone. If I do not return within 2 minutes, flee toward the land of waves as swiftly as possible. A promise must be kept. That is my ninja way. I vowed to lead you all to safety. Not one can be left behind. He spoke as if he were finalizing his affairs, his words brief and to the point. He did not afford an opportunity to respond. Striding directly towards the wooden cabin. In his youth, his father had imparted to him the wisdom that a man's foremost duty is to safeguard those he cherishes. If he cannot protect his own family, he is undeniably a failure. So please, protect your mother, were his father's last words before he went to war, marking their final encounter. To him, his father's silhouette had always appeared grand, yet he never saw his father again, and ultimately, he failed to protect his mother as well. Father, I believe I have someone I wish to protect now. This time, I shall not evade. Feng unsheathed his dagger, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. Upon pushing the door open, a foul odor permeated the cabin, a nauseating blend of various scents, with the strongest being that of blood and decay. The interior was sparsely decorated, a single lamp, a stool, and a solitary figure. Feng's pupils widened in shock, but his previously rapid breaths began to steady. There was only one person inside, or rather, a silhouette. He would not mistake it. The occupant was Yunyu Torikane. Feng rushed forward, placing his left hand on Torikane's shoulder. Concern evident in his voice. Torikane, what has happened to you? In the reflection of the light, their shadows elongated dramatically. As Feng drew closer, he finally comprehended the horrifying reality. Good heavens, what had he endured? A glance revealed no unscathed portion of his body. Wounds from knives, burns, and countless punctures marred his skin. Blood soaking every inch of him, as if he had traversed the path to the underworld. His pallid skin resembled that of a fish drained of its lifeblood. Perhaps sensing Feng's alarm, the previously unconscious Torikane suddenly stirred, forcing his drooping eyelids open and rasping in a voice that sounded as though it had been cut. Run. Feng's body reacted with primal instinct, propelling him forward like a rocket, a wild beast seeking escape, sprinting with near superhuman speed out of the wooden cabin. Yet, mere steps outside, he discovered himself entirely surrounded. Elite ninjas from the route had encircled him, a blade pressing against his throat. The chilling sensation akin to being in an icy abyss. Without a doubt, a mere swallow would enable the knife to slice through his fragile skin with ease. Soon, he felt someone disarming him, even sealing off his chakra. Two assailants forcefully bent his arms behind his back, and his body collided with the earth. An intimate encounter with Mother Nature. In that moment, he finally understood the source of his unease throughout this ordeal. It was them. They were far more terrifying than hell itself. However, he was fortunate that his time inside the cabin had exceeded 2 minutes, retaining a flicker of hope that he had already escaped. Lord Danzo. Kamizuki Feng has been subdued. Still maintaining that stoic demeanor. Kamizuki Feng? We meet again. I warned you from the start. A few brief words sent cold sweat cascading down Feng's brow, the vast web of fear ensnaring him completely. The words echoed in his mind. You were so fast. Weren't you? Then run. Darkness ultimately grasped his tail. Chapter 118. A Starless Night. 8. Lord Danzo, please do not approach him. He is a dangerous individual. Feng felt the pressure intensifying against his back, the sensation of tearing nearly rendering him unaware of his own arms. Calm down. I am not so old as to be incapable of handling this. All right, release him. Upon hearing those words, the immense pressure from Danzo dissipated. Yet the numbness still rendered Feng incapable of standing. He felt like a lion stripped of its spine, his arms drooping helplessly, even his once piercing gaze dimmed. He was now merely a prisoner, his very life resting at the mercy of another's command. Stand up, damn it! His desperate scream affirmed his resolve, the veins in his neck bulging as if they might burst at any moment. He roared and struggled, exerting every ounce of energy to rise. A lion possesses its dignity. And he would not die on his knees. He spat out the dirt from his mouth. Though his legs trembled uncontrollably, his gaze no longer fell. He stood proud like a lion. If all went well, he had already escaped, rendering his actions meaningful. I am sorry, but this time I must break my promise. I cannot accompany you to the land of waves. If possible, please do not forget me, and carry on with my legacy alongside Torikane, Feng silently thought. Now, he feared he was at a dead end. No matter which direction he turned, an abyss awaited him, an endless hell. Thus, he must embrace his fate like a medieval knight, arms wide open, welcoming his own reckoning. Ha ha ha. Come now, unleash any technique you wish. Feng was prepared, as a ninja. He had finally begun to embody the spirit of a man, albeit his physique was still somewhat frail. If only his father were alive. He would surely be proud of him. Feng's eyes no longer regarded them, his gaze fixed into the distance. How he wished for a cigarette at that moment. Even though he did not smoke. Are you thinking about that little girl? Did she manage to escape? Is she still alive? Shimura Danzo seemed to penetrate the depths of Feng's thoughts, a few simple words shattering his facade, striking at the softest core of his heart. Danzo's words obliterated his remaining flicker of hope. Perhaps he should never have entertained such thoughts from the beginning. What have you done to E? Feng seethed with rage, thrashing his weakened body, roaring as he lunged forward. Yet, even at his peak, he might not have bested Danzo, let alone now. After a night of fleeing, and with his chakra completely sealed, he was like a river on the verge of drying up, its bed caked with mud. Even to extract a single drop of water would be an arduous task. Was he not in the same predicament? Even if he exerted all his strength to squeeze out a bit of energy, he would soon run dry. Danzo expertly seized his fist, yanked him by the hair, and unleashed a flurry of punches that rained down upon his face. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck his abdomen, the pain surging more violently than anticipated. Yet it did not end there. As he hunched over in agony, he was propelled backward as though struck by a rocket, his body tumbling uncontrollably. Before he could raise his head, that familiar, overwhelming force struck him anew. His entire world plunged into darkness. His head was buried in the earth, leaving but half his face exposed to the air. Have I been too lenient with you? Have you forgotten the respect due to your superior? It seemed I had neglected my duty to discipline you. I am not yet too old to wield a blade. If you cannot articulate properly, I am also versed in the art of combat. Upon hearing those words, Feng was momentarily stunned. Versed in combat? The ferocity of Danzo's earlier assault suggested otherwise. After that combination of strikes, he felt several ribs fracture, yet there was no time to dwell on the pain. I apologize, Lord Danzo. My earlier behavior was disrespectful. Please, what has happened to ye? The trembling voice revealed that his inner turmoil was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. A tempest of emotions must have already surged within him. Was it not possible to communicate more amiably? If it had been this way from the outset, that earlier beating could have been entirely avoided. As for the young girl you mentioned, she is not dead. She has been captured. If you could truly slip away from under the watchful eyes of the root, then our existence would be rendered obsolete, and we might as well disband on the spot. Upon hearing this, the heavy stone that had been suspended in Feng's heart finally fell. She is alive. She is alive, he repeated like a mantra, as if under a spell. However, the next words from Shimura Danzo abruptly yanked him back to reality. A ninja must not possess emotions. Only the mission should occupy the mind of a true ninja. Therefore, I command you to kill her. Chapter 119. A Starless Night. 9. Kill her? Feng's pupils nearly dilated in disbelief. His face turned pale, the color draining from his entire being as an icy chill enveloped him. Akin to being trapped in a frigid abyss, the piercing cold seeping from his heart to every corner of his body. Once more confronted with this decree, Feng's heart was steeped in resistance. If only he could avoid this dilemma indefinitely. I am not consulting you. This is an order. Danzo's tone brooked no argument. Feng abandoned all dignity, unknowingly casting aside everything that once defined him. His pride and honor paled in comparison to the life of E. The transformation he underwent was ambiguous. Whether it was for better or worse, he could hardly say, and perhaps others could not either. He staggered to Danzo's side and knelt, imploring. Lord Danzo, I offer my life in exchange for hers. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as he repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, each impact heavier than the last, even if it meant splitting his forehead open. The ground became thoroughly soaked, indistinguishable as to whether it was blood or tears. Now it was the early hours of the morning, the sky a vast expanse of darkness, devoid of moonlight and stars. Perhaps their fates had been inscribed from the very beginning. They resembled the shooting stars glimpsed along the way, brief yet brilliant. Danzo's face bore an expression of disdain, his eyes half-lidded, not bothering to regard Feng directly, clearly unimpressed by his display. "Ah, how pitiable you are." There was not a trace of compassion in Danzo's gaze. His perspective remained unchanged, regardless of Feng's desperate state. To him, Feng's actions were nothing but a manifestation of cowardice, for only the feeble would grovel. How laughable. Your actions are remarkably consistent with those of that little girl. Offering lives in exchange. How utterly absurd. From the moment you entered the route, your lives no longer belong to you. Danzo's voice grew louder, his eyes ablaze with madness as he grasped Feng's neck with one hand. Your lives belong to me. They are mine. Feng flailed desperately, his body writhing, leaving clear marks on the ground as he felt his neck nearing the brink of suffocation. The specter of death looming ever closer. Am I to die? Alas, I have failed to rescue you after all. Living is exhausting. Perhaps dying like this would not be so bad. Father, I have come to find you. Feng's consciousness began to fade, his complexion turning a ghastly shade. Eyes glazing over as he felt his body stiffening. Ah, useless wretch. Danzo disdainfully released his grip. The sensation of being reborn compelled Feng to greedily inhale the oxygen around him. Perhaps in just a minute, he would completely perish. He had just danced with death. Even now, Feng's awareness had not fully returned. The world before his eyes seemed veiled in a white shroud, suspended between clarity and obscurity, neither more nor less. Fortunately, his hearing remained intact, allowing him to catch snippets of conversation. Bring that wretched girl in, along with those two worthless ones. I want him to destroy his emotional world with his own hands. Soon after, Feng and the others were taken to a decrepit wooden shack, reeking of decay. It was from this night onward that this little cabin would bury 3 souls. Yamashiro Feng, and Yanushi Toragain. They would forever lie here, devoid of flowers and forgotten by time, akin to rats dwelling in the shadows of Konoha, their existence unremembered. Perhaps it was at this moment that Feng understood the source of the foul odor upon entering the shack. It was the stench of their buried corpses. Possibly even the remains of countless others. Feng's body moved as if controlled by another entity, once more grasping the kunai he had carelessly discarded. Stumbling, he approached his movements stiff as if he were a cadaver. No. Stop. If he could have voiced his anguish, it would have been a desperate, hysterical cry from the depths of hell, yet he could do nothing. He felt like an observer, helplessly watching as his own hand drove the sharp kunai mercilessly into ES' body. He was powerless, unable to control his own cursed flesh. He loathed himself. He could not even close his eyes, let alone effectuate any other action. Feng, is that you? Perhaps due to the pain, he opened her eyes. Indeed, for someone so fearful of pain, being pierced through the heart by a kunai must have been excruciating. No. I do not want you to die. I will not allow it. You are truly important. Her lips moved, striving to articulate something, only to realize she could produce no sound. Crimson blood stained his body, forming flowers that seemed to comfort him, urging him not to blame himself. As she opened her mouth, blood trickled forth. Her gaze was complex, filled with anxiety, fear, yet predominantly reluctance. Your eyes seem to speak. What foolishness are you spouting? I shall no longer heed your words. This was a fragment of their previous conversation, and in this dire moment, Feng had no reason not to recall it. He watched as the once expressive eyes gradually lost their color, rendered mute. She lay in his embrace, reminiscent of that night, spent gazing at the stars, peacefully nestled against him like a slumbering kitten. At this moment, he felt her warmth dissipating rapidly. All he could do was hold her tighter, again and again. Yet, what significance did this hold? That girl had departed from him forever, and he remained powerless to alter the course of fate. Another occupant within the cabin bore witness to the entire ordeal, yet he was paralyzed, unable even to intervene. Subsequently, a cursed seal was inscribed upon their tongues. The pain radiating from his fingertips jolted Yanushi Toragain back to the present. Realizing with astonishment how much time had elapsed unnoticed, the cigarette he had lit had burned out before he could even take a puff. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. That incident was not merely a torment from the wind, but an everlasting shadow, an indelible mark upon his soul. What had you said? Perhaps, I adore the wind. Or even, I love you. He dared not ponder further, the thoughts too daunting. Chapter 120, Uchiha Shursui. 1. At this hour, Kushina and Naruto should be sound asleep. Minato glanced out the window, taking in the view of Konoha's center. Even though it was late, many shops in the village still glowed with light, a testament to the vibrant nightlife that Konoha had to offer. Well, it seems I should head back, he mused. Why are there so many documents to review lately? I must seek assistance. The mere thought of the paperwork made Minato's head throb. Despite spending nearly all his time in the office, utterly consumed by his duties, the pile of documents resembled a small mountain. Ever since he had redefined the boundaries of Konoha, he had noticed an increase in administrative tasks. This endeavor was partly thanks to the wolf's advice, which led him to consolidate land in the village center and construct a commercial hub. Thus began a new chapter in the story, akin to a flickering spark igniting a blaze. The gentle flap of a butterfly's wings had swept through Konoha, resulting in changes he had never envisioned. Following the counsel of others, he implemented reforms across the village, encompassing commerce, education, and housing. Subsequently, the village's development soared, akin to a rocket launch, where the affluent propelled the less fortunate. In just a few short years, Konoha had achieved self-sufficiency, drawing many from foreign lands. While this success burdened him as Hokage, the exhaustion was outweighed by immense satisfaction. As for the wolf, it was better left unmentioned. Minato extinguished the office lights and trudged home, the cool evening breeze caressing him, seemingly whisking away his fatigue. Hokage-sama, you work so hard, staying late like this. Please take care of your health. Minato donned his signature smile, responding warmly, thank you for your concern. How have you all been? We're doing well. Life without war is truly wonderful, all thanks to you, Hokage-sama. Their words enveloped Minato in warmth. Their recognition made his efforts worthwhile. Wasn't this precisely what he had always sought? Gently, he pushed open his front door, careful not to disturb Naruto, who he hoped was still asleep. Minato, you're back? Huh. Kushina, why are you still awake? He asked, surprised. Surely, he had not awakened her. No, I just couldn't sleep, she replied, a hint of irritation in her eyes. Why have you been coming home so late? Sometimes you don't come home at all. Kushina gestured dramatically, her expression vivid as she painted a scene for Minato. Poor little Naruto cries for his father every day. If his irresponsible dad can't be with him, he'll be heartbroken and go astray. She clasped her hands over her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes, contemplating the dire consequences. Oh dear, he'll start misbehaving, getting into fights, smoking, gambling, drinking, and even being led astray by those bad women out there. Oh, what should we do? It's all because he has such an irresponsible father. Minato sighed, rubbing his forehead. Kushina, it's not as severe as you make it out to be. I merely have to work late. I don't care. Our little Naruto is so pitiful. Kushina's eyes widened, pleadingly looking at him. The thought of Naruto made Minato's head spin. That mischievous boy always seemed to create trouble, leaving Minato, as a father, to clean up the mess. Aside from sharing his hair color, he wondered what else Naruto inherited from him. He recalled his own childhood, which hadn't been nearly as troublesome. He would never forget the other day when Naruto caused a ruckus, prompting Kushina to chase him through 3 streets. With Naruto sprinting ahead and Kushina in pursuit, Minato could only smile wryly at the memory. Though Kushina's words were exaggerated, upon reflection, he realized he had indeed been absent from family life lately. Perhaps she had a point. It seems I truly need to find some assistance, Minato thought. Kushina's words solidified his resolve. One person's energy is limited, but the combined efforts of many are far more substantial. Kushina, thank you for your hard work. Minato enveloped her in a gentle embrace, whispering softly in her ear. How sweet of you. Kushina's cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe apple. This unexpected embrace shifted the dynamics entirely, with Minato transitioning from passive to active. Chapter 121, Uchiha Shursui. 2. The following day, Minato awoke early to prepare breakfast for his family. Though time was scarce, he managed to carve out a moment to be with them. Draped in an orange apron, he sprayed a thin layer of oil onto the frying pan. As the flames danced, the oil droplets began to jump, and he carefully extended his hand, feeling the heat radiate. Ah, it's time. A spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes as he produced several eggs from behind his back, tossing them into the air. Flying Raijin. In an instant, his spatula transformed into a sharp instrument, and all the eggs simultaneously burst open in a mesmerizing display. their smooth edges defying the ordinary capabilities of a mere spatula. Each egg landed in the frying pan without sticking, sizzling as their delightful aroma filled the air, a fragrance synonymous with happiness. Soon, the bottom of the eggs turned a beautiful golden hue. Now, with a gentle flick of his wrist, he flipped the eggs, achieving a perfect golden color on both sides. Finally, he drizzled a touch of soy sauce on each egg, unveiling his secret recipe, the super invincible flying Raijin spiral glimmer golden eggs, a true culinary masterpiece. The entire process flowed seamlessly, completed in under 3 minutes. Ding! Just in time, the toaster popped out perfectly toasted bread, and the microwave warmed the milk to just the right temperature. Success! Minato nodded with satisfaction. The eggs were shaped like hearts, a loving breakfast for Kushina and little Naruto. In truth, he hadn't always favored such meals, but because Kushina enjoyed them, he embraced them as well. Now, it was time to wake Naruto and Kushina. He gently opened their bedroom door, finding Naruto lost in dreams, his small pillow drenched with drool, cradling grand aspirations. Naruto, Naruto, Minato murmured, tenderly shaking his son. Naruto felt his mind spinning as he reluctantly departed from his dreamland, struggling to pry open his eyelids. Naruto, if you don't get up soon, you'll be late. Upon hearing this, he jolted awake, his eyes instantly brightening. Ignoring the chill in the air, he hurriedly began to dress himself. Damn it, Dad. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? He mumbled incoherently. Just the thought of Irika-sensei's displeased expression made him instinctively shrink his neck. At the Ninja Academy, he was undeniably a figure of prominence, owing to both his remarkable talent and his unique status, which rendered him a celebrity among his peers. Therefore, despite Naruto's mischievous antics, most teachers opted to overlook his behavior, save for Irika, who spared him no leniency. On one occasion, after skipping class, Irika had actually yanked him back by his ear. Even when Naruto went home to complain to his father, it proved futile. In his flustered state, Naruto became increasingly prone to mistakes. His father, Minato, was taken aback to see his son wearing his shirt as pants. He gasped, placing a hand on his forehead with a wry smile, thinking, is this really my son? Choosing to avert his gaze, he resolved to rouse his beloved wife, Kushina. Upon entering their room, he was greeted by a peculiar sight. Kushina sprawled across the bed in a chaotic manner, resembling a blood-red octopus. Indeed, she had claimed nearly the entire bed, limbs in disarray, and her hair was a wild mess, with no two strands alike. It was evident that Kushina and Naruto were alike, even in their sleeping postures. For some inexplicable reason, Minato found her endearing and hesitated to disrupt the serene moment. Time seemed to stand still. At that moment, happiness became tangible, and he felt that everything he had done was worthwhile. He was, in that instant, the happiest man in the world. Wasn't this the life he had always sought? Perhaps it was also the dream of many others. Let Kushina sleep a little longer, he thought, quietly closing the door. Naruto, are you ready yet? No time left. At this point, Naruto had managed to dress and dashed out in a flurry. Dad, I'm off. Minato replied with an unwavering tone. No, you must eat breakfast first. Naruto, without looking back, grasped a piece of bread in his mouth and leaped out of the window. Minato shook his head, chuckling helplessly. That rascal. If it were Kushina, I doubt he would dare to be so reckless. Little did he expect that the breakfast he had painstakingly prepared would end up being consumed solely by himself. Before leaving, he had thoughtfully kept the breakfast warm for when Kushina would wake up, leaving her a note. Kushina, remember to eat breakfast. The milk is warmed up for you. In an instant, Minato transformed into a streak of light, arriving at the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he shifted into work mode. The joyful smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. His eyes became sharp as an eagle's, exuding an aura of coldness. Those in high positions often develop a commanding presence, an essential quality for any leader. As the youngest Hokage of Konoha, he had mastered this art, exuding both authority and poise. With a cold snort, he gazed out the window, addressing the shadowy corner. Kakashi, how is the meeting preparation coming along? In an instant, a figure emerged from the shadows, standing respectfully before him, tall and clad in a red and white fox mask, with striking silver hair. His eyes glimmered ominously in the darkness, a lone wolf rather than a fox. Standing there, he emanated an oppressive aura, akin to a half-drawn blade, sharp yet understated. Since injecting the first-generation Hashirama cells, Possibly also due to learning that Obito was alive, Kakashi had undergone a transformation, not just in strength, but also in attitude. With the Hashirama cells, he resolved the chakra depletion issue of the Sharingan and revived his long-buried swordsmanship. Now, Kakashi had become one of Minato's trusted allies, and his desire to return to the Umbu made it clear that having him nearby was the best choice. Hokage-sama, everything is ready. We are just waiting for your arrival. A simple reply underscored the authority of his position. Minato adjusted his collar, aware of the importance of leaving a good impression as a competent leader. This meeting was discreetly planned to balance the power among various clans, preventing any one faction from becoming too dominant. Clearing his mind of distractions, he strode directly to the Konoha council chamber and pushed open the grand doors. At once, everyone in the meeting room stood upright, their postures impeccably straight, eager to impress. Fearful of leaving a poor impression before the Hokage, their eyes burned with a fervent intensity. Most were under the age of 22, young talents from their respective clans. Representing the backbone of the new generation, Minato walked slowly through the assembly, exuding a calm and collected demeanor that overshadowed them all. He approached the head of the meeting room, raised his hands to signal for them to sit. "I trust you've all been waiting long." He spoke in a gentle tone. "It is our honor to wait for Hokage-sama." They replied in unison, which pleased Minato greatly. This gathering comprised young individuals aligned with the Hokage's lineage, having been shaped by the will of fire, making them trustworthy allies. Each was undoubtedly powerful. Most hailed from various ninja clans of Konoha, with some being foreign bloodline users and others from civilian backgrounds. The ability to incorporate these external bloodline ninjas was an unexpected boon. Following the Night of the Nine Tails, Minato's resolve to rejuvenate Konoha solidified, aiming to restore its former dominance. With the full support of Konoha's clans, he transformed the village into an impenetrable fortress. The reforms implemented soon breathed new life into a Konoha ravaged by war. Especially after successfully absorbing the root organization, Konoha's overall strength escalated significantly. The various documents regarding human experiments provided invaluable resources for the scientific division. The village's bolstered power instilled greater confidence in him, prompting a shift away from his previous conciliatory policies toward a more assertive stance. Only a strong nation has the right to engage in diplomacy, the weak have none. Konoha dispelled the shadows of war, delivering a resounding slap to the other four nations. After several probing attempts, they ultimately had to concede to the reality of Konoha's restored supremacy. Due to this, the reputation of the Hidden Leaf Village has spread far and wide, and the Land of Fire has become a haven from war in the mouths of many. Consequently, a multitude of refugees flocked to the Leaf, seeking solace in this cherished land. Perhaps only the Leaf possesses the audacity to accept them so openly, welcoming all without discrimination. And it is only the Leaf that has the confidence to do so. The potential presence of spies from other nations among them is a trivial concern. After all, they have a selection process that is unparalleled in the ninja world, ensuring that these infiltrators will eventually be exposed. It's merely a matter of time. Most of the ninjas endowed with bloodline limits hail from the Hidden Mist Village. According to their accounts, ever since the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, ascended to power, he has inexplicably sealed off the entire village, ruthlessly slaughtering those with bloodline limits, thus creating a land shrouded in blood mist. They formed a coalition of ninja clans, exerting tremendous effort to break through the layers of blockade surrounding the mist, and after enduring countless hardships, they finally arrived at the Leaf, pleading for sanctuary. Upon receiving this news, Minato personally welcomed them and arranged suitable accommodations for them. Initially, Minato was uncertain about his decision. He questioned whether this was a trap. However, he soon found solace in the undeniable strength that stemmed from his own power. With the addition of these bloodline ninjas, the foundation of the Leaf was further fortified, and they all became staunch supporters of Minato. Among the prominent figures at this meeting were Hinata Kawakazu, Hinata Kawashi, Mizuki Rin, Uchiha Akihiko, Uchiha Itachi, Yamanaka Tanpu, Hongyun, and Kagaya Kimaru. Undoubtedly, the most outstanding figure was Uchiha Shursui, who, without exaggeration, had emerged as the leading representative among the youth of this generation. Indeed, Uchiha Shursui had awakened long ago, bringing with him a momentous secret. As for what that secret entails, time will reveal the answer. The charisma of an individual can overshadow the brilliance of countless others. The renown of Shursui is no less than it was in his prime. Before the meeting commenced, Minato posed a question he had long anticipated. My friends, how much are you willing to sacrifice for the justice you hold dear? It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and within Minato's eyes burned an insatiable ambition. He was no longer the fledgling youth of yesteryear. His aspirations had transcended the mere desire to be a competent Hokage. I, Namikaze Minato, shall become an existence that surpasses all previous Hokage. He yearned for a response from them that would satisfy his expectations. Their answers varied widely. We shall become the sharp blades in Lord Hokage's hands, tearing through enemy lines, and sweeping away all difficulties as a spear. We aim to be the most loyal subordinates of Lord Hokage. The justice in Lord Hokage's heart is the justice we pursue. A peculiar light flickered in Minato's eyes as he sighed silently in his heart. This response was somewhat acceptable, not the best, yet not the worst, though it did not align perfectly with his ideal answer. What he sought were not subordinates who merely conformed to his wishes, but independent thinking ninjas of the leaf. Suddenly, with a loud bang, someone slammed their hand on the table, drawing the astonished gazes of all present. Who was it? Who dared to act so disrespectfully? For the justice in my heart, I am willing to sacrifice my body, my heart, my spirit, my eyes, my everything. This answer? Upon hearing these words, Minato's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this not the answer he had been longing for? Silence enveloped the room. A deathly quiet that lasted a full 60 seconds, before erupting into thunderous applause that threatened to shatter the meeting room. Ha ha, I knew I was right about you. Uchiha Shursui. Chapter 122. A different Naruto Shursui. Uchiha Itachi's pupils trembled violently. He could hardly believe that his elder brother, who had always been a paragon of humility, possessed such a fervent sense of justice. As Shursui's younger brother, Itachi had always been cared for by him and regarded him as a role model, believing himself to be the one who understood Shursui best. While he was aware of Shursui's lofty ambitions, he was oblivious to the extent of those aspirations. However, after hearing Shursui's impassioned speech today, they felt like the closest of strangers. He, Uchiha Itachi, stood as one of the most brilliant talents of the Uchiha clan. A bittersweet mix of emotions swirled within him. On one hand, he had thought he was closely following in Shursui's footsteps, only to realize how far behind he was in terms of ideology. On the other hand, he felt immense pride for his brother. From the moment he spoke those words, Uchiha Shursui was destined to become the right hand of the Hokage. As for himself, had he not already bound his fate to Shursui's? For that, he had even stood in opposition to his own father. The discourse at the meeting grew increasingly intense as the talented youth presented their insights. Yet, as the debate commenced, Itachi remained silent, his thoughts drifting far beyond the present. Contemplating a distant future, he understood the purpose behind the Hokage's convening of this meeting. It was merely a morale booster. A preemptive announcement that the future of the Leaf would be a nation governed for the people rather than a family dynasty. The era driven by familial interests was drawing to a close, and in looking ahead, a future prioritizing national interests would emerge. As for the remnants of the old era's constructs, namely, the checks and balances between the daimyo and the Hokage, one overseeing finances, the other military affairs, they would ultimately be consumed by the tides of the new age. He furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a discreet sigh. Who could predict what the future held? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had publicly commented on Itachi, stating that Uchiha Itachi was a genius who, at the age of 5, had already learned to think like a Hokage. This statement solidified his reputation as a genius, yet it also, to some degree, hindered his development. But was that truly the case? A 5-year-old child, no matter how gifted or precocious, could not achieve such a feat. The limitation lay in his perspective. As for the third's words, they were merely the most politically expedient remarks, intended to placate the growing discontent within the Uchiha clan and perhaps to plant a small seed in young Itachi's heart. In the original timeline, the third's influence on Itachi was undoubtedly profound, regardless of the rightness or wrongness of his intentions. Time passed, and the minutes slipped away. Itachi, seated in the corner of the meeting room, had lost interest in the discussion. Meanwhile, at a classroom window in the ninja academy, a shadowy figure lurked. Hee. Naruto thought to himself, secretly delighted, his eyes gleaming with mischief. It seems luck is on my side today. Yes, just like this. Upon seeing Irika-sensei turn his back to him, he felt a rush of excitement. He must seize this opportunity, as it was his only chance to evade Irika-sensei perfectly. Now's my moment. As Naruto and Hinata locked eyes, she suddenly became shy, a rosy hue blooming on her alabaster cheeks. Shoo, Naruto, sensing the impending disaster, quickly placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. But before he could relax, he heard the voice he dreaded the most. Naruto Uzumaki, how many times have you been late this month? What is your excuse this time? Irika-sensei, amidst the lesson, casually glanced at the figure attempting to sneak into the classroom. Naruto found himself in a predicament, caught between entering and retreating. His foot had barely crossed the windowsill when he was discovered. Hi, Irika-sensei. As anticipated, our dear Naruto Uzumaki was once again tardy, having already missed a full 10 minutes of class. Upon hearing this, Naruto displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he nimbly climbed through the window and began to explain, Irika-sensei, please allow me to clarify. I was on my way to school this morning, but I stumbled upon a lost kitten wandering the streets. I simply had to help it find its way home, which caused my delay. Irika felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He brushed chalk dust from his hands and pressed his forehead with his palm. This was not the first time Naruto had conjured an elaborate excuse for his lateness. Previously, he had claimed to be aiding an elderly lady across the street, a lost puppy, and even an old man. Every time Naruto was late, he produced a new justification, and Irika had grown accustomed to it. As a teacher, he found himself grappling with the challenges posed by such a student. If it were any ordinary pupil, it would be manageable. However, Naruto was the son of the Hokage, and Irika was his homeroom teacher. The Hokage had personally entrusted him with the responsibility of nurturing Naruto's potential, viewing his presence as an opportunity. Thus, Irika kept a vigilant eye on him. After witnessing Naruto's remarkable talents that surpassed those of his peers, Irika's scrutiny intensified. In his eyes, Naruto was the perfect heir to his father's ninjutsu prowess. A raw gem yet to be polished, albeit a bit too playful for his own good. Just as Irika was about to respond, he was interrupted. Naruto flashed a hand signal indicating he understood and wore his trademark grin. All right, Irika-sensei, I'll just go stand outside. With an air of triumph, he dashed towards the door, his expression akin to that of a victorious general returning from battle. Having grown accustomed to this routine, he knew that every time he was late, he would face a punishment of standing, and this time he anticipated the reprimand even before Irika had finished speaking. Irika could only chuckle in disbelief. He had merely intended for Naruto to return to his seat. Since Naruto demonstrated such self-awareness, he decided a light 10-minute standing punishment would suffice. Hinata's face reflected a hint of guilt as she nervously clutched her clothing, pondering whether Naruto would harbor any resentment towards her. Naruto is truly infuriating. He never pays attention in class, yet consistently tops the exams, effortlessly outshining Sasuke. If only she had a background like Naruto's, perhaps Sasuke would notice her. Sakura glared at Naruto's retreating figure, though a flicker of envy sparkled in her eyes, perhaps unbeknownst to her. Hey, Sakura. This sudden interruption shattered Sakura's daydreams, and she returned to reality to find Ino standing before her. Fuming, Sakura shot her a glare, blaming her for disrupting her intimate fantasies about Sasuke. Ino pig. What do you want? Big forehead, who are you talking about? Ino retorted defiantly. I saw you daydreaming just now. You weren't imagining anything realistic, were you? Please. I would never admit to such embarrassing fantasies. Give it up. Someone as dashing as Sasuke would never be interested in a big forehead like yours. Huh? Sakura's eyes blazed with anger. What did you say, Ino? I said Sasuke would never like a big forehead. He only belongs to me. But I think Naruto is quite handsome too, and very talented. What if they both confess their feelings for me at the same time? What should I do? Oh, this is so troublesome. Chapter 123. Let's skip class. Hey, what a coincidence. Sasuke, Shikamaru, Choji, you guys are late too. Naruto exclaimed in surprise as he stepped out of the classroom, his expression quickly transforming into one of joy. After all, being punished alone was far less appealing than sharing the same fate with friends. The trio was unfazed upon seeing Naruto. Lateness was a daily occurrence for him. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, hands cradling his head, his eyes drooping lazily as he greeted. Hey Naruto, don't worry about us. What about you? Aren't you afraid Irika-sensei will punish you for being late? Choji silently gave him a thumbs up. Uffed, Irika, why would I fear him? Naruto blurted without a second thought. Sasuke shot Naruto a scornful look, smirking. Oh really? Wasn't it you who was dragged back to class by Irika-sensei by your collar like a little kitten last time? Hey, you jerk, you can't go around telling people that. Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Unlike some people, I'm not afraid to own up to my actions. Jerk Sasuke. Everyone already knew about this incident, except for Naruto, who believed it was a secret. Their bickering escalated, loud enough for Iruka, who was in the middle of a lesson, to overhear. What are you guys doing out there? Stand for another 5 minutes. Sasuke pouted in dissatisfaction, his expression suggesting, see? This is all your fault. Outside, the cicadas sang their summer song, and the branches of the school building donned fresh leaves. The empty corridors echoed the tales of youth. Everything appeared tranquil. Even the restlessness within the hearts of the young seemed to dissipate, sometimes making them feel that perhaps this moment could last forever. Yet the relentless march of youth's wheel was destined to surge forward, heralding the arrival of a youthful storm. Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly scheming another idea. He leaned in closer and whispered, how about we skip class? Let's vote on it. He was the first to raise his hand. This is such a hassle, but standing here is even more boring. Count me in, Shikamaru said without hesitation, raising his hand. But what if Iruka-sensei finds out? Choji hesitated, torn between the thrill and the fear. Oh, come on, what is there to worry about? I've already devised a plan. I'll leave a few shadow clones in class to substitute for us. Naruto winked mischievously. Seeing this, Choji cast aside his doubts and raised his hand too. Now, only the diligent Uchiha Sasuke remained, and all eyes turned to him. Feeling the weight of their stares, his cheeks flushed slightly as he haughtily declared, well, since you all insist, I suppose I'll begrudgingly join you. Their hands united, binding their fates together in this special moment. A bond began to take root in their hearts. Let us go. Victory is ours. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, 4 identical figures appeared in the corridor. Under Naruto's guidance, they stealthily made their way out of the school building, their poor acting skills making their intentions painfully obvious. This time, fate smiled upon them, standing firmly at their backs. Yet, the essence of youth is defined by its reckless abandon, and it is these fleeting moments that render youth truly precious. They burst forth from the school, racing across the bustling streets of Konoha, weaving past ancient trees by the windows and evading watchful eyes. Breathless, their gazes intertwined, revealing the thrill of this exhilarating adventure. Had it not been for Naruto's lead, they might not have dared to skip class. So what should we do now? After the initial thrill subsided, Sasuke was the first to voice his thoughts. Naruto grinned mysteriously, offering no further explanation. Don't ask, just follow me. I promise you've never been here before. He forged ahead, leading his friends into the crowd. Well, if it isn't young Master Naruto. Aren't you supposed to be in school today? A fruit vendor recognized Naruto and enthusiastically inquired about him. Naruto raised a finger to his lips, playfully declaring, this is a secret mission, and I cannot divulge it. Ah, our young Naruto has grown up and is ready for missions, the vendor responded with a jest, promptly attempting to stuff a few fruits into his arms. No, I'll come to see you again next time. Goodbye, Auntie. Naruto quickly dragged his companions away from the overly enthusiastic villagers, who always insisted on giving him something whenever he visited. Young Master Naruto. Truly, the son of the 4th Hokage is remarkably handsome, resembling his father as if he were carved from the same mold. Many villagers greeted him, making it seem as though everyone knew him. This level of attention even made Sasuke, standing behind him, feel a twinge of envy. Although he too was the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he could not compare to Naruto in terms of popularity. Shikamaru perceptively noted the fleeting glimmer of melancholy in Sasuke's eyes and reassured him, it's only natural for the villagers to like Naruto, as he is the Hokage's son. While they conversed, a particular shop caught Naruto's attention. More specifically, it was the fox masks displayed within that captivated him. He stood at the entrance, hesitating, neither entering nor leaving. Naruto, which mask do you fancy? I'll treat you. Choji was the first to notice Naruto's unusual demeanor, sensing he had likely spent all his money already, though his own funds were limited too. Haha, no thanks, let us move on. Naruto replied, slightly embarrassed. Young Master Naruto. The shopkeeper noticed the 4 children at the entrance. A broad smile spread across his face. Choose whichever mask you like, and I shall gift it to you. Really? But my mother. Naruto hesitated, yearning for the mask but acutely aware of his empty wallet. Having spent all his money on the way to school that morning, it was not impossible to accept a gift from the shopkeeper. Yet Kushina had taught him that one should never take anything for free. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and often, free items come with the highest price. Just as Naruto contemplated how to politely decline, the shopkeeper insisted, pressing the mask into his arms and winking at him before he left. With the coveted item in hand, Naruto bounced along like a jubilant rabbit. "Hey, you idiot Naruto. Why are you running so fast? Wait for us." His companions, with a resigned expression, could only silently chase after him. After a considerable time, they arrived at the back mountains of Konoha. Crossing through a dense forest, Naruto unveiled what he referred to as his secret base. This location resembled more of a training ground, prompting Sasuke to compare it mentally with their clan's training facility. However, it was evident that this place paled in comparison to the Uchiha training grounds, as it seemed to have been abandoned for quite some time. The wooden posts were visibly dilapidated, and the ground was uneven, with several trees bearing scars that hinted at marks from weapons. With a proud expression, Naruto declared, "Look, isn't this place amazing? This is my secret base. I've never brought anyone here before, and from now on, it will be our shared secret base. You must not tell anyone else." He flashed his signature smile, giving a thumbs up. "By the way, Naruto, how did you discover this place?" Choji asked, curiosity evident in his tone. "Haha, that's a story for another time." Just then, Shikamaru abruptly pulled them aside, his expression grave, as if something ominous lurked within the depths of the forest. "Who goes there? Step forward." Chapter 124, The Flowing Blood, Destiny. 1 Sasuke? Brother? They stared at each other, bewildered, as if questioning why the other was there. Itachi. Naruto leaped onto Itachi, wrapping his arms and legs around him like a miniature ornament. Hey, stop that. He is my brother. Get off him." Sasuke's face turned green with envy. Why could Naruto act so familiarly? This was his brother, Naruto, who frequently visited their home and sometimes accompanied Sasuke to school, always seemed to appear just when Itachi was available to train with him, stealing away his brother's affection. Though the Uchiha clan appeared harmonious on the surface, beneath the facade was a current of turbulence. When Shisui was unconscious, the clan managed to maintain a semblance of unity, but the situation had since changed. While the previous factions had dissolved under the influence of the wolf, the rivalry between factions would never truly disappear and was an inescapable reality. As long as there were people, there would be conflict. To believe that one could eliminate strife was a foolish dream. Amidst this era of great contention, the younger and older factions had emerged, with the younger generation eager to ascend the political stage. What does it mean for the younger generation to rise? It signifies that the interests of some would inevitably be compromised. Despite their hard-earned achievements, they had yet to enjoy the fruits of their labor. How could others simply come and claim a share of the pie, even to the point of causing a ruckus? In the words of the older faction, this child still requires refinement. The current situation was beyond the control of individual leaders, dictated instead by the overarching dynamics of the two opposing interest groups, poised for conflict, ready to ignite at any moment. The atmosphere within the clan was so tense that even young Sasuke could sense it. "Get off me now," Sasuke urged, tugging desperately at Naruto, who clung to Itachi in an awkward position, refusing to let go. "Itachi, this is Minato-sama's son, Naruto Uzumaki." A figure emerged from behind Itachi, revealing himself as Uchiha Shisui. "Apologies for my tardiness." Compared to a few years ago, his appearance had not changed significantly, possibly due to being immersed in nutrients. His skin had become even fairer, while his eyes now held a more complex expression. He glanced curiously at Naruto, then at Sasuke. They had originally planned to discuss significant matters here, but Naruto and his friends had unexpectedly disrupted their plans. This was the training ground where the wolf and Shisui had once trained together, rarely visited by anyone, yet here they were. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, bewildered at being treated like an ornament. "We meet for the first time. I am Uchiha Shisui, a relative of Sasuke's." Shisui playfully pinched Naruto's cheek. "Actually, that is not quite right. We met before when you were a child, and I even held you in my arms. Itachi calls me brother, so you may refer to me as your older brother as well. If all goes well, you should see me often in the future," Shisui stated without hesitation. Jisue gazed at them with a hint of confusion. If memory served him correctly, it was indeed class time. Why were they here? Naruto finally descended from Itachi's side, his demeanor one of guilt as he averted his gaze, his eyes darting about nervously, his hands fidgeting. "That mission. Yes, we are here to execute a mission." Such trivial thoughts were obvious to anyone. Neither of the two wished to point it out, allowing them a semblance of dignity. "I have a splendid idea. Since fate has brought us together here, Why not treat you to some ramen? Jisue gestured animatedly, clearly fond of ramen himself. Yosh, fantastic. Ramen it is, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement propelling him forward, his craving for ramen now eclipsing all else. He dashed out ahead, leaving his companions trailing behind. What a situation we find ourselves in, Shikamaru remarked, his expression one of resignation. It seemed that following Naruto and skipping class was not the wisest choice. Had I known, I might as well have stayed in the classroom. Nisan, I can't walk anymore. Sasuke pouted, turning his head away, his cheeks flushed. Itachi found this amusing. His younger brother had always been clingy, though he rarely had the time to accompany Sasuke. A flicker of guilt crossed Itachi's eyes as he recalled this. Gently, he tapped Sasuke's forehead, reminiscent of their childhood. Hop on, Sasuke. He beckoned, bending down to offer his back. Brother, you still treat me like a child, Sasuke grumbled. Pouting. Yet, beneath his reluctance, this gesture was their little secret, a cherished bond between them. Life, after all, is woven from countless small secrets. Oh dear. Our Uchiha's second young master has grown so big, yet still needs his brother's back. How embarrassing. Jisue teased, ruffling Sasuke's hair until it was a tousled mess. Humph. Jisue, you're so annoying. Sasuke shot him a glare, pondering, is he truly the strongest of the Uchiha? He hesitated, glancing back, seeking some distinction in Jisue. Yet aside from his sunny disposition, there was little else. Such a character was indeed rare among the Uchiha, a clan that revered martial prowess, where most bore haughty demeanors. To the eye, Jisue lacked the imposing presence of a warrior, appearing more like a friendly neighbor. In Sasuke's mind, a strong person should embody a serious aura, much like his father, whose formidable presence left Sasuke hesitant to approach. Rumor had it that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Humph, I don't care about that. In my heart, Nisan is the mightiest ninja, stronger than anyone else. I just wish he could always be by my side. Sasuke silently envisioned a blissful life with his brother, his small head unconsciously inching closer to Itachi's back. This feeling was so warm. Itachi's steps remained steady, a subtle smile curving his lips. The distance between the village and the old training ground was not far. They soon arrived at the renowned Ichiraku ramen. The aromatic scent of ramen wafted through the air, playfully teasing the noses of passers-by, awakening appetites. Ichiraku ramen was famed for its delectable taste, reasonable prices, and high quality, attracting many villagers from Konoha. For many ninjas returning from missions, their first stop was often not home, but rather for a steaming bowl of ramen. A small queue had formed outside the shop. Upon seeing it, Naruto's previously bright expression fell. Ah, so many people. When will we get to eat ramen? Jisue chuckled, patting Naruto's head. Don't worry, it will be our turn soon. Just as Naruto's patience was nearly exhausted, they were finally called forward. Ah, it's Naruto. Sorry to keep you waiting. We have quite a crowd today. What would you like to order? The owner greeted warmly. Naruto's eyes sparkled. I want a large bowl of miso tonkatsu ramen, with double chashu. Sasuke, not to be outdone, declared, I want a large bowl too, with egg and seaweed. And triple chashu. He then raised an eyebrow at Naruto in a playful challenge. Such provocation was too much for Naruto, who was ready to retaliate. Their friends were used to this friendly rivalry. Choji hesitated for a moment before deciding. I'll have 2 servings of the same ramen as Naruto to warm me up. What a hassle. Choosing is always so difficult, Shikamaru sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Forget it. I'll go for something lighter. I'll have the seafood ramen. Itachi and Jisue opted for the tonkatsu ramen as well. Jisue suddenly felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he should not have suggested treating everyone. He wistfully touched his wallet. Realizing it would suffer today, he shot a resentful glance at Itachi, thinking that if he had not sought him out, his wallet would not be so light. Jisue's accusatory gaze left Itachi bewildered, which only served to heighten Jisue's irritation. Before long, steaming bowls of ramen were served. Let us dig in, they exclaimed in unison. Naruto eagerly slurped a mouthful, splashing broth onto his face, exclaiming, delicious. So good. Sasuke, while more refined, was equally ravenous. Itachi and Jisue exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 155, Flowing Blood, Destiny, 2. As twilight descended, Jisue leaned against a great tree, just a few steps from a cliff overlooking the raging river below. When troubled, he often came here, as the sound of the flowing water seemed to soothe his restless heart. This river, which coursed through all of Konoha, perhaps once flowed through his own life. Time is the swiftest of runners, racing past, catching up with the relentless river, and with me, it also moves so slowly, allowing loneliness to creep onto my windowsill. He rummaged through his pocket and soon produced a pack of cigarettes. As the lighter flickered to life, smoke enveloped him, cloaking him in a natural armor, obscuring his eyes. No one knew what lay beneath the veil of smoke. He waited, anticipating Itachi's arrival. His gaze lowered, noticing darkness slowly creeping up his clothing. The chill at his fingertips reminded him that Itachi would soon arrive. Itachi must ensure the children returned home, as their forthcoming conversation was not suitable for their ears. Who would have thought even you would start smoking, Jisue? Itachi remarked. Jisue took a deep drag from his cigarette, savoring the moment before exhaling slowly, extinguishing the end with a flick of his fingers. Jisue focused, recognizing Itachi had finally arrived. Cigarettes are quite the thing, Itachi. Have you ever heard the saying that there's a thirst only alcohol can quench, a thirst called loneliness? He pointed to his heart, continuing, similarly, there are thoughts that only smoke can redeem. Ha ha ha, forget it, forget it. He waved dismissively. You wouldn't understand. You'll grasp it when you reach my age. Alternatively, one might say that once you find yourself in my position, you will come to understand. With an inadvertent glance, he unexpectedly sensed a slight disturbance in Itachi's aura, which was accompanied by a similar disruption in his chakra. He cast a look of mild perplexity at Itachi, as if inquiring whether anything had transpired during his recent approach. Nothing of great significance. I merely dealt with a few tales on your behalf. Itachi swiftly discerned the essence of his unspoken question. You eliminated them? Shursui attuned to the void of chakra from the aforementioned tales, confirming their disappearance. He was well aware that someone was surveilling him, yet he remained unconcerned, as he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities, and could even utilize those tales to disseminate information as he wished. No, they fell victim to my genjutsu. I simply relocated them to another place. They are still diligently monitoring you as we speak. Itachi remarked with casual nonchalance. The ease with which he spoke made it seem as though the task he had just undertaken was trivial, despite the fact that the individuals he had neutralized were elite ninjas from another faction within their clan. Although he could have dealt with them himself, Itachi had accomplished this without his awareness. Shursui gazed at Itachi with newfound astonishment, even meeting his gaze directly for the first time, seeing him as an equal. In his memory, Itachi was still the younger sibling who relied on him, sometimes even displaying a childlike affection. This brother, whom he had watched grow from childhood, had astonishingly matured to such an impressive degree in a mere few years. Have you awakened the legendary eyes? Shursui suddenly closed his eyes, reopening them to reveal the familiar swirling pattern of the Sharingan, kaleidoscope Sharingan. Employing the Genjutsu, he intended to verify whether Itachi had indeed activated the Mangekyo. But he was not inclined to await an answer from Itachi. The instant the Mangekyo Sharingan activated, Shursui's Genjutsu also took effect. Although this technique was not particularly advanced, its potency was significantly amplified by the power of the Mangekyo. Upon witnessing Itachi's body being drawn into the Genjutsu realm, he initially believed his technique had succeeded. However, before he could utter a word, Itachi's form dissipated into a flock of crows, and spiderweb-like fissures began to spider across the entirety of the world, rendering his Genjutsu space akin to a mirror shattering under strain. Did you find this probing exercise enjoyable? Itachi folded his arms, his expression betraying no hint of pressure. Observing his eyes, one could see the unmistakable pattern of the Mangekyo. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan bore a shuriken-like design, reminiscent of his father. Shursui finally regained his senses, only to realize he was bound to a crucifix, his body rendered immobile. The time from the initiation to the conclusion of the jutsu was merely 0.5 seconds, indicating that Itachi had effortlessly shattered his Genjutsu and pulled him into his exclusive Genjutsu realm within that fleeting moment. Itachi stood opposite him, a peculiar grin adorning his face, a knife in hand, ominously stating, "In the realm of Tsukuyomi, space, time, and mass are all under my dominion. I wonder how long your mental fortitude can endure. Dear brother Shursui, for the next 72 hours, you shall endure unrelenting torment." Itachi exclaimed with unanticipated exhilaration. To be truthful, upon finding himself ensnared within the Tsukuyomi realm, he felt no panic. Discovering his body immobilized evoked no fear. Even realizing his chakra was inaccessible did not rattle him. Yet, upon witnessing Itachi's maniacal laughter, an inexplicable dread began to take root within him. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? How naive, he mused, recognizing that every jutsu harbored a flaw. He attempted to move his hand, but found himself utterly restrained. However, he did not exhibit the slightest hint of panic. Instead, a mysterious smile crept upon his lips. Nevertheless, he was not entirely without recourse. Genjutsu, release. The Tsukuyomi realm collapsed with a thunderous roar, and Itachi let out a piercing scream. Clutching his left eye as veins bulged on his arm, blood seeping through his fingers as if he bore immense agony. Itachi, what has happened to you? He implored, realizing the gravity of the situation. In that moment, Itachi appeared as weightless as a leaf, swaying precariously in the wind. Shursui rushed forward to support Itachi, breaking the bonds of the Tsukuyomi with the power of his Mangekyo, yet he had not anticipated the extent of harm this would inflict upon Itachi. Let me take a moment. My eye is in excruciating pain. For a brief instant, my head felt as if it would explode. Itachi gasped, inhaling sharply, his chest heaving violently. I possess some medical ninjutsu. Remove your hand, and allow me to treat you. Shursui gently covered Itachi's eye with his fingertips, and soon a green glow emanated from his fingertips. I didn't expect you to possess medical ninjutsu. There is much you remain unaware of, unless you wish to suffer. I suggest you remain silent. Shursui's eyes flickered, dredging up some unwelcome memories. He despised that version of himself and feared the feeling of helplessness it evoked. Therefore, after that incident, he diligently pursued the study of medical ninjutsu, yet his aptitude in this area seemed to have been entirely withheld by the heavens. No matter how diligently he labored, he only grasped the most rudimentary aspects. However, he could manage simple tasks like staunching bleeding and alleviating pain. He fell into a contemplative silence, perhaps from exhaustion or for some other reason, and ultimately sat down with his back to Itachi. As the sound of a lighter ignited, he lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. It appears I have missed a great deal during my years of unconsciousness, he mused, releasing a plume of smoke. I never anticipated you would change so much. The village has transformed significantly as well. Even the clan's greatest adversaries have been eradicated. He spoke like a solitary figure, lost in thought. I can't believe that in the blink of an eye, even Sasuke has grown so much. Back then, he still relied on you to carry him. Suddenly, Shursui seemed to recall something. Ah, that fellow has not thought to return to the village and see his home, his family, after so many years away. He might well have perished out there. He feigned nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively like an elder. Never mind, let us not dwell on him. What about you? The burden from the clan must have been quite heavy these past years. Upon hearing this, Itachi's nose tinged with emotion, and tears threatened to spill over, clearly indicating he had endured considerable hardship over the years. However, he had experienced such trials long ago, had he not? He extended the cigarette box behind him, inquiring. Care for one. Chapter 126, Flowing Blood, Destiny, 3. Itachi accepted the offered cigarette without a moment's hesitation, igniting one immediately. Slow down, Shursui began. Yet Itachi had already taken a deep drag. A violent cough ensued, aggravating the area he had just treated. Shursui mercilessly mocked him. See? You're too hasty. He laughed boisterously, nodding along. Huh? It seems you are still a bit of a rookie. He patted Itachi on the shoulder, adopting a mock-serious tone. I hadn't even finished my sentence before you rushed in. Itachi shot him a fierce glare. Had killing intent been conveyed through his gaze, he would have died countless times over. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Upon hearing Itachi's words, he felt a touch of embarrassment and instinctively rubbed his nose. Yet he retorted, Humph. Let's see if you dare to use illusion techniques against me without uttering a word again. Itachi's face flushed crimson in an instant, steam practically rising from his head as he pointed a finger at him, rendered speechless by his anger. Humph, I wonder who initiated this first. I merely returned the favor, employing their own tactics against them. This statement caused his head to droop even lower, his face nearly touching his chest as he mumbled softly. Then I suppose I am unscathed. Sensing the growing displeasure on Uchiha Itachi's face and the chilling aura of his chakra, he hastily shifted the topic, fearing that Itachi might unleash Susanoo and engage him in an intense battle. A serious expression quickly adorned his face as he stated, We must discuss serious matters now, Itachi. Itachi murmured quietly to himself. All right, you sly one. Changing expressions without losing your composure. How amusing. He lit a cigarette, the smoke once again enveloping his visage. And at that moment, his stubble grew wild. The river of time seemed to halt, adding an air of weariness to his countenance. "What are your thoughts? I believe I can surmise your intentions." Itachi was momentarily taken aback, staring intently into Shirsui's eyes, questioning why he saw a reflection of his father in him, familiar yet strange. "Itachi? Itachi?" Shirsui waved a hand before his eyes. "What is the matter?" "Nothing." The conflicts within their clan had escalated, and he inquired, "What do you plan to do?" He remained silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, loneliness settling around him like a shroud. The factional disputes had always been the greatest adversary of the Uchiha clan, existing for as long as he could remember, perhaps even longer. A few years prior, the internal strife within the Uchiha clan had reached its zenith. They had initially intended to instigate a coup by controlling the Nine Tails, but Uchiha Fugaku's indecision, combined with their efforts and the unforeseen chaos of the Nine Tails rampage, thwarted their plans, temporarily suppressing the issue. Now, although the Uchiha clan had successfully transformed and integrated into Konoha, human desires are insatiable. The more one acquires, the more one craves. Seeing him silent, Itachi voiced his opinion, asserting that the most vital task at hand was to contain the situation before reporting to the fourth Hokage for his judgment. Shirsui remained silent, his face shrouded in smoke as if wearing a mask. When his cigarette burned out, he lit another. Itachi understood that Shirsui was grappling with a profoundly challenging decision, and he remained silent, fixated on Shirsui's eyes, hoping to glean some insight, yet finding nothing but emptiness within them. Finally, Shirsui spoke, his voice resolute. "The Uchiha clan can only have one voice." In that moment, he shed his usual elegance, revealing a hidden fierceness within. "No one shall obstruct my path. The glory of the Uchiha's revival is within reach. When the time comes, I shall personally seek their expertise. To the parasites of the Uchiha, your time is running out. Cherish the remnants of your existence, for I will settle all scores." He clenched his fists, the sound of bones grinding echoing ominously. "Each one will be accounted for." Shirsui, feeling somewhat disoriented, realized he was witnessing a side of Shirsui he had never seen before. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and for the Uchiha, this is particularly true. They are a clan deeply rooted in emotion, embodying love. For the Uchiha, one must not merely listen to their words, but observe their eyes. Although the fourth Hokage did not explicitly state it, he intended to implement new policies, and the first to act would undoubtedly be them. His eyes dimmed as he mused. "Itachi, do you believe power truly possesses such allure that it compels the elders of the clan to leap into the fray?" On this tumultuous night, rain began to fall, a fitting backdrop to their somber conversation. Raindrops cascaded down, soaking his cigarette and drenching his clothes, yet he remained indifferent. "Shirsui, it's raining. What are you thinking?" Itachi pondered. "From my perspective, it appears as though you are weeping." Watching Shirsui's back, Itachi felt a pang of concern. The rain washed over his face, seemingly cleansing him of his own tears. "Itachi, if I were to take action, which side would you stand on?" His voice was hoarse, almost painful, like a blade slicing through the air. He did not state it outright, but it was abundantly clear that the greatest obstacle standing against him was Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi's father and the clan leader. Itachi, having prepared his thoughts, felt as though he were stifled by an immense weight, unable to voice his dilemma. Torn between his father and his closest friend, the choice was cruelly unjust. Uchiha Itachi was now the most conflicted individual in the world. The current situation had spiraled beyond control. One could not simply opt out of participation. Each faction represented its own interests, and amidst the turmoil, they were all trapped. He sighed, instinctively reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, only to find it completely soaked. "I am weary. You should return first." Yet, just as Itachi was about to leave his line of sight, he called out, "Go back and inform your father that I will show no mercy. And I hope he is prepared." Chapter 127. Flowing Blood, Destiny. For Uchiha Itachi vanished completely, yet he did not turn back. The rain struck his face, leaving streaks in its wake, and the atmosphere around him was oppressively low, akin to a ticking time bomb poised to explode at any moment. Another wave of rain fell. "Was it your tears?" He tilted his head back, his expression surprisingly serene. Was all of this predetermined? Had our fates been inscribed long ago? Deep within him lay a colossal secret, one that intertwined the destinies of many, pressing down on his heart like a stone, nearly suffocating him. Years prior, Uchiha Shirsui had inexplicably fallen into a coma during the Nine Tails incident. This was no mere accident. In truth, Shirsue's unconsciousness was not the end, but rather the meticulously orchestrated beginning of fate. As the rain gradually ceased, he emerged as if from the depths of water. Yet he paid it no mind. Silently, he withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, the moisture evaporating rapidly with the rising temperature. The smoke enveloped him, fogging the air until it ultimately vanished, and his thoughts drifted back to years gone by. "Ah, my head aches," Shursui lamented, clutching his skull, but to no avail. It felt as though his mind might explode. Where am I? Wasn't I in Konoha? His pupils began to clear. The Nine Tails? Where is the Nine Tails? He realized he had somehow arrived in a realm akin to paradise. Yes, it was paradise, an ethereal expanse surrounded by mist, devoid of anything tangible. Am I dead? He felt utterly despondent, unable to fathom that he had met his end so abruptly. What would become of Konoha without him? Could they contend with the Nine Tails? I hope that Wolf has a plan to deal with the Nine Tails. Hello, little one. Are you Uchiha Shursui? A voice imbued with the weight of time resonated behind him. Turning around, he beheld an elderly figure clad in white, wielding a cane, floating before him. Indeed, floating in the truest sense of the word. Sharingan. How do you possess the Sharingan as well? Could you possibly be one of our esteemed ancestors from the Uchiha clan? The elderly man stroked his beard and chuckled. Ha ha ha. To be precise, I am the ancestor of your ancestors. I am known as Otsutsuki Kagaya. A sudden jolt coursed through Shursue's heart. That name felt eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. After a moment's reflection, he finally recalled the stone tablet, the ancestral tablet of the Uchiha clan. This tablet, passed down through generations, contained ancient script that could only be deciphered with Otsutsuki power. A deity, in pursuit of stability, divided the world into the dualities of yin and yang. The interplay of these opposing elements gives rise to the myriad phenomena of existence. Upon activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, he glimpsed fragments of the tablet's content, but the revelations were far too astonishing. He sensed an extraordinary force within the tablet, urging him to believe its words. So, you are the sage of six paths. He could scarcely fathom such a conclusion. If this old man truly was the sage, then the inscriptions on the tablet must indeed hold truth. The future of the entire ninja world could plunge into the depths of a jinjutsu known as infinite Tsukuyami. Yes, many years ago, that was how I was addressed. I apologize, child, but the realm we inhabit is a pure land, though you have not perished. I have summoned you here. The sage paused, his posture hunching further. However, before we proceed, would you care to hear my tale? He exhaled a cloud of stale air, his murky eyes suddenly sparkling with a hint of vitality. Where shall I begin? Perhaps with my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, revered in the ninja world as the goddess of the moon. My mother bore 2 children, myself and my brother, Hamura, the sage recounted slowly. And Shursui found himself losing track of time as he absorbed tales of the origins of the ninja world, the sealing of his own mother, and countless secrets that ought to have been lost to the annals of time. For instance, the tailed beasts were originally formless masses of energy. The 10 tails divided into 9, becoming the tailed beasts. The Senju and Uchiha clans were in fact descendants of his son, and one day, the Otsutsuki clan would threaten the ninja world. Throughout this revelation, Shursui scarcely dared to breathe, as the overwhelming information bombarded his consciousness, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Essentially, the impending Otsutsuki clan were extraterrestrial beings, whom one might label as celestial demons from beyond. They posed a destabilizing threat to the ninja world's progress. Should they be allowed to flourish unchecked, the entire realm might one day cease to exist. Yet, regrettably, the current ninja world faces challenges beyond merely the Otsutsuki clan. The sage paused, his unspoken words hanging heavily in the air. A bold hypothesis began to form in Shursui's mind, though he dared not voice it. Indeed, the ninja world is currently under siege by beings from beyond. If they are not eradicated, chaos will surely ensue. The sage sighed softly, his eyes filled with resignation. Alas, I am unable to intervene directly, which is why I sought you out. Upon hearing this, Shursui's pupils dilated in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, his face a canvas of incredulity. He pointed at himself. Me? Do not doubt, child. Yes, it is you. Shursui fell into an unusual silence. Often, choices in such dire circumstances entailed sacrifice. Why choose me? Because you are the one most capable of approaching him, and the one most likely to succeed. What do you mean by that? He stammered, growing increasingly anxious. The sage's words implied that the so-called outsiders were none other than individuals within his immediate circle. You are astute. I am certain you have already formed some suspicions, have you not? Shirsue's pupils widened in realization, his Sharingan spinning wildly, and his breath quickened to the point of feeling suffocating. Wolf. The sage tightened his grip on his staff, as if to convey a deeper meaning. He had disrupted the order of the ninja world. Many who should have perished had survived, while others who ought to have lived had met their demise. The sage's aura shifted dramatically, revealing the true weight of his title. Just like Minato from your Leaf Village, who should have perished in this turmoil. Yet his fate was irrevocably altered. What? The fourth Hokage? Shirsue's expression contorted with disbelief, while the masked man was formidable. He couldn't possibly possess the power to kill the fourth Hokage. More alarmingly, he had brought forth entities that should never have entered the ninja world, heralding unforeseen calamities. Shirsue grasped his head in despair, his crimson eyes resembling those of a wild beast as he roared in madness. What are you saying? I refuse to believe it. The sage spoke softly. I do not expect you to accept my words immediately. But I hope you can comprehend that individuals like him do not belong here and should not bring us disaster. What on earth was this old man implying? Wolf was a brother with whom he had shared life and death. They had weathered countless storms together. How could he dismiss all their shared experiences based solely on the elder's one-sided account? Huh. The sage scoffed, his tone laden with significance. You will come to understand in due time. I hope that when that moment arrives, you do not show mercy. Extend your hand. The sage commanded, his entire being radiating a terrifying chakra tempest. With a swift motion, he conjured his staff, which soared like a rocket and began to spin rapidly. Gradually, the staff transformed into a small, spherical object. Then, with a whoosh, it flew toward Shirsue, merging seamlessly with his left hand. What is this? I don't want it. This is the heavenly spear. You will find it quite useful. Chapter 128, Flowing Blood, Destiny. The burning sensation at his fingertips jolted Shirsue back from the brink of oblivion. And he touched his eyes, murmuring to himself, how ironic. The power I once used to protect my comrades may one day become the sharpest blade aimed at my own heart. I cannot wield this power unless absolutely necessary. Could it be that those he once fought to protect would soon find themselves at odds with him? If such a day were to come, it would not only be Wolf who perished, but he too. Yet there was no time for such thoughts. His gaze hardened with resolve, for he had to address the immediate crisis. The Uchiha clan grounds, still fragrant with the scent of rain-soaked earth, resonated with a sense of urgency. Brother, you're back. Upon hearing the sound of the door, a small head eagerly peeked out. Itachi regarded him warmly, ruffling his hair. Sasuke, why are you still awake at this hour? I was worried about you. I've had no time to spend with you lately. I don't care. I want to sleep with you tonight, Sasuke declared. Rushing into Itachi's room with his little pillow, Itachi's eyes glistened with moisture. He was overwhelmed with the demands of his duties, wishing he could divide himself into three, one half for the Hokage, one for their father, and the last for Shirsue. He resembled a three-layered sandwich, devoid of humanity. However, tonight he might not find solace in sleep, for this matter transcended his own fate. It encompassed the destiny of the entire Uchiha clan. Observing the lights still aglow in the study, he caught sight of a shadow beneath it and hesitated, uncertain of his own stance. It's Itachi, come in. Itachi concealed his inner thoughts, knelt on one knee, and respectfully bowed. Father. Uchiha Fugaku gazed upon his son with satisfaction, despite his tender age. Itachi exhibited a remarkable talent and an extraordinary vision for the bigger picture. Fugaku believed that if Itachi were to assume his responsibilities, he would undoubtedly restore the Uchiha's former glory. This is home. Henceforth, there is no need for such formalities. He lifted the teapot, methodically preparing a cup of tea for Itachi. As the boiling water cascaded over the tea leaves, the fragrant aroma swiftly permeated the entire study. Speak, at this late hour. What directives does the Hokage have? Given that Itachi had joined the Umbu, Minato occasionally conveyed messages through him, leading Fugaku to presume that the fourth Hokage had instructions to impart. Father, it is not the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly. If not the fourth, then who could it be? It is Brother Shirsue. He asked me to convey that you must be prepared. He will not hold back. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku activated his Sharingan, kicking over the coffee table before him, his blood surging with agitation, resembling a lion with its fur bristled. Absurd. What audacity does Uchiha Shursui possess to speak to me in such a manner? He is but a treacherous wretch. I should have allowed him to fend for himself from the outset. Seeing his father in a fit of rage, Itachi refrained from provoking him further. Though he still had a more explosive statement to make, he reassured, "Father, the current situation is dire. Do you not see it? You speak the truth. Whether it be I or Shursui, we can no longer steer the winds. The tempest has arisen, and no one can halt it. The situation has spiraled beyond control. My life has been a precarious tightrope. Do you believe I can reach the other side?" He suddenly calmed, reflecting upon his past. He had devoted a significant portion of his life to the Uchiha clan, striving diligently, only to face the possibility of his efforts being entirely dismissed. "You cannot perceive my struggles, nor my anguish. I am neither a competent clan leader nor a worthy father, yet I have genuinely endeavored." Fugaku's eyes glistened with unshed tears, brimming with emotion. "I never aspired to become the leader of the Uchiha, but when the former leader implored me, I reluctantly accepted the position. Throughout my tenure, I felt akin to a mere ball, kicked about without regard, neither here nor there. I have wandered aimlessly, and my efforts have been overlooked not only by the village's upper echelons, but also by our own clansmen. They label me weak and ineffective. Yet if I had not governed them, perhaps the Uchiha would have already fallen prey to that old wretch Danzo." Uchiha Fugaku sighed, his demeanor now one of desolation. The sturdy posture he had maintained appeared somewhat bent. At hearing his father's lament, Itachi felt a surge of confusion. He had never witnessed his father in such a state. In his memory, Fugaku was always stern and unyielding, exuding confidence. This current visage profoundly moved Itachi. "After so many years, we have finally wagered correctly this time. I can finally set my mind at ease. I need not fear that the Uchiha clan will perish under my watch." He fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. "In truth, I do not oppose Shursui becoming the clan leader. Rather, I would welcome him taking the burden from me, thus granting me true liberation." Fugaku shook his head, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Yet the circumstances were no longer as they had been. Had Shursui not suddenly fallen unconscious back then, the position of clan leader would have undoubtedly been his. Uchiha Fugaku, fearing that Itachi might doubt him, retrieved a document from a dusty box and placed it upon the table. Itachi's gaze fell upon the words resignation letter prominently displayed, clearly indicating that his father had not lied, nor was there any reason for him to do so. "The situation now differs from the past. The elders, with me at the helm, are intertwined in their interests. Their fortunes rise and fall together. The younger generation seeks to forcefully carve a share for themselves. I do not mind, but do you believe they will acquiesce?" Itachi recalled Shursui's words, but brother Shursui said they are parasites, draining the Uchiha clan's lifeblood. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Fugaku's tone grew vehement. How could he accept such a notion? They were all esteemed warriors of the Uchiha clan, having fought tirelessly. Could they not enjoy some small privileges? As the clan's fortunes improved, could they not indulge in a modicum of reward? Fugaku had completely calmed down. He understood that regardless of his words, the inevitable would still come to pass. He quietly began to tidy the coffee table he had previously overturned, appearing as a different man from before. Suddenly, Fugaku recalled a crucial matter. What is the fourth Hokage's stance? Do you know? In response to his father's inquiry, Itachi gazed at him with a complex expression, remaining silent, though it seemed he had revealed all he needed to. At this moment, Fugaku wore no expression, his silence extending for what felt like an eternity, his face appearing as if cloaked in frost. Father. He merely waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. Thank you for the information. Now you should return to rest. Sasuke is still waiting for you." He was not a fool. He fully comprehended the implications of this exchange, and, at this moment, he finally grasped the source of Uchiha Shursui's confidence. "Summon the elder, the second elder, and the fourth elder. We shall convene."